Chapter 1 Reborn at Graduation Season, Humiliation Scene. The June wind, carrying the tangy aroma of beer foam, wafted into the large private room of Youth Never Fades KTV. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The glaring LED lights made his temples throb, and the sounds of his classmates playing drinking games and pop love songs that made his chest tremble filled his ears. Damn! He subconsciously touched his face, his fingertips touching smooth, firm skin, not the rough texture worn down by life in his memory. Looking down, he saw that he was still wearing that faded blue and white school uniform, and the cheap digital watch on his wrist was showing the date the third day after the college entrance examination. He was reborn? This realization struck Lin Fan like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. Images from his past life flooded back, failing his college entrance exams and only being able to attend a vocational college, his parents working tirelessly to support his education, while he drifted aimlessly, taking low-paying jobs after graduation and enduring constant scorn. His greatest regret was his 3-year crush on Shen Weiwei, the goddess he had secretly loved, yet he never managed to confess his feelings until she married a wealthy heir. Lin Fan? What are you spacing out for? Someone nudged him from the side. It was his classmate Zhang Chang, whose face was flushed with alcohol. Hurry up, Weiwei and the others are calling for someone. Lin Fan looked in the direction he pointed and saw Shen Weiwei surrounded by a group of people on the sofa in the center of the private room. She wasn't wearing her school uniform today, but a white dress. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had light makeup on. Under the lights, her skin was as white as porcelain, and her eyes were full of pride. She was the most dazzling look of a 17 or 18-year-old. In his past life, it was at this very gathering that Shen Weiwei rejected the rich kid from the next class in front of everyone, yet Lin Fan's heart clenched. In his past life's memories, he had nothing to do with this gathering. He was just huddled in a corner silently watching Shen Weiwei. But now... Hey, isn't this our class's bookworm, Lin Fan? A mocking voice rang out. It was Zhao Tianyu, the rich kid in the class. He put his arm around Shen Weiwei's shoulder and glanced at Lin Fan with disdain. What, you dare to come over here after the exam? Don't you know your place? A burst of laughter erupted around him, and all eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, filled with undisguised mockery. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. In his past life, he had always been like this because of his ordinary family background and introverted personality. He was always the target of bullying in class, and he could only silently endure the taunts. But things are different now. He has been reborn with 20 years of life experience, so how could he still be as cowardly as he was in his previous life? Just as he was about to retort, Shen Weiwei raised her head and looked at him. There was no warmth in her eyes, but rather a condescending scrutiny, as if she were looking at something insignificant. Zhao Tianyu, don't say that. Shen Weiwei's voice was gentle, yet it carried a strange kind of lethality. Lin Fan has been our classmate for 3 years, how can you say such things about him? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Shen Weiwei wasn't completely indifferent to him like she was in his previous life? But the next second, Shen Weiwei's words were like an ice pick, piercing his heart. But then again, she chuckled, a mocking smile playing on her lips, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fan's faded school uniform. Lin Fan, even if you manage to get into university this time, don't get your hopes up. We're from completely different worlds. A poor, pathetic kid like you is never good enough for me. Boom! These words were like a thunderclap out of nowhere, instantly silencing the noisy private room. Everyone was stunned, then erupted into even louder laughter, their gazes fixed on Lin Fan like needles. Did you hear that? Vivi said he's not good enough for her. Ha, Lin Fan has been publicly humiliated. I told you long ago, he's just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Zhao Tianyu, even more smug, tightened his grip on Shen Weiwei's waist and looked at Lin Fan provocatively. Did you hear that? Weiwei doesn't like you. If you know what's good for you, get lost and stop getting in my way. Lin Fan felt all the blood rush to his head, then instantly cool down. He stared intently at Shen Weiwei, the girl he had secretly loved for 3 years and cherished dearly in his heart. At this moment, her face wore a cold mockery, and the disgust in her eyes was undisguised. In his past life, he always thought Shen Weiwei was gentle and kind, until he later realized how materialistic she was and how much she looked down on the poor. He just never expected that this day would come so soon and so suddenly. This is probably what it feels like to be utterly heartbroken. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind, strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host, meeting the system binding conditions. The God-level selection system is binding. Binding successful. Host, Lin Fan. Current status, reborn. New player mission released. Faced with Shin Weiwei's humiliation, make your choice. Option 1, swallow your anger and leave silently. Reward, cowardice value plus 10, 100 yuan in cash. Option 2, rebut Shin Weiwei on the spot and expose her true colors. Reward, courage plus 20, 1 random skill. Option 3, launch a strong counterattack and make Zhao Tianyu and Shin Weiwei pay the price. Reward, plus 50 dominance points, 1 god-level appearance enhancement card, and 10,000 renminbi in cash. Lin Fan was suddenly stunned. A system? A reborn person's cheat code? He realized what was happening, and a fire instantly ignited in his heart. He would never again endure the humiliation of his past life, or the shame of this one. Choose option 3, he shouted in his mind without hesitation. Selection successful. Rewards have been issued, the god-level appearance enhancement card has been automatically used, and 10,000 yuan in cash has been transferred to the host's bank account. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body. Lin Fan could clearly feel subtle changes in the contours of his face. His skin became whiter and smoother, and his eyes became sharper and more piercing. He subconsciously touched his face. It felt smooth as jade, far superior to his previous life. At the same time, my phone vibrated. It was a text message from the bank confirming the deposit of 10,000 yuan. The laughter around them continued, and Zhao Tianyu even reached out to shove Lin Fan. What are you standing there for? Get out of here. Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand and grabbed his wrist. Bang! Lin Fan tightened his grip on Zhao Tianyu's wrist, and Zhao Tianyu screamed in agony, his face turning deathly pale. Ah! It hurts. Let me go. Everyone was stunned, never expecting that the usually timid Lin Fan would dare to fight back. Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold, and his grip tightened. Zhao Tianyu was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down his forehead, and tears were almost in his eyes. Let me go. Do you know who my father is? I'll make you regret this. I don't care who your father is, Lin Fan sneered, his voice low and powerful. What did you just say? You told me to get lost? He suddenly flung Zhao Tianyu away, who staggered back a few steps and landed on his backside, looking utterly disheveled. Shin Weiwei was also stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to dare to lay a hand on Zhao Tianyu, and her face instantly turned ugly. Lin Fan. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? What am I doing? Lin Fan turned his head, staring intently at her. The coldness in his eyes made Shin Weiwei shiver involuntarily. I'm letting some people know that not just anyone can humiliate you. He walked towards Shin Weiwei step by step. His modified face appeared exceptionally handsome under the lights, his eyes sharp as knives, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. Shin Weiwei subconsciously took a step back, a flicker of panic rising within her. Shin Weiwei, Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the private room. You think I'm not good enough for you? Just because I'm poor? He pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened the bank message, and showed it to Shin Weiwei. See this? 10,000 yuan, enough for you to buy several outfits. You think you're so great? You're just a pretty face who depends on men for your looks. You. Shin Weiwei was so angry that her face turned red, and she pointed at Lin Fan, unable to speak. What about me? Lin Fan stepped forward, getting close to Shin Weiwei, so close that he could smell the cheap perfume on her. You think Zhao Tianyu really likes you? He's just playing around. A woman like you who's materialistic and loves money will only live in a materialistic prison for the rest of her life. His voice had an inexplicable magnetism, and his eyes were deep. Looking at his handsome face so close to hers, Shin Weiwei momentarily forgot to refute him, and her heart inexplicably quickened its pace. The surrounding classmates were completely silent, utterly stunned by what they were seeing. Was this still the cowardly and incompetent Lin Fan? Looking at Shin Weiwei's flustered state, Lin Fan felt no pity, only the pleasure of revenge. He raised his hand, his fingertips lightly tracing Shin Weiwei's cheek. The smooth touch made him feel utterly disgusted. Remember this, he whispered in her ear, his voice low and cold. I've remembered this humiliation. From now on, you will never have the right to look down on me. A warm breath brushed past her ear, and Shin Weiwei trembled, her face flushing red, whether from embarrassment or anger, she didn't know. Lin Fan straightened up, no longer looking at her, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, and everyone subconsciously avoided his eyes. Who else wants to laugh at me? His voice carried a powerful force. Go ahead and step forward. No one dared to speak. The private room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lin Fan sneered and turned to walk towards the door. As he passed Zhang Chang looked at him with eyes full of shock and admiration. I'm leaving. Lin Fan patted his shoulder, his tone indifferent. Stepping out of the KTV, a June evening breeze blew by, and Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling completely refreshed. The pent-up frustrations and regrets of his past life vanished in his powerful counterattack just now. He looked down at his hands, still those young hands, but now he had grasped the opportunity to change his destiny. A god-level selection system, a face makeover, 10,000 yuan in cash, and your upcoming college entrance exam results. A confident smile played on Lin Fan's lips. In this life, he would never repeat the same mistakes. Those who had looked down on him, those who had hurt him, he would make them pay for it all. For Xin Weiwei and Zhao Tianyu, this was just the beginning. He took out his phone, glanced at the bank message, and a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. 10,000 yuan was enough for him to do a lot. First, he needed to plan his future carefully, and then, he would wait for his college entrance exam results to come out and surprise everyone. As for Xin Weiwei, the girl who once stirred his heart, from now on, she will be nothing more than a passerby in his life, a joke. Lin Fan looked up at the night sky, where countless stars twinkled, promising a bright future. He knew that his legend had officially begun this graduation season. Chapter 2, A Childhood Arrangement? The boyfriend is the school beauty. Stepping out of the Youth Never Fades KTV, the June evening breeze, carrying a sweltering humidity, brushed against his face. Lin Fan touched his phone in his pocket. The bank notification of a 10,000 yuan deposit was still lit up, and his fingertips radiated excitement. His remodeled face was clearly outlined under the streetlights. His skin was so smooth it seemed to reflect light, and even his eyes were several shades brighter than before. Passing by a shop window, he glanced at his reflection and couldn't help but pause in surprise. His looks were probably no less than those of the school's most handsome guys. That felt great. Lin Fan clenched his fist. The pent-up frustration from being bullied by Xin Weiwei and Zhao Tianyu in his past life, and the humiliation of struggling at the bottom for over a decade, were all released in that counterattack. Reborn with a system, this life was practically cheat code breaking. He hummed a little tune as he walked home, his steps lighter than ever. He lived in a red brick building in the old city of Zhangchang. The stairwell was cluttered with miscellaneous items, and the light bulbs flickered. As soon as he reached the third floor, he heard his parents laughing and talking inside, mixed with a strange, gentle, and delicate female voice, like a clear spring flowing over stones, which made his heart melt. Strange, do we have guests? Lin Fan wondered as he took out his keys to open the door. He had barely opened it a crack when he was shocked by what he saw inside. In the living room, his parents were talking to a middle-aged couple, and a young woman was sitting on the sofa. She wore a light purple dress, her long, black hair cascading over her shoulders with natural curves at the ends. Her neck was slender and long, her collarbones subtly visible. She was facing away from the doorway, her profile as exquisite as finely sculpted jade. Long eyelashes drooped, obscuring the emotions in her eyes. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips were a pale pink with a healthy glow. Even just looking at her profile, Lin Fan recognized her at a glance. Su Qingxue, the aloof school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, the dream goddess of all the boys in the school. In her past life, Su Qingxue consistently ranked first in her grade and possessed stunning beauty, yet her personality was as cold as ice. She usually kept to herself at school, never speaking to boys, and even if someone tried to talk to her, she would only give them a dismissive glance, enough to deter countless boys. In his past life, Lin Fan could only watch her from afar, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. He never imagined that in this life he would actually see her in his own home. Fan's back. Lin's mother was the first to see him, and immediately stood up with a smile and waved, a mysterious smile hidden in her eyes. Come here quickly, let me introduce you to some guests. Hearing the sound, Su Qingxue slowly turned her head. Her eyes were like obsidian immersed in ice water, clear yet cold. When her gaze fell on Lin Fan, there was a hint of scrutiny in them. Up close, her skin was even whiter, so smooth that not a single pore could be seen, and even the fine hairs on her face were clearly visible. Her breath seemed to carry a faint scent of gardenias, which wafted into Lin Fan's nose, making his heart beat a few beats faster for no apparent reason. Lin Fan composed himself, stepped forward, and greeted them, Dad, Mom, Uncle and Auntie, hello. Su Qingxue's parents also stood up with smiles. Su's father patted his shoulder gently and said, This must be Xiao Fan, right? You've grown so much, but you're still as energetic as when you were a child. When we were kids? Lin Fan was completely confused. Uncle, did we know each other before? Lin's father chuckled and pulled him to sit on the sofa right next to Su Qingxue. Their arms accidentally touched. Su Qingshue's skin was cool and delicate, like jade just taken out of the refrigerator. Lin Fan felt an electric shock run up his arm, and his whole body felt hot. He quickly moved to the side. Su Qingxue frowned almost imperceptibly, but said nothing. She simply moved to the other side, maintaining a polite distance. It's more than just knowing each other. Lin's mother leaned closer mysteriously, lowering her voice so that everyone could hear. Fan, the reason I invited Uncle Su, and Qingxue here today is to tell you something important. You and Qingxue are betrothed since you were born. What? Lin Fan jumped up from the sofa, his eyes wide, thinking he had misheard. Mom, what did you say? A marriage between children? With Su Qingxue? This news is even more explosive than a rebirth. Shen Weiwei, whom he had a crush on for 3 years, had just publicly humiliated him, and now a childhood sweetheart from the school beauty suddenly appears as his betrothal partner? This development is too outrageous. Su Qingxue was also stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in her originally cold eyes. She then frowned and looked at her parents. Dad, Mom, is this true? Mrs. Su smiled and nodded, reaching out to hold her hand, her voice gentle. Yes, Qingxue. Your Aunt Lin and I were best friends back then. When we were pregnant, we made a pact that if it was a boy and a girl, we would become in-laws. But later, our family moved to another district, and we gradually lost contact until recently when we reconnected. But Su Qingshue's expression was rather unpleasant, clearly showing her resistance to this sudden arranged marriage. What era are we living in? Why are you still doing this? Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness, unlike her usual coldness at school, which stirred Lin Fan's heart once again. He secretly observed Su Qingxue and noticed that when she was angry, her cheeks would flush slightly, like a ripe apple, adding a touch of charm compared to her usual cold demeanor. Seeing Su Qingshue's resistance, Lin's father quickly smoothed things over. Qingxue, your uncle and aunt know that free love is valued nowadays, and we're not trying to force you. We just think it's fate and want you to get to know each other first. If you get along, you can continue. If you don't, then let's just leave it at that and not interfere with your lives. Mr. Su nodded in agreement. Yes, Qingxue, Xiaofan seems like a good kid. You're both high school students, so you can chat about your studies and the future. It's a good opportunity to make friends. Su Qingxue bit her lip, her gaze falling on Lin Fan again. This time she looked very carefully, from his handsome face after the makeover to his faded school uniform. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, including surprise, resistance, and a hint of inexplicable curiosity. Lin Fan finally realized what was happening and was overjoyed. Su Qingxue was the goddess of countless boys' dreams. Even just getting to know her would be a win-win situation. And this was a benefit that even the system hadn't given him. It was like a windfall. Ding! System task issued. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Lin Fan was overjoyed. Another mission had arrived. Task theme: win over the school beauty's fiancé. Option 1, refuse the arranged marriage, embarrassing Su Qingxue. Reward, cowardice value plus 10, 500 yuan in cash. Option 2, agree to spend time together first, and take the initiative to get closer to Su Qingxue. Reward, charm points plus 20, a random skill, and 5,000 yuan in cash. Option 3, make a strong move and win Su Qingxue's favor. Reward, charm plus 50, god-level academic mastery skill, perfect score in math, 10,000 renminbi, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10. Without hesitation, Lin Fan shouted in his heart, choose 3. I must choose 3. Selection successful. Reward issued. God-level academic genius skill, perfect score in mathematics activated, 10,000 yuan cash credited to your account. Su Qingxue's current favorability, 10 ordinary friend. A warm current instantly surged into his brain, and countless mathematical formulas and problem-solving techniques flashed through his mind like a movie. Those function and geometry problems that used to give him headaches now became crystal clear, as if etched into his very being. At the same time, his phone vibrated again. A bank SMS notification indicated another 10,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Adding to the previous 10,000 yuan, he now had 20,000 yuan. Lin Fan suppressed his excitement and looked at Su Qingxue with a confident yet gentle smile. Qingxue, I think your aunt and uncle are right. Fate is a rare thing. We can try to get to know each other first, just to make more friends. What do you think? His face was already handsome after the modification, and with the added charm from the system, his smile, with its bright eyes and smiling lips, possessed an inexplicable allure. Su Qingxue looked at his smile, her heart skipped a beat, and a blush rose to her cheeks. She subconsciously avoided his gaze and whispered, whatever. Yay! Lin Fan was overjoyed. His favorability rating had already reached 10. This was a great start. Seeing that the two didn't object, Lin's mother and Sue's mother smiled broadly and quickly got up to go to the kitchen to get busy. In that case, let's eat at home today, and Auntie will cook your specialty dishes. Only Lin Fan, Su Qingxue, and their two fathers remained in the living room. Su's father and Lin's father chatted enthusiastically, occasionally asking Lin Fan and Su Qingxue about their college entrance exams. Xiao Fan, how did you feel about the college entrance exam this time? Su's father asked with a smile. Lin Fan used to be an average student, and even failed the college entrance examination. But now it's different. With his god-level academic skills, he can easily be the top student in his grade, let alone average. Lin Fan smiled confidently, I feel pretty good, I should be able to get a good score. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue raised her eyelids and glanced at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. She knew Lin Fan's grades, he was usually only average in his class. How could he be so confident after the college entrance exam? Mr. Lin was also a little surprised, then laughed and said, Good. It's good that you're confident. Qingxue will definitely be fine. She's always been first in her grade, getting into a prestigious university is a sure thing. When asked about her grades, Su Qingxue showed a hint of pride and nodded gently, just do your best. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was his deskmate, Zhang Chang, calling. He went to the balcony to answer the phone, and as soon as the call connected, Zhang Chang's excited voice came through, Brother Fan. You're famous. The video of you dealing with Zhao Tianyu and confronting Shen Weiwei at the karaoke bar has been posted in the school group chat. The whole school is talking about you now. Lin Fan was taken aback, a video? Who posted it? I don't know who took the picture, but the group chat is buzzing. Everyone's saying you're amazing, they never realized you were so badass. Some people even say you seem to have gotten a lot more handsome. Zhang Chang's voice was full of admiration. By the way, Zhao Tianyu said in the group chat that he's going to get someone to deal with you, so you better watch out. Let him come. Lin Fan sneered. He was no longer the pushover he used to be. I'll wait for him. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan returned to the living room and found Su Qingxue looking down at her phone, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she were looking at something unpleasant. He leaned closer and saw that she was also in the school's group chat, and had just seen Zhao Tianyu's threatening message. You have a conflict with Zhao Tianyu? Su Qingxue looked up, her eyes filled with worry and curiosity. It's not a contradiction, it's just that he always bullies people because his family is rich. Lin Fan shrugged, his tone relaxed. Just now at the KTV, he and Shen Weiwei humiliated me, so I taught him a lesson. Shen Weiwei? Su Qingxue's eyes turned cold. She's just a gold digger. Don't bother with her. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised that the aloof school beauty would comment on Shen Weiwei. He then smiled and said, I have already severed ties with her, and we will not have any contact in the future. Looking at his composed demeanor, Su Qingxue's impression of him subtly changed. She used to think he was timid and introverted, but after meeting him today, she realized that he had not only become more handsome, but his personality had also become confident and decisive, completely different from the rumors. Ding! Su Qingxue's favorability +5, current favorability, 15 initial approval. As the system notification sounded, Lin Fan was overjoyed. It seemed there was hope. By this time, Lin's mother and Su's mother had already brought the dishes to the table, braised pork ribs, cola chicken wings, steamed fish, and a table full of vegetarian dishes, all emitting a wonderful aroma. Lin Fan was already starving, and looking at the table full of food, his mouth was practically watering. Sit down and eat. Lin's mother greeted her warmly, placing a piece of pork rib on Su Qingxue's plate. Qingxue, try Auntie's braised pork ribs and see if they suit your taste. Su Qingxue said thank you and picked up her chopsticks to eat in small bites. She ate elegantly, chewing slowly and carefully, unlike Lin Fan, who wolfed down his food. Lin Fan ate while secretly observing her. Under the light, her profile appeared even more exquisite, her long eyelashes fluttering gently with each chew, her lips curving alluringly around food. Occasionally, when some soup got on the corners of her mouth, she would gently wipe it away with a tissue, her movements tender and elegant, making Lin Fan's heart itch with desire. Ding! System task issued. Task, serve food to Su Qingxue to show her your care. Reward, Su Qingxue's favorability +10, stamina +5, 2,000 yuan in cash. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, his chance had come. He picked up his chopsticks, took the largest cola chicken wing, and carefully placed it into Su Qingxue's bowl. Qingxue, try this cola chicken wing. My mom is the best at making this. Su Qingshui paused for a moment, looked at the chicken wings in the bowl, then at Lin Fan, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, and whispered, "Thank you." She picked up a chicken wing and ate it in small bites, her eyes showing a hint of shyness, no longer as cold as before. Ding! Mission complete. Reward issued. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 25 slightly favorable. Lin Fan was secretly pleased and put a few more pieces of her favorite vegetarian dishes on Su Qingshua's plate. Su Qingxue did not refuse and accepted them one by one. The atmosphere at the dinner table became increasingly harmonious. Su's father and Lin's father drank some wine and chatted even more amiably, while Lin's mother and Su's mother chatted about everyday things, glancing at Lin Fan and Su Qingxue from time to time with satisfaction in their eyes. After dinner, Su Qingxue helped clear the dishes, and Lin Fan quickly followed suit. In the kitchen, the two stood side by side, Su Qingxue washing the dishes and Lin Fan wiping the table. Occasionally, their arms would touch, causing a slight awkwardness, yet also carrying a hint of inexplicable ambiguity. "Thank you for picking up some food for me earlier," Su Qingxue suddenly said, her voice soft and slightly shy. "You're welcome, it's nothing," Lin Fan said with a smile. Looking at her wet fingertips, he couldn't help but reach out and wipe them for her. "Your hands are wet." Lin Fan felt a jolt in his heart as his fingertips touched her cool, delicate skin. Su Qingxue also pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, her cheeks turning even redder as she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Ding! Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 35 feelings of affection arise. The system notification sounded again, and Lin Fan was overjoyed. In just a few hours, his favorability rating had risen to 35. At this rate, winning over the school beauty's fiancé was just around the corner. After clearing away the dishes, Su Qingxue and her family were about to leave. Before leaving, Su Qingxue secretly slipped Lin Fan a note and whispered, "This is my WeChat. If you need anything, or if Zhao Tianyu causes you trouble, feel free to contact me anytime." Lin Fan took the note. It contained a WeChat ID written on it in neat, beautiful handwriting, just like her. He watched Su Qingshue's departing figure, his heart filled with anticipation. "Fan, what do you think? Isn't Qingxue a nice girl?" Aunt Lin came over and teased with a smile. "Yes, it's good." Lin Fan nodded, unable to suppress a smile. His parents looked at him, smiled at each other, and their eyes were full of relief. After seeing the guests off, Lin Fan returned to his room and eagerly added Su Qingsue on WeChat. The verification message was accepted immediately. He looked at Su Qingshue's WeChat profile picture, a photo of her at the beach, wearing a white dress, facing the sea breeze, her smile bright and cheerful. Unlike her usual cold demeanor, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Zhao Tianyu, his tone extremely arrogant. "Lin Fan, you've got guts. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., at the back gate of Jiangqing City Park, I'll be waiting for you. If you don't come, you're a coward." Lin Fan sneered and replied, "No problem, I'll definitely be there." In his past life, he was most afraid of rich second-generation heirs like Zhao Tianyu, but now, he couldn't wait for Zhao Tianyu to cause trouble so he could have another good time. Ding! System task issued. Mission topic: teach the arrogant rich kid Zhao Tianyu a lesson. Option 1, fear and back down, refuse the appointment. Reward, cowardice value plus 20, 1,000 yuan in cash. Option 2, arrive on time and defeat the men Zhao Tianyu brought. Reward, plus 30 to combat power, a random weapon, and 5,000 yuan in cash. Option 3, take the initiative and force Zhao Tianyu and his men to completely submit and dare not cause trouble again. Reward, combat strength plus 50, god level fighting skill mastery, 10,000 renminbi, Su Qingshue's favorability plus 20. Choose 3. Lin Fan chose the most domineering option without hesitation. Selection successful. Reward issued. God level fighting skill mastery activated, 10,000 renminbi cash credited to your account. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his body, and countless fighting techniques and moves formed muscle memory in his mind. Lin Fan felt incredibly strong now, capable of easily handling even 3 to 5 opponents. He clenched his fists, sensing the power within him, and his eyes sharpened. "Zhao Tianyu, tomorrow you'll know what regret really means." He glanced at his phone. There was still no activity from Su Qingsue on WeChat. So he sent her a message, "I need to talk to Zhao Tianyu about something tomorrow." "Don't worry, I can handle it." Not long after, Su Qingsue replied, "Do you want me to go with you? Zhao Tianyu is a despicable person, he might bring a lot of people." Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and replied, "No need, I can handle it. If you're worried, I'll let you know when I'm done." Su Qingxue, "Okay, then be careful." Looking at the chat history on his phone screen, Lin Fan smiled. In this life, not only did he have the system's support, but he also had the care of his school beauty fiancée. He was simply too happy. He lay in bed, thinking about tomorrow and his upcoming college entrance exam results, his heart filled with anticipation. The appointment at the back gate of Jiangqing City Park would be another chance for him to finally hold his head high after his rebirth, and he couldn't wait. Meanwhile, in Su Qingshue's room, she looked at the message Lin Fan had sent her on her phone, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a mixture of worry and anticipation. She didn't know what kind of changes this childhood sweetheart, who had suddenly barged into her life, would bring. Chapter 3: Binding to the Sweet Couple System. After chatting with Su Qingxue on WeChat, Lin Fan tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the wall. His mind was filled with Su Qingshue's cool yet charming face, and the blush on her ears when she slipped him the note. 35 points of favorability, just a little more effort and I can go even further. Lin Fan chuckled, stroking his chin. The thought of dealing with Zhao Tianyu tomorrow and also getting some goodwill from Su Qingxue made him feel warm inside, like he had a little sun inside him. He picked up his phone, opened his chat with Su Qingxue, and hesitated for a long time on the screen, wanting to send something but afraid of seeming too forward. Just as he was struggling with this, his phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a message notification, but a strange current that shot from his fingertips into his brain, a tingling sensation. Immediately afterwards, a mechanical voice, sweeter and gentler than the previous God-level selection system, rang in my mind. Detection indicates the host and designated destined partner are in a budding, ambiguous relationship, meeting the binding conditions. The sweet couple system is activating. 10%. 50%. 100%. Activation successful. Host, Lin Fan. Destined partner, Su Qingxue. Lin Fan sat up abruptly in bed, his eyes wide with shock. Holy crap? Another system? A sweet couple system? This rebirth perk is way too much. First, there's the God-level choice system, then the sweet couple system, and now I'm directly bound to Su Qingxue, the school beauty goddess. It's like I've got 2 cheat codes. Ding! System binding complete. New player gift pack has been issued. Please check. New player gift pack contents: Charm plus 30, Stamina plus 20, 20,000 renminbi, exclusive skill, Mastery of Sweet Talk, Intimacy Interaction Trial Card Beginner 1. A stronger warm current surged through his body, even more comfortable than when he had his appearance modified and his fighting skills activated last time. Lin Fan could clearly feel that his eyes had become more affectionate, and even his voice had taken on a magnetic quality, like a radio host, making people's hearts melt. The moment the skill Master of Sweet Talk is activated, countless cheesy pickup lines, romantic confessions, and tender words seem to be engraved in one's bones, and can be uttered casually without sounding cheesy. His phone vibrated at just the right moment. A bank SMS notification indicated that 20,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Combined with the previous 20,000 yuan, he now had 40,000 yuan in his account. For a student who had just finished the college entrance examination, this was an enormous sum of money. Awesome! This is so awesome! Lin Fan was so excited he almost jumped up, and quickly used his mind to check the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Level, 100 affection points. Attributes: Charisma 80, normal level is 50, Stamina 70, normal level is 50, Strength 60, normal level is 50, Intelligence 90 after activating the Genius skill. Skills: God level Academic Genius, perfect score in math, God level Combat Proficient, and Master of Sweet Talk maximum level. Items: Intimate Interaction Experience Card Beginner, 40,000 renminbi in cash. Destined Partner, Su Qingxue, Affection 35-100, Feelings of Favor. Affection points, 0 can be obtained through intimate interactions and showing affection with Su Qingxue used to upgrade the system and redeem rewards. Ding! System newbie quests issued. Task name, First Initiation of Intimacy. Task requirements: within 1 hour, send Su Qingxue a love message or engage in light physical contact such as holding hands or patting her head. Task rewards: affection points plus 20, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, 5,000 renminbi in cash, and 1 random food voucher. Failure penalty: Charm 10, Stamina 10, lasting 24 hours. Lin Fan glanced at the time. There were still 58 minutes left. He quickly picked up his phone. Physical contact wasn't convenient right now, so he could only send a text message. With his master of sweet talk skill, he didn't need to think, his fingers flew across the screen. Qingxue, after chatting with you just now, I felt like something was missing. Then I realized that what was missing was the warmth of you by my side. Even the moonlight outside the window isn't as beautiful as you. Sent successfully. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his palms slightly sweaty. The sweet talk was a bit cheesy, but with his current charm boost, it shouldn't feel awkward, right? Less than 10 seconds later, Su Qingxue replied. It wasn't text, but a blushing emoji followed by, why did you suddenly bring this up? Seeing that things were looking promising, Lin Fan quickly pressed his advantage and sent another message. Because I was thinking of you, I couldn't help but say it. Ding. Detected that the host is engaging in sweet talk with their destined partner. New B quest complete. Task rewards have been issued. Affection points plus 20, currently 0 plus 20 is equal to 20. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 35 plus 10 is equal to 45. 5,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account, and one random food voucher has been added to your inventory. Lin Fan's phone vibrated again. 5,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. He was overjoyed. This sweet system was too easy to exploit. Sending just 2 sweet nothings earned him so many rewards. If there were more intimate interactions, he would be rolling in money. He quickly checked the food voucher, which read, Luxury Seafood Feast Voucher, redeemable at any seafood buffet restaurant in Jiangcheng City for a luxury seafood feast for 2, no minimum spend, valid for 7 days. Holy crap! A seafood feast for 2. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This was practically tailor-made for a date. He could invite Su Qingxue along, both to boost their affection and increase her favorability. Perfect. He was just about to message Su Qingxue to ask her out when his phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Chang calling. Brother Fan. Something terrible has happened. Zhao Tianyu is such a despicable guy. Zhang Chang's voice was trembling with tears, sounding very anxious. He just said in the group chat that tomorrow he's not only bringing his own bodyguards, but also calling in thugs from outside the school, more than 20 people in total. He's going to beat you to a pulp. Lin Fan frowned. Zhao Tianyu was truly shameless. Even after being taught a lesson, he still wouldn't give up and actually called so many people. However, with his god-level fighting skills, he could handle more than 20 people, or even more. I understand, I'll be careful. Lin Fan's tone was calm, showing no sign of panic. Brother Fan, don't try to tough it out. If it gets really bad, we'll call the police. Zhang Chang said anxiously. No need, I can handle this little thing. Lin Fan smiled. By the way, don't come tomorrow, so as not to accidentally hurt you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan was about to tell Su Qingxue about it and reassure her when he received a message from her on WeChat. I just saw in the group chat that Zhao Tianyu was going to bring more than 20 people to cause you trouble? Yeah, but don't worry, I can handle it, Lin Fan replied. No way. There are more than 20 people. Even if you know a little fighting, you can't beat so many people. Su Qingxue replied quickly, clearly worried. I'll go with you tomorrow. My dad knows people at the police station. I'll call them beforehand, and they won't dare to do anything. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart, not expecting Su Qingxue to care about him so much. He wanted to refuse, but then thought it was a good opportunity to increase their intimacy points, so he replied, okay then, I'll wait for you at the entrance of Jiangcheng City Park at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, you must be careful and don't go over there first, Su Qingxue instructed. Ding. Detected that the host and their destined partner have agreed to travel together, triggering a slight flirtatious interaction. Affection value plus 5, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 45 plus 5 is equal to 50. Great. My favorability rating has broken 50. Lin Fan excitedly pumped his fist. Su Qingxue now had a moderate level of favorability towards him, and with a little more effort, he could reach the level of liking her. He lay in bed, thinking about tomorrow's plans. First, he would meet up with Su Qingxue, then they would go to the back gate of the park together. After dealing with Zhao Tianyu, he could use the seafood feast voucher to invite her out for dinner, a perfect arrangement. The next morning, Lin Fan got up very early. He opened his wardrobe, pulled out a relatively new white t-shirt and jeans, changed into them, and looked at himself in the mirror. After 2 charm boosts and appearance enhancements, his looks were now comparable to top-tier celebrities. His skin was fair and delicate, his features were 3-dimensional and exquisite, and his eyes were deep and captivating. Even in ordinary clothes, he was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. With this face and his smooth-talking skills, winning over Su Qingxue is just a matter of time, isn't it? Lin Fan narcissistically tossed his hair, in a great mood. He went downstairs for breakfast, told his parents he was going out to play with his classmates, and then headed straight for Jiangqing City Park. There were many people at the park entrance, including elderly people doing morning exercises, parents playing with their children, and couples. Lin Fan found a shady spot to wait, and after standing there for only a few minutes, he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. Today, Su Qingxue wore a light blue short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, revealing her fair and slender legs. Her skin glowed white in the sunlight, like the finest mutton fat jade. She wore white sneakers and had her hair tied in a high ponytail, making her look youthful and energetic, completely different from her usual aloof demeanor. "You've arrived." Lin Fan greeted her with a smile, his gaze lingering on her legs for a few seconds before quickly looking away, his heart beating a little fast. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded. Zhao Tianyu and the others haven't arrived yet, have they? It shouldn't be yet, there are still more than 10 minutes until 3 o'clock. Lin Fan looked at his watch. Let's walk around the neighborhood first. Su Qingxue nodded and walked with him along the park path. The willow trees along the roadside drooped their branches, swaying in the wind, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The two walked side by side, occasionally their arms accidentally brushing together. Su Qingxue would subconsciously move a little to the side, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, making Lin Fan's heart itch. Ding! Detected that the host is taking a walk with their destined partner. Affection level +3, Su Qingxue's favorability +2, currently 50 + 2 is equal to 52. Qingxue, you look so beautiful today. Lin Fan suddenly spoke, his voice gentle, enhanced by his mastery of sweet talk, making Su Qingxue's heart skip a beat. She lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you. You're so different from how you are at school." "You're even cuter this way," Lin Fan continued, looking at her sincerely. Su Qingxue looked up, meeting his deep gaze. Her cheeks flushed even more, and she instinctively looked away, saying, "Don't keep saying these things." Ding! Detected that the host is having an ambiguous conversation with their destined partner. Affection value +5, Su Qingxue's favorability +3, currently 52 + 3 is equal to 55. Lin Fan was secretly delighted the affection and favorability ratings were rising too fast. Just as he was about to say something more, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. "Hello? Lin Fan, this is Zhao Tianyu." Zhao Tianyu's arrogant voice came through the phone. "I'm already at the back gate of the park. If you're a man, hurry up and come over. Don't keep me waiting too long." "What's the rush?" "I'll be there right away." Lin Fan sneered and hung up the phone. "Is it Zhao Tianyu?" Su Qingxue asked nervously. "Yes, he's already here." Lin Fan patted her shoulder, his tone relaxed. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The moment his fingertips touched her shoulder, Su Qingxue trembled, her cheeks flushed even more, but she felt inexplicably calmer. Ding! Physical contact, patting shoulder detected between the host and their destined partner. Affection level +8, Su Qingxue's favorability +5, currently 55 + 5 is equal to 60. Affection level is 60. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Just a pat on the shoulder increased it so much. If they held hands, wouldn't they be soaring to new heights? The two walked towards the back gate of the park. The closer they got, the louder the commotion became. Looking into the distance, they saw more than 20 people standing in the open space behind the park. Zhao Tianyu stood in the middle, flanked by 2 tall bodyguards and a dozen or so thugs with brightly colored hair, holding steel pipes and wooden sticks, looking menacing. Shen Weiwei was also there. She stood next to Zhao Tianyu, wearing a revealing halter dress, with a gloating smile on her face and contempt in her eyes as she looked at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan! You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't dare to come." Zhao Tianyu shouted arrogantly as soon as he saw Lin Fan. His gaze swept over Su Qingxue, and his eyes widened. "Oh, you even brought a beauty with you? Su Qingxue? How come you're with a poor loser like Lin Fan?" Shen Weiwei's face instantly turned ugly when she saw Su Qingxue. She had always been jealous of Su Qingxue, who was not only better at academics but also prettier. Now that even Lin Fan was getting so close to Su Qingxue, she was even more insanely jealous. "Zhao Tianyu, shut up." Lin Fan stepped forward, blocking Su Qingxue's path, his eyes icy. We'll settle the score from yesterday at the KTV today. Settle accounts? You think you can? Zhao Tianyu laughed loudly, pointing to the more than 20 people around him. See that? So many of you. If I don't break your legs today, I'm not Zhao. Lin Fan, should we call the police? Su Qingxue tugged at his sleeve and whispered, her eyes full of worry. No need, trust me. Lin Fan patted her hand and gave her a reassuring look. When his fingertips touched her soft little hand, Su Qingxue's heart raced instantly, her cheeks flushed red like a ripe apple, and she subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Fan gently held it. His warm and strong hand enveloped her cold little hand, and a sense of security welled up in her heart. Su Qingxue did not struggle anymore, letting him hold it, her eyes filled with trust. Ding! Detected that the host is holding hands with their destined partner. Affection value plus 15, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 60 plus 10 is equal to 70. Congratulations, host. Your affinity with your destined partner has reached 70, unlocking intimate interaction privileges, hug, kiss on the forehead. Rewards, affection points plus 30, currently 20 plus 5 plus 3 plus 5 plus 8 plus 15 plus 30 is equal to 86, combat strength plus 10, currently 60 plus 10 is equal to 70, god level fighting skill upgrade master level. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his body, and Lin Fan felt his fighting skills had improved to a new level. His reaction speed, strength, and explosiveness had all increased significantly. He gripped Su Qingxue's hand tightly, a confident smile playing on his lips. Brothers, charge! Beat them to death! At Zhao Tianyu's command, more than 20 men immediately rushed towards Lin Fan, wielding steel pipes and wooden sticks that whistled through the air. Su Qingxue closed her eyes in fright and gripped Lin Fan's hand tightly. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. He pulled Su Qingxue behind him and then stepped forward. He nimbly dodged the first thug's steel pipe and punched him in the face with a backhand. Bang! The thug with dyed yellow hair screamed, his nose instantly bleeding, and he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground and passing out. Ding! Defeat the thug yellow-haired guy, gain plus 2 affection points and 100 renminbi. Lin Fan didn't stop. He dodged the attacks of the two thugs next to him, kicked the thug on the left in the stomach, and at the same time, elbowed the thug on the right in the chest. Snap! Ah! 2 screams rang out at the same time. One of the thugs was curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, while the other was gasping for breath, clutching his chest. He could no longer stand up. Ding! Defeat the thug green-haired guy, gain plus 2 affection points and 100 renminbi. Ding! Defeat the thug bald guy, gain plus 2 affection points and 100 renminbi. Lin Fan moved through the thugs with ease, like a tiger among sheep. The power of his god-level master-level fighting was on full display. Every punch and kick landed precisely on the thug's vital points without a single wasted movement. Screams rose and fell, and in less than 5 minutes, more than 20 thugs lay on the ground, all bruised and battered, crying and screaming, unable to get up again. Zhao Tianyu and Xin Weiwei were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. They never imagined Lin Fan could be such a formidable fighter. More than 20 people were no match for him. The 2 bodyguards exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They were professional bodyguards and could tell that Lin Fan's fighting skills were extremely high, far beyond what ordinary people could match. You stay away. Zhao Tianyu retreated in fear, his face pale. My dad is Zhao Jiangwo. If you dare touch me, my dad won't let you get away with it. Zhao Jiangwo? Is he that great? Lin Fan sneered, walking towards him step by step. When you humiliated me yesterday, didn't you think about today? Xin Weiwei was also trembling with fear, hiding behind Zhao Tianyu and not daring to look Lin Fan in the eye. Lin Fan walked up to Zhao Tianyu, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up like a chick. Zhao Tianyu's feet left the ground, his face turned pale with fright, and tears welled up in his eyes. Brother Fan. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Zhao Tianyu quickly begged for mercy, please let me go. I'll apologize to you. I'll compensate you. Apologize? Lin Fan's eyes were icy. Apologize to whom? To you. To Miss Su Qingxue. Zhao Tianyu said hurriedly, looking at Su Qingxue, Miss Su, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disturbed you and Brother Fan. Looking at Zhao Tianyu's disheveled appearance, Su Qingxue felt no sympathy whatsoever. She simply shook her head at Lin Fan and said, forget it, let him go. Lin Fan glanced at Su Qingxue, nodded, and threw Zhao Tianyu to the ground, get lost. If you ever dare to cause me trouble again, or bully others, I'll break your legs. Yes, yes, yes. I'll get out of here right away. Zhao Tianyu scrambled to his feet and, along with 2 bodyguards and the remaining thugs who could still walk, fled in a sorry state. Xin Weiwei tried to run away, but Lin Fan grabbed her arm. You want to run away? Lin Fan looked at her coldly. I was wrong, Lin Fan, please let me go. Xin Weiwei cried out in fear, her makeup ruined, making her look extremely disheveled. I could overlook your past disrespect and humiliation, Lin Fan sneered. But you shouldn't have joined Zhao Tianyu in bullying others. Remember this, be kind and don't look down on people. Otherwise, if I see you bullying others again, it won't be as simple as just giving you a lesson. Lin Fan released her, the chill in his voice making Xin Weiwei tremble. Xin Weiwei felt as if she had been granted a pardon and ran away as fast as she could. Even after running a long distance, she couldn't help but look back one last time, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. After dealing with Zhao Tianyu and Xin Weiwei, Lin Fan turned to look at Su Qingxue. She had already opened her eyes and was looking at him in shock, her eyes filled with admiration and adoration. You're amazing. Su Qingxue stepped forward, her voice tinged with excitement. I was so scared just now, thank goodness you're all right. With me here, how could anything happen? Lin Fan smiled and ruffled her hair, his fingertips tracing her soft strands, the touch as smooth as silk. Su Qingxue froze, her cheeks instantly turning bright red, but there was no resistance in her eyes, only a shy submission. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are engaging in a head-patting interaction. Affection points plus 20 currently 86 plus 20 is equal to 106, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 15 currently 70 plus 15 is equal to 85. Congratulations, host! Your affection level has reached 100, and your level has increased to level 2. Level 2 rewards, Charm plus 10 currently 80 plus 10 is equal to 90, Stamina plus 10 currently 70 plus 10 is equal to 80, 10,000 renminbi, and a random, Guardian necklace, 1. A stronger warm current surged through his body, and Lin Fan felt his charm rise to another level, even his breathing became smoother. With a thought, the Guardian necklace appeared in his palm. This is a silver necklace with a small heart pendant set with tiny diamonds that sparkle in the sunlight. The necklace's attributes immediately come to mind. Guardian necklace. Level 1. Attribute, defense plus 10, can withstand 1 fatal attack, cannot be dropped after binding. Note, this item can be gifted to your destined partner. Both partners will receive a defense bonus after the bond is established. Great stuff! Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he handed the necklace directly to Su Qingxue. Qingxue, this is for you. Su Qingxue looked at the necklace he handed her in surprise, her eyes filled with delight. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Take it, I specially chose this for you. Lin Fan smiled and helped her put on the necklace. His fingertips accidentally touched her delicate neck, and Su Qingxue trembled all over, her cheeks turning even redder. The necklace adorned her fair neck, appearing exceptionally delicate and accentuating her alluring collarbones. Lin Fan, watching her shy demeanor, felt his heart race. Ding! Detected that the host has given a gift to their destined partner, triggering a sweet interaction. Affection value plus 25 currently 106 plus 25 is equal to 131, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 85 plus 10 is equal to 95. Congratulations, host! Your affinity with your destined partner has reached 95, unlocking deep intimacy privileges, hugs, kisses on the cheek. Reward, affection points plus 50 currently 131 plus 50 is equal to 181, God level academic skill upgrade mastery of all subjects, 20,000 renminbi cash. His brain was instantly flooded with a vast amount of knowledge. The concepts in Chinese, English, physics, chemistry, all subjects became crystal clear. No matter how difficult the problem, he could instantly come up with a solution. Now, he was absolutely confident, even against the top scorer in the college entrance examination. His phone vibrated repeatedly, and text messages arrived one after another announcing the arrival of 10,000 yuan and 20,000 yuan. Combined with the previous 45,000 yuan, he now had 75,000 yuan in his account. That's great! Lin Fan was overjoyed. Looking at Su Qingxue, he couldn't help but open his arms. Qingxue, can I hug you? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed red, her eyes darted away for a moment, and then she nodded gently. Lin Fan immediately pulled her into his arms. Su Qingxue's figure was slender and supple, and she carried a faint scent of gardenias that filled his nostrils, intoxicating him. He could clearly feel her petite body trembling slightly in his arms, and hear her rapid heartbeat, which was exceptionally clear even through the thin fabric of her clothes. Su Qingxue slowly stretched out her arms and gently hugged his waist, resting her head on his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and felt a sense of security. Ding! Detected that the host is hugging their destined partner. Affection value plus 30 currently 181 plus 30 is equal to 211. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 95 plus 5 is equal to 100. Congratulations, host! Your destiny partner's affection level has reached 100 deep love. Ultimate intimacy privileges unlocked. Rewards, affection points plus 100 currently 211 plus 100 is equal to 311, level up to 3, God level fighting skill upgrade Grandmaster, 50,000 renminbi cash, luxury couples vacation package 7-day trip for 2. System notifications kept ringing out, and Lin Fan was so excited he almost hugged Su Qingxue tightly. His affection level was maxed out. Su Qingxue had completely fallen in love with him. He released Su Qingxue, looked at her reddened eyes and shy face, and couldn't help but lower his head and gently kiss her cheek. The soft touch made Su Qingxue stiffen, her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes were filled with shyness and sweetness. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are kissing. Affection value plus 50 currently 311 plus 50 is equal to 361. Received a random delicacy voucher for Supreme Black Truffle Steak. Qingxue, Lin Fan cupped her face, looking at her tenderly. It's still early, shall I take you to get something good to eat? I happen to have a voucher for a seafood buffet, shall we go and try it together? Su Qingxue raised her head, met his affectionate gaze, and nodded gently, okay. The two walked hand in hand toward a nearby seafood buffet restaurant. Sunlight shone on them, casting long shadows, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air. On the way, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, Qingxue, when did you start liking me? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, ever since you fought back against Zhao Tianyu and Shen Weiwei at the KTV yesterday, I've felt you're different from before. After spending time with you, I discovered you're not only capable but also very gentle, and before I knew it. As she finished speaking, her voice grew softer and softer, and she lowered her head even further. Lin Fan smiled and squeezed her hand, me too. From the moment I was reborn and saw you, I knew that I had to treat you well in this life. Ding! Detected a heartfelt confession between the host and their destined partner. Affection points plus 20 currently 361 plus 20 is equal to 381, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 2 currently 100 plus 2 is equal to 102, exceeding the threshold of deep affection. The system notification sounded again, and Lin Fan felt a surge of happiness. Being reborn was wonderful. Not only did he have the system's support, but he also had a perfect girlfriend like Su Qingxue. Soon, the two arrived at Xianwage, the most famous seafood buffet restaurant in Jiangqing City. After showing their vouchers, the waiter warmly led them to a window seat. The restaurant was filled with a dazzling array of seafood, king crab, lobster, salmon, abalone. The aroma was irresistible. Lin Fan took Su Qingxue's hand and they went to choose their food together. Su Qingxue rarely came to places like this, and her eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at the table full of seafood. Lin Fan picked up the largest king crab and handed it to her. This is delicious, I'll peel it for you. He skillfully peeled the crab shell, his movements swift and efficient, and soon extracted the tender crab meat, which he then offered to Su Qingxue's mouth. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she opened her mouth and ate the crab meat. The sweet and fresh taste spread in her mouth, and her eyes lit up, so delicious. Eat more if you like it. Lin Fan smiled and peeled a few more shrimp for her. Seeing her eating happily warmed his heart. Ding! Detected that the host is sharing food with their destined partner. Affection value plus 15 currently 381 plus 15 is equal to 396, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 3 currently 102 plus 3 is equal to 105. The two ate and chatted, talking about the college entrance exam, their future universities, and their hobbies. Su Qingxue discovered that Lin Fan knew a lot, and no matter the topic, they could have a great conversation. Moreover, he was humorous and witty, always making her laugh. Before they knew it, the two had been eating for over 2 hours. Su Qingxue, her belly round and full, leaned back in her chair with a satisfied smile on her face. I'm so full. She patted her stomach, her eyes filled with happiness. It's good that you're full. Lin Fan handed her a tissue and wiped her mouth. Next, shall we go for a walk in the park to help with digestion? Okay. Su Qingxue nodded and followed him out of the restaurant. As the sun set, its afterglow bathed the streets of Jiangcheng, casting long shadows of the two. Lin Fan held Su Qingshua's hand, strolling along the park's path, occasionally whispering something to her, making her cheeks blush. Ding! Detected that the host is taking a romantic walk with their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 396 plus 10 is equal to 406, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 2 currently 105 plus 2 is equal to 107. The system notifications kept ringing out. Lin Fan looked at the smiling Su Qingxue beside him, his heart filled with anticipation. With the blessing of the sweet couple system, his and Su Qingshue's future would surely be even happier and more beautiful. And those who once looked down on him would eventually be left far behind. Chapter 4 Let's go get our marriage certificate. The setting sun bathed the paths in Jiangcheng City Park in a warm golden hue. Lin Fan held Su Qingshue's hand as they walked slowly, the delicate touch of her fingertips sending shivers down his spine. Su Qingshue's head occasionally rested gently on his shoulder, her hair brushing against his neck, carrying a faint scent of gardenias that tickled and softened his heart. Ding! Detected that the host is romantically cuddling with their destined partner. Affection value plus 8 currently 406 plus 8 is equal to 414, Su Qingshue's favorability plus 3 currently 107 plus 3 is equal to 110. The system notification tone had barely faded when Lin Fan's phone rang. It was his mother calling. He answered, and his mother's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Fan. How's it going with Qingxue? Your Aunt Sue and I have discussed it, and we've decided to get your marriage certificate while you're free after your college entrance exams. What? We've got our marriage certificate? Lin Fan nearly threw his phone away, his voice rising an octave. Mom, this is way too fast. We've only known each other for a day. Su Qingxue, who was standing next to her, also heard it. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise and shyness. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Fan held it even tighter. What's the rush? Lin's mother said anxiously on the other end of the phone. Your Aunt Sue and I have been waiting for this for over 10 years. Now that you two have feelings for each other, take advantage of your youth and get your marriage certificate. We'll feel at ease then. Qingxue is such a wonderful girl, beautiful and sensible. Don't miss out. That's right, Xiaofan, Sue's mother's voice suddenly came through the phone. Qingxue told me that she has a very good impression of you. Girls are usually shy, so as a boy, you should take the initiative. Tomorrow I'll have Qingxue bring her household registration book, and you two can go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Auntie, this. Lin Fan tried to struggle, but Su Qingxue gently touched his phone. She blushed and whispered, Mom, I understand. I'll discuss it with Lin Fan tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, they exchanged a glance, both seeing panic in each other's eyes. The evening breeze in the park carried the fragrance of flowers and grass, but it couldn't dispel the awkwardness and ambiguity between them. Qingxue, don't take it to heart, my mom is just too anxious. Lin Fan scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. Su Qingxue lowered her head, her fingers gently twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. Actually, what my mother said makes sense. Since we are betrothed as children and have feelings for each other, it would be good to get our marriage certificate sooner rather than later. Ha! Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Su Qingxue to agree. Just then, the sweet couple system in my mind suddenly started frantically alerting me. Ding! Emergency main quest triggered, love at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Mission requirement, obtain your marriage certificate with your destined partner, Su Qingxue, within 24 hours. Task rewards, affection points plus 500, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50, 100,000 renminbi in cash, god level skill, business talent max level, exclusive equipment, eternal wedding ring, 2. Failure penalty, system unbinding, all skills, attributes, and cash are reset to 0, Su Qingxue's favorability is reset to 0 returning to stranger status. Holy crap! The penalty for failure is this severe? Lin Fan's heart stopped in shock. If the system were to unbind him, not only would he revert to his former poor self, but Su Qingxue would also become a stranger to him again. This was absolutely unacceptable. Ding! Host, please act immediately. There are 23 hours and 59 minutes left until the mission ends. The system's countdown notification sounded like a death knell. Lin Fan looked at the shy and charming Su Qingxue in front of him, took a deep breath, and said, Qingxue, since you agree, let's go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Su Qingxue raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, and then nodded emphatically, okay. Ding. Detected that the host and their destined partner have reached a consensus on obtaining their marriage certificate. Affection value plus 30 currently 414 plus 30 is equal to 444. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 110 plus 10 is equal to 120. That's great. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and hugged Su Qingxue tightly. Qingxue, thank you. Su Qingxue was held tightly in his arms, her cheek pressed against his chest, and she could clearly feel his strong heartbeat. She couldn't help but smile sweetly and gently hugged him back. Silly boy, we're family now. Ding. Detected a warm embrace between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 25 currently 444 plus 25 is equal to 469. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 120 plus 5 is equal to 125. The two strolled around the park for a while longer, and Lin Fan escorted Su Qingxue back to the entrance of her residential complex. Before leaving, Lin Fan couldn't resist kissing her forehead. The soft touch made his heart race. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Zhongqing Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Lin Fan said earnestly, looking into her eyes. Okay, I'll be there on time. Su Qingxue nodded, blushing, and ran into the residential area. Watching her figure disappear into the stairwell, Lin Fan turned to go home. On the way, he felt both excited and nervous. The thought of getting his marriage certificate with Su Qingxue tomorrow and becoming a legal couple made him smile involuntarily. When he got home, his parents were already waiting in the living room. As soon as they saw him return, they surrounded him. Fan, have you talked to Qingxue yet? Lin's mother asked anxiously. I said we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lin Fan nodded. That's great. Lin's mother clapped her hands excitedly. I'll go find your household registration book right now. Dress formally tomorrow, don't embarrass Qingxue. Lin's father patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Good lad. You have good taste. Qingxue is a good girl, you should treat her well in the future. I understand, Dad, Lin Fan said with a smile. Back in his room, Lin Fan eagerly checked the system rewards preview. The business talent max level skill sounded amazing just from the name. With the skill, making money would be a piece of cake. And the eternal wedding ring was definitely a good item. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind filled with images of getting their marriage certificate the next day. Before he knew it, dawn had broken. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up earlier than the rooster. He opened his wardrobe and pulled out the suit his mother had specially prepared for him. The black suit accentuated his tall and straight figure, and combined with his handsome face after the makeover and his charm score of 90, he was simply outrageously handsome. With this look, Qingxue will definitely like it. Lin Fan admired himself in the mirror, picked up his household registration book and ID card, put them in his suit's inner pocket, and then went out. The Zhongqing Civil Affairs Bureau is located in the city center, not too far from Lin Fan's home. He took a taxi and arrived at the entrance at 8:30. Several couples were already queuing up outside the bureau, their faces beaming with happiness. Lin Fan found a shady spot to wait, and soon he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. Today, Su Qingxue wore a white dress and light makeup. Her long hair was styled into an elegant updo, revealing her fair and slender neck and beautiful collarbone. She held a small red booklet in her hand, her household registration booklet, and walked towards Lin Fan with a shy smile. The sunlight bathed her, as if gilding her with gold, making her look like a fairy descended from heaven. The couples queuing around her were stunned and began to whisper among themselves. Wow! That girl is so pretty. Yes. She's absolutely goddess level. The guy next to her is handsome too. They're a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Hearing these comments, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy and quickly went to greet her. Qingxue, you've arrived. Mum. Su Qingxue nodded, blushing, her eyes full of amazement. You look really handsome in a suit today. You're beautiful too, Lin Fan said with a smile, unable to resist reaching out to take her hand. Her hand was still so cool and delicate, and it felt exceptionally comfortable to hold. Ding. Detected that the host and their destined partner held hands before registering their marriage. Affection value plus 20 currently 469 plus 20 is equal to 489. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 125 plus 5 is equal to 130. The two walked hand in hand into the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were already quite a few people inside, with a long queue forming in front of the marriage registration window. Let's go line up. Lin Fan pulled Su Qingxue and walked to the back of the line. While waiting in line, a couple next to us noticed their young age and couldn't help but ask curiously, "You two look so young, just turned 18, right?" "Yes, I just finished the college entrance exam." Lin Fan nodded with a smile. "Wow. Getting married right after the college entrance exam, that's really bold," the girl exclaimed enviously. "My husband and I dated for 5 years before we got married." Hearing this, Su Qingxue blushed even more and leaned closer to Lin Fan, appearing even more petite and dependent. Ding. Detected that the host is intimately cuddling with their destined partner. Affection value plus 15 currently 489 plus 15 is equal to 504. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 3 currently 130 plus 3 is equal to 133. Finally, it was their turn. The staff member looked at the household registration booklet and ID card they handed over, somewhat surprised. "You're only 18? Getting married so soon after turning 18, have you thought this through?" "We've made up our minds," Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said in unison, then looked at each other and smiled. The staff member smiled and nodded, then began processing the paperwork. While taking the photo, Lin Fan put his arm around Su Qingxue's shoulder, and Su Qingxue leaned against him. The two smiled happily at the camera. The camera shutter clicked, capturing this beautiful moment. The moment they received their marriage certificate, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue were so excited their hands trembled. The small red booklet bore their photo together, the words "marriage certificate" in large characters, along with their names and ID numbers. From today onwards, they are legally married. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, Love at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Task rewards have been issued. Affection points plus 500 currently 504 plus 500 is equal to 1004. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50 currently 133 plus 50 is equal to 183, and 100,000 yuan in cash have been credited to your account. The God tier skill, Business Talent Max Level, has been activated. Exclusive equipment, Eternal Wedding Ring, 2 has been added to your inventory. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 4. Rewards, Charm plus 10 currently 90 plus 10 is equal to 100, Stamina plus 10 currently 80 plus 10 is equal to 90, Strength plus 10 currently 70 plus 10 is equal to 80. A powerful warm current surged through his body, and Lin Fan felt his mind become incredibly clear. Countless business knowledge, investment skills, and management experience flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Whether it was the stock market, real estate, or entrepreneurial projects, he could instantly see through the business opportunities and risks involved. This was the power of maximum business talent. With a thought, 2 silver wedding rings appeared in his palms. The rings were simple and elegant, engraved with their initials and a small inscription, "Forever and ever, never to be apart." The attributes of the eternal wedding ring immediately appeared in my mind. Eternal wedding ring husband. Level 1. Attributes, attack plus 15, defense plus 15 within 10 meters of your destined partner, both your attributes are doubled. Skill, teamwork passive during battle, the player can share 50% of the opponent's attribute bonuses. Note, once bound, it cannot be dropped or traded. Eternal wedding ring wife. Level 1. Attributes, defense plus 20, health plus 50, both are immune to low-level negative status effects when within 10 meters of their destined partner. Skill, heart-to-heart passive allows you to sense the other person's location and safety status. Note, once bound, it cannot be dropped or traded. This is incredible. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. These wedding rings were simply divine. He picked up the women's wedding ring, knelt on one knee, looked up at Su Qingxue, his eyes gentle yet earnest. "Qingxue, from today onwards, you are my wife. This ring represents my promise to you for life." Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan kneeling on one knee, her eyes welling up with tears. She was so moved that she couldn't speak and quickly nodded. Lin Fan smiled and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. The ring was the perfect size, as if it had been tailor-made for her. The moment the ring was put on, a faint light flashed, and the ring successfully bonded. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are wearing wedding rings, triggering an eternal bond. Affection value plus 100 currently 1004 plus 100 is equal to 1104. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 183 plus 20 is equal to 203. Su Qingxue also picked up the men's wedding ring and carefully placed it on Lin Fan's ring finger. Her fingertip gently brushed against his finger, the delicate touch making Lin Fan's heart race. Ding! Detected that your destined partner is wearing a wedding ring. Affection value plus 100 currently 1104 plus 100 is equal to 1204. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 203 plus 20 is equal to 223. The two looked at each other's wedding rings, smiled at each other, their eyes filled with happiness. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and a group of people in black suits rushed in. The leader was an elderly man with gray hair and a terribly gloomy face. Su Qingxue. You come out here, the old man roared, his voice echoing throughout the entire Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon hearing the voice, Su Qingshue's face turned deathly pale. She instinctively hid behind Lin Fan and said in a trembling voice, It's my grandfather, Su Zhenhai. Lin Fan frowned. Judging from Su Qingshue's reaction, her grandfather seemed to disapprove of their marriage. Su Zhenhai quickly spotted Su Qingxue hiding behind Lin Fan, and the wedding ring on her hand. He trembled with rage, You unfilial daughter. Who told you to get married to this poor boy? Our Su family is a 1,000-year-old family, how can we marry into the family of such an ordinary person? His bodyguards immediately stepped forward, trying to pull Su Qingxue away. Stop! Lin Fan stepped forward, blocking Su Qingshue's path, his eyes coldly fixed on Su Zhenhai. Qingxue is my wife, and no one can take her away. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Su Zhenhai looked at Lin Fan with disdain. A powerless, penniless boy like you is worthy of marrying the eldest daughter of the Su family? Let me tell you, this marriage must end. Grandpa. I won't get a divorce. Su Qingxue stepped out from behind Lin Fan and said with her courage, Lin Fan is a good person, I love him. Even if you don't agree, I won't divorce him. You. Su Zhenhai was so angry that his face turned ashen. He pointed at Su Qingxue, unable to speak. Fine. Fine. If you don't divorce him, then don't acknowledge me as your grandfather. And don't ever come back to the Su family. Grandpa. Su Qingshue's eyes reddened and tears fell. Lin Fan put his arm around her shoulder with heartache and gently comforted her, Don't cry, I'm here for you. Then he raised his head, his eyes sharp as he looked at Su Zhenhai, Old Master Su, I know your Su family is a 1,000-year-old clan and looks down on me. But I assure you, I will make Qingxue happy and will not let her suffer any grievances. Moreover, I may not be inferior to your Su family. Humph. How arrogant. Su Zhenhai sneered. Do you know how much wealth the Su family has? Hundreds of billions. You couldn't earn that much money in your entire life. Divorce Qingxue now, and I can give you a sum of money that's enough for you to live on for the rest of your life. I don't want your money. Lin Fan's eyes were firm. Qingxue and I are truly in love, not after your Su family's money. True love? In the face of absolute power, true love is worthless. Su Zhenhai waved his hand. Guards! Throw this arrogant brat out of here. Take the young lady home. Several bodyguards immediately rushed towards Lin Fan. They were all tall and had fierce eyes, clearly skilled in martial arts. Those around them recoiled in fear, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Su Qingshuei nervously grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan, be careful. They're Grandpa's bodyguards, very capable. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Fan patted her hand, his eyes sharpening, and went to meet her. He now has 80 points of combat strength, a god-level fighting skill master level, and the attribute bonus from the Eternal Wedding Ring, making him more than capable of dealing with these bodyguards. The first bodyguard swung his fist at Lin Fan's face with great speed and force. Lin Fan dodged to the side and retaliated with a punch to the bodyguard's chest. Bang! The bodyguard screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Ding! Defeat Su family bodyguard Black Tiger, gain +5 affection points and 500 renminbi. Seeing this, the second bodyguard pulled out a baton from his waist and struck Lin Fan's leg. Lin Fan kicked the bodyguard's wrist, causing the baton to fall to the ground, and then punched him in the face. The bodyguard instantly bled from his nose and passed out. Ding! Defeat the Su family bodyguard Grey Wolf, gain +5 affection points and 500 renminbi. The remaining bodyguards exchanged glances and charged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nimbly weaved among them, using both fists and feet, each strike landing precisely on their vital points. Screams rose and fell, and in less than 5 minutes, all the bodyguards were lying on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, and they were no longer able to fight. Su Zhenhai was dumbfounded. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man would be so skilled in combat. His personal bodyguards were all top-notch fighters, yet they were defeated so quickly. Who exactly are you? Su Jinhai's tone became somewhat wary. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to protect my wife. Lin Fan hugged Su Qingxue and looked at her with firm eyes. I know you look down on me, but I will prove with my actions that I have the ability to give Qingxue happiness. Just then, Su Qingxue's phone rang. It was her father calling. She answered the phone, said a few words, and then handed it to Su Jinhai. Grandpa, my dad is looking for you. Su Jinhai took the phone, and before he knew what his father had said, his expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he sighed heavily and hung up. Humph. Since your father has agreed, I won't object to your marriage for now. Su Jinhai looked at Lin Fan, his tone still icy. But let me make this clear, if you dare to betray Qingxue, I won't let you off the hook. Lin Fan felt relieved, knowing that Su's father had helped him behind the scenes. He immediately made a solemn promise, Grandpa, don't worry, I will be good to Qingxue for the rest of my life, and I will never have any other intentions. Su Jinhai snorted coldly, glared at him fiercely, and turned to leave the Civil Affairs Bureau in a disheveled state with his men. Those around them, seeing this, all gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, praising him for his decisiveness and ability. Husband, thank you. Su Qingxue nestled in Lin Fan's arms, her voice trembling with tears, yet full of dependence and sweetness. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Lin Fan gently wiped away her tears, lowered his head and kissed her forehead. From now on, with me here, no one can bully you. Ding. Detected that the host is protecting their destined partner, triggering the hero saves the beauty buff. Affection value plus 50 currently 1204 plus 50 is equal to 1254. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 223 plus 30 is equal to 253. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 5. Rewards, intelligence plus 10 currently 90 plus 10 is equal to 100, stamina plus 10 currently 90 plus 10 is equal to 100, 50,000 renminbi in cash, and a random voucher for a premium caviar platter. A warm current surged through his brain again. With his intelligence level reaching 100, Lin Fan felt his thinking speed and memory had reached their peak. Whether learning or analyzing problems, he could grasp the core of the issue instantly. His phone also received a text message confirming the arrival of 50,000 yuan. Adding this to the previous 75,000 yuan and the newly arrived 100,000 yuan, he now had 225,000 yuan in his account. Great! Lin Fan was overjoyed. He looked down at Su Qingxue in his arms and said with a smile, Wife, we just got our marriage certificate, we should celebrate, right? I happen to have a voucher for a caviar platter, shall we go and try it? Su Qingxue smiled through her tears and nodded, okay, I'll listen to my husband. Hearing the word husband, Lin Fan felt a wave of sweetness wash over him, his heart sweeter than honey. He took Su Qingxue's hand and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, taking a taxi to the restaurant specified on the voucher Starry Night, the most luxurious Western restaurant in Jiangqing City. The restaurant, luxuriously decorated and boasting stunning views of the entire city through its floor-to-ceiling windows, was located on the top floor of a skyscraper in the city center. The waiter warmly greeted them and led them to a window seat. Soon, the premium caviar platter was served. The black caviar grains were plump and translucent, accompanied by fresh salmon, tuna, and delicate bread rolls. Try this. Lin Fan scooped up a spoonful of caviar and held it to Su Qingxue's lips. Su Qingxue opened her mouth and ate the caviar. The delicate grains burst in her mouth, the sweet and fresh taste spreading on her tongue, carrying a faint ocean flavor. Her eyes lit up, so delicious. Eat more if you like it. Lin Fan smiled and put another piece of salmon on her plate. The two enjoyed their meal while admiring the scenery outside the window, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Su Qingxue would occasionally feed Lin Fan a bite, her fingertips inadvertently touching his lips, causing both of them to blush and their hearts to race, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are feeding each other. Affection value plus 20 currently 1254 plus 20 is equal to 1274. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 253 plus 10 is equal to 263. Ding! Detected that the host has a romantic meal with their destined partner. Affection value plus 15 currently 1274 plus 15 is equal to 1289. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 263 plus 5 is equal to 268. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Zhang Chang calling. He answered, and Zhang Chang's excited voice immediately came through. Brother fan. The college entrance exam results are out. Go check them quickly. I just checked, and I got 580 points. I can get into a top-tier university. The results are out? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Great, I'll check right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan immediately took out his phone, logged into the official website of Jiangcheng City Education Examination Institute, and entered his admission ticket number and ID card number. Su Qingxue also came over, her eyes full of anticipation. She was very confident in her own grades, but she also wanted to know how Lin Fan did. The page loaded, and Lin Fan's college entrance examination scores appeared prominently on the screen. Chinese, 148 points. Mathematics, 150 points out of 150. English, 149 points. Science Comprehensive, 298 points. Total score, 745 points. Holy crap! 745 points. Lin Fan was stunned. This score was definitely the top score in Jiangcheng's college entrance examination. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. 745 points. Lin Fan, you're amazing. She quickly checked her score, which was 732 points. Although it was high, it was 13 points less than Lin Fan's, so she could only rank second in the city. Honey, you're amazing. You're the top scorer. Su Qingxue excitedly hugged Lin Fan and kissed him on the cheek. Soft lips landed on his face, and Lin Fan's heart raced. He hugged her back and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to the system's academic genius skill, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get such a high score." Ding! Host detected his top scorer in the college entrance examination, triggering hidden achievement. Affection value plus 100, currently 1,289 plus 100 is equal to 1,389. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50, currently 268 plus 50 is equal to 318. Rewards: God tier skill, mastery of connections, 100,000 renminbi cash, and 1 random, academic elite medal. The moment the interpersonal skills mastery was activated, Lin Fan felt a surge of new interpersonal skills in his mind. Whether it was negotiation, socializing, or building connections, he could handle it all with ease. The Academic Excellence Medal also had excellent attributes. Academic Excellence Badge. Level 1. Attributes: Intelligence plus 20, learning efficiency increased by 100%, can intimidate all academic underachievers, low-level mental suppression. Note: wearing this can enhance your academic aura. His phone vibrated again. 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. He now had 325,000 yuan in his account. That's wonderful. Lin Fan excitedly kissed Su Qingxue's forehead. Wife, now that we have the halo of being the top scholar and have business acumen, we're sure to achieve great things in the future. Su Qingxue smiled and nodded, yes. I believe you. After they finished their meal, Lin Fan took Su Qingxue to the largest shopping mall in Jiangcheng City. He was now rich and wanted to buy Su Qingxue some gifts. Stepping into a luxury store, Su Qingxue was warmly greeted by a salesperson. Looking at the dazzling array of bags and jewelry, her eyes were filled with admiration, yet she hesitated, knowing these items were quite expensive. Tell me which one you like, and I'll buy it for you, Lin Fan said domineeringly, his arm around her waist. Su Qingxue blushed slightly and pointed to a pink bag. That one is quite pretty. Waiter, please bring that bag down, Lin Fan said. The sales assistant immediately took the bag down and handed it to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue took the bag and touched it with great affection. The leather was delicate and the design was exquisite. How much? Lin Fan asked. Sir, this bag is the latest model, priced at 28,888 yuan, the salesperson said with a smile. It's not expensive, I'll wrap it up, Lin Fan said without hesitation. Su Qingxue was startled. It's so expensive, let's not buy it. It's okay, as long as you like it. Lin Fan smiled, paid for the bag, and handed it to her. I'll earn money to buy you more beautiful things in the future. Su Qingxue's eyes welled up with tears. She hugged her bag and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, my husband. Ding! Detected that the host purchased luxury goods for their destined partner, triggering a sweet consumption buff. Affection value plus 30, currently 1,389 plus 30 is equal to 1,419. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 318 plus 20 is equal to 338. The two strolled around the mall for a while longer. Lin Fan bought Su Qingxue a necklace, a pair of earrings, and several beautiful outfits, spending nearly 100,000 yuan, but he didn't mind at all. As long as Su Qingxue was happy, spending any amount of money was worthwhile. By the time I left the mall, it was already dark. The night view of Jiangcheng was beautiful, with flashing neon lights and bustling traffic. Lin Fan held Su Qingxue's hand as they strolled down the street. Su Qingxue, clutching her newly bought bag, beamed with happiness, glancing up at Lin Fan every now and then, her eyes filled with love. "Honey, where are we going next?" Su Qingxue asked. "I'll take you to a nice place." Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and pulled her into a nearby movie theater. He bought tickets to a recently popular romantic movie, along with a large bucket of popcorn and 2 Cokes. Entering the theater, which wasn't crowded, they found seats in the last row. After the movie started, Su Qingxue watched intently, her eyes occasionally welling up with tears from the scenes. Lin Fan, meanwhile, ate popcorn while secretly watching her, his heart filled with happiness as he gazed at her focused profile. When she saw the touching scene, Su Qingxue couldn't help but lean against Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan took the opportunity to hug her and gently patted her back to comfort her. In the darkness, the two were getting closer and closer. Lin Fan could clearly smell her fragrance and feel her soft body. He couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing her lips. Su Qingxue stiffened, then closed her eyes and gently responded to him. Their soft lips touched, the sweetness of popcorn and the refreshing coolness of cola intoxicating. Lin Fan could clearly feel her nervousness and shyness. His tongue gently probed, and she opened her mouth slightly, letting him explore. Ding! Detected that the host is passionately kissing their destined partner. Affection value plus 50 currently 1419 plus 50 is equal to 1469. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 338 plus 30 is equal to 368. Congratulations, host! Your level has increased to level 6. Rewards, charm plus 10 currently 100 plus 10 is equal to 110, exceeding the required charm. Strength plus 10 currently 80 plus 10 is equal to 90, 50,000 renminbi in cash, and a luxury double hot spring resort voucher. After activating his excess charm, Lin Fan felt as if he were radiating an invisible attraction, drawing the attention of everyone around him. He released Su Qingxue, looking at her flushed cheeks and dreamy eyes, and felt a surge of emotion. "Wife, you're so good to me," Lin Fan said gently, stroking her hair. Su Qingxue nestled in his arms and whispered, "Husband, I love you too." After the movie, Lin Fan took Su Qingxue to the hot spring resort. The luxurious double hot spring suite had a beautiful environment, with a large hot spring pool in the room, surrounded by flowers and candles, creating a romantic and warm atmosphere. "Honey, this place is so beautiful," Su Qingxue said excitedly. "I'm glad you like it," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Go in and soak in the tub, relax a bit." Su Qingxue nodded and went into the bathroom to change into a sexy swimsuit. She already had a great figure, and in the swimsuit, her curves were exquisite, her skin fair, making Lin Fan stare wide-eyed. Su Qingxue blushed under his gaze and quickly slipped into the hot spring pool. The warm water enveloped her body, making her sigh comfortably. Lin Fan changed into a swimsuit, stepped into the hot spring pool, and sat down next to her. The temperature of the hot spring water was just right. The two sat side by side, looking at the night view outside the window and chatting. "Honey, which university do you want to go to in the future?" Su Qingxue asked. "I want to go to Peking University, what about you?" Lin Fan said. "Me too." Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. "Then we can go to Tsinghua University together, go to school together, and come home together." "Great," Lin Fan said with a smile. "We'll rent a place near the school and enjoy some alone time together." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. Looking at her shy expression, Lin Fan couldn't resist moving closer and putting his arm around her waist. Her waist was slender and felt wonderful to the touch. Su Qingxue leaned against him, closed her eyes, and savored this tender moment. Ding! Detected that the host is bathing in a hot spring with their destined partner. Affection value plus 40 currently 1469 plus 40 is equal to 1509. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 368 plus 20 is equal to 388. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was an unknown number. He answered, and a strange man's voice came through. "Is this Mr. Lin Fan? I'm from the Jiangcheng City Education Bureau. Congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the Jiangcheng City College entrance examination. We would like to invite you to tomorrow's award ceremony. Are you available?" "Of course I'm free," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Great. Then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at the Jiangqing City Education Bureau building, we will present you with the Champions Trophy and bonus, the man said. Okay, I'll be there on time. Lin Fan hung up the phone, feeling very excited. Being the top scorer in the college entrance exam brings not only honor but also a prize. It's double happiness. Honey, what's up? Su Qingxue asked curiously. The Education Bureau invited me to attend tomorrow's top scorer commendation ceremony, and there's even a bonus. Lin Fan said with a smile. That's wonderful. Su Qingxue exclaimed excitedly, I'll go with you tomorrow. Okay. Lin Fan nodded and leaned down to kiss her lips. Steam rose from the hot spring pool as the two embraced, the air thick with a sweet fragrance. Lin Fan knew this was just the beginning of his and Su Qingxue's happy life together. With the system's help and Su Qingxue's companionship, his future was sure to be even brighter. And those who had once looked down on him would eventually be left far behind, revered by his very existence. Chapter 5 First Encounter, the intimidating aura of the iceberg school beauty. As they emerged from the hot spring resort, dawn was just breaking. Lin Fan held Su Qingxue's hand as they walked along the morning streets. The cool breeze, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, felt exceptionally pleasant on their faces. Thinking about attending the college entrance examination top scorer commendation ceremony and receiving a prize, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy, his steps light and confident. Honey, let's go get some breakfast first, or we'll miss the awards ceremony later. Su Qingxue rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice soft and sweet, carrying the languor of someone who had just woken up. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Lin Fan nodded with a smile and pulled her into a breakfast shop by the roadside. The aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks wafted from the shop, and the warm, smoky atmosphere dispelled the chill of the morning. The two found a seat by the window and ordered 2 bowls of soy milk, a steamer of xiaolongbao soup dumplings, and some youtiao fried dough sticks. The steaming hot xiaolongbao were just served. The skin was thin and the filling was generous. One bite in the soup burst out, so delicious that Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Lin Fan smiled and handed her a tissue. Watching her eat with her cheeks puffed out, looking like a cute little squirrel, his heart softened. Ding! Detected that the host is sharing breakfast with their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 1509 plus 10 is equal to 1519, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 388 plus 5 is equal to 393. The system notification tone had barely faded when Lin Fan's phone rang. It was his mother calling. Fan. I told your Aunt Sue about you and Qingxue getting your marriage certificate, and she was so happy she cried. Lin's mother's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. By the way, your dad and I are going to the Education Bureau's commendation ceremony today to cheer you on. Okay, Mom, we'll have breakfast at the breakfast shop and then come find you at the Education Bureau entrance later, Lin Fan said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, the two quickly finished their breakfast and took a taxi straight to the Jiangqing City Education Bureau building. When the car stopped in front of the Education Bureau, it was only 8:30, and a lot of people had already gathered there. Lin's parents and Su Qingxue's parents were already there and were standing at the entrance waiting for them. Fan. Qingxue. Over here. Lin's mother spotted them immediately and waved with a smile. The two walked over quickly, and Su Qingxue threw herself into her mother's arms, coaxing, Mom, we got our marriage certificate. Good. My dear daughter has grown up. Su's mother hugged her excitedly, her eyes reddening. As the group was talking, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. A cold gaze swept over them, carrying a powerful sense of oppression, causing everyone to instinctively hold their breath. Lin Fan subconsciously looked up and froze on the spot. On the steps not far away stood a woman in a white suit skirt. She was tall, about 1.75 meters, and wearing high heels. She was half a head taller than the male colleague next to her. Her long, black hair was neatly pulled back, revealing her fair and slender neck and delicate collarbone. Her features were like God's finest masterpiece, her eyebrows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like frosty stars, her nose high and straight, and her lips a pale pink, yet tightly pressed together, exuding an icy aura that kept strangers at bay. What was most striking was her demeanor, cool, noble, and dignified, like an iceberg, possessing an innate, powerful presence. Just standing there, she seemed to freeze the surrounding air. That's Su Qingyi? Su's father asked instinctively, his tone tinged with apprehension. Su Qingyi? Lin Fan was taken aback. The name sounded familiar. She is Qingxue's cousin, and the most outstanding person in the Su family this generation, Su's mother explained softly. She is currently the deputy director of the Jiangcheng City Education Bureau. She is only 25 years old and is already a deputy division level cadre. She is very capable. It's just that she has a very cold personality and never smiles at anyone. Even her family is afraid of her. Lin Fan then remembered that he had indeed heard of Su Qingyi in his previous life. She was known as the Ice Queen of Jiangcheng City, not only for her beauty but also for her exceptional abilities, making her someone many people both revered and looked up to. However, in his previous life, he never had the opportunity to get close to someone of that caliber. Su Qingyi's gaze fell on Su Qingxue, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, and her tone was icy cold. Su Qingxue, you got your marriage certificate as soon as you came of age, that's too ridiculous. Startled, Su Qingxue hid behind Lin Fan and whispered, Cousin, Lin Fan and I are truly in love. Sincere? Su Qingyi sneered, turning her gaze to Lin Fan, her eyes filled with contempt and scrutiny. Him? A boy from an ordinary family, does he even deserve someone from our Su family? Her gaze was like a knife, making Lin Fan feel extremely uncomfortable. Although Lin Fan now had the system's support, which greatly improved his appearance and strength, he still couldn't help but feel nervous in front of Su Qingyi's powerful aura, and his palms even started to sweat. Ding! Detected that the host has been subjected to disrespect by the relatives of their destined partner, triggering an emergency mission, defend dignity. Task requirement, prove your worth to Su Qingyi and make her take back what she just said. Mission rewards, affection points plus 100, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, 50,000 renminbi, god level skill, aura suppression. Failure penalty, charm value 20, Su Qingxue's favorability 50, lasting 72 hours. The system notification sounded, and Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. The penalty for failure was too harsh. Not only would his charm points decrease, but Su Qingxue's favorability would also drop by 50 points. He absolutely could not fail. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood in front of Su Qingxue, meeting Su Qingyi's gaze. He tried to keep his tone calm. Deputy Director Su, I know you look down on me, but Qingxue and I are a legally married couple. I will prove with my actions that I have the ability to give her happiness. Action? Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, her contempt deepening. What can you give her? A single piece of jewelry from our Su family is enough for you to struggle for a lifetime. I advise you to be sensible and divorce Qingxue as soon as possible. I can give you a sum of money as compensation. I don't want your compensation. Lin Fan's eyes were firm. My feelings for Qingxue can't be measured by money. Besides, I'm not necessarily inferior to your Su family. Oh? Su Qingyi looked at him with interest. Tell me, what are your skills? Just then, Wang Jiangwo, the director of the Education Bureau, strode out with a warm smile on his face. Deputy Director Su, you've arrived. This must be Lin Fan, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangcheng City? Wang Jiangwo's gaze fell on Lin Fan, full of admiration. He had overheard part of Lin Fan and Su Qingyi's conversation, but he hadn't paid it any mind. The title of top scorer in the college entrance examination was highly prestigious. With limitless future prospects, he didn't want to offend them. Director Wang, hello. Lin Fan greeted him politely. Hello, hello. Wang Jiangwo smiled and shook his hand. You're really young and promising. A score of 745 has broken the college entrance examination record in Jiangcheng City. Su Qingyi frowned even more. She hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary boy would actually be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. People around them started talking about it, and their gazes toward Lin Fan changed from initial disdain to surprise and admiration. So he's Lin Fan, the top scorer in the college entrance exam. That's amazing. 745 points. My God. That's incredible. I never imagined Su Qingxue's husband was so capable. No wonder he dared to challenge the Su family. Su Qingxue also raised her head, looking at Lin Fan with pride and admiration in her eyes. Lin Fan felt the gazes around him, and his nervousness lessened considerably. He looked at Su Qingyi and said with a hint of confidence, Deputy Director Su, although my family background is ordinary, I am the top scorer in Jiangcheng City's college entrance examination this year and will soon be admitted to Jinghua University. I believe that with my abilities, I will definitely be able to make a name for myself in the future. So what if you're a top scorer in the college entrance exam? Su Qingyi remained unmoved. There are so many top scorers in the college entrance exam every year, but how many of them actually succeed? Don't think that just because you got a good score, you can achieve instant success. I know that achievements alone aren't enough, but I have this too. Lin Fan took out his phone from his pocket and opened a newly registered stock account. After activating the Maximum Business Talent skill yesterday, he used 325,000 yuan from his account to buy a promising stock. In just one day, it rose by 30%, and now the account balance has reached 422,500 yuan. This is my stock account. I just invested 325,000 yesterday, and I've already made nearly 100,000. Lin Fan handed his phone to Su Qingyi. I'm confident that I can make this money 10 times more within 6 months. Su Qingyi took the phone with some skepticism, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw the account balance and profit-loss situation. Although she didn't play the stock market much, she knew how difficult it was to earn 100,000 yuan a day. This Lin Fan seemed to be more capable than she had imagined. Ding! Host detected display of ability, intimidating his destined partner and relatives. Affection value plus 50 currently 1,519 plus 50 is equal to 1,569. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 393 plus 20 is equal to 413. Even if you've made some money in the stock market, it doesn't mean you can always be successful. Su Qingyi handed the phone back to Lin Fan, her tone still cold, but the pressure had lessened considerably. I'll give you a year. If you can earn 10 million, I'll acknowledge you as the son-in-law of the Su family. If you can't, then take the initiative to divorce Qingxue. No problem. Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. With his maximum business talent skill, he was confident he could earn not just 10 million, but even 100 million. Ding! Emergency mission completed. Rewards issued. Affection points plus 100 currently 1,569 plus 100 is equal to 1,669. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30 currently 413 plus 30 is equal to 443. 50,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account. The God tier skill, Aura Suppression, has been activated. The moment the Aura Suppression skill was activated, Lin Fan felt an invisible aura emanating from himself. Although not as powerful as Su Qingyi's, it was enough to make people not dare to underestimate him. When he looked at Su Qingyi again, the previous tension was gone, and his eyes became calm and confident. Su Qingyi sensed the change in him, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, then she snorted coldly and turned to walk into the Education Bureau building. Honey, you're amazing. Su Qingshui excitedly hugged Lin Fan and kissed him on the cheek. Even my cousin was impressed by you. No problem, Lin Fan said with a smile, putting his arm around her. I'll make her completely accept me in the future. Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 15 currently 1,669 plus 15 is equal to 1,684. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 443 plus 10 is equal to 453. At 9 a.m. sharp, the commendation ceremony officially began. Lin Fan, dressed in a suit, walked onto the stage and received the champion's trophy and 50,000 yuan prize money from Wang Jiangwo. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Lin's parents and Su Qingshua's parents were moved to tears, and Su Qingshuo looked at him with eyes full of pride. After the commendation ceremony, many reporters surrounded Lin Fan, wanting to interview him. Lin Fan handled the situation with ease, relying on his mastery of connections and aura suppression skills. His eloquent speech and graceful demeanor left a very good impression on the reporters. Lin Fan, do you have any secrets to becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination? A female reporter asked. The secret is hard work and a little luck, Lin Fan said with a smile. Of course, I also want to thank my family and my wife, they gave me the motivation. As he spoke, he looked at Su Qingshuo below the stage with tender eyes. Su Qingshuo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled sweetly at him. Upon seeing this, the reporters quickly pressed their shutters to capture the sweet moment. After the interview, the group walked out of the Education Bureau building together. Lin's mother held Su Qingshua's hand, beaming from ear to ear. Qingshuo, Fan is in your care from now on. You must take good care of him. Mom, I will. Su Qingshuo nodded, a happy smile on her face. Just then, a black Mercedes stopped in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing Su Qingyi's cold face. Su Qingshuo, come home with me. Grandpa wants to see you. Grandpa is looking for me? Su Qingshuo was taken aback and looked at Lin Fan with some hesitation. Go ahead, I'll go with you. Lin Fan held her hand and gave her a reassuring look. He knew that Su Jinhai still didn't approve of him, and this trip would inevitably be another tough battle. No need, Su Qingyi said coldly. Grandpa only wants Su Qingxue to go back alone.
Cousin, Lin Fan, and I have already registered our marriage. He is my husband, and I will go everywhere with him, Su Qingxue said, mustering her courage. Su Qingyi's eyes turned cold, and she was about to speak when Lin Fan interrupted. Deputy Director Su, I know Grandpa doesn't want to see me, but I have to be with Qingxue.
If you don't let me go, then Qingxue won't go either. Su Qingyi looked at their tightly clasped hands, then at Su Qingxue's resolute eyes, and finally snorted coldly, whatever. Get in the car.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both breathed a sigh of relief, and got into the Mercedes together. The car drove towards the Su family's old residence.
Located in the suburbs of Jiangqing City, the Su family's old residence is a large, antique-style Chinese courtyard with a strong sense of history. Stepping into the old house, a suffocating atmosphere immediately enveloped them. In the living room, Su Jinhai sat in the main seat, his face grim. Several elders of the Su family sat beside him, each looking at them with serious expressions. Grandpa, I'm back, Su Qingxue said softly. You still know how to come back.
Su Jinhai slammed his hand on the table, glaring at her.
Look at you. You just turned 18 and got married to a poor boy. You've completely disgraced the Su family. Grandpa, Lin Fan isn't a poor boy. He is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, and he is also very good at making money.
Su Qingxue said hurriedly.
So what if someone is the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Can they compare to our Su family? Said an elderly woman with gray hair. She was Su Qingxue's grandmother, Zhou Zuilan.
Our Su family is a 1,000-year-old family.
How can we let an outsider tarnish our reputation? Grandma, Lin Fan is not an outsider, he is my husband. Su Qingxue argued firmly. Shut up. Su Jinhai roared. I'm telling you right now, you must divorce him. Otherwise, don't blame me for disowning you as my granddaughter. I won't get a divorce.
Su Qingxue cried, clutching Lin Fan's hand tightly. Even if you don't acknowledge me, I will stay with Lin Fan. Lin Fan hugged her tenderly, looked up at Su Jinhai, and said with a firm gaze, Grandpa, I know you look down on me, but I truly love Qingxue. I can assure you that I will earn 10 million in a year to prove my ability. If I fail, I will take the initiative to divorce Qingxue. Earn 10 million a year? You're dreaming. Su Jinhai sneered. With your qualifications as a recent high school graduate, you couldn't even earn 1 million, let alone 10 million. I can do it. Lin Fan said confidently. I've already made nearly 100,000 yuan in the stock market. Give me time, and I'm sure I can do it. The stock market is so risky. You might make money today but lose it tomorrow. Don't think you can keep winning just because you're lucky. Zhou Zuilan said. Just then, Su Qingyi walked in, holding a document in her hand. Grandpa, Grandma, this is Lin Fan's stock account details. He did indeed invest 325,000 yesterday, and has now earned 97,500, a return of 30%. Su Jinhai, Zhou Zuilan, and the others were stunned when they saw the data on the document. They hadn't expected Lin Fan to actually earn so much money in just one day. Even if he has made some money now, it doesn't mean he can keep making money forever. Su Jinhai still didn't believe it. However, since you're so confident, I'll give you a year. If you can earn 10 million after a year, I'll acknowledge you as my son-in-law. If you can't, you must divorce Qingxue and you're not allowed to bother her anymore. Okay. It's a deal. Lin Fan extended his hand. We can sign an agreement. Su Jinhai was surprised by Lin Fan's decisiveness. After hesitating for a moment, he still extended his hand and shook hands with him. No need to sign an agreement, Su Jinhai, keep my word. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, the weight that had been hanging over him finally lifted. Ding! Detected that the host has gained temporary approval from their destined partner's family, triggering a hidden quest reward. Affection points plus 200, currently 1,684 plus 200 is equal to 1884. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50, currently 453 plus 50 is equal to 503. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 7. Rewards: Intelligence plus 10, current 100 plus 10 is equal to 110, Strength plus 10, current 90 plus 10 is equal to 100, 100,000 renminbi in cash, and 1 random Wealth Badge. Wealth Badge Attributes. Wealth Badge. Level 1. Attributes: Wealth Luck plus 20, Investment Success Rate increased by 30%, Ability to detect potential business opportunities.
Note: wearing this can increase your earning potential.
Lin Fan received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of 100,000 yuan.
He now has 425,000 yuan in his bank account.
Adding the 422,500 yuan in his stock account, his total assets have reached 847,500 yuan. He's not far from his goal of 10 million yuan.
Great!
Lin Fan was overjoyed. He looked down at Su Qingxue in his arms and said with a smile, "Wife, we did it."
Su Qingxue burst into laughter through her tears and nodded vigorously, "Yes. I knew my husband was the best." Ding!
Detected that the host is sharing joy with their destined partner. Affection value plus 25 currently 1884 plus 25 is equal to 1909. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 15 currently 503 plus 15 is equal to 518. Su Jinhai watched their intimate display, his face still grim, but he said nothing more, waving his hand. "All right, you can go back now. 1 year from today, I will personally check your account."
"Thank you, Grandpa."
Lin Fan pulled Su Qingxue along and turned to leave the Su family's old house. As they stepped out of the old house, sunlight streamed onto the bluestone slabs of the courtyard. Lin Fan, holding Su Qingxue's hand, walked briskly out of the Su family's old house. Even after they boarded the car for the return trip, Su Qingxue was still immersed in the tension and joy of the moment. Her small hand tightly gripped Lin Fan's fingers, and the thin layer of sweat on her palms carried a cool dampness.
"Honey, I was so scared just now."
Luckily, Grandpa finally relented. Su Qingxue turned her head, her eyes still a little red, with undried teardrops clinging to her long eyelashes, like butterfly wings covered in morning dew, which softened Lin Fan's heart. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. The skin his fingertips touched was as delicate as the finest silk, with a warm touch. "Don't be afraid, I'm here.
10 million in a year, your husband can definitely do it." Ding!
Detected that the host has comforted their destined partner. Affection value plus 15 currently 1909 plus 15 is equal to 1924. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 518 plus 10 is equal to 528. The system notification sounded at just the right moment, and Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. He took the opportunity to pull Su Qingxue into his arms, letting her lean on his shoulder, his nose brushing against her soft hair, the faint scent of gardenias lingering in the air, making him feel completely relaxed. Su Qingyi sat in the front passenger seat and glanced at the intimate scene in the back through the rearview mirror. Her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, and a cold smile curved her lips, but she said nothing. As the car drove back to the city, Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to ponder his money-making plan. With his maximum business talent and wealth badge, the stock market was the fastest way to make money, but relying on a single channel was too risky. He thought about the new district Jiangqing City was currently planning in the east, where land prices were still low and would definitely skyrocket within 2 years, an excellent investment opportunity.
"By the way, Qingxue, do you know about that undeveloped plot of land in the east of the city?"
Lin Fan opened his eyes and asked. Su Qingxue raised her head and thought for a moment. "I know, my dad mentioned before that the government is going to build a high-speed rail station and a commercial center there, but it's still just a wasteland right now."
"That's it." Lin Fan's eyes lit up. "We can buy a plot of land now at a low price, and once the new district is developed, it will be worth at least 10 times more." Hearing this from the front row, Su Qingyi couldn't help but turn around and glance at him, her eyes filled with surprise. As the deputy director of the Education Bureau, she had also heard about the plans for the East City new area, but while many people knew about it, no one dared to act rashly, given the long development cycle and numerous uncertainties. This Lin Fan, did he really have such unique insight? "But buying land must cost a lot of money, right?" Su Qingxue hesitated. "We don't seem to have enough money right now."
"Don't worry, leave the money to me," Lin Fan said with a smile. After a few more rounds of trading in the stock market, raising enough money to buy the land shouldn't be a problem. Su Qingyi withdrew her gaze, her impression of Lin Fan improving somewhat.
This young man not only possessed knowledge but also a business acumen. Perhaps he really could create a miracle?
After returning to the city, Lin Fan first took Su Qingxue home, and then took a taxi to the largest securities company in Jiangqing City. As soon as he entered the business hall, he was stopped by a woman in a business suit with a hot figure.
"Sir, are you here to conduct business?"
"I'm the account manager here, my name is Li Na." The woman had a professional smile on her face, but her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Seeing that Lin Fan was wearing an ordinary suit and looked quite young, she assumed he was a student who had come to open an account. "I'm here to manage the operations," Lin Fan said calmly.
Could you arrange a VIP room for me? Li Na was taken aback.
The minimum requirement for a VIP room was 500,000 yuan in account funds, and this young man didn't seem to have that much money. But she maintained her smile. Sir, may I ask how much money you have in your account?
A minimum of 500,000 yuan is required to use a VIP room.
Lin Fan took out his phone, opened his stock account, and handed it to Li Na.
The account balance was 422,500 yuan.
Although it was still a little short, Li Na's eyes lit up instantly when she saw the 30% return. In all her years in the industry, she had rarely seen such a young and capable trader. I'm sorry, sir, your account is a little short of funds. Li Na was a bit embarrassed, but still added, however, your return rate is amazing. If you deposit now, I can help you apply for a temporary VIP room.
No need.
Lin Fan smiled and immediately transferred 80,000 yuan to his stock account. The account balance instantly became 502,500 yuan, just enough to meet the requirements for the VIP room. Li Na was completely stunned. She hadn't expected this young man to be so generous, transferring 80,000 yuan so easily. She quickly and enthusiastically said, Sir, this way please. I'll take you to the VIP room right away. Lin Fan followed Li Na into the VIP room, which was luxuriously decorated and equipped with professional trading equipment and high-speed internet. Li Na poured Lin Fan a cup of coffee and said with a smile, Sir, please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything.
If you need margin trading, I can also help you apply for the best interest rate. Margin trading?
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Sure, help me apply for the maximum leverage. With his maxed out business acumen skill, he's not afraid of risks at all. The higher the leverage, the more he earns.
Li Na was startled.
The maximum leverage was extremely risky, and only seasoned traders would dare to attempt it. But seeing Lin Fan's confident demeanor, she didn't dare to offer any further advice and quickly nodded, Okay, sir, I'll process it for you right away.
After Li Na left, Lin Fan sat down at his computer and began analyzing the stock market.
With his maximum business talent and wealth badge boosting his skills, the candlestick charts and data on the screen became incredibly clear to him. He could instantly discern which stocks had potential and which harbored hidden risks. He opened several stocks he liked, analyzed them carefully for a few minutes, and then decisively bought them. He used 5 times leverage, turning the 500,000 in his account into 2.5 million in trading capital. Less than half an hour after the purchase, those stocks began to rise, with the gains soaring. Lin Fan stared at the screen, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and Li Na walked in with a portly middle-aged man. The man was wearing an expensive suit, a thick gold chain around his neck, and had an arrogant look in his eyes. He was none other than Mr. Wang, a major client of the securities company.
Li Na, is this the young stock trader you were talking about?
Boss Wang sized Lin Fan up and down, his tone full of contempt.
He looks like he hasn't even grown his hair yet. What could he possibly know about stock trading?
Lin Fan frowned and ignored him. Li Na quickly smoothed things over. Boss Wan, Mr. Lin Fan is very capable.
He made 30% in just one day yesterday. 30%? Just lucky. Boss Wang scoffed.
I've been trading stocks for over a decade.
What kind of people haven't I seen?
Young man, don't think you're something special just because you made a little money.
There are plenty of people who have lost everything in the stock market.
Lin Fan remained silent, staring intently at the computer screen. At this moment, the stocks he had bought had risen by more than 15%, and his 2.5 million yuan investment had already yielded a profit of 375,000 yuan. Adding his initial investment, his account balance had reached 875,000 yuan.
Stop pretending.
Boss Wang got angry when Lin Fan ignored him.
I bet you, within an hour, all those stocks you bought will plummet.
Lin Fan finally raised his head, looking at him coldly. Fine, let's bet.
If it crashes, I'll give you 100,000. If it goes up, you give me 100,000, how about it?
Okay.
Deal. Boss Wang agreed immediately, confident that the stocks Lin Fan bought would fall. Li Na was extremely anxious, wanting to offer advice but not daring to.
For the next hour, Boss Wang stared intently at Lin Fan's computer screen, his expression shifting from arrogance to surprise, and then to disbelief. The stocks Lin Fan had bought were soaring, with the highest increase reaching a staggering 30%. An hour later, Lin Fan decisively sold, and after deducting transaction fees and leverage interest, he made a net profit of 750,000.
His account balance instantly became 1.25 million. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Boss Wang's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lin Fan sneered, a bet's a bet. 100,000, bank transfer or cash?
Mr. Wang's face turned pale and then red, but he finally gritted his teeth, took out his phone, and transferred 100,000 yuan to Lin Fan.
Thank you for your sponsorship, Mr. Wang, Lin Fan said with a smile, then looked at Lina. Could you withdraw 500,000 yuan from my account and transfer it to my bank card?
Okay, Mr. Lin. Lina nodded quickly, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Lin Fan. Boss Wang looked at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes, then slunk away. After withdrawing 500,000 yuan, Lin Fan had 750,000 yuan left in his account.
He then selected a few more promising stocks and continued trading.
By the afternoon closing bell, his account balance had reached 1 million yuan. Including the 500,000 yuan he withdrew, he had earned 750,000 yuan in just one day.
Ding!
Host has made a fortune in the stock market, triggering a wealth-boosting buff. Affection value plus 50 currently 1924 plus 50 is equal to 1974. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 528 plus 20 is equal to 548.
Congratulations, host! Your level has increased to level 8. Rewards, stamina plus 10 currently 100 plus 10 is equal to 110, charm plus 10 currently 110 plus 10 is equal to 120, 50,000 renminbi in cash, and a random voucher for a premium Wagyu beef set meal. Lin Fan received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of 500,000 yuan. Adding this to the previous 425,000 yuan and the 500,000 yuan he had just withdrawn, Lin Fan's bank account balance had reached 475,000 yuan, and he had 1 million yuan in his stock account, bringing his total assets to 1,475,000 yuan. He was one step closer to his goal of 10 million yuan. That was awesome. Lin Fan stretched and walked out of the securities company. He checked the time, it was already 5 p.m., time to pick up Su Qingxue for dinner. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for Su Qingshue's apartment complex. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he saw Su Qingsue already waiting for him. She was wearing a light yellow dress and carrying a small bag. Her eyes lit up immediately when she saw Lin Fan, and she quickly ran over. Honey! You're back! Su Qingsue threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, her voice sweet. Have you been waiting long? Lin Fan hugged her and kissed her forehead. I made a lot of money today, I'll take you out for something delicious. Really? That's wonderful. Su Qingsue said excitedly, then took out a small box from the bag. Honey, this is the watch I bought for you. See if you like it. Lin Fan opened the box. Inside was a black mechanical watch, simple and elegant in design, and looked very high quality. He knew this watch cost several thousand yuan, and felt a surge of emotion. I love it. I love it so much. Lin Fan smiled as he put on the watch, then took Su Qingshue's hand. Come on, let's go eat some top-quality Wagyu beef. The two took a taxi to Kokujiro, the most upscale Japanese restaurant in Jiangcheng. After showing their Wagyu beef set meal voucher, the waiter warmly led them to a private room. Soon, the top-grade Wagyu beef was served. The Wagyu beef had clear marbling, with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. When it was placed on the grill, it sizzled instantly, releasing an irresistible aroma. Try this. Lin Fan used tongs to pick up a piece of grilled Wagyu beef, dipped it in some sauce, and held it to Su Qingshue's lips. Su Qingsue opened her mouth and ate the Wagyu beef. The tender meat melted in her mouth, carrying a rich milky aroma. Her eyes lit up, so delicious. It's better than any beef I've ever eaten before. Eat more if you like it, Lin Fan said with a smile, and grilled a few more pieces for her. The two ate and chatted, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Su Qingsue would occasionally put food on Lin Fan's plate, and when her fingertips inadvertently touched his lips, both of them would blush and their hearts would race. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are feeding each other. Affection value plus 20 currently 1974 plus 20 is equal to 1994. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10 currently 548 plus 10 is equal to 558. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Zhang Chang calling. He answered, and Zhang Chang's excited voice came through. Brother Fan. Something bad has happened. Zhao Tianyu is causing trouble again. He said he's going to smash up your parents' convenience store. What? Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. Where is my parents' convenience store? Has he gone there yet? It's right next to the old town market downstairs from your building. Zhao Tianyu has brought more than a dozen people and they're already at the door.
Zhang Chang said anxiously.
I understand. I'm on my way.
Lin Fan hung up the phone, his eyes icy.
That Zhao Tianyu guy, he's really relentless. He actually dared to touch his family. Honey, what's wrong? Su Qingxue asked anxiously when she saw his expression.
Zhao Tianyu brought people to visit my parents' convenience store, let's hurry over. Lin Fan pulled Su Qingxue up and quickly walked out of the private room. The two took a taxi straight to the vegetable market in the old town. From afar, they could see a large crowd gathered in front of a small shop next to the market. A dozen or so thugs with brightly colored hair were smashing the shop's doors and windows with steel pipes and wooden sticks, scattering shards of glass all over the ground. Zhao Tianyu stood to the side, arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. Xin Weiwei was also nearby, watching the vandalized convenience store with a look of schadenfreude in her eyes. Lin Fan's parents were stopped by a group of thugs, and they were so angry that they were trembling, but they were powerless to do anything about it.
Zhao Tianyu! Stop!
Lin Fan roared and rushed over. When Zhao Tianyu saw Lin Fan, his smile became even more arrogant. Lin Fan!
You finally arrived.
You showed off at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, so today I'll smash up your parents' convenience store and show you what happens when you offend me.
You dare!
Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold, as if he wanted to devour someone.
What do I have to be afraid of? Zhao Tianyu sneered, waving his hand. Brothers, get him. Beat this kid down too. A dozen or so thugs immediately rushed towards Lin Fan, wielding steel pipes and wooden sticks that whistled through the air. Su Qingxue turned pale with fright and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Honey, be careful. Don't worry.
Lin Fan patted her hand, pulled her behind him, and then went to meet her. He now has 100 points of combat power, a god-level fighting skill master level, and the attribute bonus from the Eternal Wedding Ring, making him more than capable of dealing with these dozen or so thugs. The first thug swung a steel pipe at Lin Fan's head, but Lin Fan dodged it and punched him in the face.
Bang!
The thug screamed, blood instantly streaming from his nose. He flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness.
Ding!
Defeat the thug yellow-haired guy, gain +5 affection points and 100 renminbi. The second thug attacked from the side, and Lin Fan kicked him in the knee with a crisp crack. The thug fell to his knees, clutching his knee and screaming in pain.
Ding!
Defeat the thug green-haired guy, gain +5 affection points and 100 renminbi. Lin Fan moved through the thugs with ease, like a tiger among sheep. Every punch and kick landed precisely on their vital points, eliciting screams of agony. In less than 3 minutes, all of the dozen or so thugs lay on the ground, bruised and battered, unable to get up. Zhao Tianyu and Xin Weiwei were dumbfounded, their smiles instantly freezing on their faces. They never expected Lin Fan to be such a formidable fighter.
It's your turn.
Lin Fan walked towards Zhao Tianyu step by step, his eyes cold.
Zhao Tianyu was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly, his face pale. You stay away. My dad is Zhao Jiangwo. If you dare to touch me, my dad won't let you get away with it. Zhao Jiangwo? Lin Fan sneered. You used this to threaten me last time, and you want to use it again this time?
He stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Tianyu by the collar, and lifted him up like a chick. Zhao Tianyu's feet left the ground, and he was so frightened that tears almost welled up in his eyes.
Brother Fan. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Zhao Tianyu quickly begged for forgiveness.
I'll have someone fix the shop right away and compensate you for your losses.
Compensation?
Lin Fan's eyes were icy. You smashed up my parents' convenience store and scared them.
You think you can just settle things with a few words of compensation? He raised his hand and slapped Zhao Tianyu twice. Slap. Slap.
2 crisp sounds rang out, and Zhao Tianyu's cheeks instantly became red and swollen.
Ah!
Zhao Tianyu screamed, tears and snot streaming down his face.
Xin Weiwei trembled with fear and tried to run away, but Lin Fan glared at her and stopped her in her tracks. You want to run away too?
Xin Weiwei's legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground. Lin Fan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone to cause trouble with Zhao Tianyu.
Please let me go. Let you go? Lin Fan sneered. I already warned you last time, but you still didn't learn your lesson. This time, I have to teach you a lesson. He looked at the crowd of onlookers and said loudly, Everyone, come and see.
This Xin Weiwei is a snob who loves the rich and hates the poor. She humiliated me in public before, and now she's doing evil with Zhao Tianyu. A woman like that doesn't deserve to be called a human being. People around her started pointing and whispering, their eyes full of disdain as they talked about Shen Weiwei. Shen Weiwei's face turned pale and then red, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Just then, sirens blared, and several police cars drove towards them. It turned out that onlookers had called the police. The police arrived quickly and arrested Zhao Tianyu, Shen Weiwei, and the thugs on the ground. Zhao Tianyu tried to give his father's name, but the police didn't buy it and simply put him in a police car. Watching the police car drive away, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to his parents. Dad, Mom, are you alright? It's alright, it's alright. Lin's mother held Lin Fan's hand, her eyes reddening. Luckily you arrived in time, otherwise we really wouldn't know what to do. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I've made you suffer. Lin Fan felt very guilty. Silly child, it's not your fault. Lin's father patted his shoulder. It's that Zhao Tianyu kid who went too far. Su Qingxue stepped forward and comforted them. Uncle and aunt, don't worry, we'll fix the shop, and Zhao Tianyu will compensate us for the losses. Qingxue, thank you. Lin's mother said with a smile, her eyes full of affection as she looked at Su Qingxue. Lin Fan looked at the smashed convenience store, feeling very angry. He took out his phone and called Su Qingyi. He knew Su Qingyi had many connections. If he asked her to put pressure on Zhao Tianyu would definitely pay a heavy price. The call was answered quickly. Deputy Director Su, this is Lin Fan said calmly. Zhao Tianyu led a group of people to vandalize my parents' convenience store and threatened my family. He has now been arrested by the police. I hope you can help follow up on this and ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Su Qingyi's cold voice came through. I understand, I'll handle this. Send me the address, and I'll have someone go take a look. Thank you. After saying that, Lin Fan hung up the phone and sent the address of the convenience store to Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi was very efficient. In less than half an hour, several people in police uniforms arrived at the convenience store. The leader was Zhao Gang, the deputy director of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Mr. Lin, hello, I am Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang extended his hand with a polite smile. Deputy Director Su has already instructed me that we will definitely deal with Zhao Tianyu's matter seriously and will not tolerate it. Thank you for your trouble, Director Zhao. Lin Fan grasped his hand and nodded. Zhao Gang carefully inspected the damage to the convenience store, inquired about what had happened from Lin's parents, and then immediately made a phone call to instruct his subordinates to deal with Zhao Tianyu severely. Mr. Lin, rest assured, Zhao Tianyu is suspected of intentionally damaging property and causing trouble. We will detain and fine him according to the law, and make him fully compensate you for your losses, Zhao Gang said. Thank you, Director Zhao. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. With Su Qingyi and Zhao Gang intervening, Zhao Tianyu was definitely in deep trouble this time. Zhao Gang comforted Lin's parents for a few more minutes, then left with his men. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the crowd dispersed. Lin Fan looked at the damaged doors and windows and said to his parents, Dad, Mom, it's too late today, don't clean up yet. I'll have someone fix the shop tomorrow and get some new stock. Okay, whatever you say. Mr. and Mrs. Lin nodded. They were exhausted after what had just happened. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue took Lin's parents home, and then returned to the convenience store. Looking at the mess on the floor, Su Qingxue said with heartache, Honey, you've worked so hard. It's not hard work, Lin Fan said with a smile, putting his arm around her. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. Ding. Host detected protecting family, triggering a family affection buff, affection value plus 30 currently 1994 plus 30 is equal to 2024, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 558 plus 20 is equal to 578. Let's tidy up here a bit first, otherwise it won't be safe tonight, Su Qingxue said. Okay. Lin Fan nodded and worked with Su Qingxue to clean up the broken glass on the ground. They then found a piece of wood to temporarily block the damaged doors and windows. It was almost 10 p.m. when they finished tidying up. Lin Fan took a taxi to send Su Qingxue home. Before leaving, Su Qingxue hugged him reluctantly. Honey, remember to call me tomorrow. Okay, good night. Lin Fan kissed her forehead, watched her walk into the stairwell, and then turned to leave. Back home, Lin Fan lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. He opened his phone and checked his stock account. The 1 million yuan had grown to 1.1 million yuan. He then researched land information in the Chengdong New District and found a 300 square meter plot for sale at 5 million yuan. 5 million. Lin Fan frowned. His current total assets were 1,475,000 yuan, and he was still short 3,525,000 yuan. However, he believed that he would be able to raise the money soon. Over the next few days, Lin Fan traded stocks while simultaneously contacting a renovation company to expedite the repairs of his convenience store. With the boost from his maximum business talent and wealth badge, his stock account balance skyrocketed, increasing from 1.1 million to 3 million in less than a week.
The convenience store has been repaired and looks even better than before.
Since Lin's parents reopened, business has been much better, and they can't stop smiling every day. That afternoon, Lin Fan was trading stocks when Su Qingxue suddenly sent him a WeChat message. "Honey, Grandpa wants us to go back to the Su family's old house for dinner tonight."
Lin Fan was taken aback when he saw the message. Su Zhenhai's sudden invitation to come back for dinner was definitely not simple.
But he still replied, "Okay, I'll pick you up tonight." By the close of trading in the afternoon, Lin Fan's stock account balance had reached 3.5 million yuan. Adding the 475,000 yuan in his bank account, his total assets had reached 3,975,000 yuan.
He was only 1,025,000 yuan short of the 5 million yuan needed to buy the land. Ding!
Host's assets have increased significantly, triggering a wealth accumulation reward. Affection value plus 50. Currently 2024 plus 50 is equal to 2074. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30. Currently 578 plus 30 is equal to 608.
Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 9.
Rewards: intelligence plus 10. Current 110 plus 10 is equal to 120. Strength plus 10. Current 100 plus 10 is equal to 110. 100,000 renminbi in cash, and 1 random Guardian badge.
Guardian badge attributes. Guardian badge. Level 1.
Attribute: defense plus 25, provides a 10-point defense bonus to allies within 10 meters, and grants immunity to moderate negative status effects.
Note: wearing this item will enhance your protective abilities.
Lin Fan received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of 1 million yuan. His total assets have now reached 4,975,000 yuan.
He only needs 25,000 yuan more to reach 5 million yuan and buy that piece of land. Great!
Lin Fan was overjoyed. He packed his things and took a taxi to pick up Su Qingxue.
Su Qingxue was already waiting for him at the entrance of the residential area.
She was wearing a pink dress today, and she looked exceptionally charming and beautiful.
Husband. Su Qingxue saw him and ran over with a smile.
Let's go to the Su family's old house." Lin Fan held her hand and said with a smile. The two took a taxi to the Su family's old house. When they entered the living room, they saw Su Zhenhai, Zhou Zuilan, and several elders of the Su family sitting there, as well as Su Qingyi.
"Grandpa, Grandma, we're here," Su Qingxue said softly. "Sit down."
Su Zhenhai's tone was much gentler than last time, but his expression was still somewhat serious. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue sat on the sofa, and the maid quickly brought out tea and fruit.
"Lin Fan, I heard you've made a lot of money in the stock market recently?" Su Zhenhai asked first.
"It's all right, I made a little money," Lin Fan said modestly.
"How much is 1 point?" Zhou Zuilan pressed.
"Around 3.5 million, Lin Fan said.
"What? 3.5 million? The Su family was stunned.
They never expected that Lin Fan would earn so much money in just a few days. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Zhenhai's eyes. He originally thought Lin Fan was just lucky, but he didn't expect him to have such a strong ability to make money.
"Not bad, you have some skill." Su Zhenhai nodded, his tone softening considerably.
"However, there's still a long way to go to reach 10 million.
You can't be complacent." "I know, Grandpa."
"I will continue to work hard," Lin Fan said.
Su Zhenhai nodded in satisfaction. "I called you back today to talk to you about something.
Our Su family has a family business that mainly deals in real estate and hotels. I'd like you to join the family business after you graduate, starting from the bottom, to develop your skills."
Lin Fan was taken aback.
He hadn't expected Su Zhenhai to let him join the Su family's business. This meant that Su Zhenhai had begun to acknowledge him.
"Thank you, Grandpa. I'm willing,"
Lin Fan said quickly.
"Okay." Su Zhenhai nodded.
"However, let me make this clear, if you don't perform well in the family business, I still won't approve of you.
I understand. I will definitely do my best,
Lin Fan said.
Su Qingxue was also very happy.
She hadn't expected her grandfather to agree to let Lin Fan join the family business. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with pride and joy.
Ding!
Detected that the host has gained further recognition from their destined partner's family, triggering the family acceptance reward, affection value plus 100 currently 2074 plus 100 is equal to 2174, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50 currently 608 plus 50 is equal to 658.
The atmosphere became much more relaxed during dinner. Su Zhenhai even took the initiative to chat with Lin Fan about business matters.
With his maximum business talent skill, Lin Fan answered fluently and offered many unique insights, which impressed Su Zhenhai and the other elders of the Su family.
Su Qingyi looked at Lin Fan with a hint of admiration in her eyes.
She hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary young man would not only be knowledgeable and have a business mind, but also be very shrewd in interpersonal relationships.
No wonder Qingxue liked him so much. After dinner, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said goodbye to the Su family and prepared to go home. Lin Fan. Su Qingyi suddenly called out to him. Lin Fan turned around and looked at her. Deputy Director Su, is there something you need? Tomorrow I'll take you to the family business to familiarize you with the environment, Su Qingyi said.
I'll also introduce you to a few important partners.
Thank you, Deputy Director Su,
Lin Fan said quickly.
Su Qingyi nodded and turned to walk into the old house. Honey, that's wonderful. My cousin approves of you too. Su Qingxue excitedly hugged Lin Fan and kissed him on the cheek.
Lin Fan smiled and hugged her.
Our lives will only get better from now on. Ding!
Detected that the host is sharing joy with their destined partner. Affection value plus 25 currently 2174 plus 25 is equal to 2199. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 15 currently 658 plus 15 is equal to 673.
The two walked hand in hand out of the Su family's old house.
Moonlight shone on them, casting long shadows, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air. Looking at the smiling Su Qingxue beside him, Lin Fan was filled with anticipation. With the system's help, Su Qingxue's companionship, and the Su family's support, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he achieved his goal of earning 10 million a year and completely gained the Su family's approval. And his happy life with Su Qingxue had only just begun. Chapter 6. Her hands were so soft. Emerging from the Su family's old residence, the evening breeze carried the unique scent of fresh suburban grass, feeling exceptionally refreshing on their faces. Lin Fan strolled slowly, holding Su Qingxue's hand. The cool touch between their fingertips was as delicate as fine mutton fat jade, stirring ripples in his heart. Su Qingxue seemed to relish the tranquility as well, her head gently resting on his shoulder, her hair brushing against his neck, making his heart soften with a ticklish sensation.
Ding!
Detected that the host is romantically cuddling with their destined partner. Affection value plus 12 currently 2199 plus 12 is equal to 2211. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 8 currently 673 plus 8 is equal to 681.
Just as the system notification ended, Su Qingxue's phone rang.
It was Zhang Ma, the Su family's maid, calling to say that her grandmother, Zhou Tsuilan, had left a jade bracelet behind during dinner and asked them to return it. The two had no choice but to return to the old house, hand the jade bracelet to Zhang Ma, and then set off again.
It was almost 11 o'clock when he took a taxi back to the city.
Lin Fan dropped Su Qingxue off at her apartment building, watching her graceful figure disappear into the stairwell before turning to go home. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with Su Qingxue's gentle smile and the delicate touch of their hands, as well as the prospect of visiting the Su family's business the next day to familiarize himself with the environment. The next morning, Lin Fan got up exceptionally early. He opened his wardrobe, chose a well-tailored dark gray suit, paired with a white shirt and a black tie. The young man in the mirror had handsome features and an upright demeanor. His charm value of 120 points made him radiate light, and he showed no trace of his former immaturity.
All done.
Lin Fan straightened his tie in front of the mirror, picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Qingxue. Wife, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of your apartment complex at 9 o'clock. Soon, Su Qingxue replied with a cute smiley face, okay, honey. Lin Fan packed his things and went out. He first bought 2 servings of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns from a roadside breakfast shop before heading to Su Qingxue's apartment complex. He arrived at 8:30 a.m., and Su Qingxue was already waiting for him at the door. Today she wore a beige business suit, her long hair styled in an elegant updo, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her face was lightly made up, making her both dignified and lively. Seeing Lin Fan, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over. "Honey, you're here. I just bought this breakfast, it's still warm, eat something." Lin Fan handed her the breakfast, his gaze lingering on her for a few more seconds. In the sunlight, her skin glowed white, and her long eyelashes resembled two small fans, making his heart beat a little faster. Su Qingxue accepted the breakfast and said with a smile, "Thank you, husband." She picked up a small steamed bun, took a small bite, and some soup accidentally got on the corner of her mouth, like a glistening little pearl. Seeing this, Lin Fan subconsciously reached out and gently wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth with his fingertips. His fingertips touched her soft lips, and both of them froze, and air instantly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere.
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed instantly.
She lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you, husband." Lin Fan withdrew his hand somewhat embarrassedly, his fingertips still seemingly retaining the soft touch of her lips, his heart pounding like a rabbit's.
Ding! Detected ambiguous interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 15 currently 2211 plus 15 is equal to 2226. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 681 plus 10 is equal to 691.
After the two finished breakfast, Su Qingyi's car arrived. It was still the same black Mercedes.
She sat in the driver's seat, her face still cold, but when she saw the two of them, her eyes softened slightly. "Get in the car," Su Qingyi said. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue sat in the back seat as the car drove towards the Su family's business, the Su Group. The Su Group's headquarters, the Su Building, was located in the heart of Jiangqing City. It was a 30-story skyscraper, exceptionally conspicuous in the city center. The car stopped at the building entrance, and the three walked into the lobby. The lobby was luxuriously decorated, with marble floors that gleamed like mirrors. The receptionists, dressed in uniform business attire, greeted Su Qingyi respectfully. "Hello, Miss Su." Su Qingyi nodded, led Lin Fan and Su Qingxue into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 28th floor. The 28th floor was the executive floor of the Su Group, and also Su Qingyi's office floor. In the elevator, Su Qingyi looked at Lin Fan and said, "Later I'll take you to meet a few department managers and then show you around each department. There's a cooperation negotiation meeting this afternoon, you should attend too, so you can learn more." "Okay, thank you, Deputy Director Su," Lin Fan said. "At the company, call me President Su," Su Qingyi corrected. "Okay, Mr. Su." Lin Fan nodded. The elevator reached the 28th floor, and Su Qingyi led Lin Fan into a spacious conference room. Several middle-aged men in business attire were already waiting inside: Wang Chang, the HR manager Li Wan, the finance manager Zhao Lei, the project manager and Sun Hao, the sales manager.
"Everyone, this is Lin Fan. He will be working at the grassroots level in the company from now on. Please take good care of him," Su Qingyi introduced. "Hello, Mr. Lin," the group greeted him, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe as they looked at Lin Fan. They all knew Su Qingyi's temperament. Anyone she personally brought must be extraordinary. "Hello, managers. Please guide me in the future." Lin Fan replied with a smile. With his mastery of interpersonal relationships skill, he was well-mannered and spoke eloquently, quickly winning the favor of the group. Next, Su Qingyi asked Wang Chang to take Lin Fan to familiarize himself with the various departments. Wang Chang was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he was very enthusiastic. He took Lin Fan to all the departments in the company and explained the responsibilities and work of each department in detail. Lin Fan listened attentively, and with his 120 intelligence points, he quickly gained a clear understanding of the company's operating model. During this time, many female employees couldn't help but steal glances at him, their eyes filled with amazement and shyness. His 120 charm points were truly extraordinary. He was the center of attention wherever he went. Ding! Detected that the host has gained attention from the opposite sex, triggering a charm boost. Affection value plus 5 currently 2226 plus 5 is equal to 2231. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 3 currently 691 plus 3 is equal to 694. At noon, Su Qingxue took Lin Fan to the company's staff cafeteria for lunch. The cafeteria was exquisitely decorated, with a wide variety of food that looked and smelled delicious. "Honey, what would you like to eat?" "I'll go get it for you," Su Qingxue said with a smile. "No need, I'll go with you." Lin Fan took her hand and they walked together to the food pickup area. The two chose a few dishes they liked and found a seat by the window. Su Qingxue kept putting food on Lin Fan's plate, her eyes full of love. "Honey, what do you think of our company?" Su Qingxue asked.
Very good, large-scale, and well-managed, Lin Fan said. However, I think there is still some room for improvement in the sales department's marketing strategy. If it is adjusted, the performance should improve significantly.
Oh? Do you have any good ideas? Su Qingxue asked curiously.
Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and explained his ideas to her in detail. He combined his maximum business talent skill to come up with several novel marketing plans, which made Su Qingxue's eyes light up.
Honey, your idea is fantastic.
Su Qingxue said excitedly. You can share these ideas with everyone at the cooperation negotiation meeting this afternoon.
Okay.
Lin Fan nodded with a smile.
Ding.
Detected that the host is discussing work with their destined partner, triggering a tacit understanding bonus. Affection value plus 10 currently 2231 plus 10 is equal to 2241. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 694 plus 5 is equal to 699. The afternoon cooperation negotiation meeting was held in the company's large conference room.
The partner was another large enterprise in Jiangqing City Longting Group.
The person in charge of Longting Group was a middle-aged man in his 50s named Chen Long, who was shrewd and capable. After the meeting began, both parties introduced their respective situations and then discussed the cooperation project. When the discussion reached the marketing strategy stage, they reached a stalemate. The Su Style Group was dissatisfied with the proposal put forward by Longting Group, while Longting Group felt that the Su Style Group's proposal was not innovative enough.
Just then, Su Qingyi looked at Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, didn't you have some ideas before? Share them with everyone.
All eyes were on Lin Fan, and Chen Long looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. He hadn't expected the Su Group to let such a young man speak. Lin Fan stood up, calmly walked to the front of the stage, opened his prepared PowerPoint presentation, and began to explain his marketing plan. His plan was novel and unique, combining the strengths of both parties while taking into account market demand. It was logically clear and well organized. Chen Long grew increasingly surprised as he listened, his gaze towards Lin Fan shifting from scrutiny to admiration. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he couldn't help but applaud, excellent.
This plan is superb. Mr. Lin is truly a promising young man.
The executives of the Su Group applauded, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Lin Fan.
A rare smile also appeared on Su Qingyi's lips.
Since Mr. Chen is satisfied, let us proceed with the cooperation according to this plan, Su Qingyi said.
Great. Chen Long nodded. With someone as talented as Mr. Lin, I have even more confidence in our cooperation.
The meeting concluded successfully, and both parties signed a cooperation agreement. After seeing Chen Long off, Su Qingyi looked at Lin Fan, her tone tinged with admiration. Not bad, you performed very well.
Thank you, Mr. Su, Lin Fan said with a smile. Ding.
Excellent work performance detected by the host, triggering an ability recognition reward. Affection points plus 30 currently 2241 plus 30 is equal to 2271. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 699 plus 20 is equal to 719. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to 10. Rewards, Charm plus 10 currently 120 plus 10 is equal to 130, Stamina plus 10 currently 110 plus 10 is equal to 120, 100,000 renminbi in cash, and the Divine Skill, Negotiation Mastery. The moment the Negotiation Mastery skill was activated, Lin Fan felt his mind flooded with negotiation techniques and rhetoric, allowing him to easily handle any opponent and maintain control. His phone also received a text message confirming the arrival of 100,000 yuan, bringing his total assets to 5,975,000 yuan.
Great!
Lin Fan was overjoyed. He had more than enough money to buy the land, and even had some left over for other investments. When they got off work, Su Qingxue took Lin Fan's arm and said with a smile, Honey, you were amazing today.
Even President Chen praised you highly.
No problem, Lin Fan said with a smile. I definitely have to work hard for our future. The two walked out of the Su Style building, where Su Qingyi's car was already waiting for them.
I'll take you back, Su Qingyi said.
Thank you, cousin, Su Qingxue said with a smile. Halfway through the drive, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered something and said, Honey, our marriage certificate photo seems a bit blurry. The Civil Affairs Bureau wants us to go back tomorrow to take a new one and also get a notarized document for our marital property. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow, Lin Fan said.
Ding.
Detected that the host and their destined partner are about to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau again, triggering a sweet mission, take more photos of happy moments. Task requirements. Tomorrow, when taking the supplementary photos for your marriage certificate, hold hands with your destined partner for a photo, completing an intimate interaction. Task rewards: 100,000 renminbi cash, plus 50 affection points, plus 30 favorability with Suqingxue, and 1 random heart-to-heart bracelet.
Holy crap! The reward is so generous.
Lin Fan was thrilled and couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive.
The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Fan and Suqingxue took a taxi to the Jiangqing Civil Affairs Bureau.
There were still many couples queuing outside the bureau, and they couldn't help but look on with envy when they saw Lin Fan and Suqingxue.
Wow! This couple is such a perfect match. The guy is handsome, and the girl is beautiful. Yeah. Especially that woman, she's practically a goddess. Hearing these comments, Suqingxue blushed slightly and moved closer to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan took her hand and gave her a gentle smile.
The two entered the Civil Affairs Bureau and went to the photo area.
The photographer smiled and said, "You two, come closer, hold hands, and smile." Lin Fan took a deep breath, reached out, and gently grasped Suqingxue's hand.
Her hand was still slightly cool, soft and delicate, like cotton, with an exquisite touch.
A jolt of electricity instantly shot through his body from his fingertips, and Lin Fan's heart raced, yet he forced a smile onto his face.
Suqingxue was also a little nervous.
Her palms were sweaty, her cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and her eyes were full of shyness and sweetness.
"Great. Smile," the photographer said.
Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Suqingxue's shy face, unable to help but reveal a gentle smile. Suqingxue also raised her head, meeting his gaze, and a sweet smile curved her lips.
Snap.
The camera shutter clicked, capturing this beautiful moment.
Ding. Mission complete. Reshoot the happy moment. Task reward has been issued.
100,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account. Affection points plus 50, currently 2,271 plus 50 is equal to 2,321. Suqingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 719 plus 30 is equal to 749.
Random equipment, heart-to-heart bracelet, 1 has been added to your inventory.
Lin Fan received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of 100,000 yuan, bringing his total assets to 6,975,000 yuan. With a thought, the Unity bracelet appeared in his palm.
This is a silver bracelet with 2 small heart-shaped gemstones, 1 pink and 1 blue, representing him and Suqingxue. The bracelet also has some nice attributes. Unity bracelet. Level 1. Attribute: when worn by both partners, the rate at which affection points are gained increases by 20%, and there is a 50% chance to trigger double rewards during each intimate interaction. Skill: telepathy passive allows for short-range telepathic communication with your destined partner. Note: once bound, it cannot be dropped or traded. It's so useful. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put the pink bracelet on Suqingxue's wrist. "Wife, this is for you. So beautiful." "Thank you, honey," Suqingxue said happily, looking at the bracelet on her wrist.
Lin Fan put the blue bracelet on his wrist again. As soon as he put it on, he felt a faint connection being established between him and Suqingxue.
He tried to communicate with Suqingxue telepathically. "Wife, can you hear me?"
Suqingxue was stunned for a moment, then a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she replied telepathically, "Husband, I can hear you."
How amazing.
The two smiled at each other, their eyes filled with sweetness.
Ding.
Detected that the host and their destined partner are wearing a heart-to-heart bracelet, triggering the heart-to-heart buff. Affection value plus 30, currently 2,321 plus 30 is equal to 2,351. Suqingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 749 plus 20 is equal to 769.
After taking more photos, the couple went to get their prenuptial agreement notarized.
While they were processing the paperwork, the staff looked at them and said with a smile, "You two are such a perfect match, so handsome and beautiful." Lin Fan and Suqingxue smiled at each other, their hearts filled with happiness. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Several men in black suits rushed in, led by Wang Hu, the boss of Huxiao Group, a competitor of Longtong Group. Wang Hu was a man in his 30s with a fleshy face and fierce eyes. Seeing Chen Long at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Long was there to get his son's marriage certificate. He stormed over angrily, "Chen Long! How dare you cooperate with the Su Group and steal my business? I'm not finished with you today." Chen Long frowned and stood up. "Wang Hu, competition in the business world relies on strength. What you're doing is too unreasonable."
"Reasonable?"
I'll show you what reason is today. Wang Hu waved his hand, and several bodyguards behind him immediately rushed towards Qianlong. Qianlong's bodyguards immediately stepped forward to stop them, and the two sides quickly began to fight. People in the Civil Affairs Bureau were frightened and scattered, creating chaos. One of the bodyguards was being beaten back and forth, accidentally bumping into Su Qingxue. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he immediately pulled Su Qingxue behind him, raising his hand to block the bodyguard's fist. Bang! Lin Fan's fist collided with the bodyguard's fist. The bodyguard screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ding! Defeat the Tiger Roar Group bodyguard Black Bear, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi. Wang Hu glared at Lin Fan, angrily saying, "Kid, how dare you meddle in other people's business? This is the Civil Affairs Bureau, not a place for you to run wild." Lin Fan looked at him coldly. "Take your people and leave now." "Leave? I think you're tired of living." Wang Hu sneered, waving his hand. "Brothers, get him. Beat this kid down too." The remaining bodyguards immediately rushed towards Lin Fan. They were all tall and had fierce eyes. Su Qingxue nervously grabbed Lin Fan's arm. "Honey, be careful." "Don't worry." Lin Fan patted her hand, pulled her to a safe place, and then went to meet her. He now has 110 points of combat strength, a god-level fighting skill master level, and attribute bonuses from the Eternal Wedding Ring and Guardian Badge, making him more than capable of dealing with these bodyguards. The first bodyguard swung his fist at Lin Fan's face, but Lin Fan dodged it and punched him in the chest with his other hand. With a sharp crack, the bodyguard groaned, clutched his chest, and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up again. Ding! Defeat the Tiger Roar Group bodyguard Grizzly, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi. The second bodyguard pulled a baton from his waist and swung it at Lin Fan's leg. Lin Fan kicked the bodyguard's wrist, causing the baton to fall to the ground, and then slammed his elbow into the bodyguard's chin. Ah! The bodyguard screamed and fainted. Ding! Defeat the Tiger Roar Group bodyguard Brown Bear, gaining +5 affection points and 200 renminbi in cash. The remaining bodyguards were frightened at the sight, but they still charged forward despite their fear. Lin Fan moved nimbly among them, using both fists and feet, each strike landing precisely on their vital points. Screams of agony filled the air, and within 2 minutes, all the bodyguards lay on the ground, curled up in pain, no longer able to resist. Wang Hu was dumbfounded, his fierce expression instantly turning to terror. He never imagined that this seemingly refined young man would be such a formidable fighter. Who exactly are you?" Wang Hu's legs went weak, and his voice trembled. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you've caused a huge mess today." Lin Fan walked towards him step by step, his eyes as cold as the dead of winter. "This is the Civil Affairs Bureau. You started a brawl in public and tried to hurt innocent people. Just wait to be arrested by the police." No sooner had the words been spoken than the sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. It turned out that during the chaos, some staff members had secretly called the police. Wang Hu turned pale with fright and turned to run, but Lin Fan grabbed him by the back of his collar and lifted him back like a chick. Trying to run? Too late. Soon, the police stormed into the Civil Affairs Bureau and apprehended Wang Hu and his men. Qianlong stepped forward and gratefully shook Lin Fan's hand. "Mr. Lin, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mr. Chen, you're too kind." "It was nothing at all," Lin Fan said with a smile. After a brief inquiry, the police put Wang Hu and the others into a police car. Qianlong watched the police car drive away, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Lin Fan, "Mr. Lin, to thank you, I'm treating you and Miss Su to dinner tonight. Please do me the honor." "All right, then I'll gladly accept your offer." Lin Fan glanced at Su Qingxue beside him, and seeing her nod in agreement, he agreed. Ding! Host's act of bravery detected, earning gratitude from others and triggering a justice reward, affection points +40 currently 2,351 +40 is equal to 2,391, Su Qingxue's favorability +25 currently 769 +25 is equal to 794. After handling the remaining matters, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with their newly photographed marriage certificate. The sun was shining brightly, and Su Qingxue looked at the brand new marriage certificate in her hand, her face beaming with happiness. She then took Lin Fan's arm. "Honey, today was both thrilling and fun," Su Qingxue said sweetly, leaning on his shoulder. "With me here, I won't let you get into any danger in the future." Lin Fan held her hand tightly, the soft touch from her fingertips warming his heart. The two took a taxi home, rested for a while, and then prepared to meet Qianlong. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan brought Su Qingxue to the restaurant Qianlong had designated the most upscale private restaurant in Jiangqing City, Yushantang. Qianlong was already waiting for them in the private room. Upon seeing them enter, he immediately stood up to greet them warmly. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, you've arrived. Please have a seat." The private room was luxuriously decorated in an antique style, and the table was already full of exquisite dishes, their aromas filling the air.
Qianlong smiled and introduced, "These are all specialties of Jiangqing. Try them and see if they suit your taste." "Thank you, Mr. Chen."
Lin Fan said with a smile, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, Su Qingxue's favorite dish, on her plate. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she also put a piece of braised pork on Lin Fan's plate, whispering, "Honey, you should eat too." Looking at the loving couple, Qianlong smiled and said, "Mr. Lin and Ms. Su are truly a match made in heaven."
The three chatted over their meal.
Qianlong inquired about some details of the collaborative project, and Lin Fan, with his maxed-out business acumen and negotiation skills, answered fluently and offered many unique insights, which impressed Qianlong even more.
"Mr. Lin, I'm really growing to admire you more and more." Qianlong raised his glass. "I'd like to toast you. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration in the future. It's a pleasure to work with you."
Lin Fan raised his glass and clinked it with his.
Ding.
Detected host expanding network, triggering business cooperation buff, affection value plus 20 currently 2,391 plus 20 is equal to 2,411, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 15 currently 794 plus 15 is equal to 809. After dinner, Qianlong had the driver take Lin Fan and Su Qingxue home. Sitting in the car, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, you look so handsome today.
Whether at work or fighting, you were amazing."
"Of course, I'm your husband," Lin Fan said with a smile, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. The soft touch made their hearts race.
Ding. Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 15 currently 2,411 plus 15 is equal to 2,426, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 809 plus 10 is equal to 819. Back home, Lin Fan escorted Su Qingxue to her room. Just as he was about to leave, Su Qingxue suddenly grabbed his hand. Her hand was still slightly cool and trembling, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation.
"Honey, could you stay with me for a while?" Su Qingxue whispered.
"Of course." Lin Fan's heart was instantly filled with joy.
He sat on the edge of the bed, took her hand, and said gently, "What's wrong? Were you scared?"
"A little."
Su Qingxue nodded and moved closer to him.
"But with you here, I'm not afraid."
The two sat side by side, chatting in a warm and romantic atmosphere.
Looking at Su Qingxue's shy face, Lin Fan couldn't resist moving closer and gently kissing her lips. Su Qingxue stiffened, then closed her eyes and gently responded to him.
Their soft lips touched, carrying a faint aroma of food that was intoxicating.
Lin Fan could clearly feel her nervousness and shyness. His tongue tentatively explored her lips, and she opened her mouth slightly, letting him explore.
Ding.
Detected that the host is passionately kissing their destined partner. Affection value plus 50 currently 2,426 plus 50 is equal to 2,476, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 819 plus 30 is equal to 849. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to 11. Rewards, intelligence plus 10 currently 120 plus 10 is equal to 130, strength plus 10 currently 110 plus 10 is equal to 120, 100,000 renminbi in cash, and a random voucher for the delicacy, premium Buddha jumps over the wall. Lin Fan received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of 100,000 yuan. His total assets have now reached 7,975,000 yuan. He only needs 2,025,000 yuan more to reach his goal of earning 10 million yuan in a year.
That's great.
Lin Fan was overjoyed. He released Su Qingxue and, looking at her flushed cheeks and dreamy eyes, couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek again.
Husband.
Su Qingxue nestled in his arms, her voice soft and sweet, with a hint of coquettishness.
It's getting late, you should get some rest.
Lin Fan gently stroked her hair. I'll be in the living room, call me anytime if you need anything.
Mum. Su Qingxue nodded and reluctantly let go of his hand.
Lin Fan left his room and returned to his living room, but he wasn't sleepy at all. He opened his phone and checked his stock account. The funds there had grown to 6 million. Adding the 1,975,000 yuan in his bank account, his total assets had reached 7,975,000 yuan. He then researched the land information in the Chengdong New District and discovered that the 300 square meter plot had not yet been sold. He decided to buy the plot the next day, which would not only complete the investment but also bring him one step closer to his goal of 10 million. The next morning, Lin Fan called Su Qingxue to tell her about his plan to buy land.
Su Qingxue was very supportive and said she would go with him. The two took a taxi to the Jiangqing City Land and Resources Bureau and found the staff member in charge of land transactions named Zhang Lei.
Zhang Lei was a young man in his 30s who was very enthusiastic.
"Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, are you here to inquire about land in the East New District?"
Zhang Lei asked with a smile. "Yes, we want to buy that 300 square meter plot of land in the East New District," Lin Fan said.
"Okay, the price of that plot of land is 5 million. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Zhang Lei asked. "Confirmed." Lin Fan nodded, took out his phone, and prepared to transfer the money. Just then, a young man in an expensive suit walked in, followed by several bodyguards. He saw Zhang Lei and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, I want the 300 square meter plot of land in the East New District." This young man is the son of another wealthy man in Jiangqing City. His name is Li Hao. He is arrogant and domineering, and often uses his family's power to steal other people's things. Zhang Lei frowned. "Young Master Li, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin has already arrived. He also wants to buy this piece of land." "Him?" Li Hao glanced at Lin Fan with disdain. "This poor kid, does he even dare to compete with me for land?" He walked up to Lin Fan and said contemptuously, "Kid, be smart and hand over this land to me right now, or I can give you 100,000 yuan in compensation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. "I was the one who set my sights on this land first, why should I give it to you?" "Why should I?" "Because my dad is Li Fugue," Li Hao said arrogantly. "In Jiangqing City, no one dares to take anything from me. Then I'll dare to take it from you today," Lin Fan said without backing down. "Fine. You've got guts," Li Hao roared, waving his hand. "Brothers, teach this arrogant brat a lesson." Several bodyguards immediately rushed towards Lin Fan. Each of them was tall and had fierce eyes. Su Qingxue nervously grabbed Lin Fan's arm. "Honey, be careful. Don't worry." Lin Fan patted her hand, pulled her behind him, and then went to meet her. He now has 120 points of combat strength, god-level fighting master-level skills, and various equipment attribute bonuses, making it incredibly easy for him to deal with these bodyguards. The first bodyguard swung his fist at Lin Fan's face, but Lin Fan dodged it and punched him in the chest with his other hand. Bang! The bodyguard screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Ding! Defeat Li Hao's bodyguard Wolf, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi. The second bodyguard attacked from the side, and Lin Fan kicked him in the knee with a crisp crack. The bodyguard fell to his knees, clutching his knee and screaming in pain. Ding! Defeat Li Hao's bodyguard Vicious Dog, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi. Lin Fan moved through the bodyguards with ease, like a tiger among sheep, each punch and kick carrying immense power. In less than a minute, all the bodyguards were lying on the ground, howling in pain. Li Hao was dumbfounded, his arrogance instantly turning to terror. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man would be so skilled in combat. You stay away." Li Hao retreated in fear. "My dad is Li Fugue. If you dare to touch me, my dad won't let you get away with it." "Li Fugue? Never heard of him." Lin Fan sneered, walking towards him step by step. "Today, not only will you not get the land, but you'll also have to apologize for your behavior just now." I apologize." Li Hao was so frightened he almost lost his mind. He quickly said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried to take the land from you, and I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you." "That's more like it." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Hurry up and take your men away." Yes. Li Hao felt as if he had been granted a pardon and led his men away in a sorry state. Zhang Lei was stunned. It took him a while to react before he smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you are truly amazing." "It's nothing," Lin Fan smiled. "Let's continue with the land transaction procedures." "Okay." Zhang Lei nodded quickly, took out the relevant documents, and asked Lin Fan to sign them.
After signing the papers, Lin Fan immediately transferred 5 million yuan to the Land and Resources Bureau. Once the formalities were completed, Zhang Lei handed Lin Fan the land ownership certificate. "Mr. Lin, congratulations. From today onwards, this land is yours." Lin Fan received the property certificate, his heart pounding with excitement. With this land, once the East City New District was developed, his assets would at least increase tenfold. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully purchased land, triggering the investment success reward. Affection points plus 100, currently 2,476 plus 100 is equal to 2,576. Suqingshua's favorability plus 50, currently 849 plus 50 is equal to 899. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to 12. Rewards: Charm plus 10, currently 130 plus 10 is equal to 140, Stamina plus 10, currently 120 plus 10 is equal to 130, 200,000 renminbi in cash, and 1 random Land Appreciation Badge. Land Appreciation Badge Attributes. Land Appreciation Badge. Level 1. Attribute: increases the appreciation rate of held land assets by 50% and allows for early detection of land policy changes. Note: wearing this item can significantly increase the return on land investment. Lin Fan received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of 200,000 yuan. His total assets have now reached 9,975,000 yuan. He's only 25,000 yuan away from his goal of 10 million yuan. That's great. Lin Fan excitedly hugged Su Qingxue and kissed her on the cheek. "Wife, we're about to achieve our goal." Su Qingxue was also very happy, hugged him tightly, and said with a smile, "Honey, you're amazing. I knew you could do it." Ding! Detected that the host is sharing joy with their destined partner. Affection value plus 25, currently 2,576 plus 25 is equal to 2,601. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10, currently 899 plus 10 is equal to 909. Holding the land ownership certificate, the two walked out of the Land and Resources Bureau. Sunlight shone on them, casting long shadows, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air. Lin Fan knew that it wouldn't be long before he completely gained the Su family's approval and lived a happier life with Su Qingxue. Those who had once looked down on him would eventually be left far behind, looking up to him in awe. Chapter 7: The first pot of gold 100,000 yuan arrives in the account. The sunlight outside the Land and Resources Bureau was particularly dazzling. Lin Fan gripped the property certificate for the 300 square meter plot of land tightly, his fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Su Qingxue stood beside him, her fair cheeks flushed slightly by the sun, and she held the love bracelet in her hand, the gemstones reflecting a delicate shimmer in the sunlight. "Honey, we're only 25,000 yuan away from our goal of 10 million. Su Qingxue looked up, her eyes shining with excitement, her voice brimming with joy. Lin Fan turned his head to look at her. Sunlight fell on her long eyelashes, casting a light shadow. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips were a natural pink. His heart fluttered, and he couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. The strands of hair that his fingertips touched were soft and smooth, as comfortable as a cloud. "Yes, I'll be able to fulfill my promise to Grandpa soon," Lin Fan said with a smile, but in his mind he was already calculating how to quickly raise the remaining 25,000 yuan. With his current stock market trading skills, he could easily earn that back in a day by picking any short-term stock. Ding! Host is about to complete a stage objective, triggering the final sprint mission, the final kick. Task requirements: raise the remaining 25,000 yuan within 24 hours to bring total assets to 10 million yuan. Task rewards: 50,000 renminbi cash, plus 100 affection points, plus 50 favorability with Su Qingxue, and the divine skill, double wealth, beginner. Failure penalty: total assets will be temporarily frozen for 24 hours. Holy crap! There's a sprint mission too. Lin Fan was thrilled. The rewards were incredible. The double wealth skill was so overpowered, just from the name. He was just about to share the good news with Su Qingxue when his phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a system notification, but a text message from the bank. Lin Fan instinctively opened it, and his pupils dilated instantly. China Construction Bank, your account ending in 6789 received a transfer of 100,000 yuan on date at 10:23 a.m., leaving a balance of 1,975,000 yuan. Note: reward from the Civil Affairs Bureau's matchmaking service. 100,000 yuan? Lin Fan exclaimed, his voice trembling. He blinked hard to confirm that the number in the text message was correct. It really was 100,000 yuan. This was the reward for successfully holding hands while taking the marriage certificate photos yesterday. He was so busy dealing with Wang Hu's affairs and buying land that he completely forgot about this. Overwhelmed by immense joy, the awkwardness of his first marriage to Su Qingxue and the pressure from her elders vanished instantly. He hugged Su Qingxue tightly, spun her around, and his smile was as bright as the sun. Wife! We're rich! The mission reward has arrived.
100,000 yuan.
Lin Fan shouted excitedly, his voice filled with uncontrollable joy. Su Qingxue gasped in surprise as he lifted her feet off the ground, then laughed and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Husband, that's wonderful.
A warm breath, carrying a faint scent of gardenias, enveloped Lin Fan's neck.
Her soft body pressed against his chest, the touch exquisite. Lin Fan's heart raced, and he tightened his grip on her arms.
Ding!
Host has received a mission reward, triggering the joy-sharing buff. Affection value plus 30, currently 2,601 plus 30 is equal to 2,631. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 909 plus 20 is equal to 929. Passers-by were drawn to their actions, turning their heads to look. Lin Fan then realized he had been too excited, quickly putting Su Qingxue down and scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly. Su Qingxue's cheeks also flushed red, and she hid behind him, revealing her large, watery eyes as she secretly glanced around.
Come on. Honey, I'll take you out for something delicious. Let's celebrate.
Lin Fan grabbed Su Qingxue's hand and strode towards a taxi by the roadside. He was in a great mood and couldn't wait to buy Su Qingxue all the good things in the world. Su Qingxue's hands were still slightly cool and soft, but Lin Fan held them tightly, warming her heart. She could feel Lin Fan's excitement, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile.
The two took a taxi to Sea World, the most famous seafood buffet restaurant in Jiangqing City.
The restaurant was luxuriously decorated, with a huge aquarium at the entrance filled with various rare seafood.
As soon as they entered the restaurant, a rich aroma of seafood wafted towards them. Please come in, gentlemen. The waiter greeted them warmly and led them to a seat by the window. Honey, order whatever you want to eat, it's on me today. Lin Fan patted his chest and said generously.
He currently has 1,975,000 yuan in his bank account, 6 million yuan in his stock account, and land worth 5 million yuan. His total assets have long exceeded 10 million. The 25,000 yuan shortfall is utterly insignificant after the 100,000 yuan reward arrives.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the final sprint mission, the last kick.
The mission reward has been issued. 50,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account. Affection points plus 100, currently 2,631 plus 100 is equal to 2,731. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50, currently 929 plus 50 is equal to 979.
The God tier skill Double Wealth Beginner has been activated.
Double Wealth Beginner attribute. You can choose to double one income of no more than 1 million yuan each month.
Cooldown time, 30 days.
Another text message arrived on his phone, confirming a deposit of 50,000 yuan. His bank account balance instantly jumped to 2,025,000 yuan. Looking at the message, Lin Fan was so excited he almost jumped for joy.
With this skill, he could earn extra money every month. It was practically making money while lying down. Honey, what's wrong? Su Qingxue asked curiously when she saw his agitated expression. Nothing, I'm just so happy.
Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up the menu.
Let's order this king crab, Boston lobster, and this salmon sashimi.
The waiter quickly brought out their seafood. The enormous king crab legs were plump and meaty, the Boston lobster was a vibrant red, and the salmon sashimi was fresh and succulent. Lin Fan picked up a king crab leg, skillfully peeled it open, and handed the snow-white crab meat to Su Qingxue. Wife, try this, it's delicious.
Su Qingxue opened her mouth and ate the crab meat.
The tender meat melted in her mouth, carrying a faint taste of the sea.
Her eyes lit up, so delicious.
Eat more if you like it, Lin Fan said with a smile, peeling a few more shrimp for her.
The two chatted and ate seafood together in a warm and romantic atmosphere.
Su Qingxue would occasionally feed Lin Fan a bite, and her fingertips would sometimes touch his lips, making both of them blush and their hearts race, filling the air with a sweet fragrance.
Ding!
Detected that the host is having a romantic meal with their destined partner. Affection points plus 20, currently 2,731 plus 20 is equal to 2,751. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 979 plus 10 is equal to 989.
Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Miss Su? What are you doing eating at a buffet with a poor guy?
Lin Fan looked up and saw a young man wearing a floral shirt and with blonde hair walking over, followed by two henchmen, who were Zhao Tianyu's underlings whom he had taught a lesson before, blonde hair and green hair. The blonde-haired man crossed his arms, looking at Lin Fan with a defiant expression and contempt in his eyes. He had narrowly escaped Zhao Tianyu's capture last time, but he never expected to run into Lin Fan and Su Qingxue here today. Su Qingxue frowned, moved closer to Lin Fan, and whispered, "Honey, don't pay attention to them."
Poor kid?
Lin Fan sneered, putting down his chopsticks.
What's wrong with me eating at a buffet? It's better than some people who just follow others around like dogs, isn't it? You fucking want to die.
The blonde-haired guy was enraged and swung his fist.
You got lucky last time, but this time I'll show you how to deal with you.
The green-haired man and another henchman behind him also surrounded him, glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. Seeing this, the surrounding diners put down their chopsticks, eager to watch the spectacle.
Honey, be careful. Su Qingxue nervously grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Don't worry.
Lin Fan patted her hand, stood up, and looked at the blonde-haired guy in his group with icy eyes.
You three think you can fight me? Stop talking nonsense. Brothers, get him.
Huang Mao roared and charged at Lin Fan, swinging his fist at his face. Lin Fan dodged to the side and punched the blonde-haired man in the chest with his backhand.
Bang!
With a scream, the blonde-haired man flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, curling up in pain.
Ding!
Defeat the thug yellow-haired guy, gain +5 affection points and 100 renminbi. Seeing this, green hair and another henchman rushed over as well. Lin Fan nimbly weaved between them, kicked green hair in the knee with a sharp crack, and green hair fell to his knees, clutching his knee and screaming in pain.
Ding!
Defeat the thug green-haired guy, gain +5 affection points and 100 renminbi.
The remaining lackey turned pale with fright and dared not step forward. Lin Fan walked towards him step by step, his eyes icy. You want to try too? No. I won't dare.
The henchman was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly and turned to run away. Lin Fan kicked him in the butt, and the lackey fell flat on his face, scrambling to his feet and running away in a sorry state. Yellow hair and green hair lay on the ground, howling in pain. Lin Fan walked up to Yellow Hair, looking down at him condescendingly. If you ever dare to cause trouble for me and my wife again, I'll break your legs.
I won't dare again. I'll never dare again.
The blonde-haired man nodded hurriedly, his face full of fear. Lin Fan snorted coldly, turned around and returned to his seat, picking up his chopsticks and continuing to eat as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the surrounding diners all gave him a thumbs up, their eyes filled with admiration.
Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. Husband, you're amazing.
It's nothing, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of salmon for her.
Here, keep eating. Don't let these people affect our mood. Ding!
Detected that the host easily dealt with the thugs, triggering the domineering wife protection reward, affection points +30 currently 2,751 +30 is equal to 2,781, Su Qingxue's favorability +20 currently 989 +20 is equal to 1,009. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to 13. Rewards, intelligence +10 current 130 +10 is equal to 140, strength +10 current 120 +10 is equal to 130, 100,000 renminbi in cash, and 1 random Overlord badge.
Overlord badge, attributes. Overlord badge. Level 1.
Attribute, momentum +30, can intimidate enemies of a lower level than yourself, and increases critical hit rate by 10% during battle.
Note, wearing this item will enhance your imposing presence, causing enemies to tremble in fear.
A text message arrived on Lin Fan's phone notifying him of a deposit of 100,000 yuan, bringing his bank account balance to 2,125,000 yuan. Looking at the message, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. His total assets had now reached 13,125,000 yuan,
far exceeding the previously promised 10 million. After dinner, Lin Fan took Su Qingxue to the largest shopping mall in Jiangqing City.
Now that he had money, he wanted to buy Su Qingxue some expensive gifts and pamper her.
As I walked into a jewelry store, a salesperson greeted me warmly. Sir, madam, what would you like to see?
Pick a necklace for my wife, Lin Fan said with a smile, his arm around Su Qingxue's waist. Su Qingxue blushed slightly and tugged at Lin Fan's arm. Honey, we don't need to buy anything too expensive.
It's okay, as long as you like it, Lin Fan said with a smile, his gaze falling on a diamond necklace in the display case.
The necklace featured a huge, perfectly cut diamond pendant that shone brilliantly under the light, making it exceptionally dazzling. The tag next to it read, price, 520,000 yuan. Waiter, please bring this necklace out so I can take a look, Lin Fan said. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the necklace and handed it to Su Qingxue. Miss, this necklace is our store's prized possession, named Eternal Heart, and it suits you very well.
Su Qingxue took the necklace, put it on, and looked at herself in the mirror.
The brilliance of the diamonds made her skin appear even whiter, and enhanced her overall aura. It's so beautiful, the waiter couldn't help but exclaim.
Lin Fan looked at Su Qingxue with amazement in his eyes. Wife, you look so good in this. I'll buy it. But, it's too expensive. Su Qingxue hesitated. It's not expensive. As long as you like it, it's worth any price.
Lin Fan said with a smile, took out his phone, and transferred 520,000 yuan to the jewelry store on the spot.
The waiter quickly wrapped the necklace and handed it to Lin Fan, saying, Sir, madam, wishing you eternal happiness. Thank you. Lin Fan took the necklace and personally put it on Su Qingxue's neck. As his fingertips touched her delicate neck, Su Qingxue trembled and her cheeks flushed even more. Ding!
Detected that the host purchased an expensive gift for their destined partner, triggering the spoiling wife buff. Affection value plus 50 currently 2,781 plus 50 is equal to 2,831, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 1,009 plus 30 is equal to 1,039. The two strolled around the mall for a while longer. Lin Fan bought Su Qingxue a designer handbag and several beautiful outfits, spending nearly 300,000 yuan, but he didn't mind at all.
As long as Su Qingxue was happy, spending any amount of money was worthwhile.
By the time I left the mall, it was already dark. The night view of Jiangcheng was beautiful, with flashing neon lights and bustling traffic.
Lin Fan held Su Qingxue's hand as they strolled down the street.
Su Qingxue wore the diamond necklace Lin Fan had bought for her, carried a designer handbag, and beamed with happiness. She would occasionally look up at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with love.
Honey, let's go see a movie? Su Qingxue suggested. Okay.
Lin Fan nodded and pulled her into a nearby movie theater. He bought tickets to a recently popular romantic movie, along with a large bucket of popcorn and 2 Cokes.
Entering the theater, which wasn't crowded, they found seats in the last row.
After the movie started, Su Qingxue watched intently, her eyes occasionally welling up with tears from the scenes. Lin Fan, meanwhile, ate popcorn while secretly glancing at her. In the dim light, her profile was exceptionally delicate, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, sending a warm feeling through him.
When she saw the touching scene, Su Qingxue couldn't help but lean against Lin Fan's chest.
Lin Fan took the opportunity to hug her and gently patted her back to comfort her. In the darkness, the two were getting closer and closer. Lin Fan could clearly smell her fragrance and feel her soft body.
He couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing her lips. Su Qingxue stiffened, then closed her eyes and gently responded.
Their soft lips touched, carrying the sweetness of popcorn and the refreshing coolness of cola, intoxicating them. Lin Fan could clearly feel her nervousness and shyness. His tongue gently probed, and she slightly opened her mouth, letting him explore.
Ding!
Detected that the host is passionately kissing their destined partner.
Affection value plus 50 currently 2,831 plus 50 is equal to 2,881, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 1,039 plus 30 is equal to 1,069.
After the movie, Lin Fan took Su Qingxue to a romantic hotel. The hotel room was decorated very romantically, with a large bathtub and a round bed, with fresh flowers and candles on the bedside table.
Honey, this place is so beautiful.
Su Qingxue said excitedly.
I'm glad you like it.
Lin Fan said with a smile, hugging her from behind and resting his chin on her shoulder.
Wife, are you happy today? Happy.
Su Qingxue nodded, turned around, hugged his neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the lips.
With my husband by my side, I am happy every day.
Lin Fan's heart was instantly filled with joy.
He lowered his head and kissed Su Qingxue, deepening the kiss.
The two embraced and fell onto the large bed, the air thick with an ambiguous atmosphere.
Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Zhenhai calling. He answered the phone, and Su Zhenhai's voice came through. Lin Fan, are you free now?
Come to the Su family's old house.
I need to talk to you about something. Lin Fan was taken aback.
Su Zhenhai must be looking for him at this time to talk about the 10 million.
He glanced at Su Qingxue beside him and said, Okay, Grandpa, I'll be right there.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan said apologetically, Honey, Grandpa is looking for me. I have to go to the Su family's old house.
It's okay, I'll go with you, Su Qingxue said.
Okay. Lin Fan nodded, stood up, straightened his clothes, and left the hotel with Su Qingxue, taking a taxi to the Su family's old residence. The car stopped in front of the Su family's old house.
Lin Fan took a deep breath, took Su Qingxue's hand, and walked inside.
In the living room, Su Jinhai, Zhou Zuilan, and several elders of the Su family were sitting there, as was Su Qingyi.
Grandpa, Grandma, we're here, Lin Fan said. Sit down.
Su Jinhai's tone was calm, but his eyes held a hint of scrutiny.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue sat on the sofa, and a maid brought them tea.
Lin Fan, you promised to earn 10 million a year, how much are you still short?
Su Jinhai asked first.
Lin Fan smiled, took out his phone, opened his asset details, and handed it to Su Jinhai. Grandpa, I have earned 10 million. Now my total assets have exceeded 13 million.
What? The Su family was stunned.
They hadn't expected Lin Fan to earn 10 million so quickly. Su Jinhai took the phone and carefully examined the asset details, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. He had originally thought Lin Fan would need a year, but he had achieved his goal in just over a month.
Good. Good. Good.
Su Jinhai said good 3 times in a row, a rare smile appearing on his face.
Lin Fan, you really didn't disappoint me.
From today onwards, I officially acknowledge you as the son-in-law of the Su family. Zhou Zuilan and the other elders of the Su family nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with approval as they looked at Lin Fan.
A smile also appeared on Su Qingyi's lips.
Su Qingxue excitedly hugged Lin Fan and said happily, "Honey, that's wonderful.
Grandpa finally approves of you."
Lin Fan smiled and hugged her, finally feeling relieved.
Ding.
Detected that the host has fully gained the approval of their destined partner and family, triggering the ultimate approval reward, affection points plus 200 currently 2,881 plus 200 is equal to 3,081, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 100 currently 1,069 plus 100 is equal to 1,169. Congratulations, host.
Your level has increased to 14.
Rewards, plus 10 to all attributes intelligence 150 strength 140 charm 150 stamina 140, 200,000 renminbi, and the divine skill, clan aura. Family aura, attribute, after wearing, you can share 50% of the Su family's network resources and business privileges, increase the success rate of business negotiations within Jiangcheng by 30%, and intimidate ordinary merchants. Advanced mental suppression. The phone immediately popped up with a text message that 200,000 yuan had been deposited into the account, and the bank card balance instantly soared to 2,325,000 yuan. Lin Fan felt the sense of clarity brought about by the improvement in all attributes, and even his breathing felt much smoother. In particular, the 150 points of charm value made him seem to be surrounded by an invisible light, and even the elders of the Su family looked at him with more and more affection.
Grandpa, thank you for your approval.
Lin Fan released Su Qingxue, stood up and said solemnly, I will definitely take good care of Qingxue in the future, work hard for the Su family, and live up to your trust.
Su Jinhai nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to sit down. It's good that you have this intention. Now that you have passed the test, I will entrust you with a cooperative project in the East New District, so that you can establish your authority within the family. Thank you, Grandpa.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The East New District was exactly where he bought the land. With the Land Appreciation Badge and maximum business talent, this project was sure to make a fortune.
Su Qingyi then spoke up, Grandpa is right.
I will assist Lin Fan in advancing this project to ensure that nothing goes wrong.
Zhou Zuilan smiled and took Su Qingxue's hand. Qingxue, you didn't misjudge him. Lin Fan is capable and loves you. You must live a good life from now on. Grandma, I know. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed red, and she secretly glanced at Lin Fan, her eyes full of sweetness. Ding.
Detected that the host has acquired an important family project, triggering a reward of authority and responsibility, affection points plus 50 currently 3,081 plus 50 is equal to 3,131, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 1,169 plus 30 is equal to 1,199. That evening, a sumptuous family banquet was held at the Su family's old residence to celebrate Lin Fan's formal integration into the Su family. At the table, Su Jinhai frequently served food to Lin Fan and chatted with him about the Su family's development plans. With his maximum business talent and family aura skills, Lin Fan offered many constructive suggestions, which were praised by the Su family elders. Su Qingyi looked at Lin Fan, who was speaking eloquently, with admiration in her eyes. She had originally worried that Lin Fan wouldn't be able to support the Su family's project, but now it seemed that she had worried too much. After the family dinner, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said goodbye to the Su family and prepared to go home. Su Jinhai specially stopped Lin Fan and handed him a car key. This is a Maybach. It will be convenient for you to go out for business in the future. Consider it a gift from your grandfather. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Fan took the car keys, his heart filled with excitement. A Maybach is a top-of-the-line luxury car, worth millions, which is enough to show how much Su Jinhai values him. The two got into the Maybach, and Lin Fan started the car, smoothly driving away from the Su family's old residence. The car was luxuriously decorated, with soft and comfortable leather seats. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Honey, we have a car, a house, and a career now. We're so happy. Yes, all of this is inseparable from you." Lin Fan held her hand, the soft touch of her fingertips warming his heart. He turned his head and gently kissed her lips. "Wife, I will make you even happier in the future." Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20 currently 3,131 plus 20 is equal to 3,151. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 1,199 plus 20 is equal to 1,219. Halfway through the journey, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Chen Long calling. He answered the phone, and Chen Long's excited voice came through. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on officially becoming the son-in-law of the Su family. Our previous collaborative project has made new progress, and there is an important signing ceremony tomorrow morning. We would like to invite you to attend as our representative." "Okay, I'll definitely be there on time," Lin Fan agreed with a smile. With the support of the Yu family halo, this contract would definitely be completed smoothly, and he might even be able to expand his network of contacts. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingxue said, "Honey, I'll go with you tomorrow and cheer you on." "Great. With my wife by my side, I feel even more confident," Lin Fan said. Back home, Lin Fan escorted Su Qingxue to her room. Just as he was about to go to his study to work on project documents, Su Qingxue suddenly stopped him. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown, her skin was fair, her long hair was loose over her shoulders, and her eyes held a hint of shyness and anticipation. "Honey, could you chat with me for a while?" Su Qingxue whispered. "Of course." Lin Fan's heart was instantly filled with joy. He sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand. "What do you want to talk about?" "I just want to hear about your past." Su Qingxue leaned on his shoulder, her voice soft and sweet. "Like, when you were in school, were there any fun things that happened?" Lin Fan smiled and began to tell her about his past experiences. From his hard work in high school to his turnaround after encountering the system, and now to his success, he told Su Qingxue everything. Su Qingxue listened attentively, occasionally letting out exclamations of amazement, her eyes filled with admiration. As they chatted, Su Qingxue's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and she unknowingly fell asleep in Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan looked at her peaceful sleeping face, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. He carefully placed her on the bed, covered her with the blanket, kissed her forehead, and then quietly left the room. Back in his study, Lin Fan turned on his computer and began processing project data for the East New District. With his maximum business talent and family aura boosting him, he quickly developed a detailed project plan and even predicted potential problems and solutions. Working until midnight, Lin Fan stretched and checked his stock account on his phone. The funds there had grown to 7 million. Adding the 2,325,000 yuan in his bank account, the 5 million yuan worth of land, and the Maybach gifted by Su Jinhai, his total assets exceeded 14 million. Ding! Host's assets have been continuously increasing, triggering a wealth accumulation reward. Affection value plus 30 currently 3,151 plus 30 is equal to 3,181. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 1,219 plus 10 is equal to 1,229. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. He remembered that he hadn't used the double wealth skill yet, so he immediately chose to double the most recent 1 million yuan profit in his stock account. Ding! Successfully used the double wealth beginner skill. Your 1 million profit has been doubled to 2 million and transferred to your stock account. His stock account balance instantly jumped to 8 million. Lin Fan stared at the screen, almost jumping for joy. With this money, he could invest in more projects and continue to grow his assets. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove their Maybach to the signing location Jiangqing International Convention and Exhibition Center. The car immediately attracted a lot of attention as it stopped at the entrance of the convention center.
Wow! A Maybach. Whose car is that? Wow, so handsome. The guy driving is so handsome too. And the woman next to him is a goddess. Su Qingshua's cheeks flushed slightly as she linked arms with Lin Fan and proudly walked into the convention center. Chen Long was already waiting for them at the entrance.
Seeing Lin Fan's Maybach, his eyes lit up. "Mr. Lin, congratulations.
It seems the Su family values you highly."
"Mr. Chen, you're too kind," Lin Fan said with a smile. The three entered the signing hall, which was already filled with media reporters and business elites.
Upon seeing Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, the reporters immediately swarmed around them, snapping photos one after another.
After the signing ceremony began, Lin Fan and Chen Long, representing Su Shi Group and Longteng Group respectively, signed their names on the cooperation agreement.
Flashbulbs went off continuously, recording this important moment. Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully completed the family project signing, triggering the project launch reward. Affection value plus 100, currently 3,181 plus 100 is equal to 3,281. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 50, currently 1,229 plus 50 is equal to 1,279.
Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to 15.
Rewards: intelligence plus 10, current 150 plus 10 is equal to 160. Strength plus 10, current 140 plus 10 is equal to 150. 300,000 renminbi in cash, and a random Business King badge. 1.
Business King badge, attributes. Business King badge. Level 1.
Attributes: increases business negotiation success rate by 50%, increases return on investment by 20%, and ignores basic business pitfalls.
Note: wearing this can enhance one's image as a business leader.
A text message arrived on his phone confirming the deposit of 300,000 yuan, bringing his bank account balance to 2,625,000 yuan. Lin Fan stared at the message, his heart filled with anticipation. He knew this was just the beginning of his business empire. With the system's help, Su Qingshua's companionship, and the Su family support, his future was sure to be even more brilliant. After the signing ceremony, Chen Long took Lin Fan's hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, to celebrate the successful signing, I'm hosting a celebratory banquet at Royal Cuisine tonight.
You must come and join us."
"Okay, I'll definitely be there," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Just then, a familiar figure walked over. It was Wang Hu, the boss of Huxiao Group. After being released by the police, he was unwilling to accept defeat and actually came to the signing ceremony. Wang Hu glared at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. "Lin Fan, don't be so smug.
You won this time, but that doesn't mean you can win next time. I will definitely get my revenge."
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. "Wang Hu, I advise you to behave yourself. If you dare to cause trouble again, I don't mind sending you back to the police station for a while longer."
You better not be so arrogant."
Wang Hu trembled with rage, but dared not make a move. He knew how powerful Lin Fan was, and he also knew that the Su family was now fully supporting him, so he was no match for him at all.
"Get lost."
Lin Fan snorted coldly, unleashing the aura generated by 150 points of martial power. Wang Hu turned pale with fright and scurried away in a sorry state. Seeing this, those around Lin Fan all gave him a thumbs up. Chen Long said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, you're really something. You scared Wang Hu away with just one sentence." "No problem," Lin Fan said with a smile.
Ding!
Host detected intimidating the enemy, triggering the overbearing aura reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 3,281 plus 50 is equal to 3,331. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30, currently 1,279 plus 30 is equal to 1,309. At the celebration banquet that evening, Lin Fan, thanks to his mastery of connections and Business King badge, made the acquaintance of many prominent figures in Jiangqing's business world. They all admired Lin Fan's talent and charisma and expressed their willingness to cooperate with him. Su Qingshuo sat beside Lin Fan, watching him converse effortlessly with business elites, her eyes filled with pride and love. She knew she had chosen the right person. This man would surely bring her boundless happiness. After the celebration banquet, Lin Fan drove Su Qingshuo home in his Maybach. As the car sped through the night, Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, today was so much fun."
"Me too."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
"Wife, it's so good to have you by my side." Ding!
Detected that the host and their destined partner shared the joy of success. Affection value plus 25 currently 3,331 plus 25 is equal to 3,356. Suqingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 1,309 plus 20 is equal to 1,329. The car stopped in front of the house, and Lin Fan took Su Qingshua's hand, leading her inside. Under the lamplight, Su Qingshua's face looked exceptionally beautiful, and Lin Fan couldn't resist embracing her and kissing her deeply. At that moment, all success and glory were unimportant, only the person beside him was truly precious. Lin Fan knew that his journey to success had only just begun, and many more challenges and opportunities awaited him. But he was fearless, for he had the support of the system, Su Qingshua's companionship, and an unwavering spirit. He believed that with hard work, he could create his own business empire and give Su Qingxue a happy and fulfilling future. Chapter 8: The Weight of the Red Book. The evening breeze after the celebration banquet carried a slightly intoxicating warmth. Lin Fan led Su Qingxue by the hand into the house, the soft touch of her fingertips still making his heart flutter. The crystal chandelier in the living room cast a warm yellow light, casting long shadows of the two of them, and the lingering ambiguous atmosphere of their kiss still hung in the air.
Honey, let's put our marriage certificate away.
Su Qingxue suddenly spoke, her soft voice breaking the silence.
She took 2 small red booklets from her bag and handed them to Lin Fan.
That was their marriage certificate, a brand new red cover with the words "Marriage Certificate" embossed in gold. It felt thick and heavy to the touch. Lin Fan reached out and took it, his fingertips touching the cool gold lettering. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside him: joy, excitement, and a touch of inexplicable nervousness.
These 2 small red marriage certificates, like a heavy promise, tightly bound his and Su Qingshue's lives together. Legally speaking, they were already husband and wife. Ding!
Detected that the host has confirmed a marital relationship with their destined partner, triggering the contract completion reward. Affection points plus 100 currently 3,356 plus 100 is equal to 3,456. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 50 currently 1,329 plus 50 is equal to 1,379.
Okay, let us put it in the safe, Lin Fan said.
He went to the study, opened the newly bought safe, and carefully placed the marriage certificate inside. Seeing the red booklet lying safely inside, he suddenly felt much more at ease. Su Qingxue stood beside him, looking at the marriage certificate in the safe, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with complex emotions. There was anticipation for the future, but also a hint of shyness and trepidation as a new wife. She stole a glance at Lin Fan's profile under the light. His features were exceptionally clear, his gaze resolute, filling her with a sense of security. Honey, let's go tell our parents the good news tomorrow and show them our marriage certificate while we're at it, Su Qingshuo said.
Great, that'll put their minds at ease, Lin Fan said with a smile, turning around to take her hand. Their eyes met, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air once more. Lin Fan couldn't help but lower his head and gently kiss her lips. A soft touch came, and Su Qingshuo trembled. She closed her eyes and gently responded to him. This kiss wasn't as passionate as before, but it was filled with tenderness, as if telling each other their hearts.
Ding! Detected a tender kiss between the host and their destined partner. Affection points plus 30 currently 3,456 plus 30 is equal to 3,486. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 20 currently 1,379 plus 20 is equal to 1,399.
The next morning, Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo, carrying their marriage certificate, went to Lin's parents' house.
Lin's mother greeted them warmly, taking Su Qingshue's hand and asking after her well-being.
Mom and Dad, we got our marriage certificate.
Lin Fan took out the marriage certificate and handed it to his parents. Lin's parents took the marriage certificate, carefully looked at the photo on it, and smiled with relief.
That's wonderful. Fan, Qingshuo, you're finally officially husband and wife.
Lin's mother said excitedly, her eyes reddening.
Dad, Mom, we'll live a good life from now on, Su Qingshuo said with a smile, her face full of happiness.
Lin's mother held Su Qingshue's hand and kept reminding her, Qingshuo, Fan is a bit careless sometimes, so please be more tolerant of him.
If anything happens at home in the future, just let us know. Mom, I understand, don't worry. Su Qingshuo nodded.
Looking at the heartwarming scene before him, Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He took out his phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to his parents. Dad, Mom, take this money and buy some things you like to improve your lives.
We can't accept this.
Mr. and Mrs. Lin quickly declined. Mom and Dad, this is just a small token of our appreciation, please accept it, Lin Fan said.
Lin's parents couldn't refuse, so they accepted the money, their hearts filled with gratitude. Ding!
Host's filial piety towards parents detected, triggering a family affection reward. Affection value plus 50, currently 3,486 plus 50 is equal to 3,536. Suqingshua's favorability plus 30, currently 1,399 plus 30 is equal to 1,429. After leaving Lin's parents' house, the two went to the Su family's old residence. Su Jinhai and Zhou Tsuilan smiled with satisfaction when they saw their marriage certificate.
Great! From now on, you two are officially husband and wife.
You should be tolerant and supportive of each other, Su Jinhai said. Grandpa, we understand, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said in unison. Su Qingyi looked at them and a smile appeared on her lips. Now that we've registered our marriage, I'll give you the detailed information about the Chengdong New District project.
You can officially take over tomorrow. Okay, cousin. Lin Fan nodded. At noon, the Su family hosted a lavish family banquet to celebrate Lin Fan and Su Qingxue officially becoming husband and wife.
At the table, Su Jinhai announced that he would transfer 10% of the Su family's shares to Lin Fan as a wedding gift. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly declined. Grandpa, this is too precious, I can't accept it. This is what you deserve, Su Jinhai said.
You are capable and good to Qingxue.
I am very reassured to hand over the Su family business to you. Lin Fan glanced at Su Qingxue beside him, and seeing her nod in acknowledgement, he stopped refusing. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely manage the Su family's business well and live up to your trust.
Ding!
Detected that the host has acquired family shares, triggering the industry inheritance reward. Affection value plus 200, currently 3,536 plus 200 is equal to 3,736. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 100, currently 1,429 plus 100 is equal to 1,529. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to 16. Rewards, plus 10 to all attributes: intelligence 170, strength 160, charm 160, stamina 150, 500,000 renminbi, and the divine skill, industry control. Industry control, attribute, real-time monitoring of operational data for all under your ownership, automatic identification of operational risks, and provision of optimal solutions, increasing industry profitability by 30%. A text message arrived on his phone confirming the deposit of 500,000 yuan, instantly increasing his bank account balance to 3,125,000 yuan.
Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement as he experienced the immense power brought by the overall attribute boost.
With the industry control skill, managing the Su family's businesses and his own investment projects would be far more effortless.
In the afternoon, Su Qingyi handed Lin Fan detailed information about the Chengdong New Area project.
The information was very comprehensive, including project planning, budget, and information on partners. Leveraging his maxed-out business acumen and industry control skills, Lin Fan quickly gained a complete understanding of the project and identified several potential risks. Cousin, this project has a few risks, and I've developed corresponding solutions.
Please take a look and see if they're feasible.
Lin Fan handed his prepared plan to Su Qingyi.
Su Qingyi took the proposal and began to examine it carefully.
The more she looked, the more surprised she became. Lin Fan's solution was highly professional. It not only effectively mitigated risks but also increased the project's profitability.
Excellent. This plan is very feasible,
Su Qingyi said with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to grasp the core content of the project so quickly and be able to come up with such a good solution.
You flatter me, cousin.
It's all I should do, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Ding!
Host sufficient work performance detected, triggering a capability recognition reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 3,736 plus 50 is equal to 3,786. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 30, currently 1,529 plus 30 is equal to 1,559.
In the evening, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue left the Su family's old house, preparing to go home.
Just as they reached the gate, they saw a black sedan parked on the side of the road, and a man in a black suit got out of the car, blocking their way. Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, our boss would like to invite you over, the man said expressionlessly. Who is your boss? Lin Fan looked at him warily, his 160 points of combat strength making him ready to fight at any moment. You'll find out when you get there, the man said, his tone laced with a hint of threat.
We're not going,
Su Qingxue said, gripping Lin Fan's hand tightly, somewhat frightened.
It seems we can only ask Mr. Lin and Miss Su to do the honor for us.
The man waved his hand, and 4 more bodyguards in black suits got out of the car. They were all tall and had fierce eyes.
Honey, be careful, Su Qingxue said nervously. Don't worry.
Lin Fan patted her hand, pulled her behind him, and looked coldly at the bodyguards in front of him.
You think you can force us with just a few of you? Enough talk.
Brothers, get him, the man roared, and 4 bodyguards immediately rushed towards Lin Fan. The first bodyguard swung his fist at Lin Fan's face, but Lin Fan dodged to the side and punched him in the chest with his own fist.
Bang!
The bodyguard screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness.
Ding! Defeat the bodyguard in Black Wolf, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
The second bodyguard attacked from the side, and Lin Fan kicked him in the knee with a crisp crack. The bodyguard fell to his knees, clutching his knee and screaming in pain.
Ding! Defeat the bodyguard in Black Panther, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
Seeing this, the remaining 2 bodyguards also rushed over. Lin Fan nimbly weaves between them, using both fists and feet, each strike precisely hitting their vital points. In less than a minute, all 4 bodyguards collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The leader was dumbfounded, his arrogance instantly turning to terror. He never imagined that this seemingly refined young man would be such a formidable fighter.
You stay away. The man retreated in fear. Our boss is Li Fugue. If you dare touch me, Boss Li won't let you get away with it. Li Fugue? Lin Fan sneered. Who do we have here? It's that guy who failed to grab the land. He walked step by step toward the man, his eyes icy. Go back and tell Li Fugue not to mess with me and my wife again, or I won't hesitate to make him pay an even more painful price. Yes. I will definitely pass on the message.
The man felt as if he had been granted a pardon and slunk away with his men.
Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. Husband, you're amazing.
No problem, Lin Fan said with a smile, taking her hand.
Let's go home. Ding.
Host detected defeating enemy, triggering wife protecting reward, affection points +30 currently 3,786 +30 is equal to 3,816, Su Qingxue's favorability +20 currently 1,559 +20 is equal to 1,579. Back home, Lin Fan hugged Su Qingxue and comforted her, don't be afraid, I'm here, no one can hurt you.
Yes, I'm not afraid.
Su Qingxue leaned against him, her voice soft.
As long as my husband is here, I'm not afraid of anything. The two sat embracing on the sofa, watching a romantic drama on TV, the atmosphere warm and romantic.
Lin Fan picked up the remote, switched to a cooking program, and said with a smile, honey, let's cook at home tomorrow, I'll show you my skills.
Great. I've been wanting to try my husband's cooking for ages.
Su Qingxue said excitedly. The next morning, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to the market together. The market was bustling with activity, and all kinds of fresh vegetables and meats were on display. Lin Fan held Su Qingxue's hand as they walked between the stalls, selecting ingredients.
Honey, let's buy a fish. I want to eat your braised fish, Su Qingxue said, pointing to a fresh carp. Okay.
Lin Fan said with a smile, buying a carp, some vegetables, and meat.
Back home, Lin Fan tied on an apron, went into the kitchen, and started getting busy.
Su Qingxue wanted to help, but Lin Fan stopped her. Wife, you can just sit and rest.
I'll cook today.
Su Qingxue could only sit in the living room, watching Lin Fan busy in the kitchen, feeling a warm glow in her heart. She took out her phone and secretly took a picture of Lin Fan cooking, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. Lin Fan's cooking skills were quite good, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Braised fish, cola chicken wings, garlic-flavored lettuce, one delicious dish after another was served on the table.
Wife, dinner's ready.
Lin Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of braised fish, and put it in her mouth. The tender fish meat, with its rich aroma, was so delicious that her eyes lit up. Honey, your cooking is so delicious.
It's even better than what you get in restaurants.
Eat more if you like it, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a cola chicken wing for her.
The two ate and chatted, creating a warm and happy atmosphere. Ding.
Detected that the host and their destined partner are enjoying a cozy dinner together. Affection points +20 currently 3,816 +20 is equal to 3,836, Su Qingxue's favorability +10 currently 1,579 +10 is equal to 1,589. After dinner, Lin Fan cleaned up the dishes and sat on the sofa with Su Qingxue to watch TV. As they watched, Su Qingxue fell asleep in Lin Fan's arms. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Fan smiled gently. He carefully carried her back to the room, tucked her in, kissed her forehead, and then quietly left. Back in his study, Lin Fan turned on his computer and checked the operational data of his businesses. With the business control skill, the operational data of all his businesses was clearly presented to him, without any omissions. He discovered some operational problems at one of the Su family's hotels, immediately formulated corresponding solutions, and sent them to the hotel manager. After finishing his work, Lin Fan opened his stock account, where the funds had risen to 9 million. Adding the 3,125,000 yuan in his bank card, the 5 million yuan worth of land, and the 10% stake in the Su family worth approximately 50 million yuan, his total assets had exceeded 67 million yuan. Ding! Host's assets have increased significantly, triggering a wealth explosion reward. Affection points plus 100, currently 3,836 plus 100 is equal to 3,936. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 50, currently 1,589 plus 50 is equal to 1,639. Congratulations, host! Your level has increased to 17. Rewards: intelligence plus 10, current 170 plus 10 is equal to 180, strength plus 10, current 160 plus 10 is equal to 170, 1 million renminbi in cash, and 1 random Wealth Guardian Badge. Wealth Guardian Badge attributes. Wealth Guardian Badge. Level 1. Attributes: all assets under your name are immune to basic theft and fraud. Investment losses can be reduced by 20%. Suspicious transactions are automatically blocked. Note: wearing this can provide comprehensive protection for your personal wealth. A text message arrived on his phone confirming the deposit of 1 million yuan, bringing his bank account balance to 4,125,000 yuan. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his heart filled with excitement. With this Wealth Guardian Badge, his assets had an extra layer of protection. He no longer needed to worry about theft or being scammed. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Qingyi calling. He answered, and Su Qingyi's voice came through. Lin Fan, Li Fugui just contacted me, saying he wants to reconcile with us and is willing to compensate for the previous losses. Do you think we should agree? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I can agree, but he must issue a public apology and compensate us for double our losses. Okay, I understand, Su Qingyi said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan smirked. Li Fugui was scared and wanted to make peace. However, he wouldn't let Li Fugui off so easily. He would make him pay the price. The next day, Li Fugui indeed issued a public apology and compensated Lin Fan for double the losses, totaling 1 million yuan. Lin Fan donated the money to charity, doing a good deed while also enhancing his reputation. Ding! Host's charitable donation detected, triggering a good deed reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 3,936 plus 50 is equal to 3,986. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30, currently 1,639 plus 30 is equal to 1,669. In the afternoon, Lin Fan went to work at the Su Group. As soon as he entered the company, he saw the employees talking animatedly. It turned out that the media had reported on Lin Fan's donation to charity, and everyone was praising his good deed. Su Qingyi looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. Just doing what good deeds I can, Lin Fan said with a smile. Over the next few days, Lin Fan devoted himself entirely to the project in the Chengdong New District. Under his leadership, the project progressed very smoothly, and the partners were very satisfied with his work, even proactively proposing to expand their cooperation with him. That evening, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to see a movie together. After the movie, the two walked hand in hand down the street. Honey, we have a car, a house, a career, and so many people who love us. We're so happy. Su Qingxue looked up, her eyes filled with happiness. Yes, all of this is inseparable from you. Lin Fan held her hand, lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Wife, I love you. Husband, I love you too. Su Qingxue tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. Ding! Detected a heartfelt confession between the host and their destined partner. Affection points plus 50, currently 3,986 plus 50 is equal to 4,036. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50, currently 1,669 plus 50 is equal to 1,719. The two stood embraced on the street, gazing at the city lights, their hearts filled with hope. Lin Fan knew that these two marriage certificates brought not only legal constraints, but also a heavy responsibility and a promise of happiness. He would dedicate his life to protecting this happiness, making Su Qingxue the happiest woman in the world. Chapter 9: The phone call from my father-in-law and mother-in-law. The neon lights of the street gently bathed the two of them. Lin Fan looked down at the starlight in the eyes of the person in his arms, and was about to say some more sweet words when Su Qingshua's phone suddenly rang urgently in her pocket. She took out her phone and saw the words Mom and Dad flashing on the screen. Her expression instantly stiffened slightly, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Fan's hand. "It's my parents." Su Qingxue looked up at Lin Fan, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Since getting their marriage certificate, they had been busy dealing with projects and family matters, and hadn't had a chance to formally tell their parents, who lived far away, about the details. They hadn't expected the call to come so suddenly. Lin Fan patted the back of her hand, the warmth from his fingertips comforting her. "Go ahead and take it, don't be afraid, I'm here for you." Su Qingxue took a deep breath, pressed the answer button, and said in a relaxed tone, "Hello, Mom and Dad." Su's mother's stern voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, and a sense of pressure could be felt even through the receiver. "Qingxue, tell me honestly, did you get a marriage certificate with that boy named Lin Fan?" Su Qingxue stiffened, subconsciously looked at Lin Fan, and whispered, "Yes." "You." Su's mother's voice rose instantly, filled with obvious anger. "How could you make such a big decision without consulting us? Did you even know who Lin Fan is? Why didn't your grandfather and the others stop you?" Su's father, who was standing next to her, took the phone. His tone was gentler than Su's mother's, but it was still serious and unquestionable. "Qingxue, don't argue with your mother. Bring Lin Fan home tomorrow. We need to meet him in person. Also, tell him to prepare himself. We have some questions for him." "Okay, Mom and Dad." Su Qingxue hung up the phone, her face full of worry. "Honey, my parents seem really angry. Will they make things difficult for you?" Lin Fan gently pinched her soft cheek and comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, your parents want to see me, which means they value our relationship. I'll do my best tomorrow and make sure they're satisfied." Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous after all. It was his first time meeting his future in-laws, and it was after they had registered their marriage, so it was normal for them to be upset. Ding! Detected that the host is about to meet his future in-laws, triggering a critical mission. First visit. Task requirements: visit your parents-in-law tomorrow and gain their initial approval. Mission rewards: 200,000 renminbi cash, plus 100 affection points, plus 50 favorability with Su Qingxue, and 1 random Elder's favorability badge. With the system's help, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Fan thought to himself, instantly gaining more confidence. The next morning, Lin Fan got up early, changed into a well-fitting dark gray suit, and went to the mall to carefully select gifts: a top-quality tea set for Su's father and an expensive pearl necklace for Su's mother, both practical and thoughtful items. Su Qingxue looked at him bustling around, her eyes filled with emotion. "Honey, you don't need to be so nervous. My parents are actually very nice people, they just value rules and etiquette. We still need to take this seriously. It's the first time we're meeting your parents," Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up the beautifully wrapped gift box. Let's go, let's go." The two drove their Maybach towards the neighboring city where Su Qingxue's parents lived. Along the way, Su Qingxue kept telling Lin Fan about her parents' likes and dislikes and temperaments, which made him feel more at ease. 3 hours later, the car stopped in front of an elegant villa. This was Su Qingxue's parents' home, luxuriously decorated with a yard full of flowers and plants. As soon as Su Qingxue pressed the doorbell, the door opened. Su's mother stood in the doorway, her face expressionless, but her eyes scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe with obvious judgment. Su's father stood to the side, his expression serious, his hands behind his back. "Mom and Dad, we're here," Su Qingxue said softly, tugging at Lin Fan's arm. "Uncle, Aunt, hello. I'm Lin Fan, and this is a small gift I brought for you." Lin Fan quickly stepped forward, respectfully handing over the gift with a polite smile. His 160 points of charm made him appear exceptionally steady and reliable, and with the implicit boost from the Elder's favorability badge, the looks in Su's parents' eyes softened slightly. Elder's favorability badge, attribute: wearing this badge increases the Elder's initial favorability towards the host by 20%, making it easier to gain approval for your words and actions and reducing the probability of being harassed. Mother Su accepted the gift without saying much, and stepped aside to let them in. "Come in." The living room was lavishly decorated. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat awkward. Su's mother poured them a cup of tea and went straight to the point, asking, "Lin Fan, why didn't you discuss your marriage registration with Qingxue with us beforehand? Do you know how absurd that is?" "Auntie, I'm sorry." Lin Fan stood up and said sincerely, "It was my oversight that I didn't communicate with you and Uncle in time. Xue and I are truly in love, and I will definitely take good care of her and not let her suffer any grievances.
Can true love put food on the table? Sue's mother sneered.
I heard you used to be from an ordinary family.
Although you work for the Su family now, can you guarantee Xue's happiness? Our Su family's daughters are not just anyone's choice to marry. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the door, and an arrogant voice rang out, "Brother-in-law?
I'd like to see what kind of person dares to secretly marry my cousin." A young man in a floral shirt walked in with several followers.
It was Su Xue's cousin, Su Ming.
Su Ming had been spoiled since childhood, arrogant and domineering, and always looked down on ordinary people. When he learned that Su Xue had married Lin Fan, an outsider, he deliberately brought his men to make things difficult for her.
"Cousin, what brings you here?"
Su Xue frowned, somewhat displeased.
"If I hadn't come, my cousin would have been scammed."
Su Ming walked up to Lin Fan and looked him up and down with disdain.
"You're Lin Fan? I heard you only got ahead because of the Su family. Take a good look at yourself. Do you think you're good enough for my cousin?"
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, but he didn't immediately react. After all, they were at his in-laws' house, and he couldn't lose his composure. "Cousin, Xue and I are a legally married couple. You don't need to worry about our affairs."
"Oh, you dare to talk back?"
Su Ming was enraged and waved his hand.
"Brothers, teach him a lesson and let him know the rules of the Su family."
Several henchmen immediately rushed towards Lin Fan, each looking fierce and menacing. Su's parents frowned but did not stop him. They also wanted to see Lin Fan's abilities and whether he could protect Su Xue.
"Husband, be careful." Su Xue grabbed Lin Fan's arm nervously. "Don't worry."
Lin Fan patted her hand, pulled her behind him, and stepped forward to meet her. With a combat strength of 170 points and the boost from the Overlord badge, his aura instantly intimidated his followers. The first henchman swung his fist at Lin Fan's face, but Lin Fan dodged it and retaliated with a punch to the henchman's chest. With a muffled thud, the henchman screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground.
Ding! Defeat the Thug Ali, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
The second henchman attacked from the side, and Lin Fan kicked him in the knee with a crisp crack. The henchman fell to his knees, clutching his knee and crying out in pain.
Ding! Defeat the Thug Ayong, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
Seeing this, the remaining henchmen immediately dared not step forward.
Su Ming's face turned ashen with rage. "Useless trash. All of you, get up here." Lin Fan sneered and walked towards the remaining followers. He was agile and his punches were fast and ruthless.
In less than a minute, all the followers were lying on the ground, curled up in pain. Su Ming was dumbfounded, his arrogance instantly turning to terror. He never expected Lin Fan to be such a formidable fighter.
You stay away."
Su Ming retreated in fear.
"I'm a member of the Su family, how dare you touch me? Does the Su family think they can bully others just because they have power?"
Lin Fan approached him step by step, his eyes icy cold.
"Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your uncle and aunt, and show you what the rules are."
He raised his hand to strike, but Su's father suddenly spoke up. "Lin Fan, stop." Lin Fan stopped what he was doing, turned around and looked at Su's father. "Uncle." Su's father looked at him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "You're quite skilled, capable of protecting Xue. However, it's never good for the whole family to fight together." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Ming hid behind his mother and said aggrievedly, "Auntie, look at him, he wants to hit me."
Su's mother glared at him. "Stop making a scene. We're all family, why are you causing trouble?" After saying that, her gaze towards Lin Fan softened considerably.
"Lin Fan, thank you for what happened earlier."
Ding!
Detected that the host displayed abilities in front of his parents-in-law, triggering an approval bonus, affection points +50 currently 4,036 +50 is equal to 4,086, Su Xue's favorability +30 currently 1,719 +30 is equal to 1,749. At noon, Su's mother prepared a sumptuous meal.
At the table, Su's father inquired about Lin Fan's work and plans.
With his exceptional business acumen and extensive network, Lin Fan clearly and logically explained his business plans, including the project in the East New District and his investment schemes, which garnered Su's father's repeated nods of approval. "Not bad, young people have ideas and abilities," Su's father said with satisfaction. "Your aunt and I can rest assured that Xue is in your hands."
Su's mother smiled and said, "We didn't understand you well enough before, and there were many misunderstandings.
From now on, you and Qingxue should live a good life together and come home to visit often. Lin Fan was thrilled and quickly said, "Thank you for your recognition, uncle and aunt. I will definitely take good care of Qingxue and be filial to you both."
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the crucial task, first visit. The mission reward has been issued. 200,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account. Affection points plus 100, currently 4,086 plus 100 is equal to 4,186. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50, currently 1,749 plus 50 is equal to 1,799. After dinner, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue chatted with Su's parents for a while before preparing to return home. Su's mother packed them a lot of local specialties and reminded them, "Be careful on the road, and remember to let us know when you arrive safely." "Okay, Mom," Su Qingxue said with a smile, her eyes full of happiness. As the car drove away from the villa, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest and said happily, "Honey, that's wonderful.
My parents finally approve of you."
"Yes, it's all thanks to you." Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his fingertips touching her delicate skin, feeling a warmth in his heart.
Ding!
Detected that the host is sharing joy with their destined partner. Affection value plus 20, currently 4,186 plus 20 is equal to 4,206. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 1,799 plus 20 is equal to 1819. On the way back, Lin Fan's phone rang.
It was Su Qingyi calling.
She told Lin Fan that the project in the Chengdong New area had received strong government support, and several big bosses wanted to join in the investment, so the project had a very good prospect.
"That's great,"
Lin Fan said excitedly.
"Cousin, can you make some arrangements for me?"
"I'll talk to them about the cooperation tomorrow."
"Okay, I've already made the appointment for you."
"It'll be at the company conference room at 10 a.m. tomorrow," Su Qingyi said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan was filled with anticipation. With government support and the participation of more investors, this project was sure to make a fortune. Back home, Lin Fan checked his bank messages on his phone. The 200,000 yuan reward had arrived, and his bank account balance had increased to 4,325,000 yuan. He then checked his stock account, where the funds had risen to 10 million yuan. Including the land, Su family shares, and other assets, his total assets had exceeded 70 million yuan.
Ding!
Host's assets have exceeded 70 million, triggering a wealth milestone reward. Affection value plus 200, currently 4,206 plus 200 is equal to 4,406. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 100, currently 1819 plus 100 is equal to 1919. Congratulations, host.
Your level has increased to 18.
Rewards, all attributes plus 10 intelligence, 190 strength, 180 charm, 170 stamina, 160, 500,000 renminbi, and the divine skill, resource integration. Resource integration attribute quickly integrates all available connections, funds, and industry resources to achieve optimal resource allocation, increasing new project launch efficiency by 50% and cooperation negotiation success rate by 40%. A text message arrived on his phone confirming the arrival of 500,000 yuan, bringing his bank account balance to 4,825,000 yuan. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement as he experienced the powerful boost to all his attributes. With the resource integration skill, his path to building a business empire would undoubtedly be smoother. The next morning, Lin Fan arrived at the conference room of the Su Group on time. Several big bosses were already waiting for him inside. They were all well-known business tycoons in Jiangcheng. With his exceptional business acumen, resource integration skills, and the Business King badge, Lin Fan clearly and logically explained the planning and prospects of the Chengdong New District project, proposing a mutually beneficial cooperation plan. The several business owners listened attentively, nodding repeatedly and praising Lin Fan's abilities.
"Mr. Lin, your proposal is excellent. We are willing to invest," one of the business owners said first.
The other business owners also agreed and signed cooperation agreements with Lin Fan on the spot.
Ding!
Successful resource integration detected, triggering cooperation success reward. Affection value plus 100, currently 4,406 plus 100 is equal to 4,506. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50, currently 1919 plus 50 is equal to 1969. After the signing ceremony, Su Qingyi smiled and said, "Lin Fan, congratulations. Now the project's funding and resources are in place, and we're just waiting for construction to begin." "Thanks to my cousin's help," Lin Fan said with a smile. In the afternoon, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to the construction site to inspect the project and prepare to launch the Chengdong New District project. The construction site is located in the east of Jiangqing City and is currently a wasteland, but in Lin Fan's plan, it will soon be transformed into a modern new district integrating commerce, residence, and leisure. Just then, a discordant voice rang out, "Lin Fan, I don't agree to your project." Li Fugue walked over with several of his men, his face full of malice. He had been holding a grudge ever since Lin Fan taught him a lesson, and when he learned that Lin Fan was going to launch the East City New District project, he came specifically to cause trouble.
Li Fugue, what are you trying to do now?
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and his 180 points of martial arts strength made him exude an aura of power.
What for?
To stop you, of course. Li Fugue sneered and waved his hand.
Brothers, smash up the construction site. Let him know what I'm capable of.
A dozen or so men immediately grabbed their tools and rushed toward the temporary facilities at the construction site.
Husband, be careful, Su Qingxue said nervously. Don't worry.
Lin Fan shielded Su Qingxue behind him and took the initiative to go to meet her. The first henchman swung a shovel at Lin Fan, who dodged it and punched him in the face with a backhand. With a bang, the henchman screamed and fell to the ground.
Ding! Defeat Li Fugue's henchman A Chang, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
The second henchman attacked from behind, and Lin Fan kicked him in the butt, sending the henchman sprawling face first into the dirt.
Ding! Defeat Li Fugue's henchman A Zhuang, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
Lin Fan moved through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, each punch and kick carrying immense power. In less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen of his men were lying on the ground, howling in pain. Li Fugue stared in disbelief, his sinister expression instantly turning to terror.
He never imagined Lin Fan could be such a formidable fighter. You stay away.
Li Fugue retreated in fear.
I'm Li Fugue.
If you dare touch me, I'll never forgive you.
You've already given up on me several times already.
Lin Fan sneered, walking towards him step by step.
Today, I'll finally settle this problem with you.
He raised his hand to strike, but the police suddenly arrived. It turned out that the construction site security guard had called the police. Upon seeing this, Li Fugue immediately shouted as if he had seen a savior, "Officer,
he's hitting people. Arrest him." The police officer walked up to Lin Fan and asked, "Sir, what happened?"
"Officer, they started vandalizing the construction site first." "I was just acting in self-defense," Lin Fan said, taking out his phone and playing the video he had just recorded. After watching the video, the police immediately understood the truth and took Li Fugue and his men into custody.
"Take them away."
With a command from the police, Li Fugue and the others were put into the police car. Li Fugue looked at Lin Fan with resentment and unwillingness in his eyes, but he could only be taken away by the police.
Ding!
Detected that the host has completely resolved the trouble, triggering the eliminating future threats reward, affection points +50 currently 4,506 +50 is equal to 4,556, Su Qingxue's favorability +30 currently 1969 +30 is equal to 1999.
Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. "Husband, you're amazing."
"No problem," Lin Fan said with a smile, putting his arm around her waist. "Now no one can disturb our project, so we can start working in peace." As the sun set, golden rays bathed the construction site. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue stood embraced, their eyes filled with hope for the future. They knew that as long as they stood together, no difficulty was insurmountable, and the future would surely be even brighter.
Chapter 10 Newlywed Love Nest? An apartment next to the school.
The police car sped away from the construction site, and only after Li Fugue's resentful gaze disappeared from sight did Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief.
He turned around and pulled Su Qingxue tightly into his arms.
The golden rays of the setting sun fell on the two of them. Her soft hair brushed against his neck, carrying a faint fragrance that instantly dispelled the violence from their earlier fight. "Honey, now we can finally have some peace and quiet." Su Qingxue looked up, her eyes still showing a hint of lingering fear, but even more so, a dependence on Lin Fan. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his fingertips tracing her slightly cool cheeks. "Don't worry, no one will be able to cause trouble again."
Ding!
Detected that the host and their destined partner have overcome difficulties together, affection value +30 currently 4,556 +30 is equal to 4,586, Su Qingxue's favorability +20 currently 1999 +20 is equal to 2019. The two were snuggling together watching the sunset when Su Qingxue's phone suddenly rang. It was her mother calling. She answered the phone, her face quickly showing surprise, nodding and replying okay and I understand from time to time. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingxue grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said excitedly, "Honey, my parents have prepared a wedding house for us. They want us to go see it right now." "A wedding room?" Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then a warm feeling welled up in his heart. It seemed that his future in-laws had truly given him their full approval. "Yes. My parents said they know we're busy with projects and occasionally have to go back to school to handle some things, so they bought a house near Jiangcheng University for our convenience," Su Qingxue explained with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. The two immediately drove the Maybach towards Jiangcheng University. About half an hour later, the car entered a quiet, upscale residential community Shuxiang Mingyuan. The community was shaded by trees, had a babbling fountain, and was fully equipped with all necessary amenities. It was clearly a place where wealthy people lived. Mr. and Mrs. Su were already waiting at the entrance of the residential area. Upon seeing their car, they immediately came to greet them. Mrs. Su had a gentle smile on her face and took Su Qingxue's hand, saying, "Qingxue, Lin Fan, come with me and let's see your new house." The group entered a high-rise apartment building and took a private elevator directly to the 18th floor. The moment they opened the door, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue were both stunned. This is a spacious 150 square meter apartment with a minimalist yet luxurious decor. The light gray floor tiles are gleaming, and the living room features an oversized sofa and a smart TV. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of Jiangcheng University, providing an excellent vista. The apartment is fully equipped with bedrooms, a study, a kitchen, and a bathroom, all using top-quality materials and exuding sophistication throughout. "How is it? Do you like it?" Su's mother asked with a smile, her eyes full of love. "It's close to Jiangcheng University, so it's convenient for you to go back to the school to visit or if you need anything. Plus, the community has excellent security, so you feel safe living here." "I love it so much. Thank you, Mom and Dad." Su Qingxue hugged her mother excitedly, her eyes reddening. Lin Fan quickly thanked them, "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. This house is wonderful. You've gone to so much trouble. Don't be so polite with us." Su's father patted his shoulder. "You two are newlyweds, you should have a comfortable home. From now on, this will be your love nest, live a good life together." Ding! Detected that the host has acquired a new marital home, triggering the settling in reward, affection points plus 200 currently 4,586 plus 200 is equal to 4,786, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 100 currently 2019 plus 100 is equal to 2,119. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to 19. Rewards, plus 10 to all attributes intelligence 200 strength 190 charm 180 stamina 170, 1 million renminbi in cash, and 1 random, warm home badge. Warm home badge attributes. Warm home badge. Level 1. Attributes, increases living environment comfort by 30%, doubles the rate of gaining affection and favorability with your destined partner when interacting at home, automatically purifies indoor air and repels mosquitoes. Note, an essential tool for creating a happy home. The phone immediately popped up with a text message that 1 million yuan had been deposited into the account, and the bank card balance instantly soared to 5,825,000 yuan. Lin Fan felt the sense of clarity brought by breaking through 200 points in all attributes, and even breathing felt exceptionally smooth. In particular, the 180 points of charm value made him look as if he had a built-in soft light filter when he stood in the room. Mr. and Mrs. Su then showed them around the house again, explaining in detail how to use the various appliances, before tactfully leaving the two of them alone. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became somewhat awkward. This was the first time they had their own little home, and the first time they were officially living together. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she unconsciously clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes darting away. Lin Fan's heart warmed at her shy appearance, and he stepped forward to gently hug her from behind. His warm breath enveloped her, and Su Qingxue stiffened for a moment before relaxing, her soft body gently leaning against him. Lin Fan could clearly feel her slender waist and the soft touch of her chest, and his heart couldn't help but race. "Wife, this will be our home from now on," Lin Fan whispered in her ear, his voice slightly husky and magnetic. Su Qingxue turned around, looked up at him, her eyes full of tenderness. "Yes, our home." Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her, their soft lips touching, carrying each other's warmth and breath. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, gently responding to him, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. The kiss grew deeper and more lingering, the air thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Ding! detected intimate interaction between the host and their destined partner in their love nest, triggering a heartwarming buff. Affection value plus 50 currently 4,786 plus 50 is equal to 4,836. Suqingshua's favorability plus 30 currently 2,119 plus 30 is equal to 2,149. Just as the two were deeply in love, Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang, breaking the tender moment. He reluctantly released Su Qingxue, picked up his phone, and saw that it was Su Qingyi calling. "Hey, cousin," Lin Fan said. "Lin Fan, the groundbreaking ceremony for the Chengdong New District project is scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow. Get ready, as you will be speaking as the project leader."
Su Qingyi's voice came through. "Okay, I understand."
Lin Fan agreed and hung up the phone. Su Qingxue looked at him and said with a smile, "Honey, it looks like you're going to be busy again."
"Yes, but I'll make time for you no matter how busy I am."
Lin Fan pinched her cheek. "Let's go to the supermarket to buy some things first."
"We don't have anything at home, and we can't go hungry tonight."
"Great." Su Qingxue immediately became excited and pulled Lin Fan's hand to walk outside. The two drove their Maybach to a nearby large supermarket, pushing a shopping cart between the shelves. Su Qingxue, like a curious child, picked up snacks one moment and selected fruits and vegetables the next, her face full of a happy smile. Lin Fan followed behind her, watching her with doting eyes, and put all her favorite foods into the shopping cart. As the cart gradually filled, he felt a surge of happiness. This was the life he wanted, a loved one by his side, and a warm home.
Ding!
Detected that the host and their destined partner purchased daily necessities together, triggering the homesickness reward. Affection points plus 20 currently 4,836 plus 20 is equal to 4,856. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 2,149 plus 10 is equal to 2,159. After shopping, Lin Fan returned home late at night.
He tied on an apron and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner.
Su Qingxue wanted to help, but he stopped her outside, saying, "Wife, you can just sit and rest.
I'll cook today so you can try my cooking."
Su Qingxue could only sit in the living room, watching Lin Fan busy in the kitchen, feeling a warm glow in her heart. She took out her phone, snapped a picture of this heartwarming scene, and posted it on her WeChat moments with the caption, "My personal chef." Lin Fan's cooking skills improved rapidly, and soon, delicious dishes such as sweet and sour pork ribs, cola chicken wings, and garlic broccoli were served on the table. The aroma of the food filled the entire room, making everyone's mouths water.
"Wife, dinner's ready,"
Lin Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it in her mouth. The tender meat with the sweet and sour sauce was so delicious that her eyes lit up. "Honey, the food you made is so delicious.
It's even better than last time. Eat more if you like it."
Lin Fan smiled and picked up a cola chicken wing for her. He felt satisfied watching her eat with relish. The two ate their meal while chatting and sharing their funny stories, creating a warm and happy atmosphere.
Ding!
Detected that the host and their destined partner are having dinner together in their love nest, triggering the happy dinner reward. Affection points plus 30 currently 4,856 plus 30 is equal to 4,886. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 2,159 plus 20 is equal to 2,179. After dinner, Lin Fan cleaned up the dishes and sat on the sofa with Su Qingxue to watch TV. As they watched, Su Qingxue fell asleep in Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan carefully carried her back to the bedroom, covered her with a blanket, kissed her forehead, and then gently left. Back in the living room, Lin Fan turned on his computer and began preparing his speech for the groundbreaking ceremony the day after tomorrow. With the boosts of maximum business talent and 200 intelligence points, he quickly wrote a well-organized and impressive speech. After finishing his work, Lin Fan checked his assets on his phone. His stock account had grown to 12 million yuan. Adding the 5,825,000 yuan in his bank account, the 5 million yuan worth of land, the 50 million yuan worth of Su family shares, and the 8 million yuan apartment, his total assets exceeded 75 million yuan.
Ding!
Host's assets have exceeded 75 million, triggering a wealth leap reward. Affection value plus 200 currently 4,886 plus 200 is equal to 5,086. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 100 currently 2,179 plus 100 is equal to 2,279. Congratulations, host.
Your level has increased to 20.
Rewards: intelligence plus 10 current 200 plus 10 is equal to 210, strength plus 10 current 190 plus 10 is equal to 200, 2 million renminbi in cash, and the divine skill, charming, beginner. charismatic heartthrob, beginner attributes, increases personal charm by 50%, doubles the speed at which the opposite sex gains favor, and increases charisma by 40% when speaking in public, allowing you to quickly gain the trust of others. A text message arrived on Lin Fan's phone confirming the deposit of 2 million yuan, bringing his bank account balance to 7,825,000 yuan. Lin Fan stared at the screen, a surge of excitement coursing through his heart. With the charismatic skill, public speaking and networking would be far more successful.
The next morning, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to the Su group to discuss the details of the groundbreaking ceremony with Su Qingyi.
Several creative ideas proposed by Lin Fan were unanimously approved by Su Qingyi and other senior executives.
Lin Fan, your idea is brilliant. This will definitely make the groundbreaking ceremony a great success. Su Qingyi said admiringly.
You flatter me, cousin. This is the result of everyone's hard work, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Ding.
The host has demonstrated outstanding abilities at work, triggering a team recognition reward, affection points plus 50 currently 5,086 plus 50 is equal to 5,136, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 2,279 plus 30 is equal to 2,309.
At noon, the three of them ate lunch together in the company cafeteria.
Just as they sat down, they saw a beautiful woman in business attire walking towards them and was Chen Mengyao, the company's public relations manager. Chen Mengyao walked up to Lin Fan with an admiring smile on her face. President Lin, I am Chen Mengyao from the Public Relations Department. The Public Relations Department has made preparations for the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow, and I would like to report to you on the specific procedures.
Okay, go ahead and tell me, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Chen Mengyao gave a detailed report on the public relations process for the groundbreaking ceremony, which was well organized and well prepared. Lin Fan nodded from time to time and offered some supplementary suggestions, which made Chen Mengyao even more impressed.
Ding.
Detected that the host has gained the admiration of a subordinate of the opposite sex, triggering the charm effect reward, affection value plus 10 currently 5,136 plus 10 is equal to 5,146, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 2,309 plus 5 is equal to 2,314. In the afternoon, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue returned to their apartment to prepare for the groundbreaking ceremony the day after tomorrow. As soon as they entered the complex, they saw several familiar figures, the same blonde and green-haired guys Lin Fan had previously reprimanded. Behind them followed a tall, burly man with a menacing face and fierce eyes.
He was Black Tiger, a notorious gang leader in Jiangcheng.
The blonde and green-haired men pointed at Lin Fan and said to Black Tiger, Brother Tiger, that's him.
He's the one who beat us up like this last time. Black Tiger squinted, sizing up Lin Fan, and said arrogantly, Kid, you dared to hit one of my men? You've got some nerve. Today I'll show you what happens when you offend me. Su Qingxue nervously grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Honey, be careful. Don't worry.
Lin Fan patted her hand, pulled her behind him, and looked at Black Tiger and the others with icy eyes.
You think you can fight me with just a few of you? Enough talk. Brothers, get him.
Black Tiger roared and charged at Lin Fan, swinging his fist at his face. Lin Fan dodged to the side and delivered a backhand punch to his chest. With a muffled thud, Black Tiger let out a miserable cry, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. 200 points of martial prowess combined with the critical strike bonus from the Overlord badge made for a devastating attack.
Ding.
Defeat the gang leader Black Tiger, gain plus 10 affection points and 500 renminbi. Seeing this, the blonde and green-haired men turned pale with fright, but still charged forward defiantly. Lin Fan kicked the blonde-haired man in the stomach, causing him to curl up in pain and howl. He then punched the green-haired man in the face, causing his nose to bleed instantly.
Ding.
Defeat the thug yellow-haired guy, gain plus 5 affection points and 100 renminbi.
Ding.
Defeat the thug green-haired guy, gain plus 5 affection points and 100 renminbi. The remaining thugs were too frightened to go forward and turned to run away. Lin Fan snorted coldly, his figure flashed, and he quickly caught up with them, knocking them to the ground one by one. Black Tiger stared at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with terror, struggling to get up and run away.
Lin Fan walked towards him step by step, his eyes icy, trying to run. Too late.
He raised his foot and stomped on Black Tiger's chest.
Black Tiger howled in pain. Big brother. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please let me go.
I can let you go, but you must compensate my wife and me for our emotional distress, as well as for the damage to the community's public facilities, totaling 100,000 yuan. Lin Fan said.
Okay, okay. I'll pay. I'll transfer the money right now.
Black Tiger quickly took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Lin Fan. Lin Fan received the transfer and nodded in satisfaction. Get lost. If you ever dare to show your face in front of me again, I'll break your legs. Yes, yes, yes. Black Tiger felt as if he had been granted a pardon and slunk away with his men.
Su Qingxue ran to Lin Fan's side and asked worriedly, "Honey, are you all right?"
I'm fine, Lin Fan said with a smile, ruffling her hair.
It's just a little trouble. Ding.
Detected that the host easily dealt with the harassment of thugs, triggering the home protection reward. Affection value plus 50, currently 5,146 plus 50 is equal to 5,196. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30, currently 2,314 plus 30 is equal to 2,344. Back at the apartment, Su Qingxue poured Lin Fan a glass of warm water, her eyes filled with heartache as she looked at him. Honey, you must be more careful in the future when you encounter something like this.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Lin Fan said with a smile, holding her hand. With you here, I will protect myself and our home.
Su Qingxue nestled in his arms, her heart filled with happiness. She knew that with this man by her side, she had nothing to fear, no matter what difficulties she encountered.
As night deepened, the apartment was warmly lit.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue nestled together on the sofa, gazing at the night view outside the window, dreaming about their future life. The groundbreaking ceremony was about to take place, and the project in the Chengdong New area would officially commence. Their happy life was just beginning.
Chapter 11: The Awkward First Night.
As night deepened outside the window, the lights of Jiangcheng University outlined a gentle silhouette in the distance. Inside the apartment, warm yellow light spilled onto the floor, making their shadows exceptionally clear. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue snuggled on the sofa and chatted for a long time until drowsiness gradually crept in, at which point they got up to rest. But as they reached the bedroom door, they both stopped in their tracks, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. The apartment was exquisitely decorated and spacious, yet it only had one bedroom. The large double bed was covered with soft white sheets, and next to it was a floor-to-ceiling wardrobe. Everything exuded warmth, but at this moment, it seemed like an insurmountable chasm to the two of them. Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed instantly, and she subconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, her eyes darting away, not daring to look at Lin Fan, her voice barely audible. Why is there only one bedroom? Lin Fan was also a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, his gaze falling on the sofa in the living room. He forced himself to say, "How about I sleep on the sofa, and you sleep on the bed?" "No way." Su Qingxue immediately retorted, looking up at him with hesitation in her eyes. "The sofa is so small, it must be uncomfortable to sleep on. You have to attend the groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow, how can you sleep on the sofa?" "I'll sleep on the sofa." "That won't do." Lin Fan hurriedly waved his hand. "You're a girl, how can I let you sleep on the sofa? Besides, you're going to the site with me tomorrow, so you need to get some rest." The two argued back and forth, neither willing to give in, until finally they fell silent, the only sound in the living room being their slightly rapid breathing. An awkward, ambiguous atmosphere washed over them. Lin Fan could clearly smell the faint scent of gardenias on Su Qingxue, and see her flushed earlobes and tightly pursed lips. His heart couldn't help but race. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are stuck in a stalemate on their first night living together, triggering a sweet dilemma. Mission: resolve the awkwardness. Task requirement: properly resolve the sleep issue so that both parties can rest peacefully. Task rewards: 100,000 renminbi cash, plus 50 affection points, plus 30 favorability with Su Qingxue, and 1 random item, comfortable sleep pillow. Even the system is joining in the fun. Lin Fan thought to himself, both amused and exasperated. Then, an idea struck him. He stepped forward and gently took Su Qingxue's slightly cool hand in his. The soft touch from her fingertips sent a shiver through both of them. "Honey, how about we sleep in the bed together?" Lin Fan's voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were sincere. "We're a legally married couple, so we should sleep together. Besides, this bed is so big, we can each sleep on one side and not bother each other. What do you think?" Su Qingxue's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. After a while, she let out a soft "hm" as if she had agreed. Relieved to receive a response, Lin Fan led her into the bedroom. The two of them tacitly took out their pajamas and went to the bathroom to wash up. When Lin Fan finished washing up and came out, he saw Su Qingxue sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing a pink silk nightgown, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her skin as white as snow, glowing softly under the light. When she saw Lin Fan come out, she quickly lowered her head, her hands nervously placed on her lap, looking shy and charming. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed the pounding in his heart, walked to the other side of the bed and lay down, trying to stay close to the edge to give Su Qingxue enough space. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then carefully lay down, her back to Lin Fan, her body as stiff as a board. The bed was large, but there seemed to be an invisible boundary between the two of them, neither daring to cross it. The room was eerily quiet, with only the sounds of their breathing and heartbeats audible. Lin Fan stared at the ceiling, his mind filled with Su Qingxue's shy image, unable to fall asleep. He secretly turned his head and, by the moonlight from the window, saw that Su Qingxue's shoulders were trembling slightly. She was clearly not asleep either. "Honey, can't you sleep either?" Lin Fan asked softly. Su Qingxue stiffened, slowly turned around, her cheeks still flushed, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion and shyness. "I'm not used to it." "Me too." Lin Fan smiled, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. "How about we chat for a while longer?" "Okay." Su Qingxue nodded, a hint of relief in her eyes. The two chatted, from funny stories from their school days to their career plans, from their favorite foods to their future dreams. Gradually, the awkward atmosphere dissipated, replaced by warmth and sweetness.
Su Qingxue also relaxed, becoming less reserved, and occasionally even teasing Lin Fan with a smile.
As they chatted, Su Qingxue's voice grew softer and softer, and her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Lin Fan watched her gradually fall asleep, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. He carefully reached out to cover her with the blanket, but accidentally touched her cheek. The soft, delicate touch made Su Qingxue let out a soft hum, and she subconsciously leaned closer to him, resting her head on his arm. Lin Fan's body stiffened instantly. Feeling the warm breath and soft body of the person in his arms, his heart raced. He dared not move, afraid of disturbing her sweet dream, and remained in that position, quietly watching her sleeping face. Ding! Detected that the host is sleeping peacefully with their destined partner, triggering the sweet bedtime reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 5,196 plus 50 is equal to 5,246. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 2,344 plus 30 is equal to 2,374. Congratulations, host, on completing the Sweet Dilemma mission. The mission reward has been issued. 100,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account. Affection points plus 50, currently 5,246 plus 50 is equal to 5,296. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 2,374 plus 30 is equal to 2,404. Comfortable sleep pillow attributes: improves sleep quality by 50%, eliminates fatigue, and leaves you feeling refreshed upon waking. When used in bed with your soulmate, it also increases the rate at which you gain affection points by 10%. Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly on the bedside table. He knew the reward had arrived, but he had no interest in checking it. His mind was filled with the image of the woman in his arms, her sweet fragrance lingering in his nostrils, and he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan gradually fell asleep. That night, he slept exceptionally well, his dreams filled with sweet moments spent with Su Qingxue. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up first. He gently pulled his arm away from Su Qingxue's head, carefully got out of bed, afraid of waking her. Looking at Su Qingxue's peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't help but kiss her forehead, then tiptoed out of the bedroom to prepare breakfast. When Su Qingxue woke up, she smelled a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and realized she was alone in bed. Thinking of the night she had shared a bed with Lin Fan, her cheeks flushed again, but her heart felt sweet. She walked into the living room and saw Lin Fan busy in the kitchen, sunlight shining on him and outlining his warm silhouette. Breakfast was already set on the table: steaming milk, golden fried eggs, soft bread, and her favorite fruit salad. "Good morning, honey." Su Qingxue greeted him with a smile, her voice soft and sweet from just waking up. Lin Fan turned around and said with a smile, "You're awake? Come and have breakfast. After we finish, we have to go to the groundbreaking ceremony." The two ate breakfast together in a warm and sweet atmosphere. Su Qingxue would steal glances at Lin Fan every now and then, and a smile would involuntarily creep onto her lips as she recalled what happened last night. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are sharing breakfast in their love nest, triggering the morning suite reward. Affection value plus 20, currently 5,296 plus 20 is equal to 5,316. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10, currently 2,404 plus 10 is equal to 2,414. After breakfast, the two tidied themselves up and changed into formal clothes. Lin Fan wore a dark gray suit, looking exceptionally composed and handsome. Su Qingxue wore a white dress, exuding elegance and charm.
Honey, you're so handsome. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration.
Wife, you're beautiful too, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to tidy her hair.
The two drove their Maybach toward the construction site in the eastern New District of the city.
The groundbreaking ceremony site had already been set up, with colorful flags fluttering and balloons rising into the air. Many media reporters and business celebrities were already present. Upon seeing them, Su Qingyi immediately came forward. Lin Fan, Qingxue, you've arrived. The ceremony is about to begin, so please get ready.
Okay, cousin.
Lin Fan nodded, took a deep breath, and felt quite confident. With the charismatic skill and 210 points of intelligence, he was full of confidence for his speech today. The groundbreaking ceremony officially began. The host introduced the guests and then invited Lin Fan to speak on stage. Lin Fan walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and glanced at the crowd below.
He saw Su Qingshue's encouraging look and instantly became more composed. He clearly and logically explained the planning and prospects of the Chengdong New Area project, speaking with a powerful and persuasive voice. The guests in the audience listened attentively, nodding repeatedly and applauding frequently. Ding!
Host's public speech was successfully completed, triggering the Charm Bloom reward. Affection points plus 100, currently 5,316 plus 100 is equal to 5,416. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 50, currently 2,414 plus 50 is equal to 2,464. After the speech, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause.
Qianlong stepped forward, smiling, and said, Mr. Lin, you spoke wonderfully. I have even more confidence in this project now.
Mr. Chen, you flatter me, Lin Fan said with a smile. Next came the ribbon-cutting ceremony, where Lin Fan, Su Qingyi, Qianlong, and several other guests cut the ribbon together. The moment the scissors fell, cannons roared, and confetti rained down, marking the successful completion of the groundbreaking ceremony.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully held a project launch ceremony, triggering project launch rewards. Affection points plus 200, currently 5,416 plus 200 is equal to 5,616. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 100, currently 2,464 plus 100 is equal to 2,564. Congratulations, host.
Your level has increased to 21.
Rewards, plus 10 to all attributes: intelligence 220, strength 210, charm 190, stamina 180, 300,000 renminbi in cash, and the divine skill, business foresight. Business foresight, attribute, can predict market fluctuations and risks in advance, increasing accuracy by 60%, reducing investment error rate by 50%, and allowing for early detection of potential business opportunities. A text message arrived on his phone confirming the deposit of 300,000 yuan, bringing his bank account balance to 8,125,000 yuan. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement as he experienced the powerful boost to all his attributes. With the business foresight skill, he could navigate the business world with greater ease, mitigating risks and seizing more opportunities. After the groundbreaking ceremony, Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo hosted the guests. Leveraging his master of networking and charming skills, Lin Fan chatted amiably with the guests, expanding his network of important contacts. Su Qingshuo stayed by his side, watching him handle things with ease, her eyes filled with pride and love. Just then, a discordant voice rang out, Lin Fan, don't be too smug. I won't let you get away with this project so easily. A man in a black suit stood not far away, staring at Lin Fan with a sinister look. It was Li Tao, Li Fugui's son. After Li Fugui was arrested, Li Tao inherited his father's business and was determined to avenge his father and cause trouble for Lin Fan. It's the Li family again, they're like ghosts that won't leave. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and his 210 points of martial arts strength made him unleash his full aura.
What? Want to make a move?
Li Tao sneered and waved his hand. A dozen bodyguards in black suits immediately surrounded him. They were all tall and had fierce eyes.
Husband, be careful. Su Qingshuo grabbed Lin Fan's arm nervously. Don't worry.
Lin Fan patted her hand and shielded her behind him.
They can't do anything to me.
The first bodyguard swung his fist at Lin Fan's face, but Lin Fan dodged to the side and retaliated with a punch to the bodyguard's chest. With a muffled thud, the bodyguard screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground.
Ding!
Defeat Li Tao's bodyguard Evil Leopard, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi. The second bodyguard swung an iron bar at Lin Fan's leg, but Lin Fan kicked him in the wrist, sending the bar crashing to the ground. He then punched the bodyguard in the face, causing him to bleed profusely from his nose and collapse to the ground.
Ding!
Defeat Li Tao's bodyguard Evil Bear, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
Lin Fan moved like lightning, weaving through the bodyguards with ease, each punch and kick carrying immense power.
His 210 points of martial prowess, combined with the critical strike bonus from the Overlord badge, made him incredibly powerful. In less than 5 minutes, over a dozen bodyguards lay on the ground, howling in pain.
Li Tao was dumbfounded, his arrogance instantly turning to terror.
He never expected Lin Fan to be such a formidable fighter.
You stay away.
Li Tao retreated in fear.
I'm the heir of the Li family. If you dare touch me, the Li family will not let you get away with this.
The Li family?
The Li family of today is not the same as the Li family of the past.
Lin Fan sneered and walked towards him step by step.
Your father committed many evils and deserved to be arrested. You still dare to cause trouble? Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father.
He raised his hand to strike, but the police suddenly arrived. It turned out that Su Qingyi had arranged security personnel beforehand, and they called the police when they saw that something was wrong. Upon seeing this, Li Tao immediately shouted, "Officer!
He's hitting someone. Arrest him." The police officer walked up to Lin Fan and asked, "Sir, what happened?"
"Officer, they started the trouble first." "I was just acting in self-defense," Lin Fan said, taking out his phone and playing the video he had just recorded. After watching the video, the police immediately understood the truth and took Li Tao and his men into custody.
"Take them away."
With a command from the police, Li Tao and the others were put into the police car.
Li Tao looked at Lin Fan with resentment and unwillingness in his eyes, but he could only be taken away by the police. Ding!
Detected that the host has repelled the enemy again, triggering the eliminate the threat reward, affection points +50 currently 5,616 +50 is equal to 5,666, Su Qingshua's favorability +30 currently 2,564 +30 is equal to 2,594.
After resolving Li Tao's matter, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Chen Long stepped forward, smiling, and said, "Mr. Lin, you're truly amazing.
You always manage to solve problems so easily."
"It's nothing, just a bunch of clowns," Lin Fan said with a smile. That evening, to celebrate the successful commencement ceremony, Lin Fan took Su Qingxue to Royal Kitchen for a sumptuous meal. The two ordered a table full of delicious dishes, chatting about the day's events as they ate, creating a warm and happy atmosphere.
After dinner, the two drove their Maybach back to their apartment.
They were both tired after a busy day. After washing up, they laid down on the bed together. This time, without the awkwardness of yesterday, Su Qingxue nestled into Lin Fan's arms, closed her eyes, and smiled sweetly. Lin Fan held her tightly, feeling her soft body and warm breath, his heart filled with contentment.
"Honey, thank you for today," Su Qingxue said softly. "Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me?"
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Go to sleep, we still have to work on the project tomorrow."
"Mum." Su Qingxue nodded, found a comfortable position in his arms, and quickly fell asleep.
Lin Fan looked at her sleeping face, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. He knew that the awkwardness of last night was only temporary, and their happy life together was just beginning.
Chapter 12 System Task, Breakfast Together.
As night faded, the morning light streamed into the bedroom through the French windows, gently bathing the two sleeping in each other's arms. Lin Fan woke up first, the faint fragrance of Su Qingxue's hair lingering in his nostrils, the soft, warm body in his arms making him reluctant to move. He looked down at the peaceful sleeping face of the person in his arms. Her long eyelashes cast soft shadows under her eyelids, and her lips were slightly pursed, carrying a touch of coquettishness. Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his hand, his fingertips gently tracing her delicate cheek, his movements so gentle as if afraid of disturbing her sweet dream. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind.
Ding!
Daily task issued, enjoy a cozy breakfast with your destined partner.
Task requirements, prepare breakfast for Su Qingxue personally, enjoy it together, and receive her positive feedback. Task rewards, cooking skill +1 current cooking level 1, basic home-style cooking skills will be unlocked after upgrading, affection points +30, Su Qingxue's favorability +20, 50,000 renminbi in cash. Cooking skills +1? Lin Fan's eyes lit up.
His previous cooking skills relied entirely on talent and occasional practice. If he could have the system's support, he would be able to cook even more delicious food for Su Qingxue in the future.
But then he thought again.
Although he could cook a few dishes, they were all simple, home-style dishes, and he wasn't fully familiar with the complicated kitchen utensils yet. Looking at Su Qingxue, who was still fast asleep in his arms, Lin Fan gritted his teeth. I have to do it, even if it's tough. He carefully withdrew his arm, and quietly got up, moving very slowly, afraid of waking Su Qingxue. After getting dressed, he quietly left the bedroom and gently closed the door.
Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Fan was momentarily overwhelmed by the modern kitchen appliances before him.
Built-in ovens, smart rice cookers, and various knives and pots were neatly arranged, making it far more complex than the simple kitchen he was used to.
Let's start with something simple. Lin Fan took a deep breath and opened the refrigerator.
It was filled with groceries he had bought yesterday: fresh milk, eggs, bread, and various vegetables and fruits. He decided to make fried eggs, toast, and pair it with milk and fruit salad, simple yet nutritious. Lin Fan took out a frying pan, poured in a little olive oil, and waited for the oil to heat up before carefully cracking an egg into it. Unexpectedly, oil splattered out, startling him so much that he quickly took a step back and almost bumped into the cabinet behind him.
Luckily, I didn't get burned.
Lin Fan patted his chest, calmed himself down, and leaned forward to flip the egg again. But because he didn't control the heat well, the edges of the egg quickly burned and turned into a black mess. This is too difficult. Lin Fan looked at the failed fried egg with some helplessness. He had no choice but to throw away the burnt fried egg and start over. This time, he learned from his mistake, turning down the heat and slowing down his movements considerably. Watching the egg slowly solidify, its edges turning golden, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. But just as he was flipping it, his hand trembled, and half the egg still broke. Never mind, as long as it's edible, Lin Fan comforted himself, scooping out the fried eggs.
Next came toasting the bread.
He put the bread slices into the oven and set the time and temperature. However, because he wasn't familiar with the oven, he set the time too long, and the bread slices became too hard, making it difficult to even take a bite. After working for more than half an hour, breakfast was finally ready. On the table were 2 bowls of steaming milk, a plate of fried eggs that weren't perfect but were still edible, a few slices of slightly hard toast, and a plate of sliced fruit salad. Looking at his results, Lin Fan felt a little uneasy, wondering if Su Qingxue would be satisfied. Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Su Qingxue walked out, rubbing her eyes. She was still wearing that pink silk nightgown, and her hair was a little messy, but it made her look even more charming and lovely.
Honey, you're awake?
Su Qingxue's voice was soft and sweet from just waking up. Her eyes lit up instantly when she saw the breakfast on the table.
Wow! Honey, did you make all of this?
Yeah, I wanted to surprise you, but... Lin Fan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I scrambled the eggs and the bread got too hard.
It's okay.
Su Qingxue quickly walked to the dining table and sat down. She picked up a fork, forked a piece of fried egg, and put it in her mouth.
Although it didn't look very appealing, it tasted surprisingly good. It's delicious. Much better than what I make. Seeing Su Qingxue's satisfied expression, Lin Fan's anxiety vanished instantly.
He sat down as well, picked up a slice of toast, and although it was a bit hard, it had a unique flavor when eaten with milk.
Ding!
Detected that the host is having breakfast with their destined partner.
Mission progress 100%.
Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards: Cooking skill +1, current cooking skill level 2, affection points +30, currently 5,666 +30 is equal to 5,696, Su Qingxue's favorability +20, currently 2,594 +20 is equal to 2,614, and 50,000 renminbi in cash have been credited to your account. As the system notification sounded, Lin Fan suddenly felt a lot of cooking knowledge appear in his mind. The recipes for various basic home-style dishes were clearly presented in front of him, and he even knew the control of the heat and the combination of seasonings. Is this the effect of +1 to cooking skills?
It's amazing.
Lin Fan was thrilled and immediately wanted to show off his skills again. Su Qingxue took a sip of milk, looked at Lin Fan's excited expression, and said with a smile, "Honey, if you like cooking, we can learn how to cook together in the future."
Okay.
Lin Fan nodded, feeling satisfied as he watched Su Qingxue eat with gusto.
Once this project is finished, I'll cook you a feast. Ding!
Detected that the host has made a promise to their destined partner for the future, triggering an expectation reward, affection value plus 20 currently 5,696 plus 20 is equal to 5,716, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 2,614 plus 10 is equal to 2,624. After breakfast, the two tidied themselves up and prepared to go to the company to handle project matters. Just as they reached the door, Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Chang, the site manager.
President Lin, something terrible has happened. There's been an accident at the construction site. Wang Chang's voice was filled with anxiety. What's wrong? Tell me slowly.
Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly asked. A group of unidentified people just broke into the construction site, smashed a lot of equipment, and injured several workers. Wang Chang said hurriedly.
What?
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
I'm coming right now.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan's face was grim. Wife, something happened at the construction site, I have to go there right away.
I'll go with you.
Su Qingxue said immediately, her eyes full of worry.
Okay, stay with me and be careful.
Lin Fan nodded, took Su Qingxue's hand, quickly went downstairs, and drove the Maybach towards the construction site.
Half an hour later, the car arrived at the construction site in the Chengdong New District.
The scene was a mess. Many construction equipment were damaged, and several workers sat on the ground, injured and terrified.
Wang Chang was anxiously directing the remaining workers to clean up the site. President Lin. You've arrived.
Upon seeing Lin Fan, Wang Chang hurriedly came forward to greet him.
What exactly happened? Who did this?
Lin Fan asked in a deep voice, his eyes sweeping over the messy construction site, his anger gradually rising.
I don't know. Those people were wearing masks and hats, so we couldn't see their faces. They came, smashed things, and then ran away. We couldn't stop them at all.
Wang Chang said helplessly. Lin Fan crouched down, examined the damaged equipment, and questioned the injured workers. From their descriptions, Lin Fan vaguely guessed who was responsible. Besides the remnants of the Li family, he couldn't think of anyone else.
Honey, could it be one of Li Tao's men?
Su Qingxue asked softly, her eyes filled with worry.
Very likely.
Lin Fan nodded, his eyes cold. They're unwilling to accept defeat and want to sabotage our project. Just then, a worker suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, Manager Lin.
It's them. They haven't gone far.
Lin Fan looked up and saw more than a dozen people running towards the van in the distance, each holding a stick. They were the people who had caused trouble earlier.
Trying to run? No way.
Lin Fan snorted coldly, handing Su Qingxue over to Wang Chang to look after.
Keep an eye on Qingxue, I'm going after them.
Before Su Qingxue could react, Lin Fan had already rushed out. He was extremely fast. His 210 stamina points made him like a gust of wind, and he quickly caught up with the group.
Stop!
Lin Fan shouted, his voice carrying immense force, making the group tremble. The leader was a man with a scar on his face, nicknamed Scarface, and one of Li Tao's trusted henchmen.
He turned around, saw that Lin Fan was alone, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Just you alone? You think you can stop us? Brothers, get him.
A dozen or so people immediately turned around and charged at Lin Fan, brandishing sticks. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, but he showed no fear and took the initiative to meet him. The first man swung an iron bar at his head, but Lin Fan dodged it and punched him in the chest with his other hand. With a muffled thud, the man screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, the iron bar falling to the side.
Ding! Defeat the troublemaker Ahei, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
The second man tried to attack from behind, but Lin Fan had already noticed. He kicked the man in the knee with a sharp crack, and the man fell to his knees, clutching his knee and crying out in pain.
Ding! Defeat the troublemaker Ash, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
Lin Fan moved through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, his every punch and kick landing precisely on his enemy's vital points. His 210 points of martial prowess, combined with the 10% critical hit rate from the Overlord badge, made his attacks incredibly powerful, eliciting screams of agony from all sides. Scarface was terrified. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be such a fighter, and he turned to run away.
Trying to run?
Lin Fan sneered, his figure flashed, and he instantly caught up with him, grabbing him by the back of his collar and slamming him to the ground.
Ah!
Scarface screamed in pain, looking up at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes.
Big brother. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please let me go.
I can let you go, but you must tell me who sent you. Lin Fan said coldly, stepping on his chest.
It's Li Tao. He's the one who sent us to smash up the construction site.
Scarface said hastily, not daring to hide the truth.
It really was him.
Lin Fan's eyes grew even colder. Not only will you have to compensate for the losses at the construction site, but you'll also have to come with me to the police station to turn yourselves in.
No. Brother.
If I turn myself in, everything will be over.
Scarface pleaded desperately.
This is your own fault.
Lin Fan remained unmoved and took out his phone to dial the police. The police quickly arrived at the scene and subdued Scarface and his men.
Lin Fan recounted the incident to the police and provided evidence of Li Tao's previous disturbances. The police stated they would handle the matter seriously.
Ding.
Detected that the host has apprehended the troublemakers, mitigating losses at the construction site and triggering a protection reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 5,716 plus 50 is equal to 5,766. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30, currently 2,624 plus 30 is equal to 2,654.
Su Qingxue ran to Lin Fan's side and anxiously checked his body. Honey, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, it's just a small incident, Lin Fan said with a smile, patting her hand.
Don't worry, no one will bother us again.
Wang Chang also stepped forward and said gratefully, President Lin, thank you so much today.
We don't know what we would have done without you.
It's what I should do, Lin Fan said. Take a quick look at the losses, arrange for workers to treat the injured colleagues, and replace the damaged equipment as soon as possible.
We can't delay the project's progress. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll get right on it.
Wang Chang nodded hurriedly.
After finishing up at the construction site, it was already noon.
Lin Fan took Su Qingshuo to a nearby restaurant for lunch, and then they returned to the company together.
As soon as he entered the office, Su Qingyi greeted him. Lin Fan, I've heard about what happened at the construction site. Are you alright?
It's alright, it's all taken care of, Lin Fan said.
That's good. Su Qingyi nodded and handed Lin Fan a document. This is the latest progress report on the Chengdong New Area project, as well as several letters of intent from partners. Take a look.
Lin Fan took the document and, relying on his 220 intelligence points and the business foresight skill, quickly browsed through it. He soon discovered several potential problems and proposed corresponding solutions.
Cousin, look at this and this part.
They need to be modified to better mitigate risks, Lin Fan said, pointing to the document.
Su Qingyi took the document and looked at it carefully. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. You're right. I didn't even notice these problems. You're so observant. Ding.
Host sufficient work performance detected, triggering a professional recognition reward. Affection points plus 30, currently 5,766 plus 30 is equal to 5,796. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20, currently 2,654 plus 20 is equal to 2,674.
In the afternoon, Lin Fan and Su Qingyi received several partners.
With their maximum business talent and business foresight skills, they successfully signed several important contracts, injecting more funds into the project. After finishing their work, Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo returned to their apartment together. Both were quite tired after a busy day.
Honey, let me cook. You can rest for a bit, Su Qingshuo said.
No need, I'll do it, Lin Fan said with a smile.
It'll be a good opportunity to test my newly improved cooking skills.
He went into the kitchen, and this time, with his cooking skills boosted, Lin Fan handled the tasks with ease.
He decided to make Su Qingshua's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and cola chicken wings.
Chopping vegetables, marinating, cooking, seasoning, every step was done methodically. The sweet and sour pork ribs in the pot gradually released a rich aroma, their color a tempting reddish brown. The cola chicken wings were also cooked until tender and flavorful, their fragrance filling the entire kitchen. Su Qingshuo sat in the living room, smelling the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen, and couldn't help but swallow, her heart filled with anticipation. Soon, the food was ready. Lin Fan carried 2 plates of dishes out of the kitchen, smiling, and said, "Wife, dinner's ready." Su Qingshuo's eyes lit up when she saw the tempting dishes on the table. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it in her mouth. The tender meat coated in the sweet and sour sauce tasted amazing, much better than the last time she made it.
Honey, it's so delicious. It's even better than what you get in restaurants.
Su Qingshuo said excitedly, her eyes full of admiration.
Ding.
detected that the host's cooking skills have improved and gained recognition, triggering skill activation rewards. Affection points plus 20, currently 5,796 plus 20 is equal to 5,816. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10, currently 2,674 plus 10 is equal to 2,684. Lin Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction watching her eat with relish. He knew that as long as Su Qingxue was happy, any hardship was worthwhile.
After dinner, the two sat on the sofa together watching TV.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, holding snacks in her hand, and discussed the plot with Lin Fan while eating. As night deepened, the two washed up and lay down on the bed together. Su Qingxue took the initiative to hug Lin Fan's waist, resting her head on his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling a sense of security. Lin Fan hugged her tightly, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, whispering, "Good night, my wife."
"Good night, my love."
Su Qingxue closed her eyes, a sweet smile on her lips, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Lin Fan gazed at her sleeping face, his heart filled with happiness. With the system's help and his beloved's companionship, his life was becoming increasingly wonderful. He believed that as long as they stood hand in hand, no difficulty was insurmountable, and their future would surely be even more brilliant.
Chapter 13: The Burnt Egg and Her Frowning.
As night faded, morning light streamed through the apartment's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Lin Fan awoke to the sound of Su Qingshue's even breathing. The person in his arms was curled up like a docile kitten, her soft hair brushing against his chin, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance. He carefully moved his arm away, afraid of disturbing his bedmate, and tiptoed to get dressed. Thinking of the +1 to his cooking skills rewarded by the system yesterday, Lin Fan felt itchy and wanted to try his skills again, hoping to give Su Qingxue a surprise. As soon as I stepped into the living room, a system notification sounded in my mind.
Ding!
Daily task issued, perfect breakfast challenge. Task requirements: prepare a flawless breakfast for Su Qingxue and earn her perfect score. Task rewards: cooking skill +1, current level 2, advanced homestyle cooking skills unlocked after leveling up, affection points +40, Su Qingshue's favorability +30, 80,000 renminbi in cash, and 1 random item, ingredient storage box.
A perfect breakfast?
Lin Fan patted his chest confidently. With the experience from last time, plus an extra point in cooking skills, it'll definitely be no problem. He rushed into the kitchen excitedly, tied on the pink bear apron Su Qingxue had bought, and instantly gave off the vibe of a perfect domestic man. Opening the refrigerator, he found it full of fresh and complete ingredients, and decided to make fried eggs and ham sandwiches, along with a glass of hot milk and a fruit platter, making it a more substantial breakfast than yesterday. First, he prepared the fried eggs. Lin Fan remembered that the last time they burned because the heat was too high, so this time he deliberately turned the gas stove to the lowest setting and poured in a little olive oil. When the oil was hot enough to just start smoking, he carefully cracked the eggs open, and the egg whites and yolks slid intact into the pan, filling him with a sense of smug satisfaction. But just as he turned to get the ham, a burnt smell suddenly wafted over.
"Oh no!"
Lin Fan exclaimed, turning around quickly. He saw that the edges of the eggs in the pot had turned dark black, and burnt marks were dripping down the edge of the pot. Even the egg whites tasted bitter.
What happened?
Lin Fan was sweating profusely with anxiety. He quickly poured the burnt egg into the trash can and cracked another one. This time, he stared intently at the pan, but the more nervous he became, the more likely he was to make a mistake. When he flipped the egg, his hand trembled, and the egg broke in two, with the yolk spilling all over the pan.
After 2 failed attempts, beads of sweat appeared on Lin Fan's forehead.
He took a deep breath and tried a third time, finally managing to fry an egg that was barely formed, but the edges were still slightly burnt, and it didn't look very appealing. Next, he made sandwiches. He put the bread slices in the pan to toast, but then forgot about the time and the bread slices were toasted until they were rock hard, almost piercing his teeth when he bit into them. The ham was undercooked, and the lettuce leaves were torn into a mess. After more than an hour of work, breakfast was finally on the table. On the plate lay a fried egg with burnt edges, next to which were crooked sandwiches. The milk had been heated for too long, and a layer of milk skin had formed on the surface.
The fruit platter was also cut into uneven sizes. Lin Fan looked at his masterpiece with trepidation, praying that Su Qingxue wouldn't be too picky.
Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Su Qingxue walked out, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She was wearing a white lace nightgown, her skin was fair and radiant, and her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her just-woke-up appearance was charming and endearing.
"Good morning, honey."
Her voice was soft and sweet, but when her gaze fell on the dining table, her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes.
Honey, you're awake.
Lin Fan rushed over to greet her, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly.
I wanted to cook you a nice meal today, but I messed it up a bit.
Su Qingxue walked to the dining table, picked up a fork, and poked at the fried egg. A small piece of the burnt edge broke off. She frowned slightly and whispered, "Honey, this egg seems a bit burnt." Lin Fan's heart sank instantly, and his face flushed slightly. I was watching, but I accidentally forgot about the cooking time.
Ding.
Your destined partner is dissatisfied with breakfast.
Mission progress is paused.
Please take immediate action to rectify the situation. The system's notification sound was like a bucket of cold water, making Lin Fan even more nervous.
He quickly said, "Honey, wait a minute. I'll make another one, this time it'll definitely be fine."
After saying that, he turned and rushed into the kitchen, quickly taking out the ingredients again. Having learned from his previous experience, and with the added boost of his cooking skill level 2, he was extra careful this time. He turned down the heat and kept a close eye on things. The fried eggs were golden and round, the sandwiches were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the ham was fried until it smelled delicious. In no time, he had made a breakfast that looked excellent.
"Honey, look. This time it's absolutely perfect."
Lin Fan brought out the newly made breakfast and presented it to Su Qingxue like a treasure. A golden brown fried egg, a layered sandwich, steaming warm milk, and a neatly arranged fruit platter.
Su Qingxue's brows gradually relaxed, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. "Wow. Honey, that's more like it."
She picked up her fork, forked a piece of fried egg, and put it in her mouth. The tender texture mixed with a hint of salt made her eyes light up with delight. "It's so delicious."
"Much better than the last one."
Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The weight that had been hanging over him finally lifted. He sat opposite Su Qingxue, watching her eat with relish, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction.
Ding.
Host has successfully rectified the situation. Destiny partner's satisfaction rating achieved. Congratulations, host, on completing the perfect breakfast challenge.
Task rewards have been issued.
Cooking skill +1 current level 3, affection points +40 current 5816 +40 is equal to 5856, Su Qingxue's favorability +30 current 2684 +30 is equal to 2714, and 80,000 yuan in cash have been credited to your account.
Food storage container, attributes. Level 1.
Attributes can extend the shelf life of food by 72 hours, maintaining freshness and preserving nutrients improves the taste of food by 10% after use.
Note, an essential gadget for home cooking.
Lin Fan received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of 80,000 yuan, and his bank account balance increased to 8,205,000 yuan. Feeling the newly acquired advanced home-style cooking skills in his mind, from braised pork to sweet and sour fish, he was completely familiar with the recipes for various dishes, and a surge of excitement welled up inside him. "Honey, your cooking skills are getting better and better," Su Qingxue said with a smile, then forked another piece of fruit and put it in her mouth.
"Of course, I'll cook you delicious food every day from now on,"
Lin Fan said with a smile, handing her a glass of milk.
Ding.
Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value +20 currently 5856 +20 is equal to 5876, Su Qingxue's favorability +10 currently 2714 +10 is equal to 2724. After finishing breakfast, the two were preparing to go to the company when Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Chang, the site manager, calling.
"President Lin, something bad has happened.
There are more than 20 people causing trouble at the construction site. They're carrying weapons and have blocked the main gate."
Wang Chang's voice was filled with anxiety and panic. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. "Who is it this time?"
"The leader is a guy called Bull Chang.
He said he was instructed by Li Tao to stop our construction," Wang Chang said quickly. "It's the Li family again."
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, his 210 points of martial arts prowess giving him an imposing aura.
"Don't panic, I'm coming right away."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan said to Su Qingxue, "Honey, there's been another accident at the construction site.
I have to go there." "I'll go with you,"
Su Qingxue said immediately, her eyes filled with worry.
"I'm afraid they might harm you." "Okay, just stay close to me and don't go too far." Lin Fan nodded, took Su Qingxue's hand, quickly went downstairs, and drove his Maybach towards the construction site in the eastern New District. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the construction site.
The gate was blocked by more than 20 thugs wielding sticks. The leader was a bald man with a menacing face. It was Bald Chang. He stood with his hands on his hips, arrogantly shouting, "Nobody's allowed in. Anyone who dares to start construction, I'll smash their job." Several workers tried to step forward to argue, but were pushed and shoved back by the thugs. Wang Chang stood aside, sweating profusely, but dared not step forward.
"Bald Chang, you dare to cause trouble at my construction site? You've got some nerve."
Lin Fan got out of the car, his voice icy and full of intimidation.
Bald Chang turned around, saw Lin Fan, and grinned arrogantly. "Lin Fan? You finally arrived.
I'm here on Brother Tao's orders to deliver a big gift to you. If you know what's good for you, stop working, or don't blame me for being impolite."
"You bunch of rabble?"
Lin Fan sneered, shielding Su Qingxue behind him.
"Today I'll show you the price of causing trouble. Enough talk. Brothers, get him."
Bald Chang roared, and more than 20 thugs immediately brandished their clubs and charged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he fearlessly charged forward. With 210 points of martial prowess and the 10% critical hit rate from the Overlord badge, his movements were as fast as lightning. The first thug swung an iron bar at Lin Fan's head, but Lin Fan dodged it and punched him in the chest with his other hand. With a muffled thud, the thug screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, the iron bar falling to the side.
Ding!
Defeat the thug long-haired, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi. The second thug attacked from the side, and Lin Fan kicked him in the knee with a crisp crack. The thug fell to his knees, clutching his knee and yelling in pain.
Ding!
Defeat the thug's skinny monkey, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi. Lin Fan moved with ease through the thugs, using both fists and feet, each strike landing precisely on the vital points of his enemies. Screams of agony rose and fell, and in less than 10 minutes, all 20-odd thugs lay on the ground, curled up in pain, unable to get up again.
Bald Chang was dumbfounded. His arrogance instantly turned to terror.
He never expected Lin Fan to be such a formidable fighter.
You stay away."
Bald Chang was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly and turned to run away. Lin Fan snorted coldly, his figure flashed, and he instantly caught up with him, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and slammed him to the ground.
"Ah!"
Bald Chang screamed in pain, looking up at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes.
"Big brother, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please let me go." "Let you go?"
Lin Fan stepped on his chest, his tone icy.
"You wrecked my construction site, injured my workers, and now you want to run away? Too late."
He took out his phone and dialed the police.
Soon, the police arrived at the scene and apprehended Bald Chang and his men. "Mr. Lin, it's you again."
The police officer in charge recognized Lin Fan and said with a smile, "We will deal with these people seriously, don't worry."
"Thank you for your help."
Lin Fan nodded and told the police what had happened.
Ding!
Detected that the host has once again repelled troublemakers and maintained order at the construction site, triggering a protection reward, affection points +50 currently 5,876 +50 is equal to 5,926, Su Qingshua's favorability +30 currently 2,724 +30 is equal to 2,754.
Su Qingxue ran to Lin Fan's side and anxiously checked his body. "Honey, are you alright? Are you hurt?"
"I'm fine, this little incident is nothing," Lin Fan said with a smile, patting her hand.
"Don't worry, no one will bother us again."
Wang Chang also stepped forward and said gratefully, "President Lin, thank you so much for today.
If it weren't for you, we don't know what would have happened to our construction site."
"It's what I should do," Lin Fan said. "Take a quick look at the losses, arrange for workers to treat the injured colleagues, and make sure the project's progress is not affected."
"Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll get right on it."
Wang Chang nodded hurriedly.
After finishing up at the construction site, it was already noon.
Lin Fan took Su Qingxue to a nearby private restaurant for lunch. The two ordered a table full of Su Qingshue's favorite dishes, and chatted while eating, gradually dissipating the tense atmosphere from before.
"Honey, you were so cool when you were fighting just now,"
Su Qingxue said, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes full of admiration.
"Of course, I'm the kind of person who protects his wife,"
Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for her.
Ding!
Detected that the host has gained the worship of their destined partner, affection value +20 currently 5,926 +20 is equal to 5,946, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 2754 plus 10 is equal to 2764.
After lunch, the two returned to the company together. As soon as they entered the office, Su Qingyi greeted them. Lin Fan, I've heard about what happened at the construction site. It's good that everything is all right.
It's all right, it's all taken care of, Lin Fan said.
That's good. Su Qingyi nodded and handed Lin Fan a document. This is the latest cooperation plan. Several large companies are interested in cooperating with us. Take a look.
Lin Fan took the document and, relying on his 220 intelligence points and the business foresight skill, quickly browsed through it. He soon identified several key points in the plan and offered optimization suggestions. Cousin, we can modify this part to increase our profit margin, Lin Fan said, pointing to the document. Su Qingyi took the document and read it carefully, becoming more and more satisfied with it. You're right.
This suggestion is excellent.
This way, our profits will increase significantly.
Ding.
Detected that the host has provided a high-quality suggestion, which has been recognized by the team. Affection value plus 30 currently 5,946 plus 30 is equal to 5,976. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 2,764 plus 20 is equal to 2,784. In the afternoon, Lin Fan and Su Qingyi received representatives from their business partners. Leveraging his maximum business talent and charismatic skills, Lin Fan spoke eloquently and clearly, successfully persuading his partners and securing several important contracts. After finishing their work, Lin Fan and Su Qingshue returned to their apartment together. Lin Fan cooked dinner himself, and with the help of his level 3 cooking skills, he prepared a table full of delicious dishes, including sweet and sour pork ribs, cola chicken wings, steamed fish, and several refreshing vegetarian dishes. Looking at the delicious-looking dishes on the table, Su Qingshue's eyes were filled with surprise. Honey, you're amazing.
So much delicious food. Try it.
Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of steamed fish for her. Su Qingshue took a bite, and the tender fish melted in her mouth.
Her eyes lit up with delight. It's so delicious.
Honey, your cooking skills are getting better and better.
Ding.
Detected that the host's culinary skills have received high recognition, triggering a skill advancement reward. Affection points plus 30 currently 5,976 plus 30 is equal to 6,006. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 20 currently 2,784 plus 20 is equal to 2,804.
After dinner, the two sat on the sofa together watching TV.
Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan, snacking as she ate and discussed the plot with him. Lin Fan held her tightly, feeling her soft body and warm breath, his heart filled with happiness. As night deepened, the two finished washing up and lay down on the bed together. Su Qingshuo took the initiative to hug Lin Fan's neck, gently kissed him on the lips, and said with tenderness in her eyes, "Good night, my husband."
"Good night, my wife."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, then hugged her tightly. The gentle moonlight streamed into the room through the window, illuminating the two figures embracing. Lin Fan knew that as long as Su Qingshuo was by his side, every day was filled with happiness. And his business empire was steadily rising towards glory.
Chapter 14, Unexpectedly Positive Reviews.
The moonlight gradually disappeared behind the clouds, leaving only the sound of even breathing in the bedroom. Lin Fan held the warm, soft body in his arms, the faint fragrance of Su Qingshuo lingering around his nose, and slept soundly through the night. As dawn broke, Lin Fan woke up. Su Qingshuo was still fast asleep in his arms, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath her eyelids, a sweet smile playing on her lips, as if she were having a beautiful dream. He carefully pulled his arm away, tiptoed to his feet, not wanting to disturb her rest. As soon as I stepped into the living room, the system notification sounded right on time.
Ding. Daily task issued. Taste is more important than appearance. Task requirements: prepare breakfast for Su Qingshuo. Even if it doesn't look appealing, you must win her approval through its taste. Task rewards: cooking skill plus 1 current level 3, unlocks specialty snack making skills after leveling up. Affection points plus 35, Su Qingshue's favorability plus 25, 60,000 renminbi in cash, and 1 random item, secret recipe seasoning. Taste is more important than appearance? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, having made up his mind. He was still learning from yesterday's failed attempt at frying eggs, and he was determined to try again today. Even if the presentation wasn't great, with the system's enhancement to his cooking skills, the taste was sure to be good. He rushed into the kitchen excitedly, tied on his pink bear apron, and took out the ingredients from the refrigerator. Today he planned to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for rice,
and also cook a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup, all simple and appetizing dishes. Lin Fan heated the oil in a wok, first chopping the tomatoes and beating the eggs. But he deliberately miscontrolled the heat, pouring the eggs in as soon as the oil was hot. With a sizzle, the eggs puffed up instantly, the edges quickly browned, and they even stuck to the bottom of the wok. He pretended to panic and stirred them a few times, but the eggs broke into a mess and mixed with the tomatoes, making it look incredibly unappetizing. Next, he cooked seaweed and egg drop soup, but he accidentally added too much salt and sprinkled on some chopped green onions, making the soup look messy and unappetizing. After bustling around for more than half an hour, even Lin Fan couldn't help but frown when breakfast was served. A plate of burnt and mushy scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a bowl of bland seaweed and egg drop soup, and white rice, it all looked like something that had been hastily prepared.
It should be ugly enough.
Let's see if the taste can turn it around, Lin Fan muttered to himself, then turned and went to the bedroom to wake Su Qingshui up. He gently sat on the edge of the bed, his fingertips brushing against Su Qingshui's delicate cheek, and softly called out, "Wife, get up and have breakfast." Su Qingshui slowly woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her voice soft and sweet. "Good morning, husband." She stretched, and the neckline of her pajamas slipped down slightly, revealing her delicate collarbone, which made Lin Fan's heart skip a beat.
"Hurry up and wash up, breakfast is ready."
Lin Fan turned his face away, hiding the excitement in his heart, his voice a little hoarse.
After washing up, Su Qingshui walked into the living room and immediately saw the breakfast on the table.
Her brows furrowed instantly, her expression exactly the same as yesterday.
"Honey, did you make this?"
She pointed to the plate of burnt tomato and egg stir-fry, her eyes full of surprise.
Lin Fan scratched his head, pretending to be embarrassed. "I was a little distracted today and didn't control the heat well, so it doesn't look very good, but the taste should be alright. Why don't you try it?"
Su Qingshui picked up her chopsticks with some skepticism and put a small piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes into her mouth. She had expected it to be burnt and bitter, but the moment it entered her mouth, a rich aroma exploded on her tongue. The sweet and sour taste of the tomatoes and the savory flavor of the eggs blended perfectly. Although it didn't look appealing, the taste was unexpectedly excellent, even better than what she usually made. Her eyes lit up instantly, her brows gradually relaxed, she chewed a few times, and said softly, "It's alright, the taste is pretty good."
Although Su Qingshui's simple "it's alright" was understated, it made Lin Fan overjoyed. He knew that even though Su Qingshui didn't say it, she definitely approved of it. Ding!
Detected that the host has gained the approval of their destined partner through scent.
Mission complete.
Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards: cooking skill +1 current level 4, affection points +35 currently 6006 +35 is equal to 6041, Su Qingshui's favorability +25 currently 2804 +25 is equal to 2829, and 60,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account.
Secret recipe seasoning attributes. Level 1.
Attribute: when added during cooking, it can enhance the flavor of dishes by 30%, mask minor imperfections in ingredients such as slight burning or being too salty, and make ordinary ingredients delicious. Note: a kitchen essential, the perfect solution for those who are clumsy in the kitchen. Lin Fan received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of 60,000 yuan, bringing his bank account balance to 8,265,000 yuan. He felt a surge of excitement as he absorbed the newly acquired techniques for making various street food, from jianbing guozi Chinese crepes to stinky tofu.
"Honey, I told you the taste was fine," Lin Fan said with a smile, serving her a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. "Try the soup too. Although there's a bit too much salt, it's very flavorful." Su Qingshui took a sip of the soup. It was indeed a bit salty, but the umami flavor was also very rich. Surprisingly, it made her rice even more appetizing. "It's really delicious. Honey, your cooking skills are getting better and better. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look perfect," she said with a smile, picking up another big bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are enjoying a cozy breakfast together. Affection points +20 currently 6041 +20 is equal to 6061, Su Qingshui's favorability +10 currently 2829 +10 is equal to 2839. After finishing breakfast, the two were preparing to go to the company when Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang. It was Su Qingyi calling. "Lin Fan, something bad has happened. Li Tao has been released on bail. He just posted a lot of smears about our Chengdong new district project online and incited some netizens who didn't know the truth. Now there's a lot of discussion online, which is having a very bad impact on our project. Su Qingyi's voice was filled with anxiety.
What? Lin Fan's face darkened. This Li Tao is truly incorrigible. What's worse, he also contacted some media outlets, saying he would expose the behind-the-scenes aspects of our project. Although they were all fabrications, he was afraid of affecting the confidence of our partners, Su Qingyi said.
I understand, cousin. Don't panic, I'll handle it.
Lin Fan's eyes were cold as he hung up the phone and said to Su Qingxue, wife, Li Tao is causing trouble again.
We need to go to the company to deal with him first.
Okay, I'll go with you. Su Qingxue said immediately, her eyes full of worry. The two drove their Maybach at high speed toward the Su group. On the way, Lin Fan opened his phone and, sure enough, saw that the internet was full of posts smearing the Qingdong New District project, saying that the project had violated regulations, damaged the environment, and so on. There were also many netizens following up with comments, a chorus of condemnation.
These are all rumors.
Su Qingxue exclaimed, her face turning pale with anger.
Li Tao has gone too far.
Don't worry, I'll make him pay the price. Lin Fan sneered, took out his phone, and contacted his media friends and online public relations team, asking them to immediately deal with the negative public opinion and collect evidence of Li Tao's rumors. Upon arriving at the company, Su Qingyi was already waiting in the conference room, her face grim.
Lin Fan, you're here. What do we do now?
Many partners have called to inquire about the situation, and several have indicated they want to suspend cooperation.
Don't panic.
Lin Fan sat down and said calmly, I've already had my PR team handle the negative publicity, and will clarify things soon. Also, I've had people collect evidence of Li Tao's slander. Once the evidence is complete, we can sue him and make him accountable for his actions.
But there's no time.
Li Tao is going to hold a press conference this afternoon to publicly slander our project.
Su Qingyi said. Then let him drive.
Lin Fan's eyes were firm. We'll also hold a press conference to clarify all the rumors on the spot, and we can take the opportunity to promote our project and let more people know the truth.
Su Qingyi's eyes lit up, great idea. I'll arrange it right away. Ding.
Host detected composure under pressure and devised a solution, triggering crisis management rewards, affection points plus 30 currently 6061 plus 30 is equal to 6091, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 2839 plus 20 is equal to 2859. In the afternoon, Li Tao indeed held a press conference, inviting many media reporters. On stage, he broke down in tears, fabricating numerous rumors about the Qingdong New Area project and presenting some forged evidence in an attempt to mislead the public. Just then, Lin Fan appeared at the press conference with Su Qingyi, Su Qingxue, and a large amount of evidence.
Li Tao, stop spreading rumors and misleading the public.
Lin Fan walked onto the stage, his voice loud and clear, exuding an aura of authority.
When Li Tao saw Lin Fan, his expression changed instantly. Lin Fan? What brings you here? If I didn't come, would you be here spouting nonsense and smearing our project?
Lin Fan sneered, pulling out a stack of evidence. This is our project's legal approval document, this is the environmental assessment report, and here are the audio and video recordings of your fabricated evidence.
Do you dare say these are all fake?
Reporters immediately swarmed around, taking photos and videos of the evidence. Li Tao stared at the evidence, his face ashen, unable to utter a single word. Lin Fan picked up the microphone and said to the reporters, Dear media friends, the Qingdong New District project is legal and compliant.
We are committed to building a modern new district to drive the economic development of Zhangcheng. Li Tao deliberately spread rumors and slanders because of personal grudges.
We have collected all the evidence and will pursue his legal responsibility according to law. After finishing his speech, he went on to give a detailed introduction to the planning and prospects of the Qingdong New Area project. With his charming skill and 220 intelligence points, his speech was clear, logical, and highly engaging, winning the approval of the reporters.
Ding!
The host has successfully clarified the rumors and protected the project's reputation, triggering a reputation protection reward, affection points plus 50 currently 6091 plus 50 is equal to 6141, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 2859 plus 30 is equal to 2889. Following the press conference, online opinion shifted dramatically, with netizens accusing Li Tao of spreading rumors and expressing high expectations for the Qingdong New Area project. Partners who had previously suspended cooperation also contacted them again, expressing their willingness to continue working together.
Li Tao was taken away by the police for investigation for spreading rumors and defamation. This time, he will never be able to get out easily again. By the time they finished dealing with the matter, it was already evening.
To celebrate the crisis being averted, Lin Fan took Su Qingxue to the royal kitchen for a sumptuous meal. The two ordered a table full of delicious dishes, and while eating, they chatted about the day's events, creating a warm and happy atmosphere.
Honey, you looked so handsome today. You were absolutely charismatic at the press conference.
Su Qingxue said, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes filled with admiration.
Of course, I have to protect my wife and our project.
Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs.
Ding.
Detected that the host has gained the worship of their destined partner. Affection value plus 20, currently 6,141 plus 20 is equal to 6,161. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 2,889 plus 10 is equal to 2,899.
After dinner, the two drove their Maybach back to their apartment.
Both were tired after a busy day. Lin Fan offered to give Su Qingxue a massage to help her relax. Su Qingxue lay on the sofa, Lin Fan sat beside her, gently massaging her shoulders with both hands. His pressure was just right, and Su Qingxue closed her eyes in comfort, letting out a soft moan.
Honey, your massage technique is amazing.
Su Qingxue said comfortably, her body gradually relaxing. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement as he looked at her languid posture.
He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Wife, are you comfortable?"
The warm breath brushed against her ear, and Su Qingxue trembled all over, her cheeks instantly turning red. She softly hummed in agreement.
Ding. Detected ambiguous interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30, currently 6,161 plus 30 is equal to 6,191. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 2,899 plus 20 is equal to 2,919. After the massage, the two washed up together and lay down on the bed. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, hugging his waist tightly, and said in a soft voice, "Honey, it's so good to have you here."
Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me?
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, then hugged her tightly. Go to sleep, we still have to work on the project tomorrow.
Mum. Su Qingxue nodded, found a comfortable position in his arms, and quickly fell asleep.
Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Fan felt a surge of happiness. He knew that no matter what difficulties they encountered, as long as they stood hand in hand, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. And his business empire was steadily climbing towards its peak.
Chapter 15, Going to School Side by Side, ignites the forum.
The night was as dark as ink, and the bedroom light was as soft as a veil. Lin Fan held Su Qingxue tightly in his arms, feeling her even breathing and soft body. The faint scent of gardenias lingered around his nose.
He slept soundly through the night without any dreams.
Lin Fan was awakened by the system's notification sound just as dawn broke.
Ding.
Special mission issued, Campus Companionship.
Mission requirements, accompany Su Qingxue to Jiangcheng University.
The two of you should walk into the campus side by side, allowing at least 100 teachers and students to witness your journey together. Task rewards, charm plus 10, currently 190 plus 10 is equal to 200, affection plus 50, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 40, 100,000 renminbi in cash, and one random item, campus focus badge.
Back to school together?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, looked down at Su Qingxue, who was still fast asleep, and smiled. He gently pinched her cheek and whispered, "Wife, wake up, we have to go back to school today." Su Qingxue slowly woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her voice soft and sweet. "Going back to school?
Why?"
"Yesterday, the teacher sent a message asking us to go back and pick up some things, and also to complete some graduation-related procedures." Lin Fan made up an excuse on the spot. Actually, he wanted to complete a system task and accompany her back to her alma mater. Su Qingxue nodded, yawned, and slowly got up to wash up.
After having breakfast together, Lin Fan drove Su Qingxue towards Jiangcheng University.
About half an hour later, the car stopped at the university gate. Lin Fan, dressed in a casual suit, stood tall and straight. His charm score of 200 points gave him an aura that made him stand out on the street. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, wore a white dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, her skin fair, like a blooming white lotus flower. She was still the school beauty who captivated the hearts of all the boys in the school. The two walked hand in hand into the campus. As soon as they stepped into the school gate, a collective gasp filled the air. Several passing students stopped abruptly, their eyes wide with disbelief.
That's Su Qingxue, isn't she?
Our school's most beautiful girl.
My God. Who's that guy next to her? He's so handsome. They were even holding hands. Could he be Sue's boyfriend?
A murmur of discussion arose as more and more students gathered around, frantically taking photos with their phones.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue quickly became the most dazzling focus on campus. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she leaned closer to Lin Fan, a little embarrassed.
Lin Fan squeezed her hand, gave her a reassuring look, and stood tall, accepting the gazes of those around him with composure. His 190 points of charm, combined with his confident aura, made him appear exceptionally poised.
Ding!
50 teachers and students have witnessed the journey together, task progress 50%. The two continued walking, encountering more students and teachers along the way. Whether they were students reading aloud in the morning or teachers hurrying along, they were all drawn to them, stopping to watch and chatter amongst themselves.
Didn't Su Qingxue graduate a long time ago? Why is she back? Who is that guy?
He looks so sophisticated, he doesn't seem like a student from our school.
Oh no, my goddess has a boyfriend, I'm heartbroken. Just then, a familiar figure rushed over. It was Lin Xiaoya, Su Qingxue's best friend from university. She ran excitedly to the two of them, pointed at their clasped hands, and screamed, "Qingxue! When did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me?"
"Xiaoya, this is my husband, Lin Fan," Su Qingxue introduced, her cheeks slightly flushed.
"We've already registered our marriage." "What? You got your marriage certificate?"
Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock.
"My God! You're so unfair. You didn't even tell me about something this big."
Lin Fan smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Lin Fan.
I often hear Qingxue mention you."
"Hello, hello." Lin Xiaoya quickly grasped his hand, looking him up and down with curiosity in her eyes.
"I didn't expect you to have won over our school beauty. You'd better treat her well." Ding! 100 teachers and students have witnessed the journey together. Mission complete.
Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards: Charm plus 10 currently 200, Affection plus 50 currently 6,191 plus 50 is equal to 6,241, Su Qingxue's Favorability plus 40 currently 2,919 plus 40 is equal to 2,959, and 100,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account.
Campus Focus Badge, Attributes. Level 1.
Attribute, in campus settings, increases charm by 20%, making it easier to gain favor with teachers and students and avoid minor troubles on campus such as being maliciously harassed or having rumors spread against you.
Note, a popular must-have item on campus.
Lin Fan received a text message on his phone that 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account, bringing his bank card balance to 8,365,000 yuan. As Lin Fan felt the changes brought about by his charm value increasing to 200 points, the gazes around him seemed to become even more intense, and even the air seemed to become fresher.
"We're going to the Academic Affairs office to take care of something, shall we come together?"
Su Qingxue said to Lin Xiaoya with a smile.
Okay. Lin Xiaoya nodded, following the two of them, chattering away with questions. "Qingxue, how did you two meet? When did you get together? Why didn't you invite me when you got your marriage certificate?" The three walked towards the Academic Affairs office, chatting and laughing, attracting even more attention along the way.
Many students took out their phones and posted the photos and videos they took on the campus forum.
Soon, the campus forum of Jiangcheng University was in an uproar. A post titled, "Breaking News."
School beauty Su Qingxue walks into campus side by side with mysterious boy, holding hands intensely, quickly rose to the top of the homepage, and the comments below instantly exceeded 1,000.
"Wow! I just saw it with my own eyes. That guy was super handsome. My goddess! She has a boyfriend. I'm so sad. Does anyone know who that guy is? Please find out. They look so well matched. A perfect couple. I just took a picture, let me show you." The poster attached several photos of Lin Fan and Su Qingxue holding hands. The two looked like a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The comments section grew increasingly filled with expressions of envy, jealousy, and speculation about Lin Fan's identity.
"That guy was wearing an Armani casual suit. He looks really rich.
He was driving a Maybach.
I saw it just now at the entrance.
Could it be some rich kid?"
Just as the forum discussion was in full swing, a user with the ID Student Council President posted, "It has been confirmed that the man beside Su Qingxue is named Lin Fan, the project manager of Su's group, and also Su Qingxue's legal husband. The two have already registered their marriage." The forum went into an uproar as soon as this post was published.
What? They got their marriage certificate? Am I seeing things? My God. My goddess is already married. A project manager from the Sue Style Group? That's impressive.
A perfect match, both in terms of looks and social standing.
Best wishes. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why wasn't it me?
The discussion on the forum became increasingly heated, and the posts became increasingly popular, quickly becoming a hot topic on the campus forum and even attracting students from other schools to come and watch. As soon as Lin Fan and Su Qingxue finished their paperwork and stepped out of the academic affairs office, they were surrounded by a group of reporters. It turned out that a student had posted the photos online, attracting media attention.
Miss Su, may I ask what your relationship is with Mr. Lin Fan? Mr. Lin, are you the project manager for the Su Group? When did you get married? Why were you so discreet? Reporters bombarded him with questions like cannonballs, their flashes incessant.
Lin Fan shielded Su Qingxue behind him and calmly said, "Dear reporters, Qingxue and I have already registered our marriage.
We have a very good relationship, thank you for your concern.
Regarding other questions, we are not at liberty to disclose too much, please do not disturb our lives too much." With his charismatic skill and 200 points of charm, his words were gentle yet carried an undeniable aura, and the reporters actually didn't press him any further.
Ding!
Detected that the host calmly handled the reporters and protected their privacy, triggering an aura reward, affection points plus 30 currently 6,241 plus 30 is equal to 6,271, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 2,959 plus 20 is equal to 2,979. Having shaken off the reporters, the three went to a coffee shop near the school. Lin Xiaoya looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. "Lin Fan, you're amazing.
You were so cool when you were facing the reporters." "No problem."
Lin Fan smiled and handed Su Qingxue a cup of coffee. Su Qingxue took a sip of coffee, looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of tenderness. "Husband, thank you for coming back with me today."
"Don't be so polite with me."
Lin Fan held her hand, and the warmth from her fingertips warmed both of their hearts.
Ding!
Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner on campus. Affection value plus 20 currently 6,271 plus 20 is equal to 6,291, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 2,979 plus 10 is equal to 2,989.
Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang.
It was Wang Chang, the person in charge of the construction site, calling.
"President Lin, something terrible has happened. There's been another incident at the construction site." Wang Chang's voice was filled with anxiety.
This time, a group of people came, claiming to be Li Tao's friends, called Brother Tiger. They not only vandalized the construction site but also injured several workers.
It's the Li family's remnants again.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, his 210 points of martial prowess giving him an imposing aura.
"I'm going there right now."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan said to Su Qingxue, "Honey, something happened at the construction site.
I have to go there right away." "I'll go with you,"
Su Qingxue said immediately, her eyes full of worry.
"No need, you wait for me here, I'll be back soon."
Lin Fan patted her head and turned to walk towards the door.
"Honey, be careful," Su Qingxue warned.
Lin Fan nodded, quickly left the coffee shop, and sped off in his Maybach toward the construction site.
Half an hour later, the car arrived at the construction site in the Chengdong New District.
The scene was a mess. A lot of equipment was damaged, and several workers were lying on the ground, injured and crying out in pain.
Wang Chang was anxiously directing the remaining workers to clean up the site. "President Lin, you've arrived."
Upon seeing Lin Fan, Wang Chang hurriedly came forward to greet him. "Where's Tiger?" Lin Fan asked in a deep voice, his eyes sweeping over the messy construction site, his anger gradually rising.
"They haven't left yet, they're over there." Wang Chang pointed to a group of people not far away.
Lin Fan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a dozen thugs holding sticks gathered together smoking. The leader was a tall man with a fierce face, who was none other than Brother Tiger.
"Brother Tiger, you dare to smash my construction site and injure my workers? You've got some nerve."
Lin Fan strode over, his voice icy.
Tiger turned around, saw Lin Fan, and a smug smile appeared on his face. "You're Lin Fan? Li Tao wasn't wrong, you really are a good fighter. But today I've brought so many men, let's see how arrogant you are. You bunch of rabble?"
Lin Fan sneered and fearlessly stepped forward.
Brothers, get him! Cripple him!
Tiger roared, and a dozen thugs immediately brandished their clubs and charged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he flashed forward, charging towards the first thug. He punched the thug in the chest with a dull thud, and the thug screamed as he flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground.
Ding! Defeat the thug A Biao, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
The second thug swung an iron bar at Lin Fan's head, but Lin Fan dodged it, grabbed the bar with his other hand, and pulled hard, causing the thug to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Lin Fan then kicked him in the chest, and the thug curled up in pain.
Ding! Defeat the thug A Wu, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
Lin Fan moved through the thugs with ease, as if they were nothing, each punch and kick carrying immense power. His 210 points of martial prowess, combined with the 10% critical hit rate from the Overlord badge, made his attacks incredibly powerful, eliciting screams of agony.
Tiger was terrified. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be such a fighter.
He turned to run, but Lin Fan grabbed him by the back of his collar and slammed him to the ground.
Ah!
Tiger cried out in pain, looking up at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes.
Big brother! I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please let me go. Let you go?
Lin Fan stepped on his chest, his tone icy.
You wrecked my construction site, injured my workers, and now you want to run away? Too late.
He took out his phone and dialed the police.
Soon, the police arrived at the scene and took Tiger and his men into custody. Ding!
Detected that the host has once again repelled troublemakers and maintained order at the construction site, triggering a protection reward, affection points +50 currently 6,291 +50 is equal to 6,341, Suqingshua's favorability +30 currently 2,989 +30 is equal to 3,019. After finishing his business at the construction site, Lin Fan returned to the coffee shop, where Su Qingxue and Lin Xiaoya were still waiting for him.
Seeing Lin Fan return safely, Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "Honey, are you alright?"
"I'm fine, it's just a small matter," Lin Fan said with a smile, sitting down next to her. "The matter at the construction site has been taken care of." Lin Xiaoya looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. "Lin Fan, you're amazing.
You're practically my idol." The three chatted for a while longer before Lin Xiaoya had to leave.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue left the coffee shop together, heading back to their apartment. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest and said with a smile, "Honey, I felt very happy today when I went back to school, even though a lot of people were watching me."
"Me too."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
"As long as I can be with you, I feel happy no matter where we are." Ding! Detected genuine affection between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value +20 currently 6,341 +20 is equal to 6,361, Su Qingshua's favorability +10 currently 3,019 +10 is equal to 3,029. Back in their apartment, the two lay down on the sofa together, browsing posts on the campus forum.
Seeing the comments, Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. "Look, they're all saying we're a perfect match. We're a perfect match."
Lin Fan hugged her and kissed her on the cheek.
"Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you."
"I want to eat your sweet and sour pork ribs," Su Qingxue said with a smile.
"Okay, I'll go make it right away."
Lin Fan stood up and walked towards the kitchen. The setting sun cast its golden rays through the window into the apartment, illuminating the happy figures of the two. Lin Fan knew that as long as Su Qingxue was by his side, every day was filled with sunshine. And his business empire was steadily rising towards glory.
Chapter 16 Xinweiwei's Taunts.
As the setting sun faded in the apartment, Lin Fan, wearing an apron, busied himself in the kitchen, the rich aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs filling the entire room. Su Qingxue leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching his skillful stir-frying, a sweet smile on her lips, but her fingers were still busy scrolling through posts about them on the campus forum.
"Honey, look, everyone's asking for our love story."
Su Qingxue waved her phone, her eyes full of excitement.
Lin Fan turned around and smiled, turned off the stove and served the ribs. "What's there to say?
It's just love at first sight, and then a lifetime together."
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value +20 currently 6,361 +20 is equal to 6,381, Su Qingxue's favorability +10 currently 3,029 +10 is equal to 3,039. The two sat at the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous dinner while chatting about interesting things that happened on campus. Su Qingxue suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, honey, let's go back to school again tomorrow. I want to talk to my advisor about my graduation defense and also see Xiaoya." "Okay, I'll go with you." Lin Fan readily agreed and put the biggest piece of pork rib into her bowl. The next morning, the two got ready and drove their Maybach to Jiangcheng University again. As soon as they entered the school gate, they felt even more intense stares than the day before. Many students secretly took out their phones to take pictures, and some whispered, "That's him, Su's husband." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan held her hand firmly and walked forward calmly. His 200 points of charm gave him an imposing aura, completely unaffected by the surrounding gazes. Just as the two were about to head to the teaching building to find their advisor, a discordant voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, isn't this our campus bell, Su Qingxue?
What, you found a backer and can't wait to show him off?"
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue stopped in their tracks and turned to look. They saw a girl in a fashionable dress, accompanied by two followers, arms crossed, looking at them with a mocking expression. The girl's makeup was exquisite, but she couldn't hide the jealousy in her eyes.
It was Shen Weiwei, Su Qingxue's nemesis from university.
Shen Weiwei has always had a crush on the school heartthrob, but the heartthrob is in love with Su Qingxue. From then on, she targeted Su Qingxue in every way and often said some sarcastic and mean things.
Su Qingxue frowned, her tone indifferent. "Shen Weiwei, where we go is none of your business. How can it be unrelated?"
Shen Weiwei walked up to the two of them, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fan from head to toe, her eyes full of disdain.
"Su Qingxue, weren't you quite aloof before? How come you found a man of dubious origin now? I bet he used some underhanded methods to harass you, didn't he?"
Upon hearing this, the surrounding students stopped in their tracks and curiously gathered around, eager to see what was going on. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened, and he looked at Shen Weiwei with icy eyes. "Watch your words. Qingxue and I are a legally married couple, and you can't slander our relationship."
"A legally married couple?"
Shen Weiwei laughed exaggeratedly, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world.
You think you're worthy of marrying Su Qingxue?
I think you're just a gigolo who only got where you are today because of Su Qingxue.
Otherwise, do you think you could afford a Maybach and have Su Qingxue treat you so well? You're talking nonsense." Su Qingxue's face turned pale with anger, and she grabbed Lin Fan's arm tightly.
Lin Fan is very outstanding. He is the project manager of Su Group. He earned all of this through his own hard work.
The project manager of the Su Group?
Shen Weiwei scoffed, clearly unconvinced.
Don't be fooled by him. I think he's a conman who preys on naive rich girls like you.
The students around her began to whisper among themselves. Some believed Shen Weiwei's words, while others thought she was just jealous. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Without making a sound, he took out his phone and opened his business card page, which clearly read Lin Fan, General Manager of the Chengdong New District Project of Suzhou Group, along with his personal profile and project achievements.
"Open your eyes and look carefully."
Lin Fan handed the phone to Shen Weiwei, his tone icy.
"Whether I'm a liar or a gigolo isn't for you to decide."
Shen Weiwei stared at the contents of her phone, her face turning deathly pale, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She never imagined that Lin Fan was actually the project manager for the Su Group. The surrounding students also saw the content on the phone, and their discussions instantly changed. "So he's the project manager from the Su Style Group, that's impressive."
"I knew it. The guy who could marry school beauty Su must be no ordinary person."
Shen Weiwei must be insanely jealous to slander someone like that.
Shen Weiwei's face flushed red and then paled, utterly mortified. She gritted her teeth and said resentfully, "So what if you're the project manager? Su Qingxue is so outstanding, you're not good enough for her. You must have used some underhanded methods to get her to marry you. Qingxue and I are truly in love, and we don't need to prove our feelings to you."
Lin Fan put his arm around Su Qingxue's waist and looked at her tenderly. "Besides, the fact that Qingxue is willing to marry me means that I am worthy of her." Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, looked up at him, her eyes filled with love and pride. "That's right, Lin Fan is the perfect match for me."
"Shen Weiwei, stop talking nonsense." Ding.
Detected that the host is protecting their destined partner and retaliating against malicious mockery, triggering a guardian reward. Affection points plus 50. Currently 6,381 plus 50 is equal to 6,431. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30. Currently 3,039 plus 30 is equal to 3,069. Seeing the two so intimate, Shen Weiwei trembled with anger, yet remained speechless.
Her two henchmen, also feeling embarrassed, tugged at her arm and whispered, "Wei Wei, let's go."
Leave? Why should I leave? Shin Weiwei still wanted to act tough, but seeing the disdainful looks from the surrounding students and Lin Fan's cold gaze, she finally chickened out. She glared fiercely at Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, gritting her teeth as she said, "You just wait." After saying that, she turned and left, and her two henchmen hurriedly followed her, leaving the scene in a sorry state. Seeing this, the surrounding students applauded for Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, and some even shouted, "Mr. Lin, School Beauty Su, wishing you happiness."
Lin Fan smiled and nodded to everyone, then took Su Qingxue's hand and continued walking towards the teaching building. Ding!
Detected that the host has gained the approval of teachers and students, triggering a popularity reward, affection value plus 30 currently 6,431 plus 30 is equal to 6,461, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 3,069 plus 20 is equal to 3,089. After finding her advisor, Su Qingxue chatted with him about her graduation defense, while Lin Fan waited patiently by her side.
The advisor looked at Lin Fan with admiration in his eyes. "Qingxue, you have excellent taste. Mr. Lin Fan is handsome and outstanding, you should cherish him."
"Thank you, mentor.
We will." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled happily.
After finishing their business, the two walked out of the teaching building and ran into Lin Xiaoya. Upon seeing them, Lin Xiaoya immediately ran over. "Qingxue, Lin Fan.
I heard Shin Weiwei was giving you trouble?"
"Yes, but it's been resolved."
Su Qingxue nodded and told Lin Xiaoya what had just happened.
Lin Xiaoya was furious after hearing this, that Shin Weiwei is really too much. She's always been targeting you before, and now she dares to slander Lin Fan.
"Don't be angry, she's just jealous," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Let's not let her affect our mood." "That's true."
Lin Xiaoya nodded and said with a smile, "By the way, a new dessert shop just opened near the school, and the desserts are amazing.
Let us go try it together."
"Okay." Su Qingxue immediately agreed, taking Lin Fan's hand.
"Honey, let's go together."
The three of them went to the dessert shop and ordered several of their signature desserts.
Lin Fan watched Su Qingxue eat her cake in small bites, a little cream on the corner of her mouth, and couldn't help but reach out to wipe it off for her. His fingertips touched her soft lips, and Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with shyness. Ding! Detected ambiguous interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 6,461 plus 20 is equal to 6,481, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3,089 plus 10 is equal to 3,099.
Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Qingyi calling.
"Lin Fan, something terrible has happened. One of the partners in the Chengdong New District project, General Manager Zhang, has suddenly unilaterally announced the suspension of cooperation and said he wants to terminate the contract with us."
Su Qingyi's voice was filled with anxiety. "Mr. Zhang? Why?"
Lin Fan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Mr. Zhang had always been very optimistic about this project. Why would he suddenly change his mind?
"I don't know.
He only said that our project has risks, but he wouldn't say what those risks are," Su Qingyi said.
"The project is about to enter a critical stage.
If President Zhang withdraws his investment, it will affect the progress of the entire project."
"I understand, cousin. Don't panic, I'll be right there."
Lin Fan hung up the phone and said to Su Qingxue, "Honey, something's come up at the company, I have to go over there."
"Okay, go ahead, be careful."
Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes full of worry.
"Don't worry, I'll be back soon."
Lin Fan ruffled her hair, turned and left the dessert shop, speeding off in his Maybach toward the Su group. Upon arriving at the company, Su Qingyi was already waiting in the conference room, her expression grim.
"Lin Fan, you're here."
"President Zhang's attitude is very firm. No matter what I say, he won't change his mind. I'll go meet him." Lin Fan's eyes were firm as he took out his phone and dialed Mr. Zhang's number.
The call was answered quickly, and Mr. Zhang's voice carried a hint of detachment. "Mr. Lin, is there something you need?" "Mr. Zhang, I'd like to know why you suddenly want to suspend our cooperation and terminate the contract?"
"Our project has been progressing smoothly, and there's no risk involved," Lin Fan asked in a deep voice.
"Mr. Lin, there are some things I can't say more about.
In short, I can't continue this cooperation." After saying that, Mr. Zhang hung up the phone. Lin Fan frowned, a vague feeling that something was amiss. He turned on his computer and, using his business foresight skill, began analyzing Mr. Zhang's company and recent business developments. He quickly discovered that Mr. Zhang had been spending a lot of time with Wang Kuan, Li Tao's uncle.
So it was Wang Kuan who was behind this.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
Wang Kuan was a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangqing City and had always been at odds with the Su family.
He must have been instructed by Li Tao to deliberately sabotage their project.
Cousin, I know who is behind this.
It's Wang Kuan, Lin Fan said.
Wang Kuan? Su Qingyi frowned. Why would he help Li Tao?
They are relatives. Wang Kuan is Li Tao's uncle, Lin Fan explained. He must have been instructed by Li Tao to deliberately get General Manager Zhang to withdraw his investment and sabotage our project.
What should we do? Wang Kuan is very influential in the business world, and we're not easy to deal with, Su Qingyi said with some worry. Don't worry, I have a plan.
Lin Fan sneered. He tried to sabotage our project, I'll make him pay the price.
He immediately contacted his public relations team, asking them to gather damaging information about Wang Kuan's company.
At the same time, he contacted other partners, explained the situation to them, and reassured them.
Ding! Host's proactive response to the crisis detected, triggering a response reward, affection points plus 30, currently 6,481 plus 30 is equal to 6,511, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20, currently 3,099 plus 20 is equal to 3,119.
After finishing his work at the company, it was already evening. Lin Fan returned to his apartment, where Su Qingxue was sitting on the sofa waiting for him.
Seeing Lin Fan return, she immediately went to greet him. Honey, how did things go?
It's almost done, don't worry, Lin Fan said with a smile, pulling her into his arms.
I'm sorry to have worried you. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. Su Qingxue leaned against him, feeling completely at ease. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, whispering, Wife, are you hungry? I'll go make you some food. Okay.
Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes filled with happiness as she watched Lin Fan walk into the kitchen.
As night deepened, the apartment was warmly lit.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue nestled together on the sofa, watching television and chatting. Although they had encountered many troubles, they believed that as long as they stood shoulder to shoulder, no difficulty was insurmountable. Lin Fan knew that his path to building a business empire still required even greater effort to provide Su Qingxue with a brighter future.
Chapter 17, None of Your Business. As night deepened, the warm light in the apartment mingled with the aroma of food.
Lin Fan had just placed the last plate of steamed fish on the table when Su Qingxue gently hugged his waist from behind.
Her soft cheek pressed against his back, carrying the warm, damp scent of her recent shower, and her voice was soft and sweet. Honey, you must be exhausted from dealing with Wang Kuan's matter today, right?
Lin Fan took her hand in his fingertips tracing her smooth skin.
He turned around with a smile and said, I'm not tired. It's worth it to cook for my wife.
He lowered his head and pecked her nose. Looking at her reddened earlobes, his heart warmed.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20, currently 6,511 plus 20 is equal to 6,531. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10, currently 3,119 plus 10 is equal to 3,129.
The two finished dinner snuggling together and then curled up on the sofa scrolling through their phones. Su Qingxue came across a new post on the campus forum and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look, everyone's saying Shen Weiwei brought this on herself, and someone even made a meme out of the way you confronted her, so cool.
Lin Fan leaned closer to take a look. The screen showed his profile when he took out his business card yesterday, with the caption, protecting his wife with domineering presence, this is a real man. He raised an eyebrow, just average handsome, but mainly because my wife is too outstanding, I can't let anyone bully her. Su Qingxue giggled as he amused her, snuggling closer to him, her nose brushing against his collar, her breath filled with his cool, refreshing scent.
The next morning, the two went to the school as agreed to finalize the graduation defense process with their advisor.
As soon as they entered the teaching building lobby, they bumped into Shen Weiwei, whose face was ashen.
She was accompanied by two assistants, who had clearly been waiting for them there. Su Qingxue, Lin Fan.
Shen Weiwei stepped forward quickly, blocking their path, her eyes filled with venom.
Don't be so smug. I won't let what happened yesterday go so easily.
Seeing this, students passing by gathered around, took out their phones to take pictures, and whispered among themselves.
Su Qingxue frowned and said coldly, Shen Weiwei, we don't have time to waste with you. Get out of the way. Get out of the way?
Shen Weiwei sneered, her gaze falling on Lin Fan with disdain.
Lin Fan, do you think you're so great just because you're the project manager of the Su Group? I bet you're just relying on the Su family's connections.
Without the Su family, you're just a penniless nobody, not worthy of Su Qingxue at all.
You've gone too far.
Su Qingxue was trembling with anger and was about to retort when Lin Fan grabbed her arm. Lin Fan took a step forward, shielding Su Qingxue behind him. His eyes instantly turned icy, and his aura became overwhelming. The 200 points of charm he possessed transformed into an invisible pressure, causing Shen Weiwei to involuntarily take a step back.
Whether I'm worthy of Qingxue or not is none of your business.
Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strong sense of intimidation.
What happens between us has absolutely nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me?
Shen Weiwei forced herself to remain calm and shouted, Su Qingxue is the school beauty, everyone's goddess.
What right do you have to monopolize her?
You must have used some tricks to deceive her.
I'm going to expose you today.
Looking at her hysterical state, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with impatience, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Qingxue and I are a legally married couple, and our relationship is perfectly fine.
Who are you to point fingers at us? I'm going to interfere. Shen Weiwei continued her unreasonable tirade. A gigolo like you who lives off women doesn't deserve to stand beside Su Qingxue.
You'd better leave her right now, or else.
Or what will you do?
Lin Fan interrupted her, his eyes as cold as ice.
I'll say it again, what I do with Qingxue is none of your business.
He spoke the last 4 words with unwavering force, his tone revealing undisguised toughness and anger.
The entire hall fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned.
Shen Weiwei stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan in disbelief. She never expected that Lin Fan, who always seemed so gentle, would say such rude and forceful words, and the oppressive tone in his voice sent chills down her spine. The surrounding students were stunned, almost dropping their phones. In their minds, Lin Fan was a refined man who calmly dealt with reporters and treated Su Qingxue gently, but at this moment, his fierce and forceful aura made them afraid to look him in the eye.
Ding!
Host strong counterattack detected, deterring malicious provocateurs, triggering a powerful reward. Affection points plus 50 currently 6,531 plus 50 is equal to 6,581. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 3,129 plus 30 is equal to 3,159. After realizing what had happened, Shen Weiwei was so angry that her face turned red and tears were almost falling. You actually dared to talk to me like that?
I'm not finished with you.
As she spoke, she was about to rush forward and fight Lin Fan to the death, but she was held back by her 2 henchmen.
Weiwei, don't be impulsive. Yes, there are a lot of people here, let's not make a scene.
Shen Weiwei struggled for a moment, but seeing the disdainful looks from the surrounding students and Lin Fan's cold gaze, she finally chickened out. She glared fiercely at Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, gritting her teeth as she said, You just wait.
I won't let you get away with this.
After saying that, she turned and ran, and her 2 henchmen quickly followed, fleeing the hall in a disheveled state. Seeing this, the surrounding students applauded and cheered for Lin Fan.
Mr. Lin is absolutely right.
It has nothing to do with her.
Shen Weiwei is just insanely jealous, she deserves to be roasted. Mr. Lin is so charismatic. So handsome.
Lin Fan nodded to everyone, then looked down at Su Qingxue beside him, his eyes instantly softening. Wife, are you alright?
Did I scare you?
Su Qingxue shook her head, her eyes filled with admiration and love. Honey, you were so cool just now.
I love seeing you stand up for me.
She tiptoed and kissed Lin Fan on the cheek, her cheek slightly flushed, but full of sweetness.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 6,581 plus 20 is equal to 6,601. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3,159 plus 10 is equal to 3,169. The 2 laughed as they made their way through the crowd toward their mentor's office. Just as they reached the door, they saw their mentor standing there, a pleased smile on his face. Lin Fan, Qingxue, I saw what happened.
Lin Fan, you did the right thing.
You can't be too polite when dealing with people who maliciously provoke you like this.
Thank you for your understanding, mentor.
Lin Fan smiled. Once inside the office, Su Qingxue discussed the details of her graduation defense with her advisor, while Lin Fan waited patiently by her side. During this time, the advisor would occasionally glance at Lin Fan, her eyes full of admiration. After finishing their business, the 2 left the office and prepared to return to their apartment. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Wang Chang, the construction site manager.
President Lin, something terrible has happened. Wang Cohen sent a group of people to cause trouble at the construction site. The leader is his subordinate, nicknamed Evil Wolf.
they smashed a lot of equipment and injured several workers. Wang Chang's voice was filled with anxiety and panic.
Wang Kuan.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, his 210 points of martial prowess giving him an imposing aura.
I'm coming right now.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan said to Su Qingxue, "Honey, something happened at the construction site.
I have to go there right away. I'll go with you."
Su Qingxue said immediately, her eyes filled with worry.
I'm afraid you'll be in danger alone. Okay, just stay close to me and don't go too far. Lin Fan nodded, took Su Qingxue's hand, and walked quickly towards the exit of the teaching building.
The two drove their Maybach at high speed toward the construction site in the eastern New District of the city. On the way, Lin Fan dialed the police and explained the situation.
Half an hour later, the car arrived at the construction site.
The scene was a mess. Many construction equipment were damaged, and several workers lay on the ground, injured and crying out in pain. Wang Chang was anxiously directing the remaining workers to clean up the site when he saw Lin Fan and immediately went to greet him.
President Lin. You're here. Wang Chang's face was covered in sweat. Evil Wolf and his gang are still over there.
Lin Fan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a dozen thugs holding sticks gathered together. The leader was a tall man with fierce eyes, who was none other than Evil Wolf.
You scoundrel! You dare to vandalize my construction site and injure my workers? You've got some nerve.
Lin Fan strode over, his voice icy.
The wolf turned around, saw Lin Fan, and grinned arrogantly. You're Lin Fan? President Wang said to teach you a lesson, to let you know that in Jiangcheng, not just anyone can be offended. You bunch of rabble?
Lin Fan sneered and fearlessly stepped forward.
Brothers, get him. Cripple him. Wolf roared, and a dozen thugs immediately brandished their clubs and charged towards Lin Fan.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he flashed forward, charging towards the first thug. He punched the thug in the chest with a dull thud, and the thug screamed as he flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground.
Ding!
Defeat the thug Ali, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi. The second thug swung an iron bar at Lin Fan's head, but Lin Fan dodged it, grabbed the bar with his other hand, and pulled hard, causing the thug to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Lin Fan then kicked him in the chest, and the thug curled up in pain.
Ding! Defeat the thug Ayong, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
Lin Fan moved through the thugs with ease, as if they were nothing, each punch and kick carrying immense power. His 210 points of martial prowess, combined with the 10% critical hit rate from the Overlord badge, made his attacks incredibly powerful, eliciting screams of agony.
The wolf was terrified. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be such a fighter.
He turned to run, but Lin Fan grabbed him by the back of his collar and slammed him to the ground.
Ah!
The wolf screamed in pain, looking up at Lin Fan with fear in its eyes.
Big brother. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please let me go. Let you go?
Lin Fan stepped on his chest, his tone icy.
You wrecked my construction site, injured my workers, and now you want to run away? Too late. Just then, sirens blared, and the police arrived at the scene, taking control of the wolf and his henchmen. Ding!
Detected that the host has once again repelled troublemakers and maintained order at the construction site, triggering a protection reward, affection points +50 currently 6,601 +50 is equal to 6,651, Su Qingshua's favorability +30 currently 3,169 +30 is equal to 3,199. After dealing with the matters at the construction site, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chang stepped forward and said gratefully, President Lin, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, we don't know what would have happened to our construction site. It's what I should do, Lin Fan said. Take a quick look at the losses, arrange for workers to treat the injured colleagues, and make sure the project's progress is not affected.
Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll get right on it.
Wang Chang nodded hurriedly.
As the sun set, Lin Fan drove Su Qingxue towards the apartment.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, watching the sky darken outside the window, and whispered, Honey, with you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Lin Fan held her hand tightly and kissed her forehead. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to bully us again. The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the apartment windows, casting warm shadows. Lin Fan knew that as long as Su Qingxue was by his side, he could face any difficulty bravely. And his path to building a business empire grew stronger with each challenge.
Chapter 18 Her Defense, He's My Husband.
The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the apartment's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows on the floor. Just as Lin Fan placed the last dish on the table, Su Qingxue gently wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing her cheek against his back, her voice soft and sweet. "Honey, you weren't hurt at the construction site today, were you?" Lin Fan took her hand in his fingertips caressing her delicate skin. He turned and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, those few thugs can't hurt me." He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, the faint fragrance of her hair lingering in his nostrils, warming his heart.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20, currently 6,651 plus 20 is equal to 6,671. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 3,199 plus 10 is equal to 3,209. The two finished dinner snuggling together and nestled on the sofa, planning their weekend itinerary. Su Qingxue scrolled through her phone, then suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, honey, we have to go back to school tomorrow. My advisor said we need to personally confirm and sign the materials for our graduation defense."
"Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow."
Lin Fan gently ruffled her hair, his eyes tender. The next morning, the two got ready and drove their Maybach to Jiangcheng University again. As soon as they entered the campus, they felt even more intense stares than before. Many students pointed and whispered at them from afar, their phones constantly clicking away.
"Look, it's school beauty Sue and her husband."
Lin Fan's confrontation with Xin Weiwei yesterday was so domineering, I watched the video several times.
They are such a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman.
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan held her hand firmly and walked forward calmly. His 200 points of charm gave him an aura that made him completely unaffected by the surrounding gazes. Just as the two were about to reach the entrance of the teaching building, a familiar figure led a group of people and blocked their way. It was Xin Weiwei. Besides her two previous followers, she was accompanied by several boys dressed in a shady style, who looked like street thugs from outside the school.
"Su Qingxue, Lin Fan, you're not getting away."
Xin Weiwei crossed her arms, her face full of smugness. "You bullied me yesterday, and today I'll make you pay." Seeing this, the surrounding students gathered around, took out their phones to take pictures and videos, and began to discuss the matter.
Why won't Xin Weiwei give up?
She even called people from outside the school. That's outrageous.
This is going to be interesting.
I wonder how Lin Fan will respond. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold as he shielded Su Qingxue behind him, his tone icy. "Xin Weiwei, don't push your luck.
I already taught you a lesson yesterday, don't force me to be impolite." "You're welcome. I'd like to see how you're going to treat me rudely." Xin Weiwei sneered, pointing to the thugs beside her. "See these? These are my friends. Today, they're going to teach you a lesson, you gigolo."
The thugs immediately stepped forward, staring fiercely at Lin Fan.
One of them, with dyed yellow hair, arrogantly said, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, apologize to Weiwei and compensate her for her emotional distress, or you'll be kicked out of the school gate today." "You guys?"
Lin Fan sneered. His 210 points of martial prowess made him fearless.
He was about to make a move when Su Qingxue pulled him back.
Su Qingxue stepped out from behind Lin Fan, her face expressionless but her eyes unusually firm. She walked to Lin Fan's side, took his hand tightly, then raised her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, and said in a clear and powerful tone, "Lin Fan is my husband, and we are legally married."
He is not some gigolo.
He is the head of the Suzhou Group's Chengdong New District project.
He is the most outstanding and responsible man I've ever met.
Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. "I like him, I love him, and marrying him was the best decision I ever made in my life. As for you, Xin Weiwei," Su Qingxue turned to look at Xin Weiwei, her eyes icy, "you've targeted us time and time again simply because you're jealous. But let me tell you, jealousy is useless, and you can't destroy our relationship." After saying that, she took Lin Fan's arm again, looked up at Xin Weiwei and the thugs beside her with her head held high, her face full of pride.
The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned.
Neither the students watching nor Xin Weiwei and her thugs expected that the usually gentle and quiet Su Qingxue would say such a thing. Although her tone was calm, it carried a powerful force that left no room for argument. Xin Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Qingxue. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. She never imagined that Su Qingxue would defend Lin Fan so fiercely, even publicly announcing their marriage.
Ding!
detected that the Destiny partner has publicly defended the host and asserted their dominance, triggering a Guardian reward, affection points plus 50 currently 6,671 plus 50 is equal to 6,721, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30 currently 3,209 plus 30 is equal to 3,239. After a while, the surrounding students finally reacted and burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers. What School Beauty Su said is so true. Exactly. Shen Weiwei is just jealous. Lin Fan and School Beauty Su must be happy. The thugs exchanged glances, clearly intimidated by Su Qingshua's imposing presence. The blonde-haired thug hesitated for a moment, then sidled up to Shen Weiwei and whispered, "Weiwei, this seems a bit complicated. Maybe we should just let it go?" Shen Weiwei trembled with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. Looking at the disdainful stares of the surrounding students and the intimate interaction between Su Qingxue and Lin Fan, she felt like a complete clown. She glared fiercely at the two of them, gritting her teeth as she said, "You just wait. I won't let you get away with this." After saying that, she turned and ran, and the thugs quickly followed, fleeing the scene in a sorry state. Seeing this, the surrounding students gathered around and offered their blessings to Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, congratulations on your marriage. May you be happy forever. School Beauty Su was so cool just now, she's practically my goddess." Lin Fan smiled and nodded to everyone, then looked down at Su Qingxue beside him, his eyes filled with love and pride. "Wife, you were so cool just now." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she snuggled closer to him, her voice soft and sweet. "I just don't want others to bully you." Lin Fan hugged her tightly and lowered his head to plant a deep kiss on her lips. The surrounding students, seeing this, burst into good-natured laughter, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner, receiving blessings from teacher and student, affection value plus 30 currently 6,721 plus 30 is equal to 6,751, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 3,239 plus 20 is equal to 3,259. The two finally managed to shake off the students and entered the teaching building. Just as they reached the entrance to their advisor's office, they saw their advisor standing there with a pleased smile. "Qingxue, Lin Fan, I've heard about what happened. Qingxue, you did the right thing. Love should be expressed loudly, and you should bravely protect your loved one." "Thank you, mentor." Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled happily. Once inside the office, Su Qingsue and her advisor carefully reviewed the graduation defense materials, while Lin Fan waited patiently by her side. During this time, the advisor would occasionally glance at Lin Fan, her eyes full of admiration. "Lin Fan, you're so lucky to have married such a wonderful girl like Qingxue." "I'm the lucky one to have married Qingxue," Lin Fan said with a smile, his gaze falling on Su Qingsue with tenderness. After confirming the materials, the two left the office and prepared to return to their apartment. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Qingyi calling. "Lin Fan, good news. After we exposed Wang Kuan's dirty secrets, his company's stock price plummeted, and his partners withdrew their investments one after another. Now he's too busy taking care of himself to have time to sabotage our project." Su Qingyi's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. "Great." Lin Fan's eyes lit up. "What about President Zheng?" "President Zhang has contacted us and said that he was misled by Wang Kuan before. Now he is willing to continue cooperating with us and has even apologized," Su Qingyi said. "Our project is now completely stable, and we can proceed smoothly from here on out." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, cousin," Lin Fan said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingsue immediately asked, "Honey, has the project been resolved?" "Yes, it's resolved." Lin Fan pulled her into his arms and said excitedly, "Wang Kuan is already overwhelmed with his own problems, and President Zhang is willing to continue cooperating with us. Our project can proceed smoothly." Su Qingsue smiled happily, tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. "Honey, you're amazing." Ding! The crisis in the host project has been resolved. You have received praise from your destined partner, and your affection value has increased by 30 currently 6,751 plus 30 is equal to 6,781. Su Qingshua's favorability has increased by 20 currently 3,259 plus 20 is equal to 3,279. The two walked out of the teaching building with smiles, driving their Maybach towards the apartment. Sunlight streamed through the car windows, warming them both. Lin Fan looked at Su Qingshue's radiant smile beside him, his heart filled with happiness. He knew that as long as Su Qingsue was by his side, he could bravely face any difficulties. And with each challenge, his path to building a business empire became smoother. In the future, he would use his own efforts to give Su Qingxue a better life. Chapter 19 Forum Crashes, Mysterious Husband's Identity Revealed.
The Maybach drove smoothly along the tree-lined avenue of Jiangcheng University.
Su Qingxue leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, her fingertips still trembling slightly from when she had publicly defended him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating her flushed cheeks like a layer of fine gold leaf. Lin Fan looked down at her and couldn't help but place a gentle kiss on the top of her head, his breath warm. "Wife, you were really brave just now." Su Qingxue snuggled closer to him, her voice as soft as cotton candy. "Of course it is.
You are my husband, and I can't let anyone bully you." Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 6,781 plus 20 is equal to 6,801. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3,279 plus 10 is equal to 3,289.
As the car drove out of the school gate,
Lin Fan caught a glimpse of several students chasing after them, phones in hand, cameras glued to their car, shouting, "School Beauty Sue!
Mr. Lin!"
He smiled helplessly, stepped on the gas, and left the commotion behind. Meanwhile, the Jiangcheng University campus forum was already in an uproar.
Breaking news! Su Qingxue publicly admits to being married.
Her husband is none other than the mysterious handsome man Lin Fan.
Help! I was right there.
When the school beauty Sue said, "He is my husband," I just died on the spot.
Can someone find out who this Lin Fan is? He seems so ordinary. How did he manage to marry our school beauty?
The first person to post was Zhao Lei, a computer science student. He was at the front of the crowd and recorded the entire process of Su Qingxue defending Lin Fan on his phone. In the video, Su Qingxue's eyes were firm and her tone was clear. Her last sentence, "Marrying her was the best decision I ever made in my life," broke the hearts of countless boys. Within 5 minutes of the post being published, it had received over 500 replies, and the number of views skyrocketed to over 10,000. The forum server was overwhelmed, began to lag frequently, and eventually crashed completely, displaying only "loading failed, please try again" on the screen.
Holy crap! The forum crashed? It hasn't been that long. The servers are already breaking down? I need the video. Does anyone have a video of the incident? I'd trade a month's worth of bubble tea for it.
On campus, students put down what they were doing, took out their phones to refresh the forums, grumbling under their breath but unable to hide their excitement. Discussions about Lin Fan and Su Qingxue is married could be heard everywhere in the teaching buildings, the cafeteria, and the dormitories.
Who exactly is this Lin Fan? Su, the school beauty, is a legend at our school.
She's academically gifted, beautiful, and comes from a wealthy family.
How could she marry someone who seems to have no reputation? What do you mean he doesn't seem to be famous?
He's the project manager for the Su Style Group. I saw him at the construction site in the East City New District last time, and he was surrounded by senior executives.
Really? The Su Group.
That's one of the top companies in Jiangcheng. I also heard that he drives a Maybach, and the license plate number is consecutive.
He's definitely a low-profile millionaire.
Amid the discussions, a group of students calling themselves the Exposé Squad spontaneously organized and began a frantic search for Lin Fan's identity. They scoured all major social media platforms, searching for information related to Lin Fan, and some even went to the official website of the Su Group, trying to find his trace in the list of executives. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue had returned to their apartment in Shushan Mingyuan.
As soon as they entered, Su Qingxue's phone started ringing incessantly with messages from her university classmates, some offering blessings, some gossiping, and others asking for Lin Fan's contact information. My God, how come there are so many messages? Su Qingxue looked at her phone screen with a helpless expression.
I should have known better than to say it in front of so many people. Lin Fan hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her neck, his breath brushing against her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. What are you afraid of? We're a legally married couple, it's fine for everyone to know. His fingers gently traced her collarbone, the smooth, delicate touch warming his heart.
Ding. Detected ambiguous interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 6,801 plus 20 is equal to 6,821. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3,289 plus 10 is equal to 3,299. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. She turned around and glared at him, but didn't push him away. You're so good at talking. Now the whole school knows we're married.
We'll definitely get more attention when we go back to school. Isn't it good to be in the spotlight?
Lin Fan chuckled and pinched her cheek.
That way, no one will dare to make a move on my wife. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Qingyi calling. Lin Fan, did you two make a big splash at school?
Su Qingyi's voice was laced with laughter.
I just saw on my WeChat moments that it's full of photos of you and Xingxue, and some people are even saying that you guys crashed the Jiangqing University forum. I think so.
I ran into some trouble at school just now, and Xingxue publicly admitted that we're married, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Well done. Su Qingyi praised.
This is good, it saves us from spreading rumors in the future. By the way, there's some good news. Wang Koen's company has completely collapsed. He was arrested for economic crimes, and Li Tao has also been sentenced for his previous offenses.
The Li family's influence has been completely eliminated. Great. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Now our project is completely safe.
Yes, Su Qingyi said, all the partners are stable now, and the project is progressing smoothly. By the way, there's a family dinner tonight, and Grandpa wants you to come back to celebrate.
Okay, we'll go back tonight.
Lin Fan hung up the phone and told Su Qingxue the news.
Su Qingxue smiled happily. That's great. Grandpa will definitely be very happy.
The two tidied up quickly and decided to go to the supermarket to buy some things to take home that evening. As soon as they entered the supermarket, they overheard two sales assistants whispering to each other.
Look at that man, isn't he Lin Fan, the husband of Su Qingxue that's being talked about online? It looks like it. Isn't that Su Qingxue next to her?
She's even more beautiful in person than in photos.
I never expected Lin Fan to be so young and so handsome. No wonder Su Qingxue married him. Hearing the whispers, Su Qingxue blushed slightly and instinctively moved closer to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan gripped her hand, nodded calmly at them, and then led Su Qingxue towards the shelf.
Ding.
Detected that the host calmly faces others' gossip, triggering the composure reward. Affection points plus 10, currently 6,821 plus 10 is equal to 6,831. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 3,299 plus 5 is equal to 3,304. After the two finished shopping and walked out of the supermarket, they saw a police car parked on the side of the road, with several police officers questioning a man. The man looked to be in his 30s, dressed sloppily, and had shifty eyes. He was Ali, one of the henchmen of the thug who had caused trouble at the construction site earlier. Ali also saw Lin Fan, his eyes filled with fear. He wanted to turn around and run away, but was stopped by the police.
Mr. Lin, it's been a long time. A policeman recognized Lin Fan and walked over with a smile.
We are investigating the case of the Wolf Gang, and this Ali is a key suspect. I didn't expect to run into him here.
Thank you for your hard work. Lin Fan nodded.
These people have committed numerous evils and deserve to be punished.
The policeman smiled and turned back to continue questioning Ali.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue didn't linger and drove towards the Su family's old house. When they arrived at the Su family's old residence, Old Master Su was already waiting at the door. Seeing them, a happy smile spread across his face. Lin Fan, Qingxue, you've arrived.
Grandpa. Su Qingxue ran over with a smile and hugged the old man's arm. Hello, Grandpa.
Lin Fan greeted him with a smile and handed over the things he was carrying.
Upon entering the house, the entire Su family was already there. Su Qingyi greeted them with a smile. You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you to start the meal.
The table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Grandpa Su raised his glass, smiling, and said, today is a good day.
Wang Koen and Li Tao have both received their due punishment, and our project is progressing smoothly.
I propose a toast. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and drank them down in one gulp. During the meal, Grandpa Su kept putting food on Lin Fan's plate, his eyes full of praise. Lin Fan, we owe you a lot this time. Without you, we don't know what they would have done to our project.
Grandpa, this is what I should do, Lin Fan said with a smile. Besides, I can't let Qingxue suffer any injustice.
Su Qingxue blushed slightly upon hearing this, and secretly glanced at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with love.
Ding.
Detected that the host has gained the approval of an elder, triggering a family affection reward. Affection value plus 30, currently 6,831 plus 30 is equal to 6,861. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 3,304 plus 20 is equal to 3,324.
After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting.
Su Qingyi took out her phone and said with a smile, "Grandpa, look, the internet is full of news about Lin Fan and Qingxue right now. They've even crashed the Jiangcheng University forum." Grandpa Su took the phone, looked at the news and comments, and said with a smile, "Good. Good. Qingxue has found her happiness, so I can rest assured." Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Wang Chang, the person in charge of the construction site, calling. "President Lin, something terrible has happened. There has been a sudden collapse at the construction site. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but a lot of equipment has been buried." Wang Chang's voice was filled with anxiety. "What?" Lin Fan's expression changed. "How could it suddenly collapse?" "I don't know, it seems like there's a problem with the foundation," Wang Chang said. "The construction team is panicking now and doesn't know what to do. I'll be right there." Lin Fan hung up the phone and said to the Su family, "Grandpa, I'm sorry, something happened at the construction site, I have to go there right away." "Go ahead, be careful," Grandpa Su said hurriedly. "Honey, I'll go with you." Su Qingxue immediately stood up, her eyes full of worry. "Okay, stay close to me and don't go too far." Lin Fan nodded, took Su Qingxue's hand, and walked quickly towards the door. The two drove their Maybach at high speed toward the construction site in the eastern New District of the city. On the way, Lin Fan frowned, his mind filled with doubt. How could the foundation suddenly have problems? Could someone have deliberately sabotaged it? Half an hour later, the car arrived at the construction site. The scene was a mess. A section of the wall and part of the foundation had collapsed, and a lot of equipment was buried in the rubble. Workers were anxiously clearing the site. Wang Chang saw Lin Fan and immediately went to greet him. "President Lin. You've arrived." Wang Chang's face was covered in sweat. "We've inspected it. It seems someone dug out the foundation, which is why it collapsed." "They've hollowed it out?" Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. "It must have been done by Wang Kuan's remaining associates." He immediately asked Wang to bring the surveillance footage. Sure enough, the footage showed that last night, several men in black sneaked into the construction site, dug a hole under the foundation, and then filled it with loose soil. "These people are truly incorrigible," Lin Fan said through gritted teeth, and immediately dialed the police. After arriving at the scene, the police conducted an investigation, retrieved surveillance footage, and began a full-scale manhunt for the suspect. Lin Fan stayed at the construction site, directing the workers to clean up the area and arranging for the engineering team to reinforce the foundation. Su Qingxue stayed by his side the whole time, handing him water and wiping his sweat, her eyes full of heartache. Ding! Detected that the host remained calm under pressure and handled a construction site accident, triggering a responsibility reward, affection points plus 40. Currently 6,861 plus 40 is equal to 6,901, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30. Currently 3,324 plus 30 is equal to 3,354. They worked until late at night before the site was finally cleared and the foundation reinforcement plan was finalized. Lin Fan looked at the exhausted workers and said, "Thank you for your hard work. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow." "Thank you, Mr. Lin," the workers said, dragging their tired bodies away from the construction site. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue got into the car and drove towards the apartment. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, her voice tired but gentle. "Honey, you must be exhausted too. Go back and get some rest." Lin Fan nodded and squeezed her hand. "With you by my side, it's all worth it, no matter how tired I am." The car drove into the night, the streetlights casting flickering shadows on their faces. Lin Fan knew that although troubles were constant, as long as Su Qingxue was by his side, he had boundless motivation. And his path to building a business empire grew stronger with each challenge. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng University's campus forum finally returned to normal. The skin peeling team had found detailed information about Lin Fan, including his educational background, work experience, and even a video of him fighting off thugs at a construction site. My God! Lin Fan is actually a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. He's even worked on projects overseas before. He's amazing. This isn't just ordinary, this is clearly a hidden master. School beauty Su has such good taste. She married such an outstanding husband. The comments on the forum instantly reversed. Those who had previously questioned Lin Fan were now his admirers. Posts about Lin Fan once again dominated the forum's homepage, and the buzz lingered for a long time. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue were unaware of all this. They were currently nestled on the sofa in their apartment, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating their happy figures and their hopeful future.
Chapter 20: The first appearance of a love rival, rich second-generation Zhao Ming.
Moonlight streamed through the apartment's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft, silvery glow on the floor. Lin Fan emerged from his shower to find Su Qingxue curled up on the sofa, scrolling through Jiangcheng University's campus forum on her phone, a faint smile playing on her lips.
What are you looking at? Why are you so happy?
Lin Fan walked over and gently hugged her from behind, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Su Qingxue was startled, turned around and gave him a reproachful look, then handed him her phone. Look, everyone is praising you, saying you're a hidden master, and that I have good taste. On the screen, a pinned post titled In-Depth Exposé. Su Qingxue's husband, Lin Fan, is actually a hidden business genius, was particularly eye-catching, and the replies below were all unanimously praising him.
Lin Fan smiled, sat down next to her, and pulled her into his arms. Of course, don't you know whose husband you are?
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she snuggled closer to him, her fingers gently tracing his chest as she softly said, "You're so vain."
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 6,901 plus 20 is equal to 6,921. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3,354 plus 10 is equal to 3,364. The two snuggled together and browsed the forum for a while. Su Qingxue yawned, her eyes full of exhaustion.
Lin Fan ruffled her hair. Tired? Get some rest. We have to go to the construction site tomorrow. Mum.
Su Qingxue nodded, letting Lin Fan pick her up and carry her to the bedroom.
The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove to the construction site in the East New District.
After a night of cleanup, the collapsed site had been basically cleared, and the construction team was reinforcing the foundation according to the new plan.
Upon seeing the two, Wang Chang immediately greeted them. President Lin, Miss Su, you've arrived.
The police have received news that the hole under the foundation was indeed dug by Wang Kuan's remaining accomplices. They are still on the run, and the police are doing everything they can to capture them. Alright, tell the brothers to be careful and strengthen security at the construction site.
Don't let them have any more opportunities to take advantage of us, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I've made all the arrangements. There are people patrolling 24 hours a day. Wang Chang nodded quickly.
Lin Fan nodded, walked to the foundation, and carefully inspected the progress of the reinforcement. Su Qingxue stayed by his side, occasionally handing him a bottle of water, her eyes full of concern.
Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Qingyi calling. Lin Fan, something bad has happened. Su Qingyi's voice was filled with anxiety.
A rich second generation named Zhao Ming saw your news in Qingxue's online and started spreading rumors that you are not good enough for Qingxue, and even threatened to teach you a lesson.
Zhao Ming? Lin Fan frowned. Who is he?
He is the son of the Zhao Group, whose family is in real estate and has a lot of influence in Jiangcheng, Su Qingyi explained. He has been pursuing Qingxue for years, and she has rejected him several times.
Now that he knows Qingxue is married, he is probably insanely jealous. I understand. Let him come.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. His 210 points of combat strength made him fearless.
I want to see what he can do to me. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingxue immediately asked, Honey, what's wrong? Did something happen?
It's nothing, just some arrogant rich kid who said he'd teach me a lesson. Lin Fan smiled and ruffled her hair.
Don't worry, I can handle it. Su Qingxue frowned, her eyes filled with worry. You mean Zhao Ming? He used to harass me all the time.
Honey, you have to be careful, his family is very powerful.
I understand, I'll be careful.
Lin Fan held her hand and gave her a reassuring look.
Ding.
A new challenge has been detected for the host, triggering a fighting spirit reward. Affection points plus 10 currently 6,921 plus 10 is equal to 6,931. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 3,364 plus 5 is equal to 3,369. After finishing up at the construction site, Lin Fan took Su Qingxue back to the apartment. As soon as they entered, they saw a package on the door, with no sender information on it.
What's this?
Su Qingxue picked up the package with a puzzled look, opened it, and found a severed chicken head inside, along with a note that read, Lin Fan, if you know what's good for you, leave Su Qingxue right now, or this will be your fate.
Zhao Ming.
Su Qingxue turned pale with fright, dropping the package in her hand. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He immediately shielded her behind him, crouched down to check the package, then took out his phone and dialed the police.
Honey, what should we do? Zhao Ming has gone too far. Su Qingxue gripped Lin Fan's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Lin Fan gripped her hand tightly, his tone firm.
Since he dared to do this, I won't let him get away with it.
The police arrived quickly, examined the scene, took the package and note, and said they would launch an investigation as soon as possible. After seeing the police off, Lin Fan hugged Su Qingxue and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Zhao Ming is just a paper tiger, there's nothing to be afraid of. Su Qingxue leaned against him, gradually calming down, and looked up at him. Husband, thank you.
Don't be so polite with me.
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
All right, don't think too much about it. I'll go cook for you. Ding.
Detected that the host has comforted their destined partner, triggering a guardian reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 6,931 plus 20 is equal to 6,951. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 3,369 plus 10 is equal to 3,379. Lin Fan walked into the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began preparing lunch. With the help of his cooking skills at level 4, he quickly prepared a table full of delicious dishes, including sweet and sour pork ribs, cola chicken wings, steamed fish, and several refreshing vegetarian dishes. Su Qingxue sat at the dining table, looking at the dishes on the table, her eyes filled with emotion. Honey, the food you cooked is so delicious.
Eat more if you like it.
Lin Fan smiled and put a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs on her plate. You'll have the energy to face those bad guys if you're full. Su Qingxue nodded, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Just as the two were eating, Lin Fan's phone rang again. It was an unknown number.
He answered, and an arrogant voice came through. Lin Fan, did you receive my gift? Zhao Ming?
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
That's right, it's me.
Zhao Ming's voice was smug. Lin Fan, I advise you to be smart and leave Su Qingxue as soon as possible.
I can give you a sum of money, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't stay in Jiangcheng. You're dreaming. Lin Fan sneered.
Qingxue is my wife, and I will never leave her.
If you dare to harass us again, I won't be polite. You're welcome? Who do you think you are?
Zhao Ming sneered. Let me tell you, in Jiangcheng, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that.
You just wait, I'll make you regret this.
After saying that, Zhao Ming hung up the phone.
Lin Fan put down his phone, his face grim.
Su Qingxue looked at him, her eyes filled with worry. Honey, could he really be plotting against us?
Don't worry, he wouldn't dare.
Lin Fan held her hand. I've already had the police investigate him.
If he dares to do anything reckless, he'll definitely pay the price.
After lunch, Lin Fan received a call from the police, saying they had found Zhao Ming and were investigating him. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Su Qingxue, Honey, the police have found Zhao Ming.
He won't dare to cause trouble anymore. That's great. Su Qingxue's face lit up with a happy smile.
Just as the two were about to take a break, Lin Fan's phone rang again. It was Wang Chang, the site manager, calling.
President Lin, something terrible has happened.
Zhao Ming sent a group of people to cause trouble at the construction site.
The leader is his subordinate, nicknamed Leopard.
They smashed a lot of equipment and injured several workers.
Wang Chang's voice was filled with anxiety. Zhao Ming.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
I'm coming right now.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan said to Su Qingxue, Honey, there's been another accident at the construction site.
I have to go there right away. I'll go with you. Su Qingxue said immediately.
I can't let you go on this adventure alone.
Okay, stay close to me and don't go too far. Lin Fan nodded, took Su Qingxue's hand, and walked quickly towards the door.
The two drove their Maybach at high speed toward the construction site in the eastern New District of the city. On the way, Lin Fan dialed the police and explained the situation.
Half an hour later, the car arrived at the construction site.
The scene was a mess. Many construction equipment were damaged, and several workers lay on the ground, injured and crying out in pain. Wang Chang was anxiously directing the remaining workers to clean up the site when he saw Lin Fan and immediately went to greet him.
President Lin. You're here. Wang Chang's face was covered in sweat.
Leopard and the others are still over there. Lin Fan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a dozen thugs holding sticks gathered together. The leader was a burly man with a scar on his face, who was none other than Leopard.
Leopard! You dare to smash my construction site and injure my workers? You've got some nerve.
Lin Fan strode over, his voice icy.
Leopard turned around, saw Lin Fan, and a smug smile appeared on his face. You're Lin Fan?
Young Master Zhao said to teach you a lesson, to let you know who's the boss in Jiangcheng.
You bunch of rabble?
Lin Fan sneered and fearlessly stepped forward.
Brothers, get him. Cripple him.
Leopard roared, and a dozen thugs immediately brandished their clubs and charged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he flashed forward, charging towards the first thug. He punched the thug in the chest with a dull thud, and the thug screamed as he flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground.
Ding! Defeat the thug Jia, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
The second thug swung an iron bar at Lin Fan's head, but Lin Fan dodged it, grabbed the bar with his other hand, and pulled hard, causing the thug to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Lin Fan then kicked him in the chest, and the thug curled up in pain.
Ding! Defeat the thug Amin, gain +5 affection points and 200 renminbi.
Lin Fan moved through the thugs with ease, as if they were nothing, each punch and kick carrying immense power. His 210 points of martial prowess, combined with the 10% critical hit rate from the Overlord badge, made his attacks incredibly powerful, eliciting screams of agony. The Leopard was terrified. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be such a fighter. He turned to run, but Lin Fan grabbed him by the back of his collar and slammed him to the ground.
Ah!
The Leopard screamed in pain, looking up at Lin Fan with fear in its eyes.
Big brother! I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please let me go. Let you go?
Lin Fan stepped on his chest, his tone icy.
You wrecked my construction site, injured my workers, and now you want to run away? Too late.
Just then, sirens blared, and the police arrived at the scene, taking Leopard and his men into custody.
Ding!
Detected that the host has once again repelled troublemakers and maintained order at the construction site, triggering a protection reward, affection points +50 currently 6,951 +50 is equal to 7,001, Suqingshua's favorability +30 currently 3,379 +30 is equal to 3,409. After dealing with the matters at the construction site, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chang stepped forward and said gratefully, President Lin, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, we don't know what would have happened to our construction site. It's what I should do, Lin Fan said. Take a quick look at the losses, arrange for workers to treat the injured colleagues, and make sure the project's progress is not affected.
Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll get right on it.
Wang Chang nodded hurriedly.
As the sun set, Lin Fan drove Su Qingxue towards the apartment.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, watching the sky darken outside the window, and whispered, Honey, with you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Lin Fan held her hand tightly and kissed her forehead. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to bully us again. The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex. The setting sun cast warm shadows on the apartment windows. Lin Fan knew that Zhao Ming wouldn't let it go so easily. More trouble was on the horizon.
But he wasn't afraid. With Su Qingxue by his side, he had boundless motivation.
And his path to building a business empire would only grow stronger with each challenge.
Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Zhao Group, Zhao Ming was roaring into the phone, useless. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even handle Lin Fan, yet you dare to come back to see me.
He hung up the phone and slammed it to the ground, his eyes filled with rage and jealousy. Su Qingxue is mine.
Lin Fan, you just wait, I'll make you pay. He picked up the landline on the table and dialed a number. Hello, is this Tiger? I need your help to teach someone a lesson. As night deepens, a new crisis is quietly brewing. Chapter 21 Provocation on the Basketball Court. Night fell like a thick black cloth, enveloping Jiangcheng. In the Zhao Group's president's office, the shattered remains of a cell phone lay scattered on the floor. Zhao Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his face ashen, clutching a photograph of Su Qingxue in his hand, his knuckles white from the pressure. Lin Fan, you ruined everything for me. I'll make sure you're utterly disgraced, he growled through gritted teeth. Then he picked up the landline on the table and dialed his henchman Zhang Hao's number. Zhang Hao, find out Lin Fan's whereabouts. I want to make him lose all face in the most humiliating place. Zhang Hao on the other end of the phone quickly replied, Okay, Brother Ming. I'll go check it out right away and make sure that kid gets what's coming to him. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ming revealed a sinister smile.
He had already decided to embarrass Lin Fan in front of everyone on the basketball court at Jiangcheng University, the place where Su Qingxue used to watch him play basketball, and also the place where he showed off the most.
Meanwhile, in the Shushan Mingyuan apartment, Lin Fan was holding Su Qingxue on the sofa, watching a light-hearted comedy movie.
Su Qingxue leaned against him, her eyes crinkling with laughter, her fingers unconsciously tracing his arm, bringing a slight tickle.
Honey, do you think Zhao Ming will come looking for trouble again?
Su Qingxue suddenly stopped laughing, looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes full of worry.
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his tone firm.
Don't be afraid, I'm here, he won't dare to do anything reckless. Even if he comes, I'll let him know what it means to ask for trouble.
Ding!
Detected that the host has comforted their destined partner, triggering a guardian reward, affection points plus 20, currently 7001 plus 20 is equal to 7021. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 3409 plus 10 is equal to 3419.
Su Qingxue nodded and leaned against him again, feeling much more at ease. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue planned to borrow some books from the library at Jiangcheng University.
As soon as they entered the campus, they saw many students running towards the basketball court, shouting, "This is going to be good. Zhang Hao is going to challenge a newbie."
Zhang Hao? Su Qingxue frowned.
He has Xiao Ming as lackey. He used to bully people a lot back in school. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he had a vague sense of unease. Let's go take a look. The two followed the crowd to the basketball court, where they found it surrounded by students. Zhang Hao, accompanied by several followers, stood in the center of the court, dribbling a basketball and arrogantly surveying his surroundings. When he saw Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, his eyes lit up instantly, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, isn't this our school beauty Su Qingxue and her husband Lin Fan? What, are you here to watch me play basketball?" The surrounding students also turned their heads, their eyes falling on Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, and whispers rose and fell.
It's Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. What brings them here?
What is Zhang Hao trying to do?
Does he want to challenge Lin Fan?
I heard Zhang Hao was pretty good at basketball, he used to be on the school team.
Lin Fan definitely won't be a match for him.
Lin Fan ignored Zhang Hao's provocation and tried to leave with Su Qingxue, but was stopped by Zhang Hao's henchman. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, young Master Lin. Zhang Hao dribbled a basketball, walked up to Lin Fan, and said smugly, "Since you're here, why don't you play with me for a bit? How about a game of basketball? The loser has to kowtow 3 times to the winner." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding students burst into laughter. Zhang Hao's basketball skills were well known in the school, and he clearly wanted to embarrass Lin Fan in front of everyone. Su Qingxue frowned and tugged at Lin Fan's arm. "Honey, ignore him, let's go."
Leave?
Zhang Hao scoffed.
You think you can just leave after you've come?
Lin Fan, are you scared?
Or are you just saying you can't play basketball at all?
The surrounding students joined in the jeering. If you're scared, don't pretend.
Quickly kowtow and admit your mistake.
Exactly.
Don't embarrass yourself here.
Lin Fan's face gradually darkened. He knew that if he didn't agree today, Zhang Hao would keep pestering him, and Su Qingxue would also lose face. He released Su Qingxue's hand, took a step forward, and looked at Zhang Hao with icy eyes. "Fine, I'll fight you.
But I have one condition.
If you lose, you not only have to kowtow to me 3 times, but you also have to admit in front of everyone that you are Zhao Ming's lackey and never dare to harass us again."
No problem.
Zhang Hao agreed without hesitation. He simply didn't believe he could lose. If you lose, besides kowtowing, you'll also have to divorce Su Qingxue and leave her forever.
Okay.
Lin Fan nodded, took off his jacket, revealing a white t-shirt underneath.
He stood tall and his muscle lines were faintly visible. Ding!
Host has accepted the challenge, triggering a fighting spirit reward, affection points plus 10, currently 7021 plus 10 is equal to 7031. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 3419 plus 5 is equal to 3424. Su Qingxue stood to the side, her eyes filled with worry. "Honey, you have to be careful.
Zhang Hao plays very aggressively. Don't worry, I'll win."
Lin Fan smiled at her, then walked to the center of the court, ready to start the game. The rules of the game were 1-on-1, with the first player to reach 10 points winning. Zhang Hao started by dribbling the basketball skillfully, attempting to break through Lin Fan's defense. However, Lin Fan's reaction speed was extremely fast, and his 210 points of strength gave him physical coordination and explosiveness far exceeding that of ordinary people. Zhang Hao tried several times but failed to break through his defense.
I didn't expect you to have some skill. Zhang Hao sneered, suddenly jumping up to shoot.
But just as he raised his hand, Lin Fan leaped up and slapped the basketball away with such force that it flew out of bounds. The surrounding students were stunned, never expecting Lin Fan's jumping ability and reaction speed to be so fast.
Good shot, someone couldn't help but shout.
Zhang Hao's face turned pale and then flushed.
He picked up the basketball and restarted the game.
This time, he was much more cautious, dribbling constantly and searching for weaknesses in Lin Fan's defense. But Lin Fan was like an impenetrable wall. No matter how he tried to break through, he couldn't get close to the basket. In the instant Zhang Hao was distracted, Lin Fan suddenly made a move, snatched the basketball, dribbled quickly, rushed to the basket, jumped, and dunked. With a loud thud, the basketball was slammed into the hoop, causing the hoop to shake slightly. The surrounding students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Great shot.
That was awesome. Lin Fan can dunk. And he's so cool.
Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, a happy smile spreading across her face, her eyes filled with admiration.
Ding.
Host has scored a brilliant goal, gaining audience approval and triggering a popularity reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 7,031 plus 20 is equal to 7,051. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 3,424 plus 10 is equal to 3,434. Zhang Hao's face darkened further. He hadn't expected Lin Fan's basketball skills to be so good. He gritted his teeth and decided to resort to dirty tricks. In the following game, he deliberately bumped into Lin Fan with his elbow and tripped him, but Lin Fan reacted quickly and skillfully dodged each time. In the end, Lin Fan easily won the game with a score of 10-0. The surrounding students erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, applauding Lin Fan. Zhang Hao stood on the court, his face pale and filled with resentment.
He knew that if he didn't keep his promise, everyone would laugh at him. He gritted his teeth, slowly walked up to Lin Fan, and prepared to kowtow. Just then, Zhao Ming suddenly rushed over with a group of people and grabbed Zhang Hao, yelling, "Who told you to kowtow? You piece of trash!"
Zhao Ming's appearance instantly silenced the cheers around him, and everyone looked at him with surprise in their eyes.
Zhao Ming? What's he doing here?
It seems Zhang Hao was sent by him.
This is going to be interesting. Zhao Ming walked up to Lin Fan, his eyes icy and his tone arrogant.
"Lin Fan, don't be so smug.
It's just a basketball game, nothing to brag about. Let me tell you, Su Qingxue is mine, and you can forget about taking her away. Zhao Ming, a bet's a bet. Make your lackey keep his promise."
Lin Fan looked at him coldly.
"Keep your promise?" Zhao Ming scoffed. "My men are none of your business." He turned to Zhang Hao. "What are you waiting for? Get him. Cripple him." Zhang Hao and his henchmen immediately rushed forward and pounced on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He shielded Su Qingxue behind him and then went to meet them. His movements were as fast as lightning. With one punch after another, he quickly knocked Zhang Hao and his henchmen to the ground, where they curled up in pain, unable to get up. The surrounding students were stunned. They never expected that Lin Fan was not only good at basketball, but also had such amazing skills.
Ding.
Detected that the host easily defeated the provocateur, triggering a combat reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 7,051 plus 50 is equal to 7,101. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 3,434 plus 30 is equal to 3,464. Zhao Ming stared at Zhang Hao and the others lying on the ground, his face ashen, his eyes filled with terror.
He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be such a formidable fighter. You stay away."
Zhao Ming was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly and turned to run away.
Lin Fan snorted coldly, his figure flashed, and he instantly caught up with him, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and slammed him to the ground.
"Ah!"
Zhao Ming screamed in pain, looking up at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes. "Lin Fan, how dare you hit me? My father is the chairman of the Zhao Group, he won't let you get away with this."
"I don't care who your father is." Lin Fan stepped on his chest, his tone icy. "You've harassed me in Qingxue time and time again, and even sent people to cause trouble at the construction site, injuring my workers. Today, I'm going to make you pay the price." He took out his phone and dialed the police.
Soon, the police arrived at the scene and apprehended Zhao Ming, Zhang Hao, and the others. Ding.
detected that the host has successfully subdued Zhao Ming, safeguarding their rights and interests, triggering a justice reward. Affection points plus 30, currently 7,101 plus 30 is equal to 7,131. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20, currently 3,464 plus 20 is equal to 3,484. After dealing with the matter, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding students gathered around, offering their blessings to Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. Lin Fan, you're amazing. Not only are you great at basketball, but you're also incredibly skilled in other areas. School beauty Su, you have excellent taste. Wishing you eternal happiness. Lin Fan smiled and nodded to everyone, then took Su Qingshue's hand, squeezed through the crowd, and walked towards the library. Su Qingshui leaned against Lin Fan's chest, her face full of a happy smile. Honey, you look so handsome today. Whether you're playing basketball or fighting, you're super handsome. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, smiling as he said, as long as you're happy. Ding! Detected that the host has gained the worship of their destined partner. Affection value plus 20, currently 7,131 plus 20 is equal to 7,151. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10, currently 3,484 plus 10 is equal to 3,494. The two went into the library, borrowed a few books, and then left the school. Just as they got into the car, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Qingyi calling. Lin Fan, good news. Zhao Ming has been arrested by the police for crimes such as provoking trouble and intentional injury. His father wants to bail him out, but the evidence is conclusive and he can't be released on bail at all. Because of this incident, the Zhao Group's stock price has plummeted, and partners have withdrawn their investments one after another. Now it is in a precarious situation. Su Qingyi's voice was filled with excitement. Great! Lin Fan's eyes lit up. That way we won't have to be bothered by him anymore. Yes, Su Qingyi said, our project is progressing smoothly now, and everything is moving in a good direction. By the way, Grandpa wants you to come home for dinner tonight, saying he wants to celebrate properly. Okay, we'll go back tonight. Lin Fan hung up the phone and told Su Qingxue the news. Su Qingxue smiled happily. That's great. Grandpa will definitely be very happy. The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex, and sunlight streamed through the windows, warming the two of them. Lin Fan looked at Su Qingshue's radiant smile beside him, his heart filled with happiness. He knew that although he had encountered many troubles before, he could finally rest easy now. In the future, he would work hard to give Su Qingshuo a better life and make her happy forever. At this moment, the Zhao Group was in complete chaos. Zhao Ming's father, Zhao Tianxiong, looked at the plummeting stock price and the detention notice delivered by the police, trembling with anger but helpless. He knew that this time, the Zhao Group was truly finished. As the sun sets, its golden rays bathed the land of Jiangcheng, illuminating the happy figures of Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo, and heralding a new beginning. Chapter 22. Forced to take the stage, a novice's appearance. Laughter and cheerful conversation filled the dining table at the Su family's old mansion. Old Master Su raised his glass, looking at Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo with a face full of satisfaction. Today is a good day. That brat Zhao Ming has received his due punishment, and our East City New District project is progressing smoothly. I propose a toast. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses, the crisp clinking sound filled with joy. Su Qingyi picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth, saying indistinctly, Grandpa's cooking is still the best. By the way, Lin Fan, you were so cool on the basketball court yesterday. Now the Jiangcheng University forum is full of videos of you dunking, and it's almost trending. Lin Fan smiled and placed a piece of her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs on Su Qingshue's plate. I just played around with it casually, I didn't expect so many people to pay attention. Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and took a bite of a rib, her eyes filled with sweetness. She secretly glanced at Lin Fan, then gently touched the back of his hand under the table with her fingers. The delicate touch warmed both of their hearts. Ding! Detected ambiguous interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20, currently 7,151 plus 20 is equal to 7,171. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10, currently 3,494 plus 10 is equal to 3,504. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting. Grandpa Su pulled Lin Fan aside and inquired about the progress of the East City New District project. Lin Fan answered in detail, clearly and logically, which pleased Grandpa Su even more. Lin Fan, you are truly a rare talent. Old Master Su patted his shoulder. Qingshuo is fortunate to marry you. Grandpa, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from you, Lin Fan said modestly. They chatted until evening before Lin Fan and Su Qingxue got up to say goodbye. Just as they stepped out of the Su family's old house, Su Qingxue's phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoya calling.
Qingxue. Something terrible has happened.
Zhang Hao's lackey, Lu Feng, is spreading rumors about your husband all over the school basketball court. He even said that Lin Fan won yesterday by using dirty tricks, and now many students are talking about it. Lin Xiaoya's voice was filled with anxiety.
What? Su Qingxue's expression changed. We're coming right now.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. These people are truly incorrigible.
The two immediately drove off towards Jiangcheng University.
More than half an hour later, the car arrived at the school.
As soon as they entered the basketball court, they heard a commotion.
Lu Feng was standing in the center of the court, talking animatedly to the students around him, with several of Zhang Hao's followers surrounding him.
I'm telling you, Lin Fan used dirty tricks yesterday. He deliberately tripped Zhang Hao to win the game. Lu Feng shouted.
He's just a coward who only knows how to use petty tricks, and he doesn't deserve to be Su Xiaohua's husband at all. The surrounding students were discussing it, some believing it and others questioning it.
Really? I thought yesterday's match was pretty fair.
Lu Feng is Zhang Hao's follower. He's definitely speaking up for Zhang Hao.
Maybe it's true? Otherwise, how could Lin Fan have beaten Zhang Hao?
Su Qingxue was trembling with anger and was about to step forward to argue when Lin Fan stopped her.
Don't rush, watch me.
Lin Fan's eyes were icy as he strode towards Lu Feng. When Lu Feng saw Lin Fan, he was taken aback at first, then a smug smile appeared on his face. Oh, the main character has arrived.
Lin Fan, do you dare to fight me again? If you win, I'll admit you didn't use any dirty tricks. If you lose, hurry up and apologize to brother Zhang Hao, and then leave Su Qingxue. The surrounding students immediately quieted down, all eyes focused on Lin Fan, wanting to see how he would respond. Why should I fight you? Lin Fan sneered. What? You're scared? Lu Feng sneered. If you don't dare to fight, you're just being cowardly. Everyone, look at him, he's a coward.
The surrounding students joined in the jeering. If you're scared, don't pretend.
Apologize right now. Exactly. Don't embarrass yourself here.
Su Qingxue frowned and tugged at Lin Fan's arm. Honey, ignore him, let's go.
Leave? Lu Feng blocked their way. You think you can just leave after you've come? Lin Fan, if you don't fight today, you're not leaving here.
His henchmen also surrounded them, blocking Lin Fan and Su Qingxue's path. Lin Fan knew that if he didn't agree today, they would keep pestering him endlessly.
He sighed and looked at Lu Feng. Fine, I'll fight you.
But I have one condition. If you lose, you not only have to apologize to me, but you also have to admit in front of everyone that you were spreading rumors.
No problem.
Lu Feng agreed without hesitation. He had watched Lin Fan and Zhang Hao's match before and thought Lin Fan wasn't that good. He was just lucky. If you lose, besides apologizing, you'll also have to kowtow to me 3 times.
Okay.
Lin Fan nodded, took off his jacket, revealing a white t-shirt underneath.
Ding.
Detected that the host has accepted another challenge, triggering a fighting spirit reward. Affection points plus 10, currently 7,171 plus 10 is equal to 7,181. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 3,504 plus 5 is equal to 3,509. Su Qingxue stood to the side, her eyes filled with worry. Honey, you have to be careful.
Lu Feng plays very aggressively. Don't worry, I'll win.
Lin Fan smiled at her and then walked to the center of the court. The rules remained 1-on-1, with the first player to reach 10 points winning. Lu Feng started the game, dribbling the basketball and looking smugly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, just wait and see how you lose. After saying that, he dribbled towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood still, not moving.
Lu Feng thought he was scared, and a more arrogant smile appeared on his face.
He increased his speed, trying to break through his defense. Just as he was about to get close to Lin Fan suddenly reached out to try and steal the ball. Unexpectedly, his movements were rather clumsy, and he not only failed to steal the ball but also almost fell over.
The surrounding students immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How can he be so bad? I think he was just lucky to beat Zhang Hao yesterday. This isn't playing basketball, it's practically performing a monkey show. Lu Feng was also taken aback for a moment, then sneered, so you're this bad? Looks like I'm going to win. He dribbled to the basket, jumped easily, and shot. The basketball went steadily into the hoop. Good shot. Lu Feng's henchman cheered immediately.
Lin Fan frowned, picked up the basketball, and prepared to serve. He dribbled the basketball, his steps were a little unsteady, and his dribbling was very unstable, the basketball almost falling to the ground several times. The boos and laughter from the surrounding crowd grew louder. Stop hitting him.
Get down here right now. Exactly. Stop making a fool of yourself here. School beauty Su, how could you marry such a rookie?
Su Qingxue turned pale with anger and shouted, "You're not allowed to talk about him like that." But her voice was quickly drowned out by boos and laughter.
Lin Fan took a deep breath and continued dribbling.
He tried to break through Lu Feng's defense, but his movements were still clumsy, and Lu Feng easily blocked him.
Lu Feng snatched the basketball, dribbled to the basket, and scored again. The score quickly became 0-5.
Lu Feng's face was full of smugness, and his eyes were full of disdain as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, if you can't do it, don't force yourself.
Hurry up and kowtow and apologize.
The surrounding students joined in the chant, kowtowing.
Kowtowing.
Lin Fan didn't speak, but silently picked up the basketball, a cold glint in his eyes.
He knew it was time to show his true skills.
He dribbled the basketball, and this time, his movements became fluid.
With a swift movement, he easily broke through Lu Feng's defense, then dribbled to the three-point line, jumped, and shot.
The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air and went steadily into the basket.
3 points.
The surrounding students fell silent instantly, their faces filled with surprise. Lu Feng was also stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to actually make a three-pointer.
Ding!
A brilliant goal by the host has been detected, turning the tide of the game and triggering a comeback reward. Affection points plus 30, currently 7,181 plus 30 is equal to 7,211. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20, currently 3,509 plus 20 is equal to 3,529. Lin Fan ignored the reactions around him and continued to serve. His dribbling became increasingly fluid and fast, and Lu Feng simply couldn't keep up with his pace.
He repeatedly broke through Lu Feng's defense and scored with each shot, quickly closing the gap in the score. 7:5. 8:5. 9:5.
The surrounding students were stunned. The previous boos and jeers turned into exclamations and cheers. Great shot.
That was awesome. Lin Fan is actually this good. Was he pretending to be a newbie before?
This plot twist is absolutely amazing.
Su Qingxue smiled happily, her eyes filled with admiration.
She knew that Lin Fan would not let her down.
Ding!
Detected that the host has gained audience approval, triggering a popularity reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 7,211 plus 20 is equal to 7,231. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10, currently 3,529 plus 10 is equal to 3,539. Lu Feng's face grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so formidable. His previous clumsiness had all been an act. He gritted his teeth and decided to resort to underhanded tactics. As Lin Fan made another breakthrough, Lu Feng suddenly stretched out his foot, trying to trip him. But Lin Fan was prepared. He lightly leaped away from Lu Feng's foot, then turned and slammed the basketball into the hoop.
10:5. Lin Fan won.
The surrounding students erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Lu Feng stood on the court, his face pale and filled with resentment.
He knew that if he didn't keep his promise, everyone would laugh at him.
He gritted his teeth, slowly walked up to Lin Fan, and said with his head down, "I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have spread rumors about you."
After saying that, he turned around and tried to run away, but Lin Fan grabbed him.
"Wait."
Lin Fan looked at him coldly. "You haven't apologized to me yet, nor have you admitted in front of everyone that you were spreading rumors."
Lu Feng's face flushed red and then paled.
He hesitated for a moment, then shouted loudly to the students around him, "I was wrong. I was spreading rumors about Lin Fan. He beat Zhang Hao yesterday with his own skill. He's really good at basketball." After saying that, he broke free from Lin Fan's hand and ran away in a sorry state, with his henchmen quickly following after him. Seeing this, the surrounding students gathered around and offered their blessings to Lin Fan and Su Qingxue.
"Lin Fan, you're amazing. We were all fooled when you pretended to be a newbie. School beauty Su, your husband is too outstanding. Wishing you eternal happiness." Lin Fan smiled and nodded to everyone, then took Su Qingshue's hand, squeezed through the crowd, and prepared to leave. As soon as they stepped off the basketball court, Lin Xiaoya ran over, excitedly saying, "Qingxue, Lin Fan. You guys are amazing.
When Lin Fan was pretending to be a newbie, I thought he was going to lose, but I didn't expect he was doing it on purpose. I just wanted to teach them a lesson, Lin Fan said with a smile. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the school gate. Just as they reached the gate, they saw a familiar Maybach parked on the side of the road. Su Qingyi was sitting in the car, waving at them. Sister Qingyi. What brings you here? Su Qingxue ran over with a smile. I've come to pick you up. Su Qingyi said with a smile. Grandpa said he's going to throw a party at home tonight to celebrate Zhao Ming's arrest and Lin Fan's victory in the competition. That's great. Su Qingxue's face lit up with a happy smile. The four of them got into the car and drove towards the Su family's old house. On the way, Su Qingyi took out her phone and said with a smile, "Look, the internet is full of videos of Lin Fan playing basketball now, and someone even made memes out of his pretending to be a newbie moments. It's hilarious." Lin Fan and Su Qingxue leaned over to take a look, and on the screen was a picture of Lin Fan clumsily dribbling the ball, with the caption "actor-level acting skills," pretending to be a rookie and fooling everyone. Both of them couldn't help but laugh. Ding! Detected happy interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 7,231 plus 10 is equal to 7,241. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 3,539 plus 5 is equal to 3,544. When we arrived at the Su family's old house, it had been completely renovated, with colorful lights flashing and melodious music playing. The Su family's relatives had already arrived and were chatting in the living room. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, everyone stood up and greeted them with smiles. Lin Fan, Qingxue, you've arrived. Lin Fan, you were so cool on the basketball court yesterday. Qingxue, you are so lucky. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she linked arms with Lin Fan and responded to his every request. Grandpa Su walked up to them and said with a smile, Lin Fan, Qingxue, you've arrived. Come over here, let me introduce you to some friends. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue followed Old Master Su to a group of middle-aged men. Old Master Su introduced them, saying, "These are President Wang, President Li, and President Zhang. They are all old friends of mine and partners in our East City New District project. Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, hello." Lin Fan smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with them one by one. "Mr. Lin, I've heard so much about you." Mr. Wang said with a smile. "I'd heard you were a promising young man before, and after watching your game yesterday, I'm even more impressed. Not only is your business acumen remarkable, but your skills and ball handling are also excellent." "Mr. Wang, you flatter me," Lin Fan said modestly. Everyone sat in the living room, chatting and enjoying delicious food and wine. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, watching him and the other CEOs laugh and talk, her eyes filled with pride and affection. Lin Fan felt her gaze, looked down at her and smiled, reached out and took her hand, his fingertips gently caressing her skin, bringing a slight tickle. Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20 currently 7,241 plus 20 is equal to 7,261. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3,544 plus 10 is equal to 3,554. The party lasted until late at night, and everyone had a great time. After seeing the guests off, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue prepared to return to their apartment. Grandpa Su held Lin Fan's hand and said earnestly, "Lin Fan, the Su family is now in your hands. You must take good care of Qingxue and develop our business well." "Grandpa, don't worry, I definitely will," Lin Fan said firmly. Good, good. Old Master Su nodded in satisfaction. Leaving the Su family's old house, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove towards the apartment. As night deepened, the streetlights cast flickering shadows on their faces. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest and whispered, "Honey, I'm so happy today." "Me too." Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "As long as I can be with you, I'm happy every day." The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex and stopped in front of the apartment building. The two got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Lin Fan suddenly pinned Su Qingxue against the wall and leaned down to kiss her. Caught off guard, Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, then slowly closed, her arms encircling his neck as she returned his kiss. The soft elevator lights illuminated their intimate figures, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air. Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 30 currently 7,261 plus 30 is equal to 7,291. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 3,554 plus 20 is equal to 3,574. Back in their apartment, the two snuggled together on the sofa, gazing at the night view outside the window.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, do you think we'll always be this happy?" "Yes, I will."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly.
"I will dedicate my life to protecting you and making you happy forever."
Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the happy figures of the two.
Lin Fan knew that although many challenges lay ahead, with Su Qingxue by his side, he had boundless motivation.
And his path to building a business empire would become even more glorious with each challenge.
Chapter 23 System, Loading Basketball Master Skills.
The moonlight in the apartment was gentle and soft. Lin Fan held Su Qingxue tightly, feeling her even breathing and soft body, a faint fragrance lingering around his nose. Su Qingxue snuggled closer to him, her fingers unconsciously tracing his chest, bringing a slight tickle, her voice soft and sweet. "Honey, the Chengdong New District project is going to be topped out tomorrow, are you nervous?" Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his tone gentle yet firm. "With you here, I'm not nervous." His hand gently stroked her long hair, his fingertips running through the strands, the smooth touch warming his heart.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 7,291 plus 20 is equal to 7,311. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10 currently 3,574 plus 10 is equal to 3,584. The two snuggled together and chatted for a while before falling asleep in each other's arms.
The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove to the construction site of the Chengdong New District project.
Today was the big day for the project's topping out ceremony, and the area around the site was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, filled with a festive atmosphere. Su Qingyi, Wang Chang, and other project managers were already waiting on site, and immediately came to greet Lin Fan and Su Qingxue upon seeing them.
"Lin Fan, Qingxue, you've arrived,"
Su Qingyi said with a smile. "Everything is ready, we're just waiting for you," the chief coordinator, to announce the start of the topping out ceremony. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the scene.
The workers, all dressed in uniform, wore expressions of anticipation and pride.
He took a deep breath, walked to the center of the stage, picked up the microphone, and spoke in a loud voice. "Distinguished leaders, fellow workers, today, our Chengdong New District project has officially reached its topping out stage. The smooth progress of this project is inseparable from everyone's hard work. On behalf of the Suzhou Group, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone." The audience immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully presided over the topping out ceremony, gaining everyone's approval and triggering achievement rewards. Affection points plus 50 currently 7,311 plus 50 is equal to 7,361. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 30 currently 3,584 plus 30 is equal to 3,614. After the topping out ceremony, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue were about to leave when Wang Chang suddenly ran over. "President Lin, Miss Su, something bad has happened. We just received a notification that Zhao Ming's father, Zhao Tianxiong, has brought a group of people to the construction site and is causing trouble. They're demanding an explanation and saying they're going to smash up our construction site."
"Zhao Tianxiong?"
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
"He still dares to come? He's definitely unhappy that Zhao Ming was arrested and wants to take revenge on us."
Su Qingyi said, frowning. "Let's go take a look." Lin Fan grabbed Su Qingshue's hand and walked quickly towards the entrance of the construction site. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw Zhao Tianxiong, accompanied by more than a dozen bodyguards in suits, confronting the security guards at the gate. Zhao Tianxiong's face was ashen, and he pointed at the guards, roaring, "Get out of the way! I'm looking for that little brat Lin Fan." Upon seeing Lin Fan, Zhao Tianxiong immediately rushed over, his eyes filled with rage. "Lin Fan! You bastard! You caused my son to be arrested and brought our Zhao Group to the brink of bankruptcy. I'm going to kill you today. Zhao Tianxiong, stop making trouble here." Lin Fan looked at him coldly. "Zhao Ming has only himself to blame. The Zhao Group has become like this because of your own actions."
"It has nothing to do with me." "It has nothing to do with you?" Zhao Tianxiong sneered. "If it weren't for you, how could my son have been arrested? How could our Zhao Group have fallen into this state? Brothers, get him. Cripple him." A dozen bodyguards immediately rushed forward and pounced on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan shielded Su Qingxue behind him, his eyes turning cold. His 210 points of combat strength made him fearless. He flashed forward and charged at the first bodyguard, punching him in the chest with a muffled thud. The bodyguard screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground.
Ding!
Defeat the bodyguard Ahu, gain +5 affection points and 500 renminbi. The second bodyguard swung his baton at Lin Fan's head, but Lin Fan dodged it, grabbed the baton with his other hand, and pulled hard, causing the bodyguard to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Lin Fan then kicked him in the chest, causing the bodyguard to curl up in pain.
Ding!
Defeat the bodyguard Along, gain +5 affection points and 500 renminbi. Lin Fan moved through the bodyguards with ease, as if they were nothing, each punch and kick carrying immense power. His 210 points of martial prowess, combined with the 10% critical hit rate from the Overlord badge, made his attacks incredibly powerful, eliciting screams of agony.
Zhao Tianxiong was terrified.
He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be such a strong fighter. He turned to run, but Lin Fan grabbed him by the back of his collar and slammed him to the ground.
Ah!
Zhao Tianxiong screamed in pain, looking up at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes.
Lin Fan, how dare you hit me? I am the chairman of the Zhao group. So what if he's the chairman?
Lin Fan stepped on his chest, his tone icy. Your son has committed numerous evils, and not only do you ignore them, you even dare to cause trouble here.
Today, I'll make you pay the price.
He took out his phone and dialed the police.
Soon, the police arrived at the scene and took Zhao Tianxiong and his bodyguards into custody. Ding!
Detected that the host has once again repelled troublemakers and maintained order at the construction site, triggering a protection reward, affection points +50 currently 7,361 +50 is equal to 7,411, Suqingshua's favorability +30 currently 3,614 +30 is equal to 3,644. After dealing with the matters at the construction site, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Su Qingyi stepped forward and said gratefully, Lin Fan, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, we don't know what would have happened to our construction site.
It's what I should do, Lin Fan said. Arrange for people to clean up the site as soon as possible to ensure the project can proceed smoothly.
Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Su Qingyi nodded quickly.
Just as Lin Fan and Su Qingxue were about to leave, their phones suddenly rang. It was a system notification.
Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Your accumulated affection points have reached 7,411. The system shop is now open.
You can exchange for various skills and items. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the system shop. The shop was filled with a dazzling array of skills and items, making him dizzy. His gaze fell on the Beginner Basketball Master skill, which required 7,000 affection points to exchange for.
Perfect for exchanging for this.
Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. He'd pretended to be a newbie on the basketball court before, and although he won in the end, he'd still looked a bit pathetic. With this skill, he wouldn't have to go through that trouble again in the future. Without hesitation, he clicked the exchange button, System, exchange for the Beginner Basketball Master skill.
Ding!
Exchange successful. 7,000 affection points deducted, 411 affection points remaining.
Ding!
The Beginner Basketball Master skill has been loaded. The host will gain professional level basketball skills, including dribbling, shooting, and defense.
A warm current instantly flowed through Lin Fan's body.
He felt his body become more agile, and his mind was filled with a wealth of basketball skills. He tried a few dribbling moves, and they were fluid and effortless, a stark contrast to his previous clumsiness.
Ding! Skill loading complete. Host can use it at any time. Su Qingxue looked at his sudden basketball move and asked in confusion, Honey, why did you suddenly decide to play basketball? Nothing, I just suddenly felt like trying it out.
Lin Fan smiled, his heart filled with excitement.
Qingxue, shall we go play on the basketball court at Jiangcheng University?
Okay. Su Qingxue immediately agreed. She hadn't seen Lin Fan play basketball in a long time.
The two drove to the basketball court at Jiangcheng University, where a group of students were playing basketball.
Upon seeing Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, the students stopped and greeted them warmly. Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, you've arrived. Let's play some ball, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Great.
We're short-staffed.
The students immediately and enthusiastically invited him to join.
Lin Fan nodded, took off his jacket, and stepped onto the court. This time, he didn't pretend to be a rookie. Instead, he directly displayed the strength of a beginner basketball master. He dribbled the basketball with fluid, effortless movements, his speed as fast as lightning, leaving several students unable to keep up with his pace. He easily broke through the defense, reached the basket, jumped, and dunked. With a loud thud, the basketball was slammed into the hoop, causing the hoop to shake slightly. The surrounding students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Great shot! That was awesome! How did Mr. Lin's ball skills become so amazing? This is practically the level of a professional player." Su Qingxue stood to the side, her eyes filled with admiration and love. She knew that Lin Fan would never let her down. Ding! Host detected using the Beginner Basketball Master skill, showcasing impressive basketball skills and gaining audience approval, triggering skill rewards, affection points plus 20 currently 411 plus 20 is equal to 431, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3644 plus 10 is equal to 3654. In the following games, Lin Fan was unstoppable. His shooting was incredibly accurate, hitting every three-pointer. His defense was impenetrable, preventing opponents from even getting close to the basket. His passing was exquisite, assisting his teammates to score multiple times. In the end, Lin Fan's team won the game by a large margin. The surrounding students gathered around, looking at Lin Fan with admiration. "Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Can you teach us a few moves?" "Yes. Mr. Lin, you are simply my idol." Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll teach you whenever I have time." Su Qingxue walked to his side, handed him a bottle of water, and said with a smile, "Honey, you look so handsome today. Even more handsome than yesterday." Lin Fan took the water, took a sip, then pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. "As long as you're happy." Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20 currently 431 plus 20 is equal to 451. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3654 plus 10 is equal to 3664. The two chatted with the students for a while before preparing to leave. Just as they stepped off the basketball court, they saw Lin Xiaoya running towards them, excitedly saying, "Qingxue, Lin Fan. You guys looked so cool playing basketball. I filmed it and posted it on the campus forum. The forum is going crazy." "Really?" Su Qingxue smiled, took out her phone, and opened the campus forum. Sure enough, a post titled, "Breaking News. Lin Fan displays god-level ball skills, completely overwhelming school team members," had been pushed to the front page, and the number of replies had already exceeded 1,000. "My goodness! Mr. Lin's skills are so good, he could play in the professional league. I thought he was a newbie, but I didn't expect him to be so good. Mr. Lin is so outstanding, and School Beauty Su is so lucky." Lin Fan and Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh as they read the comments. Ding! Detected that the host has gained widespread recognition, triggering a popularity reward, affection value plus 30 currently 451 plus 30 is equal to 481, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 3664 plus 20 is equal to 3684. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the school gate. Just as they reached the gate, they saw a familiar Maybach parked on the side of the road. Grandpa Su was sitting in the car, waving at them. "Grandpa! What brings you here?" Su Qingxue ran over with a smile. "I've come to pick you up and take you home for dinner," Grandpa Su said with a smile. "Today is the topping out day for the project, another auspicious occasion. We should celebrate properly." "That's great." Su Qingxue's face lit up with a happy smile. The four of them got into the car and drove towards the Su family's old residence. On the way, Old Master Su looked at Lin Fan with admiration in his eyes. "Lin Fan, I heard today that you not only resolved Zhao Tianxiong's troubles, but also shone brightly on the basketball court." "Well done. Grandpa, you flatter me." "It's all what I should do," Lin Fan said modestly. When we arrived at the Su family's old house, the dining table was already laden with a sumptuous feast. Everyone sat around the table, eating and chatting in a warm and lively atmosphere. Grandpa Su raised his glass and said with a smile, "Today is a day of double happiness, so I propose a toast." Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and drank them down in one gulp. During the meal, Su Qingyi took out her phone and said with a smile, "Grandpa, look, there are videos of Lin Fan playing basketball all over the internet now, and some people are even saying that he is a hidden basketball god." Grandpa Su took the phone, looked at the video and comments, and said with a smile, "Good. Good. Lin Fan not only has a great business mind, but also has such good skills in ball games. He is truly the pride of our Su family." Lin Fan smiled and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, which Su Qingxue loved, and said, "Eat quickly, the food is getting cold." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and took a bite of the rib, her eyes filled with sweetness.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 481 plus 20 is equal to 501. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3684 plus 10 is equal to 3694.
After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting.
Grandpa Su pulled Lin Fan aside and asked about his future plans. Lin Fan answered in detail, from the subsequent development of the Chengdong New District project to the expansion of the Su Group's operations, his explanations clear and his thinking meticulous. The more old Master Su listened, the more satisfied he became. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Lin Fan, the Su family is now in your hands. I believe you will be able to carry on the Su family's glory." "Grandpa, don't worry, I definitely will," Lin Fan said firmly.
They chatted until late at night before Lin Fan and Su Qingxue got up to say goodbye. After leaving the Su family's old house, the two drove towards the apartment. As night deepened, the shadows cast by the streetlights flickered across their faces.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, I'm so happy today."
"Me too."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
"As long as I can be with you, I'm happy every day." The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex and stopped in front of the apartment building. The two got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the elevator.
Inside the elevator, Lin Fan suddenly pinned Su Qingxue against the wall and leaned down to kiss her. Caught off guard, Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, then slowly closed, her arms encircling his neck as she returned his kiss. The soft elevator lights illuminated their intimate figures, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30 currently 501 plus 30 is equal to 531. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 3694 plus 20 is equal to 3714. Back in their apartment, the two snuggled together on the sofa, gazing at the night view outside the window.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, do you think we'll always be this happy?" "Yes, I will."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly.
"I will dedicate my life to protecting you and making you happy forever."
Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the happy figures of the two. Lin Fan knew that with the beginner basketball master skill and the system's assistance, he would be able to handle even more challenges in the future. And his path to building a business empire would become even more glorious with each challenge he faced.
Chapter 24 instantly transformed into a master, stunning the entire audience.
The moonlight in the apartment hadn't completely faded when Lin Fan was gently woken up by Su Qingxue. She was wearing loose cotton pajamas, her hair disheveled and plastered to her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Honey, get up. Today's the last day to register for the Jiangcheng Basketball League, let's go register." Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, reached out and pulled her into his arms, his nose brushing against the sweet scent of her neck. "What's the rush?
Sleep a little longer." "No way." Su Qingxue propped herself up and poked his chest with her fingertip. "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to show everyone a real basketball god? Go sign up now." Ding! Interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 531 plus 10 is equal to 541. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 3714 plus 5 is equal to 3719. Lin Fan smiled helplessly, got up to wash up. After a simple breakfast, the two drove to Jiangcheng Gymnasium. A long queue had already formed at the registration desk, mostly young men who couldn't help but glance at Su Qingxue frequently.
"Wow, isn't that Su, the school beauty? What's she doing here? Is that her husband, Lin Fan, next to her? I heard he's an amazing basketball player." "Really? I heard he used to be a newbie?" Hearing the whispers, Su Qingxue instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Fan's arm.
Lin Fan held her hand firmly and calmly walked to the registration desk. "Hello, we'd like to register for the Jiangcheng Basketball League."
The registration staff looked up and their eyes lit up. "Are you Mr. Lin Fan? Ms. Su Qingxue? We've heard so much about you. Quickly, fill out this form."
After filling out the form, the staff handed me 2 jerseys. "These are your team's jerseys, white for home and black for away.
The game starts tomorrow and will be held in this stadium." "Thank you." Lin Fan took the jersey and left the registration area with Su Qingxue.
As soon as I stepped out of the gymnasium, I saw a group of young people wearing red jerseys surrounding me. The leader was a tall man with a buzz cut. He was Zhang Li, the captain of the Jiangcheng University basketball team.
Lin Fan?
Zhang Li looked him up and down, a mocking smile playing on his lips.
You dare to participate in the league? I think you should go home and keep Su Xiaohua company instead of making a fool of yourself here.
Exactly. Zhang Li's teammate Wang Hao chimed in.
Last time on the school basketball court, if you hadn't used dirty tricks, how could you have possibly beaten Lu Feng?
This league is packed with top players, you'll definitely be eliminated in the first round. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Whether it's shameful or not, we'll know after the competition.
Alright. Zhang Li sneered.
Tomorrow's match is between our team and yours.
I want to see just how good you got really are.
After saying that, he turned and left with his teammates, leaving behind an arrogant silhouette. Su Qingxue frowned. Honey, Zhang Li and his team are very strong. They won the league runner-up title last year.
Don't worry, I can win.
Lin Fan ruffled her hair, his eyes full of confidence.
Ding.
Host is facing a challenge, triggering a fighting spirit reward. Affection points plus 10, currently 541 plus 10 is equal to 551. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5, currently 3719 plus 5 is equal to 3724. The next morning, Jiangcheng Gymnasium was packed with people, every seat filled.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, wearing white jerseys, walked onto the court.
Their teammates were three young men, all employees of the Su Group, who also enjoyed playing basketball.
President Lin, can we really win?
They were last year's runners-up.
Teammate Li Yang said nervously. Don't worry, just follow me, we'll definitely win.
Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder.
The match began quickly.
Lin Fan and Zhang Li stood in the center, ready for the jump ball. The referee tossed the ball up, and Zhang Li, taking advantage of his height, tapped it into Wang Hao's hands first.
Wang Hao dribbled quickly forward, reaching the three-point line, and shot without hesitation.
The basketball drew an arc in the air and went steadily into the basket.
Great shot! Zhang Li's bench erupted in cheers. The score was 0-3.
Lin Fan took the ball and started dribbling. Zhang Li immediately closed in, his eyes fierce. Lin Fan, you're doomed. Lin Fan didn't speak, but suddenly changed direction, easily breaking through Zhang Li's defense. His movements were fluid and free, and his speed was astonishing, leaving everyone present stunned.
Wow! That dribbling was so cool. How did he suddenly become so amazing? Didn't they say he was a newbie before?
Lin Fan dribbled to the basket, and facing a double team from two defenders, he suddenly jumped up, made a graceful turn in mid-air, avoided the defense, and slammed the basketball into the hoop.
With a loud crash, the basketball hoop shook violently.
The entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Great shot!
That was awesome!
Su Qingxue stood beside the substitute bench, a happy smile on her face, her eyes full of admiration.
Ding!
A brilliant goal by the host has been detected, triggering a skill reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 551 plus 20 is equal to 571. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10, currently 3724 plus 10 is equal to 3734. In the following game, Lin Fan completely exploded. His dribbling was as smooth as flowing water, his breakthroughs were incredibly sharp, his shooting was absolutely accurate, his three-pointers were perfect, and his dunks were simply domineering. Zhang Li's team members simply couldn't keep up with his pace, and their defense was practically non-existent. Lin Fan not only scored himself but also assisted his teammates multiple times, quickly widening the score gap.
10:3. 20:8. 35:15.
The entire audience stood up and cheered for Lin Fan. Lin Fan!
Lin Fan!
Su Qingxue excitedly waved her fist and shouted, Go, honey!
Ding!
Detected that the host has gained audience approval, triggering a popularity reward. Affection value plus 30, currently 571 plus 30 is equal to 601. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 20, currently 3734 plus 20 is equal to 3754. Zhang Li's face grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so powerful. He gritted his teeth and decided to resort to dirty tricks. Just as Lin Fan broke through again, he suddenly stretched out his foot, intending to trip Lin Fan. Lin Fan was prepared.
He lightly leaped to avoid Zhang Li's foot, then turned and passed the basketball to his teammate Li Yang. Li Yang received the ball and easily scored. Score 40-15.
Zhang Li was trembling with rage. He rushed forward, shoved Lin Fan aside, and roared, "You used dirty tricks. You're the one who resorted to dirty tricks." Lin Fan looked at him coldly.
If you can't handle losing, then don't fight. The referee immediately ran over and gave Zhang Li a technical foul.
Zhang Li wanted to argue, but his teammates pulled him away. The match continued, and Lin Fan remained in superb form, leading his teammates to a lead throughout. Ultimately, Lin Fan's team easily won the match with a score of 60-30. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, and many people crowded around, wanting to take photos with Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, you're amazing. Can I get your autograph?
Mr. Lin, you are truly my idol.
School Beauty Sue, your husband is too outstanding.
Lin Fan smiled and took photos with everyone, then walked over to Su Qingxue and pulled her into his arms. How was it?
Did I not disappoint you?
Su Qingxue tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek, her cheek slightly flushed. Honey, you're so handsome.
I'm so proud of you. Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 601 plus 20 is equal to 621. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 3754 plus 10 is equal to 3764. The two squeezed through the crowd, preparing to leave the stadium.
Just as they reached the entrance, they saw Su Qingyi and Lin Xiaoya running towards them, their faces beaming with excitement. Qingxue, Lin Fan. You guys are amazing.
Lin Xiaoya said with a smile. When Lin Fan dunked just now, I was so excited I almost jumped up.
Yes. Su Qingyi nodded.
The internet is full of videos of Lin Fan's matches now, and it's even trending on social media. Lin Fan took out his phone and saw that, sure enough, the hashtag Lin Fan Basketball God hashtag had climbed to the top of the trending topics list, and the comments below were all unanimously praising him.
My God. Lin Fan's basketball skills are good enough to play in the NBA.
I thought he was a newbie, but I didn't expect him to be so good. School Beauty Sue is so lucky, her husband is both handsome and talented.
The four of them walked out of the stadium chatting and laughing, ready to celebrate.
Just as they got into the car, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Grandpa Su calling.
Lin Fan, did you win?
Old Master Su's voice was filled with excitement.
We beat Grandpa. We won by a large margin.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Great. Great. Grandpa Su said happily, I've made something delicious for you all to eat when you come home for dinner tonight. Okay, we'll head back tonight.
Lin Fan hung up the phone and told everyone the news. As the car entered the city, Su Qingxue suddenly pointed out the window and said, Honey, look.
The East City New District project is finished, it's so beautiful.
Lin Fan looked in the direction she pointed and saw a cluster of modern buildings rising from the ground, towering high rises, brightly lit, becoming a beautiful sight in Jiangchang.
Great. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Our project is finally finished. Ding.
Host project completed, achievement reward triggered, affection points plus 50 currently 621 plus 50 is equal to 671, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 3764 plus 30 is equal to 3794. When the car arrived at the Su family's old house, the dining table was already laden with a sumptuous feast. Old Master Su and the Su family members were all seated around the table, waiting for them. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, everyone stood up and greeted them with smiles. Lin Fan, Qingxue, you've arrived.
Lin Fan, you were amazing today. Qingxue, you are so lucky. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she linked arms with Lin Fan and responded to his every request.
During the meal, Grandpa Su raised his glass and said with a smile, Today is a good day. Lin Fan won the competition, and our Chengdong New District project has been successfully completed. I propose a toast. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and drank them down in one gulp. During the meal, Old Master Su looked at Lin Fan with admiration in his eyes. Lin Fan, not only have you done such a good job with the project, but you also play basketball so well. You are truly the pride of our Su family.
Grandpa, you flatter me.
It's all what I should do, Lin Fan said modestly. Su Qingxue picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Lin Fan's bowl, smiling as she said, Honey, eat up, Grandpa made this especially for you. Looking into her gentle eyes, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Thank you, my wife.
Ding. Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 671 plus 20 is equal to 691. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 3794 plus 10 is equal to 3804.
After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting.
Su Qingyi took out her phone and said with a smile, "Grandpa, look, the Chengdong New Area project has now become a new landmark in Jiangcheng.
Many people go there to take photos and check in."
Grandpa Su took the phone, looked at the photos, and said with a smile, "Good.
Good. This is all thanks to Lin Fan."
Lin Fan smiled, took Su Qingshua's hand, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. He knew this was just the beginning, and that he would create many more miracles in the future.
They chatted until late at night before Lin Fan and Su Qingxue got up to say goodbye. After leaving the Su family's old house, the two drove towards the apartment. As night deepened, the shadows cast by the streetlights flickered across their faces.
Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, I'm so happy today."
"Me too."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
"As long as I can be with you, I'm happy every day." The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex and stopped in front of the apartment building. The two got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the elevator.
Inside the elevator, Lin Fan suddenly pinned Su Qingshuo against the wall and leaned down to kiss her. Caught off guard, Su Qingshue's eyes widened in surprise, then slowly closed, her arms encircling his neck as she returned his kiss. The soft elevator lights illuminated their intimate figures, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30 currently 691 plus 30 is equal to 721. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 3804 plus 20 is equal to 3824. Back in their apartment, the two snuggled together on the sofa, gazing at the night view outside the window.
Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, do you think we'll always be this happy?" "Yes, I will."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly.
"I will dedicate my life to protecting you and making you happy forever."
Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the happy figures of the two. Lin Fan knew that with the beginner basketball master skill and the system's assistance, he would be able to handle even more challenges in the future. And his path to a business empire would become even more glorious with each success.
Chapter 25: The Winning Goal. The ball goes in and the whistle sounds.
The lights in Jiangcheng Gymnasium were as bright as day. Even before the final whistle blew, the stands were already packed with spectators. Su Qingshuo, wearing Lin Fan's white jersey, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on the familiar figure on the court, her palms sweaty. Lin Xiaoya and Su Qingyi, sitting beside her, also grew tense.
There are only 5 minutes left, and the score is tied at 78. Can Lin Fan and his team win?
Lin Xiaoya muttered to herself, her eyes never leaving the stadium.
Su Qingshuo bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly but unusually firm. "Yes, my husband will definitely win."
On the court, Lin Fan was panting heavily, sweat trickling down his chin and soaking his jersey. The opposing Thunder team was last year's league champions, and their captain, Zhou Lei, was a retired Cuba player, a formidable opponent.
Zhou Lei's buzzer-beating three-pointer had just tied the game again, making the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. Ding!
Host detected facing a desperate situation, triggering potential reward. Affection value plus 20 currently 721 plus 20 is equal to 741. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 3824 plus 10 is equal to 3834. The referee blew the whistle, and the Thunder inbound the ball. Zhou Lei dribbled forward at incredible speed, his teammates quickly moving to create space on the court. Lin Fan kept a close eye on Zhou Lei, his footwork nimbly following him, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Zhou Lei suddenly changed direction, attempting to break through Lin Fan's defense, but Lin Fan seemed glued to him, never giving him a chance.
Left with no other option, Zhou Lei could only pass the ball to a teammate.
The teammate received the ball and immediately shot, but the basketball bounced off the rim, and Lin Fan easily grabbed the rebound.
"Great shot!" Su Qingshuo stood up excitedly and shouted. Lin Fan received the ball and immediately launched a fast break.
He dribbled like lightning, beating two defenders in succession to reach the basket.
Zhou Lei quickly returned to defense, leaping high to try and block the shot.
However, Lin Fan suddenly passed the ball to his teammate Li Yang, who easily scored a layup.
80:78.
Lin Fan's team is leading by 2 points. The commentator's voice was full of passion.
The Thunder didn't panic.
Zhou Lei dribbled the ball up the court again. This time, instead of passing, he used his excellent individual skills to break through the defense and score a layup, tying the game again.
Time ticked by, the score fluctuated, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense.
With 30 seconds remaining, the Thunder led by 1 point and had possession of the ball. Joe Lay dribbled to buy time, intending to shoot at the last moment. Just as he was about to shoot, Lin Fan suddenly reached out and snatched the basketball. Steal! Lin Fan stole the ball, the commentator shouted.
The entire audience stood up and held their breath.
Lin Fan received the ball and quickly advanced, but the Thunder players immediately retreated to form a tight defense.
Only 10 seconds left.
Lin Fan dribbled to the three-point line, and Joe Lay and 2 defenders immediately surrounded him.
Oh no, we're surrounded. Lin Xiaoya covered her eyes in alarm.
Su Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her heart pounding in her chest. At this critical moment, Lin Fan suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble, shaking off Joe Lay's defense. His movements were lightning fast and fluid, like flowing water. He then followed up with 2 more crossovers, easily getting past the remaining 2 defenders.
Only 3 seconds left.
Lin Fan stood outside the three-point line and jumped. Joe Lay lunged forward desperately, trying to block the shot, but it was too late. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air as it flew towards the basket.
The entire arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on the basketball.
Whoosh!
The basketball swished through the net. At the same time, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. Goal! Winner!
Lin Fan has scored the winning goal. The commentator's voice was hoarse but full of passion. The entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers and screams. The audience jumped up, waving their arms and shouting Lin Fan's name.
Lin Fan! Lin Fan!
Su Qingxue could no longer contain her emotions and rushed onto the field crying, throwing herself into Lin Fan's arms.
Husband, you won! You're amazing!
Su Qingxue's voice was choked with tears as she hugged him tightly. Lin Fan caught her, held her tightly in his arms, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his voice hoarse but full of joy. I won, wife, I did it!
Ding!
Host has achieved a decisive victory, winning the match and triggering the ultimate reward, affection points plus 100 currently 741 plus 100 is equal to 841, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 50 currently 3834 plus 50 is equal to 3884. The teammates also surrounded Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, cheering excitedly and tossing Lin Fan into the air. Joe Lay stood there, his face pale, filled with resentment. He walked up to Lin Fan and extended his hand. You won, you played very well.
Thank you for your kind offer.
Lin Fan smiled and extended his hand to shake his. At the award ceremony, Lin Fan accepted the championship trophy and held it high. The golden trophy glittered under the lights, reflecting the smile on his face. Su Qingxue stood beside him, her eyes filled with pride and love.
Ding!
Host has won the championship, triggering achievement rewards, affection points plus 50 currently 841 plus 50 is equal to 891, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 3884 plus 30 is equal to 3914. When he left the stadium, it was already surrounded by reporters and fans. They rushed up to him, wanting to interview Lin Fan and take photos with him.
Lin Fan, how are you feeling right now? Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts on winning this championship? Miss Su, are you satisfied with Lin Fan's performance today?
Lin Fan smiled as he answered the reporter's questions, then, with Su Qingxue in tow, they left the scene under the escort of security guards.
Back at the apartment, Su Qingxue couldn't contain her excitement.
She threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, kissing him repeatedly on the face. Honey, you're so handsome. That killer shot was amazing. Lin Fan hugged her and said with a smile, okay, don't get excited, be careful not to tire yourself out. He placed her on the sofa, then went into the kitchen to prepare a celebratory dinner. With his cooking level 4 buff, he quickly whipped up a lavish spread of dishes, including sweet and sour pork ribs, cola chicken wings, steamed fish, and a bottle of red wine. Su Qingxue sat at the dining table, looking at the dishes on the table, her eyes filled with emotion. Husband, you are so good to me. Today is a good day, of course we should celebrate it properly, Lin Fan said with a smile, pouring her a glass of red wine. The two raised their glasses and lightly clinked them together. Cheers! The rich aroma of red wine filled her mouth. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, Husband, thank you for making me so happy. Silly girl, we're husband and wife, this is what I should do, Lin Fan said gently, lowering his head to kiss her lips.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 891 plus 20 is equal to 911. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 3914 plus 10 is equal to 3924.
After dinner, the two snuggled on the sofa, watching the game highlights on TV.
When they saw Lin Fan's game-winning shot, Su Qingxue jumped up excitedly again, hugging Lin Fan and cheering. Lin Fan smiled and hugged her, his heart filled with happiness. He knew that all of this was inseparable from Su Qingshue's support and encouragement. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Grandpa Su calling.
Lin Fan, you won. That's wonderful. Grandpa Su's voice was filled with excitement.
I'm going to celebrate properly when I come home for dinner tomorrow.
Okay, Grandpa, we'll definitely go back tomorrow, Lin Fan said with a smile.
After hanging up the phone, Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, you're a big shot in Jiangcheng now. You're not only successful in business, but you're also so good at basketball."
So what?
Lin Fan pinched her cheek.
The one I care about most is still you.
Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly. She snuggled closer to him, closed her eyes, and felt the warmth of his embrace.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 911 plus 20 is equal to 931. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10 currently 3924 plus 10 is equal to 3934.
The next morning, Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo drove to the Su family's old residence.
As soon as they arrived at the gate, they saw Old Master Su and the Su family members standing there to greet them, their faces full of smiles.
Lin Fan, Qingshuo, you've arrived.
Old Master Su greeted them with a smile, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder.
Good lad, you've truly brought honor to the Su family.
Grandpa, you flatter me, Lin Fan said with a smile. Upon entering the house, a sumptuous feast was already laid out on the dining table. Everyone sat around the table, eating and chatting about yesterday's match in a warm and lively atmosphere. During the meal, Su Qingyi took out her phone and said with a smile, "Look, the internet is full of news about Lin Fan right now, and some people are even saying they want to invite him to join a professional basketball team." Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo went over to take a look and saw that the screen was full of reports about Lin Fan's game-winning shot and championship victory, as well as many invitations from professional basketball teams. "I don't want to play professional basketball," Lin Fan said with a smile. "I still prefer to be with you and run our business together." Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she held his hand, her eyes filled with sweetness.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 931 plus 20 is equal to 951. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10 currently 3934 plus 10 is equal to 3944.
After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting.
Grandpa Su pulled Lin Fan aside and inquired about the future plans for the Chengdong New Area project. Lin Fan answered in detail, from commercial operations to investment attraction, his explanations clear and his thinking meticulous. The more Old Master Su listened, the more satisfied he became. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Lin Fan, the Su family is now in your hands. I believe you will be able to carry on the Su family's glory." "Grandpa, don't worry, I definitely will," Lin Fan said firmly.
They chatted until the afternoon before Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo got up to say goodbye. After leaving the Su family's old house, the two drove towards the East City New District project.
The Chengdong New Area project has officially commenced operation, attracting substantial investment in businesses. The streets are bustling with traffic and pedestrians, presenting a prosperous scene. Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo walked down the street, looking at the business empire they had built with their own hands, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. "Honey, look how lively it is here," Su Qingshuo said with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. "Yes," Lin Fan squeezed her hand, "we will create more miracles here in the future."
Ding!
Host project detected as successful, triggering career rewards. Affection points plus 50 currently 951 plus 50 is equal to 1001. Su Qingshuo's favorability plus 30 currently 3944 plus 30 is equal to 3974. The two walked for a while and prepared to leave. Just as they got into the car, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered, and a familiar voice came through. "Lin Fan, congratulations on winning the championship."
"Zhou Lei?" Lin Fan frowned.
"It's me." Zhou Lei's voice was a little hoarse.
"I need to ask you for a favor. My younger brother is seriously ill and needs a lot of money for surgery. I really don't know what to do.
I heard you were very rich.
Could you lend me some money?"
Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Where are you?"
"I'll come find you now." After hanging up the phone, Su Qingxue asked in confusion, "Honey, who was that?"
"It's Zhou Lei. His younger brother is seriously ill and needs surgery," Lin Fan said.
"Should we help him?" Su Qingxue asked.
"Of course we'll help," Lin Fan nodded. "Although we're rivals, he is also a man of great loyalty." The two drove to the hospital Zhou Lei had mentioned. Zhou Lei was sitting in the corridor, looking haggard. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he quickly stood up. "Lin Fan, thank you for coming." "Take me to see your brother," Lin Fan said.
Zhou Lei nodded and led them into the ward.
Inside, a thin little boy lay on the bed, pale-faced, receiving in 4 drip. "This is my younger brother, Zhou Ming." Zhou Lei's voice was choked with emotion. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Ming on the hospital bed and felt a pang of sorrow. He took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to Zhou Lei. "There's 500,000 yuan in here. Take it and use it for your brother's surgery." Zhou Lei was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so agreeable.
He took the bank card, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Lin Fan, thank you. I will definitely repay this kindness."
"No need to thank me," Lin Fan shook his head. "Hurry up and get your brother operated on." Leaving the hospital, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest and whispered, "Husband, you're so good to me." "Helping others is also a kind of happiness," Lin Fan said with a smile.
Ding! Host's good deeds detected, triggering a kindness reward. Affection points plus 30. Currently 1001 plus 30 is equal to 1031. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20. Currently 3974 plus 20 is equal to 3994. The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex and stopped in front of the apartment building. The two got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the elevator.
Inside the elevator, Lin Fan suddenly pinned Su Qingxue against the wall and leaned down to kiss her. Caught off guard, Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, then slowly closed, her arms encircling his neck as she returned his kiss. The soft elevator lights illuminated their intimate figures, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30. Currently 1031 plus 30 is equal to 1061. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20. Currently 3994 plus 20 is equal to 4014. Back in their apartment, the two snuggled together on the sofa, gazing at the night view outside the window. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, today was so much fun."
"Me too."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly.
"As long as I can be with you, I'm happy every day."
Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the happy figures of the two. Lin Fan knew this was just one chapter in his life. In the future, he and Su Qingxue would create even more happiness and miracles together. His journey to building a business empire had only just begun.
Chapter 26. Zhao Ming's ashen face.
The moonlight in the apartment still carried a hint of coolness. Lin Fan was snuggled on the sofa with Su Qingxue in his arms watching a movie when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from Zhou Lei. "Brother Lin, my brother's surgery was a success."
"Thank you."
Lin Fan replied with a smile, "It's good that the surgery was successful. Take good care of him." Su Qingxue leaned closer to take a look, her fingertips gently tracing the back of his hand, her voice soft and sweet. "It's good that Zhou Ming is alright, husband, you really helped them a lot." Lin Fan turned to the side and hugged her even tighter, his nose brushing against the top of her head, his breath warm. "It was nothing, besides, your husband is now capable of helping others too."
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20. Currently 1061 plus 20 is equal to 1081. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10. Currently 4014 plus 10 is equal to 4024. The two were just getting intimate when Su Qingyi called, her voice urgent. "Lin Fan, something terrible has happened. Zhao Ming has been released on bail. I just got the news he's spreading rumors that he'll teach you a lesson at the opening ceremony of the new city's eastern district."
"He's out on bail?"
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
"He's quite capable, isn't he?"
"The opening ceremony is in 3 days, and there will be many important guests."
"He definitely wants to embarrass you then," Su Qingyi said.
"Don't worry, I won't let him succeed." Lin Fan hung up the phone, looked down at Su Qingxue's worried eyes, and ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, with me here, he can't cause any trouble."
Ding!
A new threat has been detected facing the host, triggering a fighting spirit reward. Affection points plus 10, currently 1081 plus 10 is equal to 1091. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5, currently 4024 plus 5 is equal to 4029. 3 days later, the opening ceremony of the Chengdong New District was held as scheduled. The venue was brightly decorated, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Celebrities, business representatives, and media reporters from all walks of life in Jiangcheng gathered together, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Fan, dressed in a sharp suit, stood calmly on the stage, hand in hand with Su Qingxue, accepting the congratulations from everyone. Su Qingxue, dressed in a white dress with her long hair flowing over her shoulders and a gentle smile on her face, linked arm in arm with Lin Fan, looked like a perfect couple. The audience below the stage took out their phones to take pictures, constantly praising her.
Mr. Lin and Miss Su are a perfect match. The East City New District owes its current success entirely to General Manager Lin.
I think the commercial center of Jiangcheng will move here in the future. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd, and Zhao Ming, dressed in an expensive suit and accompanied by several bodyguards, walked in with a gloomy expression. His gaze was fixed on Lin Fan and Su Qingxue on the stage, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred.
Hey, isn't this young Master Zhao? What, you just got out of jail and you can't wait to come and give me your blessings?
Lin Fan saw him and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. The audience members below the stage also noticed Zhao Ming and began to discuss among themselves, isn't this Zhao Ming, the young master of the Zhao group?
What's he doing here?
I heard he was arrested for disorderly conduct, how come he's out so quickly? The way he looked at President Lin seemed a bit off, he's probably here to cause trouble. Zhao Ming snorted coldly, walked down from the stage, and looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't be so smug. I'm here today to show everyone what kind of person this so-called business genius really is.
Oh? I'd like to hear what kind of person I am.
Lin Fan said with a smile, his tone full of disdain.
You think you're something special just because you won a basketball game and built a crappy project?
Zhao Ming roared.
Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're nothing but a clown. If you hadn't used underhanded tactics, how could Qingxue have married you?
Su Qingxue frowned, stepped forward, and said coldly, Zhao Ming, watch your words. My marriage to Lin Fan is my own choice, and it has nothing to do with you.
Willingly? Zhao Ming scoffed. Qingxue, you've been fooled by him. He's just a poor kid, he can't give you happiness at all. Only I can give you the life you want. Enough.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Zhao Ming, if you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite.
You're welcome? What can you do to me?
Zhao Ming said arrogantly.
I'm going to embarrass you today.
I've already made arrangements, someone will come to expose your true colors in a little while.
Just then, several men in black suits walked in, carrying some documents.
They went to the podium and handed the documents to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming took the documents and looked at Lin Fan triumphantly. Lin Fan, look what this is. This is evidence of your embezzlement of Su Group's public funds.
And evidence of your forged academic credentials and deceiving the Su family. Today, I'm going to ruin your reputation. The audience erupted in uproar, whispering amongst themselves, really? President Lin actually embezzled public funds? No way, Mr. Lin doesn't seem like that kind of person. What exactly is going on?
Su Qingshue's face turned pale, and she gripped Lin Fan's arm tightly. Husband, this isn't real, is it? Don't worry, he forged it all. Lin Fan patted her hand, his tone firm. He stepped down from the podium, walked up to Zhao Ming, snatched the documents from his hand, and tore them to shreds without even glancing at them. Zhao Ming, do you think you can destroy me with these fabricated evidence?
You're too naive.
Fake? Zhao Ming's expression changed.
You're lying. These are all real.
Whether it's true or not, everyone knows the answer in their hearts. Lin Fan turned to the audience and said, Ladies and gentlemen, I, Lin Fan, have always been upright and honest, and have never done anything wrong. The reason Zhao Ming said that is because he is jealous of me, jealous that I married Qingxue, and jealous of my success. The audience members nodded in agreement, and their murmurs changed. I knew President Lin wasn't that kind of person.
It must be Zhao Ming's jealousy. He deliberately fabricated evidence to frame President Lin. Zhao Ming has gone too far.
How could he cause trouble at such an important occasion?
Zhao Ming's expression grew increasingly grim as he watched the reactions from the audience.
He hadn't expected that his meticulously planned scheme would be so easily thwarted by Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, don't be so smug.
Zhao Ming roared, I still have a backup plan. He gave a wink to the bodyguards behind him, and they immediately rushed forward, intending to attack Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He shielded Su Qingxue behind him and then went to meet the attack. His movements were as fast as lightning. He knocked down several bodyguards with a single punch, leaving them curled up in pain, unable to get up.
Ding! Detected that the host easily defeated the troublemakers and maintained order at the scene, triggering the protection reward. Affection value plus 50, currently 1091 plus 50 is equal to 1141. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 4029 plus 30 is equal to 4059. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Bravo! Well done! President Lin is amazing.
Not only is he a brilliant businessman, but he's also incredibly skilled in martial arts. Zhao Ming is truly overestimating himself. Zhao Ming stared at his bodyguard lying on the ground, his face ashen and his body trembling.
He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be such a formidable fighter.
He knew that today, instead of embarrassing Lin Fan, he had only made him shine even brighter.
Zhao Ming, bring it on.
Lin Fan looked at him coldly.
I'm ready to fight to the end.
Zhao Ming gritted his teeth and turned to run, but was stopped by the arriving police. It turned out that Lin Fan had anticipated Zhao Ming's troublemaking and had called the police in advance. Zhao Ming, you are suspected of fabricating evidence and provoking trouble.
Come with us. The police took out handcuffs and cuffed Zhao Ming. No. I didn't. Let me go.
Zhao Ming struggled desperately, but to no avail, and was eventually escorted away from the scene by the police.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully subdued Zhao Ming, safeguarding their rights and interests, triggering a justice reward. Affection points plus 30, currently 1141 plus 30 is equal to 1171. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 4059 plus 20 is equal to 4079. After dealing with Zhao Ming's matter, the opening ceremony continued. Lin Fan returned to the stage, picked up the microphone, and said in a loud voice, "Distinguished guests, I apologize for the slight incident that occurred earlier, which may have affected your mood.
Now, I hereby announce the official opening of the Chengdong New District."
Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, confetti cannons went off, and ribbons flew everywhere, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Su Qingxue walked to Lin Fan's side, her eyes full of admiration and love. "Honey, you're amazing. You really scared me to death just now." Lin Fan held her hand and kissed her forehead. "Don't be afraid, I'm here.
No one will dare to bully us again." Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20, currently 1171 plus 20 is equal to 1191. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 4079 plus 10 is equal to 4089. After the opening ceremony, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue saw off all the guests and prepared to return to their apartment to rest. Just as they reached the parking lot, they saw Zhou Lei running towards them, holding a banner.
"Brother Lin, Miss Su."
Zhou Lei said with a smile, "I came here especially to present you with this banner to thank you for saving my brother." The banner read, "Heroic Acts, Noble Character." Lin Fan accepted the banner and said with a smile, "No need to be so polite, we're friends.
"Brother Lin, if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. I, Zhou Lei, will go through fire and water for you."
Zhou Lei said firmly.
"Okay, let's keep in touch."
Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder. After seeing Zhou Lei off, the two got into the car and drove towards the apartment. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, looking at the night view outside the window, and whispered, "Honey, today was so thrilling, but also so satisfying. Zhao Ming must be furious." Lin Fan smiled and said, "He asked for it. If he wanted to harm me, he should have thought he had the ability."
Ding!
Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10, currently 1191 plus 10 is equal to 1201. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 4089 plus 5 is equal to 4094. The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex and stopped in front of the apartment building. The two got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Lin Fan suddenly pinned Su Qingxue against the wall and leaned down to kiss her. Caught off guard, Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, then slowly closed, her arms encircling his neck as she returned his kiss. The soft elevator lights illuminated their intimate figures, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30 currently 1201 plus 30 is equal to 1231. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 4094 plus 20 is equal to 4114.
Back in their apartment, the two snuggled on the sofa, watching the news broadcast of the grand opening ceremony on TV. When they saw Zhao Ming being taken away by the police, Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Honey, look at his ashen face, it was so satisfying.
Lin Fan smiled and hugged her even tighter. From now on, he can no longer cause us any trouble. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Grandpa Su calling. Lin Fan, I know what happened today.
You did very well.
Old Master Su's voice was full of praise. That brat Zhao Ming only has himself to blame.
From now on, I'm entrusting the Su family to you. I trust you completely. Thank you for your trust, Grandpa.
I will definitely take good care of Qingxue and do my best to develop the Su family's business, Lin Fan said firmly. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest and whispered, Husband, with you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Don't worry, I will always protect you. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her lips, speaking gently. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the happy figures of the two. Lin Fan knew that although Zhao Ming had been arrested, his family might not let it go, and there would be more challenges ahead.
But he wasn't afraid. As long as Su Qingxue was by his side, he had endless motivation.
And his path to his business empire would become even more glorious with each challenge.
Meanwhile, in the Zhao Group's villa, Zhao Tianxiang watched the scene of Zhao Ming being arrested on TV, trembling with rage. He slammed the teacup in his hand onto the ground, yelling, Lin Fan, I'm not done with you. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Hello, is this Black Tiger? I need your help to get rid of someone. As night deepens, a new crisis is quietly brewing. Chapter 27: The School Beauty's Bottled Water.
The cheers from Jiangqing Stadium were still echoing in his ears when Lin Fan, having just released Su Qingxue from his embrace, felt sweat roll down his chin and soak the floor. He wore a white jersey soaked with sweat, his chest rising and falling with his heavy breathing, yet an uncontrollable smile graced his face. The livid expression on Zhao Ming's face when the police took him away was more satisfying than winning the game.
Brother Lin, you're awesome. Teammate Li Yang rushed over and put his arm around his shoulder.
Not only did you win the game, but you also took care of that bastard Zhao Ming.
Today's game was so satisfying.
The surrounding audience also gathered around, taking pictures and cheering with their phones. A few bolder girls even squeezed to the front, blushing as they shouted, Lin Fan,
I like you. Can I get your autograph?
Lin Fan smiled and waved, but his eyes subconsciously searched through the crowd. The next second, he saw that familiar figure. Su Qingxue stood at the edge of the crowd, clutching a bottle of chilled mineral water, the cap already discreetly unscrewed. She wore light-colored denim shorts and a slightly loose white t-shirt over it, the same one Lin Fan usually wore, the hem barely covering her upper thighs, revealing her slender, fair calves. Sunlight streamed through the gymnasium's glass windows, gilding her hair, and her cheeks were flushed with a faint blush from the tension and excitement she had just felt. Noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Su Qingxue pursed her lips, as if she had made up her mind. Lifting her skirt, she carefully squeezed through the gaps in the crowd. Her steps were light, yet they seemed to touch everyone's hearts. The originally noisy crowd fell silent without them realizing it, and all eyes were focused on her.
Wow, it's School Beauty Su. What is she going to do? Is she going to bring Lin Fan some water? I'm so envious. School Beauty Su is so considerate. Amidst the murmurs, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed even more, but she didn't stop.
She walked straight to Lin Fan, looked up at him, her eyes filled with admiration and heartache.
Honey, are you thirsty? Have some water.
Her voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. As she spoke, she handed the opened bottle of mineral water to Lin Fan. Her fingers were slightly curled up due to nervousness, and her fingertips inadvertently touched Lin Fan's palm, bringing a cool touch that instantly dispelled the heat on his body. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the girl in front of him and the bottle of slightly chilled mineral water in her hand, a warm feeling instantly spread through his body. He reached out and took the water, his fingertips tracing her soft palm, and whispered, Thank you, my wife.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 1231 plus 20 is equal to 1251. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4114 plus 10 is equal to 4124. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The icy mineral water slid down his throat, instantly relieving the dryness. The water seemed to have magic power, not only dispelling his fatigue but also making him feel full of energy.
Is it good?
Su Qingxue looked up at him with bright eyes, like a kitten waiting for praise. It's delicious, better than anything else, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair with a touch so tender it could melt your heart. The surrounding audience could no longer contain their emotions and erupted in enthusiastic cheers and whistles. We got it!
We got it! This is way too sweet. I'm so jealous. School Beauty Su and CEO Lin are a match made in heaven. Su Qingxue blushed at his words and instinctively hid behind Lin Fan, clutching his clothes tightly like a frightened rabbit.
Lin Fan shielded her behind him, smiled at the surrounding audience, and looked at them with doting eyes. Just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out, "Humph, what's with the pretense of being affectionate? It's just a bottle of water, what's there to brag about?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhang Li and his teammate Wang Hao standing not far away, looking at them with grim expressions. Zhang Li's eyes were full of jealousy. He had been pursuing Su Qingxue for a long time but had never even touched her hand. Now, seeing Su Qingxue being so considerate to Lin Fan, he felt like a vat of jealousy had been overturned.
Zhang Li, what are you so sour about? Li Yang couldn't help but retort, if you're so capable, why don't you get Su Xiaohua to bring you water? If you're not capable, then don't be sarcastic here. You. Zhang Li was so angry that his face turned pale, but he couldn't say a word. He knew that Su Qingxue didn't care about him at all. Even if he offered to bring her water, she wouldn't accept it. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly chimed in, Lin Fan, don't be so smug. So what if you won one game? We'll definitely beat you next time.
Sure, I'm ready anytime, Lin Fan said with a smile, his tone full of confidence. But next time, don't waste your energy, because you're no match for me.
You're too arrogant.
Zhang Li roared and was about to rush forward, but Wang Hao stopped him.
Captain, don't be impulsive. We can't beat him.
Wang Hao whispered. He had witnessed Lin Fan's prowess firsthand and knew that his side was no match for him.
If a fight broke out, they would be the ones to suffer.
Zhang Li gritted his teeth, glared fiercely at Lin Fan, then turned and left with his teammates, throwing down the last words, Lin Fan, you just wait. Seeing their disheveled figures, the surrounding audience burst into laughter. They really overestimated themselves.
Exactly. They can't win but they still talk tough.
Lin Fan ignored them, looked down at Su Qingxue who was hiding behind him, and said with a smile, all right, they're gone, don't be afraid. Su Qingxue peeked out from behind him and stuck out her tongue, I'm not afraid at all.
With my husband here, I'm not afraid of anything. Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 1251 plus 10 is equal to 1261. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 4124 plus 5 is equal to 4129.
As the two were talking, Su Qingyi and Lin Xiaoya squeezed in.
Lin Xiaoya, holding a camera, excitedly said, Qingxue, Lin Fan. I just took a picture of you two delivering water, it was so sweet. I've already posted it on the campus forum, and the forum is going crazy.
Su Qingxue's face turned even redder, and she lightly punched Lin Xiaoya, why do you film everything? Such a sweet moment, of course we have to record it.
Lin Xiaoya said with a smile.
Now everyone is saying that you two are the sweetest couple at Zhengcheng University.
Su Qingyi laughed and said, all right, stop fooling around.
Grandpa wants us to come home for dinner tonight to celebrate your great victory today. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded immediately, her eyes full of anticipation.
I haven't had Grandpa's braised pork in so long. Seeing her happy expression warmed Lin Fan's heart. He knew that Su Qingxue loved Grandpa Su's braised pork the most, and Grandpa Su would always make it for her whenever he came home. The four of them walked out of the stadium together, heading towards the Su family's old residence. Just as they arrived at the entrance, they saw a black sedan parked on the side of the road, with Zhou Lei standing beside it, waving at them.
Brother Lin, Miss Su. Zhou Lei greeted them with a smile.
I came here especially to take you to the Su family's old house.
Grandpa is already waiting for you.
Thank you for your help, Zhou Lei, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Brother Lin, you're too kind. Zhou Lei said.
If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have recovered so quickly.
This is nothing.
The four of them got into the car and headed towards the Su family's old residence. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, still clutching the empty mineral water bottle in her hand, a sweet smile always on her lips. Lin Fan looked at her, his heart filled with happiness. He knew this bottle of water wasn't just ordinary mineral water, it represented Su Qingshue's love and care for him.
What could be happier than having such a gentle and considerate wife? Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20, currently 1261 plus 20 is equal to 1281. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10, currently 4129 plus 10 is equal to 4139. The car drove into the courtyard of the Su family's old house, where old Master Su was already standing at the gate to greet them. Seeing Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Lin Fan, Qingxue, you're here.
Come in quickly, the food is almost ready. Grandpa. Su Qingxue ran over with a smile and hugged Grandpa Su's arm. Silly girl, slow down. Grandpa Su patted her hand with a smile, then looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you did a great job today. Not only did you win the competition, but you also dealt with that little brat Zhao Ming. You've brought honor to our Su family. Grandpa, you flatter me.
It's all what I should do, Lin Fan said modestly.
Everyone went inside.
The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous feast, including Su Qingshue's favorite braised pork and Lin Fan's beloved sweet and sour pork ribs, the aroma of which was irresistible.
Please sit down, please sit down. Old Master Su invited everyone. Today is a good day, we must celebrate properly. Everyone sat together, eating and chatting about today's match.
Su Qingyi and Lin Xiaoya recounted the exciting moments of the game, while Grandpa Su listened with great interest, nodding in approval from time to time. Su Qingxue picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Lin Fan's bowl, smiling as she said, "Honey, try it.
Grandpa's braised pork is the best."
Lin Fan took a bite. It was fatty but not greasy, melting in his mouth, truly delicious. He also picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Su Qingshue's bowl. Wife, you eat too.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20, currently 1281 plus 20 is equal to 1301. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10, currently 4139 plus 10 is equal to 4149.
After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting.
Grandpa Su pulled Lin Fan aside and inquired about the future plans for the Chengdong New Area project. Lin Fan answered in detail, from commercial operations to investment attraction, his explanations clear and his thinking meticulous. The more old Master Su listened, the more satisfied he became. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Lin Fan, you are truly a rare talent.
From now on, the Su family is in your hands. I believe you will definitely be able to carry on the Su family's glory."
Grandpa, don't worry, I definitely will, Lin Fan said firmly. Su Qingshui leaned against Lin Fan's chest, watching him chat and laugh with her grandfather, her eyes filled with pride and love.
She knew she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Lin Fan would definitely give her a happy future. Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10, currently 1301 plus 10 is equal to 1311. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 5, currently 4149 plus 5 is equal to 4154.
They chatted until late at night before Lin Fan and Su Qingxue got up to say goodbye. After leaving the Su family's old house, Zhou Lei drove them back to their apartment.
On the way, Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, I had such a happy day."
Me too.
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
As long as I can be with you, I'm happy every day. The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex and stopped in front of the apartment building. The two got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the elevator.
Inside the elevator, Lin Fan suddenly pinned Su Qingshuet against the wall and leaned down to kiss her. Caught off guard, Su Qingshue's eyes widened in surprise, then slowly closed, her arms encircling his neck as she returned his kiss. The soft elevator lights illuminated their intimate figures, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30, currently 1311 plus 30 is equal to 1341. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 20, currently 4154 plus 20 is equal to 4174. Back in the apartment, the two snuggled together on the sofa, gazing at the night view outside the window. Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan, still clutching the empty water bottle tightly in her hand, as if holding some precious treasure.
"Honey, do you think we'll always be this happy?"
Su Qingshuo asked softly, her eyes full of longing.
"Yes, I will."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly.
"I will dedicate my life to protecting you and making you happy forever."
Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two happy figures. Lin Fan knew that this ordinary bottle of mineral water had witnessed his and Su Qingshue's love, and also his own growth. In the future, no matter what difficulties they encountered, he and Su Qingxue would face them together, striving to create a better future. Meanwhile, in the Zhao Group's villa, Zhao Tianxiong was roaring into the phone, "Black Tiger, when are you going to make your move? I can't wait any longer. I'm going to make that little brat Lin Fan pay a terrible price." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone, "Mr. Zhao, don't rush. Lin Fan is exceptionally skilled, we need to plan carefully. He's going to the Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center in 3 days to attend a business forum. That will be the best time for us to make our move." "Fine." Zhao Tianxiong said through gritted teeth, "I don't care what methods you use, you must get rid of him. Money is no object." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Tianxiong revealed a sinister smile, "Lin Fan, you just wait. In 3 days, it will be your death day." As night deepens, a new crisis is quietly brewing. Chapter 28: The Invisible Official Announcement. The moonlight hadn't faded in the apartment when Su Qingxue was awakened by her phone vibrating. Still groggy, she picked up her phone, and the pop-up message instantly snapped her back to reality. The pin post on the campus forum was titled, "Breaking News. Campus Belsu personally brings water to Lin Fan. This official announcement is going crazy. Husband, look." Su Qingxue nudged Lin Fan beside her, her voice tinged with panic and shyness. Lin Fan rubbed her eyes and leaned closer to look. The post was full of photos and videos of her bringing him water yesterday. There were pictures of her profile as she squeezed through the crowd, close-ups of their fingertips touching as she handed him the water, and her smiling gently as Lin Fan ruffled her hair. Every single one of them was exceptionally clear. The comments below have already reached thousands, all expressing blessings and envy. My God! This must be the legendary fairy tale love. School beauty Su offered to bring water. Isn't this an official announcement? Some people said they were just creating a publicity stunt, but now they've proven them wrong. Lin Fan is so lucky to have Su, the school beauty, so proactive. Looking at the girl's flushed cheeks in the photo, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. "What are you afraid of? We've always been a couple. It's even better if we announce it officially." Su Qingxue snuggled closer to him, her cheek pressed against his chest, and she could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. "But so many people are watching, it's so embarrassing." Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20, currently 1,341 plus 20 is equal to 1,361. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 4,174 plus 10 is equal to 4,184. The two were just getting intimate when Lin Xiaoya called, her voice filled with excitement as if she'd won the lottery. "Qingxue, you guys are famous. Now you're not only dominating the campus forums, but you're also trending in Jiangcheng." Hashtag Su Qingxue Lin Fan official announcement hashtag has already climbed to 3rd place on the trending topics. So fast? Su Qingxue covered her mouth in surprise. Of course. Lin Xiaoya said with a smile, "A lot of people filmed videos yesterday and posted them on Douyin and Weibo. Now you two have become the perfect couple representatives in Jiangcheng. By the way, there's a campus culture festival at Jiangcheng University this afternoon, and the organizers have specially invited you to be guests. You must come." After hanging up the phone, Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of hesitation. "Honey, should we still go? So many people are paying attention to us now." "Go. Why wouldn't I go?" Lin Fan pinched her cheek. "We're dating openly and honestly, there is nothing to be afraid of." "Perfect, let everyone know that you're my wife." Ding! Host detected display of boyfriend-like qualities, triggering a protection reward. Affection points plus 10, currently 1,361 plus 10 is equal to 1,371. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 4,184 plus 5 is equal to 4,189. In the afternoon, Jiangcheng University's campus was brightly decorated, and the cultural festival was in full swing. As soon as Lin Fan and Su Qingxue entered the school gate, they were surrounded by a group of students, notebooks and pens in hand, excitedly shouting, "Lin Fan! Su Qingxue! Can you give us your autographs? Can we take a picture with you? When did you two get together? Could you share your love story?" Lin Fan shielded Su Qingxue behind him and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't push. Come one at a time. Autographs and photos are welcome." Su Qingxue stood beside him, a gentle smile on her face, posing for photos and signing autographs. The sunlight shone on her, making her appear exceptionally radiant. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over, holding a microphone, followed by several staff members carrying video cameras.
He was Wang Tao, a reporter from Jiangcheng TV. Mr. Lin Fan, Ms. Su Qingxue, hello. I'm Wang Tao, a reporter from Jiangcheng TV. May I take a few minutes of your time for an interview?
Wang Tao said with a smile.
Of course. Lin Fan nodded. When did you two get together? Was this official announcement planned in advance? Wang Tao asked.
Lin Fan glanced at Su Qingxue beside him and said with a smile, "We've been together for a long time."
This wasn't a planned official announcement.
My wife was just worried that I was thirsty, so she brought me a bottle of water. I didn't expect it to cause such a sensation.
What are your thoughts on the comments online? Wang Tao asked again.
I feel very happy to receive everyone's blessings, and we are very grateful. Lin Fan held Su Qingxue's hand and said firmly, "I will take good care of Qingxue and will not let her suffer any grievances." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked up at him, her eyes filled with love.
Ding!
Host detected publicly displaying affection, triggering popularity reward, affection value plus 30 currently 1,371 plus 30 is equal to 1,401, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 4,189 plus 20 is equal to 4,209.
After the interview, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue arrived at the main stage of the cultural festival.
The host, seeing them, immediately greeted them warmly. "Welcome, Mr. Lin Fan and Ms. Su Qingxue."
Don't you all think they're a perfect match?
The students in the audience immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "They're a perfect match." The host smiled and said, "Since everyone says so, then on behalf of everyone, I'll ask the question that everyone is most concerned about. Mr. Lin Fan, when do you plan to marry Ms. Su Qingxue?"
The students in the audience immediately started chanting, "Marry her! Marry her!" Su Qingxue's face flushed instantly, and she subconsciously lowered her head.
Lin Fan looked at her, his eyes full of doting. "Once our careers are more stable, I will give her a grand wedding and make her the happiest woman in the world." The audience erupted in cheers and applause once again.
Ding!
A romantic confession from the host has been detected, triggering a sweet reward, affection points plus 20 currently 1,401 plus 20 is equal to 1,421, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4,209 plus 10 is equal to 4,219.
Just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out, "Humph, what are you pretending to be so affectionate for? Who knows how long you two can stay together?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhang Li and Wang Hao standing in the crowd, looking at them with grim expressions. Zhang Li's eyes were filled with jealousy. He was unwilling to accept that the goddess he had pursued for so long had been snatched away by Lin Fan, an outsider. "Zhang Li, what are you doing here again?"
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
"You're not welcome here, get out." "Why should I leave?" Zhang Li scoffed.
"The campus cultural festival belongs to everyone, not just you."
"I just can't stand your pretentious attitude."
Wang Hao chimed in, "Exactly.
Lin Fan, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you won a basketball game. You're not good enough for Su Qingxue. Whether he's good enough or not isn't for you to decide." Su Qingxue stepped forward, tightly grasped Lin Fan's hand, and said firmly, "I like Lin Fan, and I think he's the best. No one can say a bad word about him." The students in the audience applauded Su Qingxue, saying, "Well said. School beauty Su is right. Lin Fan is the best. Zhang Li, you're just jealous." Zhang Li was trembling with rage. He hadn't expected Su Qingxue to defend Lin Fan like this. He gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed forward, intending to attack Lin Fan. Lin Fan was prepared, so he dodged to the side, grabbed the man's wrist with his other hand, and twisted it forcefully. "Ah! It hurts!"
Zhang Li screamed, his face turning deathly pale instantly. Seeing this, Wang Hao also wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by the surrounding students. "Don't you dare to make a move. What kind of skill is it to bully the few with the many?" Lin Fan released Zhang Li's hand, looking at him coldly. "Zhang Li, I'm warning you, don't cause any more trouble for me and Qingxue, or I won't be polite." Zhang Li rubbed his wrist, glared fiercely at Lin Fan, then turned and ran away in a disheveled state. Wang Hao quickly followed after him. The students in the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Good. Well done. Lin Fan is so handsome." The host quickly smoothed things over. "All right, everyone, don't mind the little incident just now, let's continue our event." Next, let's give a warm round of applause to Mr. Lin Fan and Ms. Su Qingxue for a duet. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, smiled, and walked to the center of the stage. As the music started, the two picked up the microphones, looked deeply into each other's eyes, and sang "The Rest of My Life." For the rest of my life, through wind and snow, through ordinary days, through poverty, you will always be there. Their singing was gentle and heartfelt, and the students below the stage fell silent, listening attentively. Sunlight bathed them, as if gilding them with gold, creating a warm and romantic scene. Ding! Detected that the host and their destined partner are singing a heartfelt duet, triggering a romantic reward. Affection points plus 30, currently 1,421 plus 30 is equal to 1,451. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 4,219 plus 20 is equal to 4,239. After the chorus ended, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Lin Fan, holding Su Qingxue's hand, bowed in gratitude. Just then, Su Qingyi suddenly ran over, her face panicked, and said, "Lin Fan, Qingxue, something bad has happened. I just received news that Black Tiger, the assassin sent by Zhao Tianxiong, has arrived at the Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. He plans to make his move against you tomorrow when you attend the business forum." Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. Black Tiger? He really came. Honey, what should we do? Should we cancel tomorrow's business forum? Su Qingxue asked worriedly. We can't cancel it. Lin Fan shook his head. This is a great opportunity for our Su group to expand its business. We can't give it up because of him. Don't worry, I'll be careful. He can't hurt me. Ding! Host is facing a crisis, triggering a fighting spirit reward. Affection points plus 10, currently 1,451 plus 10 is equal to 1,461. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 4,239 plus 5 is equal to 4,244. After the cultural festival ended, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue immediately returned to their apartment. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed, pondering how to deal with Black Tiger. Su Qingxue sat beside him, holding his hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Husband, Black Tiger is a notorious assassin, you must be careful. Su Qingxue's voice trembled slightly. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Lin Fan patted her hand, his tone firm. I've already sent Zhou Lei to investigate Black Tiger's whereabouts. He'll be with me tomorrow to protect my safety. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Zhou Lei calling. Brother Lin, I've found out Black Tiger's whereabouts. He's staying at the Jiangcheng Hotel and will be going to the Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center tomorrow morning. He's accompanied by 2 accomplices, both desperate criminals. Zhou Lei's voice was very serious. Okay, I understand, Lin Fan said. Tomorrow morning, come to the convention center early and wait for me. We'll go together. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at Su Qingxue and said with a smile, Don't worry, everything will be fine tomorrow. Su Qingxue nodded, leaned against him, and whispered, Husband, no matter what happens, I will be with you. Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20, currently 1,461 plus 20 is equal to 1,481. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 4,244 plus 10 is equal to 4,254. The next morning, Lin Fan looked exceptionally sharp in a black suit. Su Qingxue straightened his tie, her eyes filled with reluctance. Honey, please be careful. Don't worry, I will. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. When I come back, we'll go eat your favorite braised pork. After saying that, he turned and left the apartment. Zhou Lei was already waiting for him downstairs. Brother Lin, everything is ready, Zhou Lei said, holding a black backpack containing some self-defense weapons. Okay, let's go. Lin Fan nodded, and the two got into the car together, heading towards the Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. As the car pulled into the convention center's parking lot, Lin Fan and Zhou Lei got out and immediately saw 2 men in black suits watching them suspiciously. They were Black Tiger's henchmen, Ah-san and Ah-si. Brother Lin, they're Black Tiger's men, Zhou Lei whispered, his hand stealthily reaching for the weapon in his backpack. Don't be impulsive, let's assess the situation first. Lin Fan shook his head and walked calmly toward the convention center. Ah-san and Ah-si exchanged a glance and followed. Upon entering the convention center, they found it already packed with people, business elites from all walks of life in Jiangcheng. Lin Fan and Zhou Lei found a seat and cautiously observed their surroundings. Not long after, Black Tiger arrived. He was wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses, and a hideous scar on his face made him look particularly fierce. He glanced around the venue, his gaze landing on Lin Fan, a sinister glint in his eyes. Lin Fan also saw him and became secretly wary. He knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. Just then, the host walked onto the stage and announced the official start of the business forum. The guests took turns speaking, and Lin Fan listened attentively, occasionally taking notes, seemingly oblivious to the danger lurking around him. Black Tiger sat not far away, staring at Lin Fan, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table, seemingly looking for an opportunity to make a move. Time ticked by, and the forum was already halfway through. Just as Lin Fan was about to go on stage to speak, Black Tiger suddenly stood up and rushed towards him, holding a sharp dagger in his hand.
Lin Fan, prepare to die.
Black Tiger roared, thrusting his dagger toward Lin Fan's chest.
Everyone in the audience was stunned and started screaming.
Lin Fan was prepared and dodged to the side, then grabbed Black Tiger's wrist and twisted it forcefully.
Ah!
Black Tiger screamed in pain as his dagger fell to the ground. Zhou Lei immediately rushed forward and stopped Asan and Asi, who wanted to help.
Attack them! Cripple them! Black Tiger roared.
Asan and Asi immediately rushed up and pounced on Lin Fan and Zhou Lei. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He pushed Black Tiger aside and then went to meet him. His movements were as fast as lightning. He punched Asan and Asi one by one, and soon they were knocked to the ground. They were in so much pain that they curled up in a ball and could not get up. Seeing this, Black Tiger disregarded his pain, picked up the dagger from the ground, and stabbed at Lin Fan again. Lin Fan turned and kicked him in the chest, sending Black Tiger flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground.
Lin Fan stepped forward, stomping on his chest, his eyes icy. Black Tiger, do you think you can kill me?
Black Tiger struggled to get up, but Lin Fan held him firmly in place, unable to move at all.
He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with fear. Who are you? Why are you so strong? Who I am is not important.
What's important is that you're going to die today, Lin Fan said coldly. Just then, the police rushed in and subdued Black Tiger, Asan, and Asi. It turned out that Lin Fan had already called the police.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully subdued the assassin, ensuring their own safety and triggering a justice reward. Affection points plus 50 currently 1,481 plus 50 is equal to 1,531. Suqingshua's favorability plus 30 currently 4,254 plus 30 is equal to 4,284. The entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Bravo! Well done! President Lin is amazing. Lin Fan smiled, picked up the microphone, and said to the audience, "Distinguished guests, I apologize for the slight mishap that occurred earlier.
Now, our business forum will continue."
After finishing his speech, he walked onto the stage and began to speak. His voice was loud and clear, and his thoughts were logical, which won rounds of applause from the audience. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Su Qingxue was watching a live broadcast of a business forum on television. When she saw Lin Fan successfully subdue Black Tiger, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, a happy smile spreading across her face. She knew her husband would definitely return safely. Chapter 29 Mission Upgrade, a 10-minute princess carry. The applause from the business forum was still echoing in the lobby of the Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. Lin Fan had just seen off the last group of congratulatory guests when his phone popped up with a system notification sound, making his fingertips go numb.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully averted an assassination attempt, demonstrating exceptional strength, triggering a special mission.
Task name: A Loving Princess Carry.
Task requirements: carry your destined partner, Su Qingxue, in a princess carry for 10 minutes, during which you cannot touch the ground.
Mission reward: stamina plus 2, cash 200,000. Mission failure: no penalty, but you will miss out on the reward.
Lin Fan paused for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on his lips.
The plus 2 stamina was indeed useful, considering he'd expended some energy dealing with Black Tiger and his men.
As for the 200,000 yuan in cash, while it wasn't a huge sum for him now, every little bit helps. More importantly, carrying Su Qingxue in a princess carry, this wasn't a mission, it was clearly a perk.
Brother Lin, shall we go back now? Zhou Lei walked over after packing his things, his face still showing relief at surviving the ordeal. Okay, let's go back. Lin Fan nodded, already planning how to complete this outrageous task. You go back first, I can drive myself. Okay, then Brother Lin, be careful.
Zhou Lei, without suspecting anything, turned and left the convention center.
Lin Fan drove back to the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex.
As soon as he opened the apartment door, he saw Su Qingxue dressed in white loungewear, busy in the kitchen on tiptoe. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her hair with a golden edge. The kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of food, including his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
Honey, you're back.
Hearing the door open, Su Qingxue immediately turned around, a sweet smile on her face, and quickly greeted him.
Are you hurt?
I was so scared when I saw you fighting the assassin on TV. She reached out and gently touched Lin Fan's body, her eyes full of worry. The warmth from her fingertips seeped through his clothes, warming Lin Fan's heart.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Lin Fan took her hand, pulled her into his arms, and lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead.
How could your husband, who is so strong, possibly get hurt? Ding. Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 1531 plus 10 is equal to 1541. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 4284 plus 5 is equal to 4289. Su Qingxue leaned against him, tilting her small face up, and gently ran her fingers across his cheek. That won't do either.
You must be careful in the future if you encounter something like this. Okay, I'll listen to my wife.
Lin Fan said with a smile, then suddenly bent down, put his hands under Su Qingxue's knees and back, and picked her up in one go.
Ah!
Su Qingxue was caught off guard and instinctively hugged his neck, her cheeks instantly turning red.
Honey, what are you doing? Put me down quickly, I still need to cook.
Her body was very light, and Lin Fan held her in his arms effortlessly. The faint fragrance emanating from her body mingled with the aroma of food from the kitchen, making him feel refreshed and relaxed.
I won't let go.
Lin Fan looked down at her flushed cheeks, his eyes full of doting.
Wife, we haven't hugged like this in a long time. Let me hug you for a while.
He carried Su Qingxue to the sofa, but instead of sitting down, he stood there, adjusting his position to make her more comfortable. Su Qingxue shyly buried her face in the crook of his neck, her warm breath tickling his skin, making his heart flutter.
Ding!
Mission timer started, time remaining, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. It seemed the mission had officially begun. He looked down at Su Qingxue in his arms. Her eyelashes were long, like two small fans, trembling gently. She was clearly extremely shy.
Honey, when are you going to stop hugging me? Su Qingxue's voice was muffled, with a hint of coquettishness.
I'll hold you until I want to put you down, Lin Fan said with a smile, deliberately bouncing the person in his arms.
Ah! Su Qingxue exclaimed, hugging him even tighter. Don't move, I'm afraid I'll fall.
Don't worry, I'm here, you won't fall. Lin Fan said firmly, holding her as he slowly walked around the living room. His gaze fell on her soft lips, and he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. Caught off guard, Su Qingxue's eyes widened, then slowly closed, her arms encircling his neck as she returned his kiss. The kiss was tender and lingering, as if trying to meld them into each other's bones, making the air in the living room feel ambiguous.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 1541 plus 20 is equal to 1561. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4289 plus 10 is equal to 4299. They kissed for a long time before reluctantly parting. Su Qingxue's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and her breathing was a little rapid. She leaned against Lin Fan's chest, her fingers gently tracing his chest, her voice barely a whisper. Honey, why are you being so clingy today?
Because I missed you.
Lin Fan looked down at her, his eyes full of affection. I was always busy with projects and dealing with those ill-intentioned people before, and I neglected you too much.
I want to spend more time with you from now on. Su Qingxue felt a surge of emotion.
She looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes.
Husband, you don't need to do this.
I know you're doing this for our future.
I'm happy as long as I can be with you. Ding! Mission time remaining, 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Lin Fan carried her to the balcony, opened the window, and a breath of fresh air rushed in. The sun was shining brightly outside, the trees in the neighborhood were lush and green, and the occasional birdsong made the place exceptionally peaceful. Look, the scenery outside is so beautiful, Lin Fan said, pointing to the distant view. After we're done with this busy period, let's go on a trip, just the two of us, and relax properly.
Great! Su Qingxue's eyes lit up and she nodded immediately.
I want to go to the beach, see the sea, and feel the sea breeze. No problem, I'll do whatever you say. Lin Fan said with a smile, and kissed her on the cheek. From now on, I'll hold you like this every day and take walks on the beach. Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly buried her head in his chest, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. She could clearly hear Lin Fan's strong heartbeat and feel his warm embrace, filling her heart with a sense of security and happiness. Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20 currently 1561 plus 20 is equal to 1581. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10 currently 4299 plus 10 is equal to 4309. Time passed slowly, and although Lin Fan's arms were a little sore, the thought of the mission rewards and the beauty in his arms filled him with strength. He paced back and forth in the living room with Su Qingxue in his arms, sometimes whispering sweet nothings to her, sometimes stopping to kiss her forehead and cheeks, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Ding! Mission time remaining, 3 minutes 0 seconds. Just then, Su Qingshue's stomach suddenly growled. She blushed and said shyly, "Honey, I'm hungry." Hungry? Lin Fan smiled. Then let's go eat, but I still want to hold you. He carried Su Qingshuo to the dining table, where food was already laid out, steaming hot and fragrant. He carefully placed her on the chair, and just as he was about to let go, he heard the system notification sound. Ding! Warning! The mission will fail if the host abandons their partner. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and quickly picked Su Qingshuo up again. "No, I can't put you down yet." "Huh? Why?" Su Qingshuo looked at him in confusion. Because Lin Fan thought for a moment and made up an excuse, "I haven't hugged enough yet." He held Su Qingshuo in his arms, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and held it to her mouth. "Come on, wife, open your mouth." Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly. She opened her mouth and took a bite of the rib. The taste was sweet and sour, just her favorite. As she chewed, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Fan, her heart filled with sweetness. Lin Fan picked up another piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and fed it to her. The two of them ate their meal like this, taking turns eating, which was a little inconvenient but full of fun. Ding! Mission time remaining, 1 minute 2 seconds. "Honey, you should eat too," Su Qingshuo said, watching him feed her. "Okay." Lin Fan nodded, picked up a piece of rib and ate it, holding her as he ate, his movements practiced and gentle. Ding! Mission time remaining, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Lin Fan held Su Qingshuo tightly, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. Finally, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Mission complete. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards: stamina plus 2, 200,000 renminbi in cash. Current stamina, 212 originally 210 plus 2, cash, 15.68 million originally 15.48 million plus 200,000. As the system notification faded, Lin Fan felt a warm current flow through his body. His arms, which had been a little sore from hugging for 10 minutes, instantly became full of strength, and his stamina had noticeably improved. At the same time, he received a bank notification on his phone that 200,000 yuan had been successfully deposited into his account. Phew, finally finished. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and gently placed Su Qingshuo on the sofa. "Honey, what's wrong with you just now? Why did you keep holding me like that?" Su Qingshuo looked at him in confusion. Lin Fan smiled and told her about the system issuing the task, without hiding anything. "There are such missions?" Su Qingshue's eyes widened in surprise, then she smiled and said, "Then I will definitely cooperate with you well if there are such missions in the future." "Okay." Lin Fan smiled and pulled her into his arms, then lowered his head to kiss her lips. "But even without a mission, I want to hold you like this every day." Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20 currently 1581 plus 20 is equal to 1601. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10 currently 4309 plus 10 is equal to 4319. The two snuggled together on the sofa, eating and chatting in a warm and romantic atmosphere. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was the police calling. "Mr. Lin, hello. Based on Black Tiger's confession, we have obtained evidence that Zhao Tianxiong hired assassins, and he has now been arrested. The Zhao group has also been shut down due to suspected multiple illegal and criminal activities." The policeman's voice was full of excitement. That's wonderful! Lin Fan exclaimed excitedly.
Thank you all. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan told Su Qingxue the good news. Su Qingxue jumped up happily and hugged Lin Fan. Honey, that's wonderful. We don't have to be afraid of Zhao Tianxiong anymore. Yes, no one will be able to bother us anymore.
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling a sense of relief.
Ding!
Detected that the host has completely eliminated the threat of Zhao Tianxiong, triggering achievement rewards. Affection points plus 50, currently 1601 plus 50 is equal to 1651. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 4319 plus 30 is equal to 4349. That evening, Grandpa Su called specifically to invite them back to the Su family's old house for dinner to celebrate Zhao Tianxiong's arrest. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue packed their things and drove to the Su family's old house. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Grandpa Su, Su Qingyi, and Lin Xiaoya standing there to greet them, their faces full of smiles.
Lin Fan, Qingxue, you're here. Come in quickly.
Old Master Su greeted them with a smile, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder.
Good lad, well done. That old fox Zhao Tianxiong has finally been caught.
Grandpa, this is all thanks to everyone, Lin Fan said modestly. Everyone went inside, where the dining table was already laden with a sumptuous feast, even more lavish than usual. They sat together, eating and chatting about Zhao Tianxiong's arrest, the atmosphere lively and cheerful. Su Qingxue picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Lin Fan's bowl, smiling as she said, "Honey, try it.
Grandpa's braised pork is the best."
Lin Fan took a bite. It was fatty but not greasy, melting in his mouth, truly delicious. He also picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Su Qingxue's bowl. Wife, you eat too.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20, currently 1651 plus 20 is equal to 1671. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 4349 plus 10 is equal to 4359. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting. Grandpa Su looked at Lin Fan and Su Qingxue and said with a smile, "Lin Fan, Qingxue, now that Zhao Tianxiong has been arrested and your careers are going more and more smoothly, I think you should also consider getting married."
Su Qingxue's face flushed instantly, and she subconsciously lowered her head.
Lin Fan looked at her, his eyes full of doting. "Grandpa, I was just thinking about this. After we finish the follow-up work in the East New District, I'll give Qingxue a grand wedding."
Great! Great! Grandpa Su said happily, "I'm looking forward to your wedding."
Su Qingyi and Lin Xiaoya also offered their blessings. "Qingxue, Lin Fan, congratulations.
I definitely want to be Qingxue's bridesmaid."
Su Qingxue looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with love and anticipation. She knew that her happiness was just around the corner.
Ding!
Detected that the host and their destined partner are about to enter the marriage hall, triggering a romantic reward. Affection points plus 30, currently 1671 plus 30 is equal to 1701. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 4359 plus 20 is equal to 4379. They chatted until late at night before Lin Fan and Su Qingxue finally got up to say goodbye.
Leaving the Su family's old house, the two drove towards their apartment.
As night deepened, the streetlights cast flickering shadows on their faces, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air.
"Honey, when are we going to take our wedding photos?"
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest and asked softly, her eyes full of longing.
"We'll go after I finish work tomorrow."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "I want to make you the most beautiful bride in the world."
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she hugged him tightly, her heart overflowing with happiness.
She knew that her life had become incredibly beautiful because of Lin Fan's appearance. And their future would surely be as gentle and romantic as the night, full of endless possibilities.
Chapter 30. On the way home.
The night in Jiangcheng was shrouded in a gentle evening breeze. As Lin Fan drove into the Shushan Mingyuan residential area, Su Qingxue yawned, leaning back in the passenger seat, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She had spent the whole day with Lin Fan at the investment promotion conference in the Eastern New District and then had a lively dinner with Grandpa Su. At this moment, she exuded a lazy weariness, and even her voice was soft. "Honey, my legs are sore." Lin Fan turned his head to look at her. The light from the street lamp flickered on her fair cheeks, and there were still some grains of rice stuck to the tip of her nose, making her look like a little gluttonous cat stealing a bite. He reached out to brush them off for her, his fingertips tracing her delicate skin, causing her to flinch slightly.
"You must be exhausted?"
Lin Fan's voice was exceptionally gentle.
"We're downstairs, I'll carry you up." Oh. No, no. Su Qingxue quickly waved her hand, her cheeks instantly flushing red. There are still people in the neighborhood, I'd be so embarrassed. She vividly remembered that when they were taking wedding photos that afternoon, Lin Fan had only given her a Princess Carrie in the photo studio, and the photographer had already snapped many pictures of her. Just thinking about it now made her blush and her heart race, let alone being seen by someone in her own neighborhood. Lin Fan didn't give her a chance to refuse. As soon as the car stopped, he unbuckled his seatbelt, got out, walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, bent down to look at her, his eyes full of doting affection that left no room for refusal. Be good, the ground is cold, and you're wearing high heels, don't twist your ankle. Before Su Qingxue could say anything more, Lin Fan had already reached out with both hands, one hand under her knees and the other around her back, and with a little force, he lifted her up steadily. Ah! Caught off guard, Su Qingxue instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and exclaimed in surprise. Her cheeks instantly turned as red as ripe cherries, and even her ears burned. Her body trembled slightly as she pressed herself tightly against Lin Fan's chest. She could clearly feel his strong heartbeat and warm body temperature, as well as the faint, reassuring scent of tobacco on him. Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20 currently 1701 plus 20 is equal to 1721. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4379 plus 10 is equal to 4389. Lin Fan looked down at the girl in his arms, who was too shy to look up, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. He deliberately shook his arm and said, "Hold on tight, wife, we're going home. Don't move." Su Qingxue said coquettishly, burying her face even deeper, almost touching his neck. Her warm breath sprayed on his skin, making him feel itchy. The streetlights in the neighborhood cast a soft glow, and occasionally, neighbors returning home late would pass by and, seeing this scene, would jokingly say, "Xiaolin, you love your wife so much. Su girl is so lucky." Every time someone saw her, Su Qingxue's face turned even redder, wishing she could disappear into the ground. She clung tightly to Lin Fan's neck, her fingers unconsciously clutching his collar, her voice barely audible. "Husband, let's go, don't let others laugh at us. What's there to be afraid of? We're a legally married couple. It's only natural for me to hug my wife." Lin Fan smiled even more smugly, deliberately slowing his pace and nodding to the neighbors as he did so. He could clearly feel the girl in his arms getting hotter and hotter, her breathing becoming more and more rapid, and even his own heartbeat quickened. Su Qingxue's hair fell over his shoulders, soft and carrying a faint scent of shampoo, which mixed with her natural fragrance, making him feel relaxed and happy. Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 1721 plus 10 is equal to 1731. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 4389 plus 5 is equal to 4394. Finally reaching the apartment building, Su Qingxue thought she could finally be free, but Lin Fan carried her straight into the elevator. There was another young couple in the elevator. Seeing them, the girl's eyes lit up, and she whispered to the boy beside her, "Look how nice her husband is, even giving her a Princess Carrie." The boy scratched his head awkwardly. "I'll hug you next time too." Su Qingxue's face flushed even more. She buried her head in Lin Fan's arms, not daring to look at anyone. Every second in the elevator felt like an eternity. Lin Fan, however, remained calm and even smiled at the couple, as if he were holding not his wife, but a priceless treasure. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Lin Fan carried Su Qingxue out. Only after they entered the house and the door closed did Su Qingxue seem to feel a sense of relief, gently pushing him and saying, "Husband, put me down." Lin Fan placed her on the entryway carpet as instructed, but instead of letting go of her, he pressed her against the door, looking down at her flushed cheeks and wet eyes. His smile deepened. "Wife, were you shy just now?" "No way." Su Qingxue retorted stubbornly, but dared not look him in the eye, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Lin Fan lowered his head and gently blew a breath into her ear, his voice low and ambiguous. "But I see your face is all red, like a ripe peach. I really want to take a bite." "Don't talk nonsense." Su Qingxue's face turned even redder. She reached out to push him away, but he grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the door. Lin Fan leaned down and kissed her lips. The kiss was both domineering and tender, wrapping around her like vines, making it hard for her to breathe. Su Qingxue's body gradually softened, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around his neck, responding to his kiss. Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30 currently 1731 plus 30 is equal to 1761. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 4394 plus 20 is equal to 4414. After kissing for a while, the two reluctantly parted. Su Qingshua's breathing was a little rapid, her cheeks were still flushed, but her eyes were more hazy. She leaned against the door, looked up at Lin Fan, and whispered, "Husband, I'm hungry."
Are you hungry?
Lin Fan smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair.
Then I'll go make you something to eat.
He turned and went into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, where the groceries he had bought that afternoon were still inside.
He skillfully tied on his apron and began preparing dinner.
Su Qingxue leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching his busy figure, her heart filled with warmth. Lin Fan's movements were very skilled. He chopped and stir-fried the vegetables in one smooth motion. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, including Su Qingshua's favorite tomato and egg noodles, and a plate of fragrant pan-fried dumplings.
All right, come and eat.
Lin Fan carried the food out of the kitchen and placed it on the dining table. Su Qingxue walked over, picked up her chopsticks, and popped a fried dumpling into her mouth. The outer skin was crispy, and the filling was tender and juicy. It tasted amazing. Her eyes lit up, and she picked up another one. "Honey, you made such delicious food." "Eat more if you like it," Lin Fan said with a smile, serving her a bowl of tomato and egg noodles.
"Eat slowly, don't choke."
The two sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. Su Qingxue recounted the funny incidents from their wedding photoshoot that afternoon, saying the photographer kept making them pose in all sorts of intimate ways, making her almost faint with embarrassment. Lin Fan laughed and said that he was willing to pose however he wanted, as long as he could be with her.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 1761 plus 20 is equal to 1781. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 4414 plus 10 is equal to 4424. After dinner, Lin Fan cleaned up the dishes, while Su Qingshuo sat on the sofa and opened the wedding photos taken that day. In the photos, Lin Fan looked handsome and dashing in a sharp suit, while she looked beautiful and charming in a pure white wedding dress. The two were nestled together, their eyes filled with love, and every single photo was exceptionally beautiful.
"Honey, look at this picture, you look so silly smiling," Su Qingshuo said, pointing to a photo. Lin Fan walked over, hugged her from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, looked at himself in the photo, and said with a smile, "That's because you're so beautiful that it made me so happy." Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned against him, her fingers gently tracing the photo. "Honey, when are we going to have our wedding?" "I can't wait. It'll be soon."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
"I've already arranged the hotel. It'll be on the 18th of next month."
"I'll give you a grand wedding then, so everyone will know that you are my wife, Lin Fan's wife."
"Yes." Su Qingshuo nodded heavily, her eyes full of anticipation. Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 1781 plus 20 is equal to 1801. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 4424 plus 10 is equal to 4434. The two snuggled together on the sofa, looking at their wedding photos and chatting about their future life together, the atmosphere warm and romantic. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Wang Chang, the person in charge of the Chengdong New District project.
"Mr. Lin, hello. I have some good news for you. Our Chengdong New Area project has attracted the attention of an international investment company. They are willing to invest 5 billion yuan to cooperate with us in developing the second phase of the project." Wang Chang's voice was full of excitement. "Really? That's great."
Lin Fan was thrilled.
"When can we sign the contract?"
"They will come to Jiangxing tomorrow to discuss the signing of the contract with us,"
Wang Chang said. "Okay, I understand. I'll go there in person tomorrow."
Lin Fan hung up the phone and told Su Qingshuo the good news.
Su Qingshuo jumped up happily and hugged Lin Fan. "Honey, this is wonderful. Our careers are getting better and better." "Yes, things will get better and better in the future."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling a great sense of accomplishment.
Ding! Detected that the host's career has reached another peak, triggering an achievement reward. Affection points plus 50 currently 1801 plus 50 is equal to 1851. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30 currently 4434 plus 30 is equal to 4464. As night deepened, Su Qingshuo nestled in Lin Fan's arms and gradually fell asleep.
Lin Fan gently carried her back to the bedroom, carefully placed her on the bed, and tucked her in. He sat by the bed, gazing at her sleeping face, his eyes filled with doting affection. He knew that his life had become incredibly beautiful because of Su Qingshue's appearance. And their future would surely be as gentle and romantic as the night, full of endless possibilities. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead and whispered, "Good night, my wife." Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the happy figures of the two, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air.
Chapter 31 10 minutes of heart-pounding moments.
The moonlight in the bedroom was like a thin veil, gently covering the double bed. Lin Fan had just placed the sleeping Su Qingxue on the pillow and hadn't even had time to sit up when the system notification suddenly rang in his mind, breaking the tranquility of the night.
Ding!
Detected that the host is in close proximity with their destined partner, triggering a limited time mission.
Task name: the distance of a heartbeat.
Task requirements: maintain close physical contact with Su Qingxue for 10 minutes without separating, and be able to clearly feel each other's heartbeats. Task reward: charm points +3, a pair of custom-made couple watches valued at 500,000 yuan.
Mission failed, no penalty, rewards forfeited.
Lin Fan paused for a moment, then looked down at Su Qingxue, who had just been startled awake in his arms. Her eyelashes still trembled with sleepiness, and her watery eyes looked at him hazily, like a kitten that had just woken up, her nose twitching slightly, with a charming innocence like that of a newborn.
"Honey, what's wrong?"
Su Qingshue's voice was soft and slightly nasal, and her little hand instinctively grabbed the hem of his clothes. "It's nothing." Lin Fan leaned closer to her, his nose almost touching her forehead, his voice low and deliberately ambiguous. "I just wanted to hold you a little longer." Before he finished speaking, he had already laid down and pulled Su Qingxue tightly into his arms. The two lay side by side, their chests pressed together without a gap. Su Qingxue was caught off guard, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Fan gently pressed her back with his hand, pulling her even closer to him.
Ding!
Mission timer started, time remaining, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Fan could clearly feel the stiffness of the person in his arms, as well as the increasingly rapid heartbeat coming from her chest. The thump-thump-thump sound, like a small drum, penetrated through the thin pajamas and entered his ears, making his own heartbeat faster as well.
Husband!
Su Qingshue's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Her cheeks were so hot they could boil an egg. She buried her head in Lin Fan's neck, not daring to look at him. Her warm breath sprayed on his skin, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation.
"Don't move, let me hold you for a while."
Lin Fan's voice was deep and husky. He could smell the faint lavender scent in her hair, mixed with her unique fragrance, like a gentle net that enveloped him tightly. His palm gently stroked her back, the movements tender and soothing.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value +20, currently 1851 + 20 is equal to 1871. Su Qingshue's favorability +10, currently 4464 + 10 is equal to 4474. Time ticked by, and only the increasingly clear heartbeats of the two remained in the bedroom, intertwining to form an ambiguous melody. Su Qingshue's body gradually relaxed, no longer so stiff. Her arms instinctively wrapped around Lin Fan's waist, her fingers gently tracing the skin of his back, sending a shiver down her spine. Lin Fan's heart pounded faster. He could clearly feel the soft body of the person in his arms, the rise and fall of her chest, and the warmth of her breath with every breath. He looked down at her flushed earlobes and couldn't help but gently kiss them. The delicate touch sent a shiver down his spine.
Ah!
Su Qingshuo trembled from his kiss, hugging him even tighter, her voice tinged with a hint of coquettishness. "Husband, don't move." "I didn't move," Lin Fan teased her deliberately, resting his chin on the top of her head, feeling the softness of her hair. "You snuggled into my arms yourself." Su Qingshuo was speechless, and could only bury her head deeper, pressing her cheek against his chest. She could clearly hear his strong heartbeat, thump thump thump, like a drumbeat, making her heart pound. She could feel his body temperature through his clothes, warm and reassuring, making her want to drown in his embrace.
Ding! Mission time remaining, 7 minutes 0 seconds.
Lin Fan's hand continued to gently stroke her back, from her spine to her waist, the movements tender and slow. He could feel the subtle trembling of her body, the changes in her breathing, and these subtle reactions only intensified the love in his heart. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Wife, listen, our heartbeats seem to be beating at the same speed." Su Qingshuo listened carefully and, sure enough, their heartbeats overlapped, thump thump thump, like a harmonious melody. Her cheeks flushed even more, and she softly hummed in agreement, her voice barely audible. Lin Fan smiled and stopped talking, simply holding her tightly, savoring the rare tranquility and warmth. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silvery halo over the two of them, filling the air with a thick, ambiguous atmosphere.
Ding. Mission time remaining, 5 minutes 0 seconds. Su Qingshua's fingers unconsciously traced circles on Lin Fan's back. She could feel the lines of his muscles and the strength in his body. She looked up and stole a glance at him, only to meet his gentle gaze. His eyes were full of doting and love, making her heart race instantly. She quickly lowered her head again, not daring to look any longer. Lin Fan was amused by her adorable appearance, lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, his voice so tender it could melt water. "Wife, you're so good." "You're great too." Su Qingshua's voice was muffled, but full of sincerity. "Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me." Ding. Detected a heartfelt confession between the host and their destined partner. Affection points plus 30, currently 1871 plus 30 is equal to 1901. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20, currently 4474 plus 20 is equal to 4494. Lin Fan's heart warmed instantly, and he hugged her tightly, as if trying to meld her into his very bones. He knew that meeting Su Qingxue was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him. If it weren't for her, he might still be that unknown young man, without the achievements he had today, and certainly not this happy life. Time flowed slowly with the rhythm of their heartbeats, each second feeling both incredibly long and incredibly sweet. Su Qingshua's body grew softer and softer, her breathing more even, though her cheeks remained flushed, her eyes filled with a dreamy, loving gaze. Ding. Mission time remaining, 3 minutes 0 seconds. "Honey, I'm a little hot." Su Qingshuo gently pushed him away, her voice carrying a hint of lazy coquettishness. The two were pressed so close together that their body heat was being transferred between them, making her feel warm all over, almost feverish. "Are you hot?" Lin Fan looked down at her, reached out to brush the stray hairs from her forehead, and ran his fingertips across her burning cheeks. "Bear with it a little longer, it will be over soon." He knew the mission wasn't over yet and they couldn't separate. Su Qingshuo seemed to understand as well, and stopped talking. She simply adjusted her position to make herself more comfortable, her cheeks still pressed against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling a deep sense of security. Ding. Mission time remaining, 1 minute 2 seconds. Lin Fan's heart was also racing, not because he was tired, but because of the person in his arms, and because of the intense, ambiguous atmosphere between them. He could clearly feel Su Qingshue's heartbeat, and every subtle reaction of her body, all of which made his love overflow. He lowered his head and gently pecked her lips, as if handling a rare treasure, his movements tender and reverent. Su Qingshue's body trembled violently, and she instinctively opened her mouth to return his kiss. The kiss was light, yet filled with boundless love, drawing their hearts tightly together. Ding. Mission time remaining, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Ding. Mission complete. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards: charm points plus 3 current charm points, 98, and a pair of custom-made couple watches. As the system notification faded, Lin Fan felt an invisible aura emanate from him, the increase in his charm making his entire demeanor even more outstanding. Simultaneously, an exquisite gift box appeared out of thin air on his bedside table, containing a pair of silver couple's watches. The dials were engraved with the initials of their names, the design simple yet refined, clearly indicating their high value. Phew! Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but instead of letting go of Su Qingshuo in his arms, he hugged her even tighter. "Husband, have you finished the mission?" Su Qingshuo looked up, her eyes still glazed over, her cheeks still flushed. "Yes, it's done." Lin Fan nodded with a smile, picked up the gift box from the bedside table, opened it and showed it to her. "Look, this is a couple's watch as a reward." Su Qingshue's eyes lit up when she saw the watch. She picked up the women's version and put it on her wrist. The size was perfect, and the silver strap made her wrist look even whiter and more slender. She smiled and said, "It's so beautiful. We'll wear it from now on and be the most perfect couple." Okay. Lin Fan also put on the men's watch, took her hand, and held their hands tightly together, both wearing matching watches. "From now on, we'll wear them every day and never be apart." Ding. Detected that the host and their destined partner are wearing matching watches, triggering a sweet reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 1901 plus 20 is equal to 1921.
Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 4,494 plus 10 is equal to 4,504. The two snuggled together on the bed, hand in hand, gazing at their matching watches on each other's wrists, their eyes filled with love.
Just then, Su Qingshua's stomach suddenly growled, shattering the cozy atmosphere in the bedroom.
She blushed and said shyly, "Honey, I'm hungry."
Hungry?
Lin Fan smiled, got up from the bed, and said, "I'll go make you something to eat.
You can lie down for a while longer."
Okay.
Su Qingxue nodded, watching his back as her heart was filled with sweetness.
Lin Fan went into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and found milk, bread, and eggs inside. He skillfully prepared breakfast, frying eggs, toasting bread, and adding a cup of hot milk, which was ready in no time. He carried breakfast into the bedroom. Su Qingxue was already sitting up, rubbing her eyes, still looking a little drowsy. Lin Fan placed the breakfast on the bedside table and said with a smile, "Come and eat, it's freshly made and still warm." Su Qingxue picked up a slice of toast, took a bite, and found it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It tasted delicious. She then took a sip of hot milk. The warm liquid slid down her throat, instantly making her feel much more awake. The two sat on the bed, eating breakfast and chatting. Su Qingxue talked about the wedding preparations, saying that Su Qingyi and Lin Xiaoya had already chosen her wedding dress and suit, and she was just waiting to wear them on the wedding day. Lin Fan then talked about the signing with the international investment company yesterday, saying that the second phase of the Chengdong New District project would be launched soon.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 1921 plus 10 is equal to 1931. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 4,504 plus 5 is equal to 4,509. After breakfast, Lin Fan cleaned up the dishes, while Su Qingxue leaned against the headboard, playing on her phone. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "Honey, look. Our wedding photos from yesterday have been uploaded online, and so many people are sending us their blessings." Lin Fan walked over and looked at her phone. On the screen were their wedding photos taken yesterday, and the comments below were all unanimously blessings.
My goodness! This couple is such a perfect match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman.
School beauty Su looks so beautiful in her wedding dress.
Lin Fan is so lucky. Bless them. May they be happy.
Lin Fan smiled and put his arm around her shoulder. "Of course, we will definitely be very happy."
Ding!
Detected that the host and their destined partner have received widespread blessings, triggering a popularity reward. Affection value plus 30 currently 1931 plus 30 is equal to 1961. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 4,509 plus 20 is equal to 4,529.
Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang.
It was the wedding planning company calling, saying that the wedding venue setup was almost complete and asking him to come and take a look when he had time. Lin Fan agreed, hung up the phone, and said to Su Qingxue, "Honey, the wedding planning company wants us to go check on the venue setup."
Let's go now. Great. Su Qingxue nodded immediately, her eyes full of anticipation. I've wanted to go see it for ages. After tidying up, the two drove to the wedding venue Jiangcheng International Hotel.
The hotel's banquet hall had been completely renovated, with white gauze curtains, pink roses, and twinkling lights, exuding a romantic atmosphere exactly the style Su Qingxue liked.
Wow! It's so beautiful.
Su Qingxue twirled around excitedly, her eyes full of surprise.
Honey, I love it so much. I'm glad you like it.
Lin Fan smiled and hugged her.
As long as you like it, that's more important than anything else. The wedding planner walked over, smiling, and said, "Mr. Lin, Miss Su, what do you think? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can make some changes."
"Very good, we are very satisfied."
Lin Fan nodded. "That's fine, no need to make any changes." Ding!
Host's wedding venue confirmed, triggering a romantic reward. Affection points plus 20 currently 1961 plus 20 is equal to 1981. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 4,529 plus 10 is equal to 4,539.
After viewing the venue, the couple tried on their wedding attire.
Lin Fan looked dashing in a white suit. Su Qingxue was stunning in a pristine white wedding dress. Standing before the mirror, they gazed at each other with eyes full of love.
"Honey, we look so good together," Su Qingxue said with a smile, reaching out to take his arm.
"Of course, we were made for each other," Lin Fan said with a smile, and lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. As the sun set, golden sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the couple in a golden glow. Their wedding was drawing ever closer, and so was their happiness. Lin Fan knew that his and Su Qingshua's future would be as romantic and beautiful as this wedding, full of endless possibilities.
Chapter 32 Rewards Received, Physical Enhancement.
In the banquet hall of Jiangcheng International Hotel, pink roses and white gauze curtains intertwined to create a romantic dome. Lin Fan held Su Qingshua's hand and stood in front of the mirror. Just as his fingertips touched the lace trim of the wedding dress, the system notification sound exploded in his mind, even crisper than the sound of firecrackers outside the window.
Ding!
Host has completed the distance of heartbeats task.
Rewards are being distributed. Physical enhancement in progress. Warm current infusion complete. Current physical constitution, 215 originally 212 plus 3.
The customized couple's watches have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. A warm current suddenly surged from his dantian to his limbs, like soaking in a hot spring. The soreness in his arms from holding Su Qingshuo for 10 minutes earlier vanished instantly, along with all the fatigue in his body. He subconsciously tightened his grip on Su Qingshua's hand, his fingertips stronger than usual, yet just enough to avoid hurting her.
Honey, what's wrong? Su Qingshuo was slightly startled by his grip.
When she looked up at him, she caught a glimpse of surprise in his eyes.
Your eyes are so bright.
It's nothing, Lin Fan smiled and looked down, then opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace. He deliberately used a little force to lift her up and spin her around.
It's just that, you seem to have become lighter, my wife. This wasn't an illusion.
Before, when he held her, he could feel some weight, but now the person in his arms felt as light as a feather. He could even support her knees with one hand, and easily smooth the rhinestones off her wedding dress with the other. The effects of the physical enhancement were immediate. Not only was his strength improved, but his coordination and endurance were also noticeably enhanced.
Ding!
Detected the effects of the host's physical enhancement experience. Affection points plus 20 currently 1981 plus 20 is equal to 2001. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 4539 plus 10 is equal to 4549.
Hey! Don't spin around.
Su Qingshuo exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, her cheek pressed against his chest. She could clearly feel his strong heartbeat, even more steady and powerful than when she was in front of the mirror. The hem of her wedding dress drew a graceful arc in the air, the lace trim brushing against Lin Fan's arm, bringing a gentle tickle.
What are you afraid of? Your husband is very strong now.
Lin Fan smiled and put her down, gently stroking her reddened nose with his finger. I could carry you all over Jiangcheng without breaking a sweat. Su Qingshuo blushed even more at his words and punched him lightly, saying, You're just bragging. But her eyes were full of laughter as she unconsciously gripped the couple's watch on his wrist. The LQ abbreviation on the dial shone under the light, perfectly matching the one on her wrist. Just then, the banquet hall door was pushed open, and Su Qingyi and Lin Xiaoya rushed in, their faces full of excitement. Qingshuo. Lin Fan. There are so many guests outside, Brother Zhou Lei can hardly stop them. And there's more, Lin Xiaoya waved her phone, your wedding photos have gone viral on social media. So many people say they want to see the most handsome groom and the most beautiful bride in Jiangcheng. Lin Fan led Su Qingshuo out of the lounge, and was immediately taken aback by the scene before them as they reached the banquet hall entrance. The hall was bustling with people, celebrities from all walks of life in Jiangcheng, relatives of the Su and Lin families, and former basketball teammates like Li Yang, were all dressed formally and smiling.
Zhou Lei was standing at the entrance greeting guests, and upon seeing Lin Fan, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother Lin, Sister Su, you finally come out.
Thank you for your hard work, Zhou Lei. Lin Fan patted his shoulder, clearly feeling that his hand was stronger than usual. Even Zhou Lei was stunned for a moment and subconsciously rubbed his shoulder.
Brother Lin, you've gotten stronger again, Zhou Lei said with a smile.
There were a few fools who tried to sneak in and cause trouble, but I took care of them in no time. If it were before, I would have had to put in more effort. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the physical enhancement had not only increased his own strength, but also affected the aura of those around him.
He glanced around the hall, his gaze landing on a few men with unfriendly expressions in the corner. They were wearing black suits and holding cameras, and didn't look like guests attending the wedding.
Who are those people? Lin Fan asked Zhou Lei softly. Zhou Lei followed his gaze and his expression darkened slightly. I just asked them, and they said they were reporters, but I noticed something was off about their eyes.
It seemed like they were after you. Lin Fan frowned.
He knew without a doubt that these people were Zhao Tianxiong's remnants, trying to cause trouble at the wedding. He sneered, a cold glint in his eyes. Let them wait. If they dare to cause trouble at my wedding, I'll make sure they don't leave alive.
Ding!
A potential threat has been detected against the host, triggering a fighting spirit reward, affection points plus 10 currently 2001 plus 10 is equal to 2011, Suqingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 4549 plus 5 is equal to 4554. Su Qingshui also noticed those people, her face paled slightly, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Fan's hand. Husband, what do they want to do?
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Lin Fan patted her hand, his tone firm.
Today is our special day, and no one can ruin it.
He turned and winked at Zhou Lei, who immediately understood and quietly retreated backstage to call a police officer friend he knew.
The wedding ceremony began quickly.
The MC walked onto the stage with a microphone and said with a smile, "Distinguished guests, welcome to the wedding of Mr. Lin Fan and Ms. Su Qingshui.
Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the bride and groom."
As the soothing wedding march began, Lin Fan led Su Qingshui by the hand, step by step, towards the stage. Spotlights followed them, and Su Qingshua's wedding dress shimmered under the lights, making her look like a fairy descended from heaven. Lin Fan, dressed in a white suit, stood tall and straight, a gentle smile on his face, drawing gasps of admiration from the audience.
Wow! School beauty Su is so pretty.
Lin Fan is so handsome.
This couple is a match made in heaven. Bless them. May they be happy.
The guests applauded, and Su Qingshua's cheeks flushed. She looked up at Lin Fan beside her, her eyes filled with love. Walking to the center of the stage, Lin Fan turned to face her, gently taking her hands in his. His voice was tender yet firm. "Qingshui, from the first moment I saw you, I knew you were the one I was meant to be.
From now on, I will dedicate my life to protecting you, loving you, and making you the happiest woman in the world."
Su Qingshua's eyes welled up with tears, and she choked out, "Husband, me too.
No matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, I will be with you and always be by your side." Ding!
Detected the host's wedding vows with their destined partner, triggering a romantic reward, affection points plus 50 currently 2011 plus 50 is equal to 2061, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30 currently 4554 plus 30 is equal to 4584. Just then, several men in black from the corner suddenly rushed up, holding eggs and ketchup, and threw them at Lin Fan and Su Qingshui on the stage.
"Lin Fan! You murderer!
You killed President Zhao, and I will avenge him," the leading man roared, his eyes filled with madness. The guests below the stage gasped in surprise.
Su Qingshui turned pale with fright and instinctively hid behind Lin Fan.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he pulled her into his arms, simultaneously shifting his body slightly to avoid the flying eggs and ketchup. His reaction speed was much faster than usual, all thanks to his enhanced physique.
"You're asking for death,"
Lin Fan roared, releasing Su Qingshui and rushing forward. His movements were as fast as lightning. He punched the leader in the face, who screamed and flew backward, crashing to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the other men rushed forward, carrying wooden sticks they had prepared beforehand. Lin Fan was fearless. He dodged the sticks, grabbed one of the men's wrists, and twisted it hard. With a crack, the man's wrist was broken, and he screamed in pain. Zhou Lei also rushed up and joined Lin Fan in dealing with the remaining men. Lin Fan's strength became exceptionally powerful, and he knocked the remaining men to the ground with a single punch, leaving them curled up in pain, unable to get up again.
Ding! Detected that the host easily defeated the troublemakers and maintained order at the wedding, triggering the protecting wife reward, affection points plus 30 currently 2061 plus 30 is equal to 2091, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 4584 plus 20 is equal to 4604. The guests in the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. "Bravo! Well done! President Lin is amazing. Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly skilled.
Those people are really overestimating themselves, daring to cause trouble at President Lin's wedding."
Su Qingshui walked to Lin Fan's side, her eyes filled with admiration and heartache. "Honey, are you alright? Are you hurt?"
"I'm fine," Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to brush the scraps of paper off her head. "Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you." Just then, the police rushed in and subdued the men on the ground. The lead officer walked up to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, thank you for cooperating with us.
These men are remnants of Zhao Tianxiang's gang. We've been watching them for a long time."
"We should be thanking you," Lin Fan said with a smile.
The police escorted those people away, and the wedding continued. The MC smiled and said, "That was just a small incident. Now, let's continue to witness this happy moment for the newlyweds."
Please welcome both sets of parents to the stage.
Grandpa Su and Lin Fan's parents walked onto the stage, their faces beaming with joy.
Grandpa Su picked up the microphone and said with a smile, "Today is the wedding day of my granddaughter Qingxue and grandson-in-law Lin Fan, and I am very happy. Lin Fan is a responsible and capable young man, and I believe he can take good care of Qingxue. From now on, they are family, and I hope they will be happy forever and grow old together." The guests in the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. After the wedding ceremony, it was time for the wedding banquet. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, holding wine glasses, went from table to table toasting the guests. At each table, they received many blessings. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, congratulations," Li Yang said with a smile.
"We should get together for a game sometime." "Definitely,"
Lin Fan said with a smile, clinking glasses with him. When they reached Zhou Lei's table, Zhou Lei stood up, raised his glass, and said, "Brother Lin, Sister Su, congratulations.
"From now on, you're family to me. If you need anything, just let me know."
"Good brother," Lin Fan said with a smile, and toasted him.
Ding.
Interaction between the host and relatives friends detected, triggering a family affection reward, affection value plus 20 currently 2091 plus 20 is equal to 2111, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 4604 plus 10 is equal to 4614. Halfway through the wedding banquet, Lin Fan felt a bit hungry, so he pulled Su Qingxue to the backstage dressing room to get something to eat. Su Qingxue leaned against him and whispered, "Honey, today was so thrilling, but also so satisfying. You beat those people to a pulp, it was truly gratifying." "Of course, anyone who dares to cause trouble at our wedding will have to pay the price," Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of cake and feeding it to her.
"Eat something, you must be starving after a long day."
Su Qingxue opened her mouth and took a bite of cake, cream getting on the corner of her mouth like a little kitten stealing a bite. Lin Fan smiled and wiped it off for her, then lowered his head and kissed her lips. The sweetness of the cream mixed with the fragrance of her lips made his heart flutter.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 2111 plus 20 is equal to 2131, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 4614 plus 10 is equal to 4624. The two snuggled together on the sofa in the lounge, eating cake and chatting.
Su Qingxue talked about how nervous she was on stage earlier, saying she almost thought the wedding was going to be ruined.
Lin Fan laughed and said that with him there, he would never let that happen.
Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang.
It was Wang Chang, the person in charge of the Chengdong New District project, calling.
"President Lin, congratulations on your marriage." Wang Chang's voice was full of joy. "I have some good news for you.
The groundbreaking ceremony for the second phase of our Chengdong New District project is scheduled for next week, and many important leaders will be attending."
"Great."
Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement.
"Okay, I understand.
I'll go there myself." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan shared the good news with Su Qingxue.
Su Qingxue happily hugged him. "Honey, that's wonderful. Our careers are getting better and better." "Yes, things will get better and better in the future."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling a great sense of accomplishment.
Ding.
Host has achieved success in both career and love, triggering achievement rewards. Affection value plus 50 currently 2131 plus 50 is equal to 2181. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30 currently 4624 plus 30 is equal to 4654.
After the wedding banquet, the guests gradually left.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue saw off the last group of guests, then leaned on each other, tired but happy. Zhou Lei walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, Sister Su, I've already arranged our honeymoon itinerary.
You can leave for the Maldives tomorrow." "That's great. Thank you, Zhou Lei," Su Qingxue said happily.
"You're welcome, it's what I should do," Zhou Lei said with a smile. "You two enjoy your honeymoon, I'll keep an eye on things at the company, don't worry." Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder, "Thank you for your hard work.
I brought you a gift when I came back."
Back in the apartment, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, looking at the night view outside the window, and whispered, "Honey, today was such a happy day."
"Me too."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
"From now on, we'll be this happy every day."
He picked her up, carried her into the bedroom, and gently placed her on the bed. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating their happy figures. Lin Fan leaned down and kissed Su Qingxue's lips, a tender and lingering kiss filled with boundless love.
Ding. Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30 currently 2181 plus 30 is equal to 2211. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 4654 plus 20 is equal to 4674.
Su Qingshua's body gradually softened, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to his kiss.
The air in the bedroom grew increasingly intimate, their heartbeats mingling together like a romantic melody. Lin Fan could clearly feel the changes after his physique was enhanced. Not only had his strength increased, but his endurance had also improved significantly. He held Su Qingxue tightly, feeling the softness and warmth of her body, his heart filled with love and contentment. He knew this was just the beginning of his and Su Qingxue's happy life. In the future, he would use his enhanced body to better protect her, use his abilities to help their careers reach new heights, and ensure their lives were forever filled with sweetness and happiness.
Chapter 33. Her shyly running away.
The Maldivian sun, like molten gold, spilled onto the pristine white sand, while the waves gently lapped against the rocks, creating a soft, soothing sound. Lin Fan held Su Qingxue as they lay on a lounge chair by the private pool, both covered by the same printed bath towel, their skin pressed together, able to clearly feel each other's body temperature and heartbeat.
Ding. Detected honeymoon interaction between the host and their destined partner, triggering a daily task. Task name: Sweet Cuddling.
Task requirements: maintain the current hugging posture for 5 minutes, during which you must look into the other person's eyes for at least 30 seconds. Mission reward: charm points plus 2 island exclusive SPA experience vouchers worth 100,000 renminbi.
Mission failed, no penalty, rewards forfeited. As soon as the system notification sounded, Su Qingxue trembled slightly as if she had been burned.
When she looked up at Lin Fan, a faint blush had already crept onto her cheeks. Her eyelashes were long, like two small fans, fluttering gently, and her eyes were full of shyness and love.
Honey, another mission?
Su Qingxue's voice was barely audible, and her small hands unconsciously gripped Lin Fan's clothes.
Lin Fan smiled and looked down, his fingers gently tracing her flushed cheeks.
But this mission is very simple, just hold you and look at you. He adjusted his position to make Su Qingxue more comfortable, then fixed his gaze intently on her eyes. Su Qingxue felt a little embarrassed by his gaze and quickly lowered her head, her long eyelashes concealing the shyness in her eyes, while her ears turned as red as if they were about to bleed.
Ding.
Mission timer started, time remaining, 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
Wife, look at me.
Lin Fan's voice was deep and gentle, with a hint of doting affection that left no room for refusal. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised her head and met his gaze again. His eyes were deep, like a vast starry sky, filled with her image, making her heart race and her breathing become rapid. The two gazed at each other, and time seemed to stand still. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them. The sounds of waves and birdsong mingled, creating a romantic melody. Lin Fan could clearly see the love in Su Qingxue's eyes and feel the subtle trembling of her body, all of which overwhelmed his own heart with overwhelming affection.
Ding. Host has completed the gaze requirement. Task progress, 1-1. Time remaining for the mission, 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Unable to bear his burning gaze any longer, Su Qingxue lowered her head again, burying her face in his chest. His warm breath brushed against her skin, sending a tingling, itchy sensation through her. Lin Fan smiled, not forcing her, but simply holding her tightly, his hand gently stroking her back, his movements tender and slow.
Honey, I'm a little hot. Su Qingxue's voice was muffled, with a touch of lazy coquettishness.
The two were pressed so close together that their body heat was being transferred between them, making her feel warm all over, even a little hot.
Are you hot?
Lin Fan looked down at her, reached out to brush the stray hairs from her forehead, and ran his fingertips across her burning cheeks.
Bear with it a little longer, it will be over soon.
He could clearly feel the softness of the person in his arms, the rise and fall of her chest, and the warmth of her breath with every breath. These subtle reactions stirred his heart, and the blood in his body began to flow faster.
Ding. Mission time remaining, 1 minute 2 seconds. Su Qingxue's fingers unconsciously traced circles on Lin Fan's chest.
She could feel his strong heartbeat and the power in his body. She looked up and stole a glance at him, only to catch a glimpse of the smile in his eyes. Her cheeks flushed even more, and she quickly lowered her head again, not daring to look any longer. Lin Fan was amused by her adorable appearance, lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, his voice so tender it could melt water. Wife, you're so cute.
Ding. Mission time remaining, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 1 second. Ding. Mission complete.
Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards: charm points plus 2 current charm points, 100, and 2 exclusive island SPA experience vouchers. As the system notification faded, Lin Fan felt an invisible aura emanate from him. With his charm value reaching 100, his entire demeanor became even more outstanding, and even the sunlight seemed to favor him, bathing him in a golden halo. At the same time, 2 exquisite SPA experience vouchers appeared in his pocket, printed with island scenery, looking exceptionally tempting.
Phew.
Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had been freed. She suddenly jumped down from Lin Fan's arms, staggered a bit, and then ran quickly toward the villa's stairwell without looking back, her ears burning red.
Wife, wait for me.
Lin Fan smiled and chased after her. He could see her running figure, her skirt fluttering, like a frightened little rabbit, extremely cute.
Su Qingxue ran into the stairwell, leaned against the door, panting heavily.
Her cheeks were still flushed, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her throat. She had just been held in Lin Fan's arms, feeling his burning gaze and strong heartbeat. The ambiguous atmosphere was too much for her to handle, so she had no choice but to flee. Lin Fan caught up and saw her leaning against the door, her cheeks flushed and her breathing rapid.
He couldn't help but laugh. Wife, why are you running? I didn't run away.
Su Qingxue said stubbornly, but she didn't dare to look him in the eye, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Lin Fan stepped forward, pinned her against the door, looked down at her flushed cheeks and wet eyes, and his smile deepened. Then why are you blushing like this?
I was exposed to the sun.
Su Qingxue's voice lacked confidence, and her eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze.
Lin Fan smiled, not exposing her, but instead lowered his head and gently blew a breath into her ear, his voice low and ambiguous. Really?
But why do I feel like you're shy because I'm looking at you?
Don't talk nonsense. Su Qingxue's face turned even redder.
She reached out to push him away, but he grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the door. Lin Fan leaned down and kissed her lips. The kiss was both domineering and tender, wrapping around her like vines, making it hard for her to breathe.
Su Qingxue's body gradually softened, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around his neck, responding to his kiss. Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 30 currently 2211 plus 30 is equal to 2241. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 4674 plus 20 is equal to 4694.
After kissing for a while, the two reluctantly parted.
Su Qingxue's breathing was a little rapid, her cheeks were still flushed, and her eyes were somewhat hazy. She leaned against the door, looked up at Lin Fan, and said softly, "Honey, let's go to a spa."
"I'm tired."
"Okay." Lin Fan nodded with a smile and took her hand.
Perfect timing, the system rewarded us with 2 SPA experience vouchers. The two walked out of the building together, heading towards the island's spa center. The spa center was built by the sea, with a beautiful environment and a subtle aromatherapy scent that instantly relaxed them. The staff warmly greeted them and led them to 2 adjacent private rooms.
"Mr. Lin, Miss Su, we hope you have a pleasant experience," the waiter said with a smile, then left. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue entered their respective private rooms, lay down on the soft massage beds, closed their eyes, and enjoyed the professional massage. The masseuse's techniques were skillful, with just the right amount of pressure, completely relieving their fatigue.
"This feels so good."
Su Qingxue couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her body completely relaxed, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. Lin Fan also felt completely refreshed, and the slight discomfort he had experienced due to the enhancement of his physique disappeared during the massage. He could hear Su Qingxue's soft moans from the next private room, and his heart fluttered. No matter how gentle the masseuse's technique was, it couldn't compare to even a fraction of the feeling of the person in his arms.
Ding!
Host is detected enjoying a spa experience, triggering a relaxation reward. Affection points plus 10 currently 2241 plus 10 is equal to 2251. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 4694 plus 5 is equal to 4699.
An hour later, the spa experience ended. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue walked out of the private room, both with satisfied smiles on their faces.
Su Qingxue's skin had become even whiter and smoother, and her eyes were even brighter, making her look exceptionally beautiful.
"Honey, do you think I've gotten fairer?"
Su Qingxue said with a smile, reaching out to touch her face. "Yes, you've become fairer and prettier," Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to take her hand.
"Let's go for a walk on the beach." The two walked hand in hand along the beach.
The setting sun painted the sky a vibrant orange-red, and the waves gently lapped at the sand, leaving a trail of footprints. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, gazing at the beautiful sunset, her heart filled with happiness.
Honey, shall we come here every year from now on?
Su Qingxue asked softly, her eyes full of longing. Okay, Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. We'll come every year as long as you like.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 2251 plus 20 is equal to 2271. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4699 plus 10 is equal to 4709. Just then, Lin Fan saw a group of people gathered not far away, seemingly discussing something. Curious, he pulled Su Qingxue over and saw a middle-aged man in a suit arguing with several locals, his face very unpleasant.
How could you do this?
We already agreed that the development rights for the sea area belong to our company, the middle-aged man roared, holding a contract in his hand.
A contract?
We never signed such a contract. An elderly local man shook his head and said, this sea area has been passed down from our ancestors, and we will absolutely not sell it to you. Lin Fan listened carefully for a while and finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the middle-aged man was the owner of a tourism development company named Zhang Hong. He wanted to develop the sea area and build a large water park, but he had used deceptive means to sign contracts with the locals. When the locals discovered this, they argued with him.
Mr. Zhang, what you're doing is going too far. Lin Fan couldn't help but say. Doing business requires integrity. How could you deceive these honest locals?
Zhang Hong turned his head, saw Lin Fan, and his expression changed slightly. Who are you?
This is none of your business, mind your own business. Who I am is unimportant. What's important is that you can't bully them like this.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Quickly void the contract and apologize to them.
Apologize? Why should I apologize? Zhang Hong sneered. I'm determined to take this sea area.
If you know what's good for you, leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Several bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward, staring fiercely at Lin Fan, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Su Qingxue grabbed Lin Fan's hand with some concern. Husband, don't be impulsive.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Lin Fan patted her hand, then walked step by step towards Zhang Hong, his eyes full of disdain.
They think they can be rude to me? Ding.
Provocation detected against the host, triggering a fighting spirit reward. Affection points plus 10 currently 2271 plus 10 is equal to 2281. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 4709 plus 5 is equal to 4714.
Seeing this, Zhang Hong's bodyguards immediately rushed forward and pounced on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan was prepared, dodging to the side, grabbing one of the bodyguard's wrists with his other hand, and twisting it hard. With a crack, the bodyguard's wrist was broken, and he screamed in pain. Seeing this, the other bodyguards rushed forward, each carrying a wooden stick they had prepared beforehand. Lin Fan was fearless, his movements as swift as lightning, striking each of them with a single punch, quickly knocking them to the ground.
They curled up in pain, unable to get up.
Seeing this, Zhang Hong turned pale and turned to run away, but Lin Fan grabbed him by the back of his collar, pulled him hard, and threw him to the ground.
Who are you? Why are you so good at fighting?
Zhang Hong looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with fear.
Who I am is not important. What's important is that you must apologize to them today.
Lin Fan's voice was icy, and his eyes were full of threat. Knowing he was no match for Lin Fan, Zhang Hong could only stand up helplessly and bow to the local elders. I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I will void the contract now.
Seeing this, the elderly people smiled with satisfaction. Young man, thank you.
Don't mention it, Lin Fan said with a smile, then turned to Zhang Hong. Hurry up and take out the contract and destroy it. Zhang Hong didn't dare to delay.
He quickly took out the contract from his bag, tore it to shreds, and then left in a sorry state.
Ding.
Host's act of bravery detected, triggering a justice reward. Affection points plus 30 currently 2281 plus 30 is equal to 2311. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 4714 plus 20 is equal to 4734. The local elders gathered around to express their gratitude to Lin Fan. One of them smiled and said, Young man, you are such a good person. To thank you, we would like to invite you and your girlfriend to visit our village and try our local delicacies.
Great. Su Qingxue nodded immediately, her eyes full of anticipation. We've been wanting to try the local cuisine.
Lin Fan smiled and agreed. The elders led them to the village, where the villagers were very hospitable and brought out local delicacies such as coconut rice, grilled fish, and curry chicken, which smelled delicious. The two enjoyed the food and chatted with the villagers in a very harmonious atmosphere.
While eating coconut rice, Su Qingxue smiled and said, "Honey, the food here is so delicious. It's even better than what we ate at the hotel."
"Eat more if you like it," Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of grilled fish for her.
Ding!
Host's experience with local customs detected, triggering cultural rewards. Affection points plus 20, currently 2,311 plus 20 is equal to 2,331. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10, currently 4,734 plus 10 is equal to 4,744.
After dinner, it was already dark.
The villagers lit a bonfire and danced around it.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue joined in, singing and dancing with them, their laughter echoing throughout the village.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, looking at the lively scene before her, her heart filled with happiness. She looked up at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Honey, today is so wonderful.
Thank you for everything you've done for me."
"Silly girl," Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, "I'm willing to do anything as long as you're happy." The moonlight bathed them, and the firelight illuminated their faces, their eyes filled with love. Lin Fan knew that this honeymoon had not only deepened their relationship but also brought him many rewards. He believed that in the future, they would live happily ever after, just like they did now.
Chapter 34, Wang Hao's Severe Interrogation.
The Maldives sea breeze still lingered on their clothes as Lin Fan led Su Qingxue through the gates of Jiangcheng University, only to be enveloped by the surrounding noise. The campus was bustling with students in graduation gowns taking photos during graduation season. Sunlight filtered through the camphor trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground.
"Honey, let's go to the dorm to get some things.
I left a few clothes there." Su Qingxue took Lin Fan's arm, her voice soft and sweet, with a hint of coconut scent from the island still lingering in her nose.
"Okay."
Lin Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the familiar campus, a sense of emotion welling up inside him. Back then, he was just an unknown, poor boy, but now he's not only successful in his career, but he's also married the girl he's always dreamed of. The reversal of his life feels like a dream. As soon as the two reached the bottom of the boys' dormitory, a familiar figure rushed out. It was Wang Hao, Lin Fan's college roommate and best friend. He was wearing a t-shirt with the words "Get Rich Quick" printed on it, and his hair was messy. When he saw Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, his eyes lit up like light bulbs.
"Holy crap! Lin Fan! Su Qingxue! You're finally back."
Wang Hao hugged Lin Fan tightly, almost choking him.
"Your honeymoon lasted way too long. I thought you were going to settle down in the Maldives."
Su Qingxue was amused by his exaggerated manner, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she said softly, "Wang Hao, it's been a long time."
"Long time no see, school beauty Su."
Wang Hao released Lin Fan, rubbed his hands together, and looked the two of them up and down with his eyes full of gossip.
TSK, they really are newlyweds. This lovey-dovey stuff is making me so jealous."
Lin Fan laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't talk nonsense, we're just a normal couple."
"A normal couple?" Wang Hao rolled his eyes, grabbed Lin Fan's arm, and dragged him into the dormitory. "You've got to be kidding me. Come upstairs with me, I have something to ask you."
"School beauty Su, wait downstairs for a bit, I need to catch up with my best friend Lin Fan."
Before Lin Fan could resist, Wang Hao dragged him into the dormitory building.
Su Qingxue stood downstairs, watching their backs as they walked away, smiled helplessly, took out her phone to scroll through her WeChat moments, and waited for Lin Fan to come down. The dormitory was the same as always, with 4 bunk beds, several unfinished textbooks piled on the desk, and Lin Fan's old suitcase in the corner. Wang Hao pressed Lin Fan down into a chair, then moved a stool to sit opposite him, crossing his arms in front of his chest, striking a pose as if to interrogate him.
"Tell me. Confess honestly. How exactly did you win over school beauty Su?" Wang Hao's eyes widened, his tone full of curiosity.
"Back then, school beauty Su was the most unattainable beauty in our school. The line of suitors could stretch from the teaching building to the school gate.
You were penniless back then, so how did you manage to win her heart?"
Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, smiled, and took a sip of water. "That's how it is, love at first sight," and then slowly pursuing her.
"Pursue her slowly?"
Wang Hao clearly didn't believe him, reaching out to poke Lin Fan's arm.
"Don't give me that. I've heard you're a big shot in Jiangcheng now, the project manager of the Su Group, and you even won the basketball league championship. Is that how you won over Su, the school beauty?"
"It has nothing to do with these things." Lin Fan shook his head, his eyes full of seriousness. When I was pursuing her, I hadn't achieved any of these things yet.
Then you must have used some secret technique. Wang Hao persisted, moving even closer and lowering his voice. Tell me. Did you use some romantic trick? Or some cheesy pickup line? Or a hero saving the damsel in distress?
Lin Fan was left speechless, both amused and exasperated by his question. No, really, I'm just genuinely good to her.
Truly good to her? Wang Hao scoffed, clearly unsatisfied with the answer. I'm good to her too. I even gave her a hand-knitted scarf for her birthday, and all she did was say thank you and didn't even look at me. You must have other tricks up your sleeve, so tell me the truth, or I'll get unkind to you. As he spoke, Wang Hao reached out to tickle Lin Fan, who quickly dodged away, and the two began to playfully wrestle in the dormitory. They often joked around like this in college, and although they had graduated, their brotherly bond remained undiminished. Alright, I'll tell you, okay?
Lin Fan pleaded with a smile.
Actually, there's nothing special about it.
I just stayed with her when she needed me and protected her when she was bullied.
Gradually, she was moved by me. That's it? Wang Hao looked disappointed. I thought there was some earth-shattering love story. But then again, Sue, the school beauty, is so gentle and kind, she must have been moved by your sincerity. He paused, then asked with a gossipy look, by the way, when did you two have your wedding? Why didn't I receive an invitation?
We had a small wedding in the Maldives, and we've been too busy since we got back to treat everyone to a meal, Lin Fan said.
Once we're done with this, I'll treat you and your classmates to a get-together. Great. Great. Wang Hao nodded immediately, his eyes sparkling. You'll have to let me share in your joy. By the way, you're so capable now, can't you help me out? I've been looking for a job for ages and haven't found anything suitable. Could you arrange a position for me at the Sue Group?
Lin Fan smiled and said, no problem. You can come to Sue Group to find me tomorrow, and I'll arrange a suitable position for you.
That's wonderful. Lin Fan, you're truly my brother.
Wang Hao excitedly hugged Lin Fan.
I knew you wouldn't forget me. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Qingxue calling. He answered the phone, and Su Qingxue's gentle voice came through the receiver. Honey, are you done? I've been waiting for you here for so long. Almost done, just wait a few more minutes.
Lin Fan hung up the phone and said to Wang Hao, I have to go downstairs, Qingxue is still waiting downstairs.
What's the rush? Wang Hao grabbed him with a mischievous grin. Tell me again about your wedding night. Don't talk nonsense.
Lin Fan blushed and interrupted him.
I'm leaving now. We can talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the dormitory. Wang Hao laughed loudly behind him. Hey! Don't run away. I haven't finished asking you yet.
Lin Fan walked out of the dormitory building and saw Su Qingxue standing under the camphor tree. The sunlight shone on her, making her look like a radiant angel.
When she saw Lin Fan, she immediately ran over with a smile and took his arm. Honey, are you done talking? Yeah, we're done talking.
Lin Fan looked down at her, his eyes full of affection.
That kid Wang Hao asked me a bunch of random questions. Are you asking how you won me over?
Su Qingxue asked with a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed.
How did you know?
Lin Fan asked, somewhat surprised.
I guessed. Su Qingxue stuck out her tongue. Back in school, Wang Hao would often follow you around, asking you about me. The two walked towards the girls' dormitory, chatting and laughing.
As soon as they got downstairs, they saw several girls gathered together, pointing at Su Qingxue and whispering among themselves.
That must be Su Qingxue, right? I heard she married Lin Fan. Wasn't Lin Fan a poor kid before? How did he suddenly become so rich? I think Su Qingxue must have helped him a lot, otherwise how could he have achieved what he has today? Su Qingxue's expression changed slightly, and she subconsciously moved closer to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan grasped her hand, his eyes turning cold, and walked towards the girls. What did you just say?
Say it again if you dare.
When the girls saw Lin Fan, they were so frightened that they immediately shut their mouths.
One of the bolder girls whispered, we didn't say anything, we were just chatting. Just chatting? Lin Fan sneered. You can't spread rumors just because you're chatting.
Qingxue and I are truly in love, and all my achievements are the result of my own hard work.
They have nothing to do with Qingxue.
If you dare to spread rumors again, don't blame me for being impolite.
The girls were intimidated by Lin Fan's imposing presence, so they quickly nodded and ran away. Su Qingxue took Lin Fan's hand and said softly, "Honey, let it go, don't bother with them. I just don't want others to spread rumors about you." Lin Fan looked at her, his eyes full of heartache. "You're such a good person, I can't let others say such things about you." Ding! Host detected protecting their destined partner, triggering a guardian reward, affection points plus 20 currently 2,331 plus 20 is equal to 2,351, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4,744 plus 10 is equal to 4,754. Su Qingxue felt a surge of warmth in her heart and leaned against Lin Fan's chest. "Husband, with you here, I'm not afraid of anything." The two entered the girls' dormitory. Su Qingxue's roommates were packing their things and gathered around them when they saw them. "Qingxue, you're finally back," her roommate Lina said with a smile. "We thought you were going to settle down in the Maldives with Lin Fan." "Yeah, Qingxue, you're a winner in life now. You married a handsome and rich husband, and you have a great career," said her roommate Wang Mengmeng, her eyes full of envy. Su Qingxue blushed slightly and said with a smile, "You will all find your own happiness too." She began packing her things, with Lin Fan helping her pack her clothes and books into her suitcase. Looking at the familiar dormitory, Su Qingxue couldn't help but feel a little emotional. For years of university life had come to an end, and her life was about to begin anew. After packing their things, the two said goodbye to their roommates and left the girls' dormitory. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw Wang Hao and several college classmates standing there, holding flowers and balloons, their faces full of smiles. "Su Qingxue, Lin Fan. Congratulations on your marriage," Wang Hao shouted loudly, handing the flowers in his hand to Su Qingxue. "Thank you." Su Qingxue accepted the flowers, her eyes filled with surprise. It turned out that after asking Lin Fan in the dormitory, Wang Hao immediately contacted several college classmates, preparing to give them a surprise. Everyone surrounded Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, asking them all about their honeymoon, creating a lively atmosphere. "Lin Fan, you're really not being fair. You didn't even tell us you were getting married." "If Wang Hao hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known," said classmate Zhang Yu, feigning dissatisfaction. "That's right, Lin Fan, you have to drink the penalty shot," classmate Li Yang said with a smile. He was Lin Fan's teammate in the basketball league before. "Okay, no problem," Lin Fan said with a smile. "After I'm done with this busy period, I'll treat everyone to a good get-together, and we'll definitely have a good time drinking." After chatting for a while, everyone went their separate ways. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue carried their suitcases and prepared to return to their apartment. Just as they reached the school gate, they saw a black sedan parked on the side of the road, with Zhou Lei standing beside it, waving at them. "Brother Lin, Sister Su, you're back." Zhou Lei greeted them with a smile, taking the suitcase from Lin Fan's hand. "I've come to take you back to your apartment." "Thank you for your hard work, Zhou Lei," Lin Fan said with a smile. "You're welcome, Brother Lin," Zhou Lei said. "By the way, Brother Lin, the groundbreaking ceremony for the second phase of the Chengdong New District project is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. All the preparations are complete, and we're just waiting for you to come back and preside over it." "Okay, I understand." Lin Fan nodded. The three of them got into the car together and drove towards the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential area. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, looking at the scenery outside the window, and said softly, "Honey, time flies so fast. We've both graduated and gotten married." "Yes." Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "From now on, things will get better and better for us." Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 2,351 plus 10 is equal to 2,361. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 4,754 plus 5 is equal to 4,759. Back at the apartment, Zhou Lei helped carry the suitcases upstairs and then left. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue tidied up and sat on the sofa to rest. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, took out her phone, and looked through photos taken during their honeymoon, her face full of a happy smile. "Honey, look at this picture. The heart you drew for me on the beach is so romantic," Su Qingxue said with a smile, handing her phone to Lin Fan. Lin Fan leaned closer to take a look. In the photo, he had drawn a large heart on the pristine white sand, with Su Qingxue standing in the middle, smiling like a child. The sunshine, the beach, the waves, and his beloved girl created a most beautiful picture. "I'm glad you like it," Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Su Qingyi calling. Lin Fan, are you back? Su Qingyi's voice was filled with excitement. I have some good news for you. Our Phase 2 project in the East City new area has attracted a lot of international investment, and several Fortune 500 companies want to cooperate with us. Really? That's great. Lin Fan was thrilled. After the groundbreaking ceremony, we'll discuss cooperation with them. Okay, I've made all the arrangements, Su Qingyi said. Oh, by the way, Grandpa wants you to come home for dinner tomorrow. He misses you. Okay, we'll definitely go back tomorrow. Lin Fan hung up the phone and told Su Qingxue the good news. Su Qingxue jumped up happily and hugged Lin Fan. Honey, this is wonderful. Our careers are getting better and better. Yes, things will get better and better in the future. Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Ding! Detected that the host's career has reached another peak, triggering an achievement reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 2,361 plus 50 is equal to 2,411. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 4,759 plus 30 is equal to 4,789. That evening, Lin Fan personally cooked a sumptuous meal, including Su Qingxue's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and several seafood dishes he had learned from the Maldives. The two sat at the table, eating and chatting in a warm and romantic atmosphere. Honey, the seafood you made is so delicious. It's even better than what we had in the Maldives. Su Qingxue said with a smile, then picked up another piece of shrimp and put it in her mouth. Eat more if you like it. Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for her. Tomorrow we're going to Grandpa's house, and we can eat Grandpa's braised pork again. Great! I haven't had Grandpa's braised pork in so long. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up and she nodded immediately. After dinner, the two snuggled on the sofa, watching a movie on TV. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and gradually fell asleep. Lin Fan gently carried her back to the bedroom, carefully placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. He sat by the bed, looking at her sleeping face, his eyes full of doting affection. He knew this was just the beginning of his and Su Qingxue's happy life. In the future, he would continue to work hard to take their careers to new heights and ensure Su Qingxue's eternal happiness. The next morning, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue packed up and drove to the Su family's old residence. As soon as they arrived at the gate, they saw Old Master Su and Su Qingyi standing there to greet them, their faces full of smiles. Lin Fan, Qingxue, you're back. Grandpa Su greeted them with a smile, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. How was your honeymoon? It's great, Grandpa, Lin Fan said with a smile. We had a lot of fun. That's good. Grandpa Su nodded and led them into the house. Come in quickly, the food is almost ready. The dining table inside was already laden with a sumptuous feast, including braised pork, sweet and sour fish, steamed chicken, and more, the aroma filling the air. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up immediately when she saw the braised pork. She quickly walked to the table, picked up her chopsticks, and reached for a piece. Greedy cat, wash your hands before you eat. Su Qingyi patted her hand with a smile. Su Qingxue stuck out her tongue and quickly ran to wash her hands. Lin Fan watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone sat together, eating and chatting. Grandpa Su inquired about their honeymoon and the progress of the second phase of the East City New District project. Lin Fan answered in detail, clearly and logically, which pleased Grandpa Su even more. Lin Fan, you are truly a rare talent. Old Master Su patted his shoulder and said, from now on, the Su family is in your hands. I believe you will definitely be able to carry on the Su family's glory. Grandpa, don't worry, I definitely will, Lin Fan said firmly. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, watching him chat and laugh with her grandfather, her eyes filled with pride and love. She knew she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Lin Fan would definitely give her a happy future. Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20, currently 2,411 plus 20 is equal to 2,431. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 4,789 plus 10 is equal to 4,799. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting. Su Qingyi took out her phone and said with a smile, Qingxue, Lin Fan, look, the internet is full of news about you too. Someone even made an album of your honeymoon photos, and it's already got over 1 million views. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue leaned over to take a look. The phone screen showed photos they had taken in the Maldives, and the comments below were all unanimously blessings. My goodness! This couple is so happy. They're a perfect match, it's like a fairy tale romance.
May school beauty Sue and President Lin be happy forever. I really want to go to the Maldives for my honeymoon, but unfortunately I don't have a partner.
Both of them couldn't help but laugh.
Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Wang Hao calling.
Lin Fan, when are you free? I want to come to the Sue group to find you. Didn't you say you would arrange a job for me?
Wang Hao's voice was filled with excitement. I'm going to preside over the groundbreaking ceremony for the second phase of the Chengdong New Area project tomorrow.
How about the day after tomorrow?
Come find me the day after tomorrow, Lin Fan said.
Okay. I'll definitely be there the day after tomorrow. Wang Hao hung up the phone.
Lin Fan put down his phone and said to Su Qingxue, "It's Wang Hao. He wants to work for Sue's group. Wang Hao is a good person, hardworking and reliable. It would be good to arrange a suitable position for him," Su Qingxue said with a smile. Lin Fan nodded, already having made up his mind. He wanted Wang Hao to be in charge of the logistics coordination work for the second phase of the Chengdong New District project. This position required meticulousness, patience, and excellent communication skills, and Wang Hao was perfect for the role as he frequently organized class activities during his university years.
Ding! Host's career planning has been detected, triggering a planning reward. Affection points plus 10. Currently 2,431 plus 10 is equal to 2,441. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5. Currently 4,799 plus 5 is equal to 4,804. As the sun set, golden rays streamed through the windows, bathing the furniture in a warm glow. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue rose to say goodbye.
Old Master Su took Lin Fan's hand and said earnestly, "Lin Fan, the second phase of the project is a major undertaking.
You must pay close attention to it.
If you encounter any problems you can't solve, feel free to tell me."
"Don't worry, Grandpa, I will," Lin Fan said firmly. As the car drove away from the Su family's old house, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, looking at the sky gradually darkening outside the window, and said softly, "Husband, I will go to the groundbreaking ceremony the day after tomorrow to cheer you on."
"Okay, with you here, I feel more confident." Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed the top of her head, his fingertips caressing the back of her delicate hand, feeling completely at ease. Back in the apartment, Lin Fan turned on his computer and began to organize the procedures and speech for the groundbreaking ceremony. Su Qingxue didn't disturb him, but went into the kitchen, made a cup of warm honey water, and brought it to him. "Honey, drink some water, don't overwork yourself." Lin Fan took the water glass, the warmth spreading from his fingertips to his heart.
He held her hand, pulled it to his lips, and kissed it. "Thank you, my wife, it'll be ready soon." Su Qingxue sat beside him, quietly watching him work intently.
Under the light, his profile was sharply defined, his eyelashes were long, and his eyes were exceptionally deep when he was focused, making her momentarily lost in thought. This man, from having nothing to his current success, had worked incredibly hard every step of the way, and he had always kept her in his heart. This deep affection made her feel incredibly precious.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20. Currently 2,441 plus 20 is equal to 2,461. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10. Currently 4,804 plus 10 is equal to 4,814. Late at night, Lin Fan finally finished his work, turned off his computer, and stretched.
Su Qingxue leaned on his shoulder, her voice sleepy. "Honey, are you done? Let's go to sleep." "Okay, I'm done."
Lin Fan picked her up and walked briskly towards the bedroom. His body, which had been enhanced, showed no signs of fatigue.
Holding her felt like holding a feather. Lying in bed, Su Qingxue curled up in his arms like a docile kitten.
Lin Fan gently patted her back and whispered, "Wife, after we finish the second phase of the project, we'll go on our second honeymoon."
"Wherever you want to go is up to you." "Really?" Su Qingxue's eyes lit up, and she instantly became much more alert.
"I want to go to Switzerland to see the snow. I've heard that the snow scenery there is especially beautiful."
"No problem," Lin Fan agreed with a smile.
"We'll go skiing and soak in hot springs then, and relax properly." Su Qingxue snuggled happily against him, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Lin Fan looked at her sleeping face, a gentle smile playing on his lips, silently thinking, "I must make her happy like this forever." The next day, Lin Fan went to the Su group early in the morning to finalize the details of the groundbreaking ceremony with Su Qingyi, Wang Chang, and others. Wang Hao also called, saying he couldn't wait to start working there, and Lin Fan told him to come to the company to complete the formalities after the ceremony the day after tomorrow. The busy day passed quickly, and the day of the groundbreaking ceremony arrived in the blink of an eye.
Colorful flags fluttered and drums resounded in the Zhangcheng East New District.
Guests from all walks of life, media reporters, and construction workers gathered together, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Su Qingxue, dressed in a beige dress, stood on the stage, arm in arm with Lin Fan, a polite smile on her face. Her appearance attracted many glances, and some whispered among themselves about the young and beautiful couple, their voices full of envy.
Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, you are a perfect match. A business partner's CEO greeted them with a smile.
You flatter me, Mr. Wang. Lin Fan replied with a smile, extending his hand to shake hands with him. The strength he gained from his enhanced physique startled the other man for a moment, before he smiled and gave him a thumbs up. At 10 a.m., the groundbreaking ceremony officially began. Lin Fan picked up the microphone, his voice loud and steady. Distinguished guests, friends, welcome to the groundbreaking ceremony for the second phase of the Chengdong New District project. First of all, on behalf of the Suzhou Group, I would like to extend my warmest welcome and heartfelt thanks to all of you for coming. His speech was clear and well organized, reviewing the achievements of the first phase of the project and looking forward to the future of the second phase, winning rounds of applause from the audience. Su Qingxue stood beside him, her eyes full of admiration, watching her husband shine on stage, feeling extremely proud.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully presided over the foundation laying ceremony, triggering achievement rewards. Affection points plus 50 currently 2,461 plus 50 is equal to 2,511. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 4,814 plus 30 is equal to 4,844. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Several men in black suits tried to break through the security guard's blockade, shouting, Lin Fan,
you come out here.
Su Qingxue's expression changed slightly, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan patted her hand, signaling her not to worry, and looked coldly towards the direction of the commotion. He recognized the man in the lead as Zhang Hong's deputy, whom he had taught a lesson to in the Maldives before he hadn't expected him to dare cause trouble again.
Security, stop them,
Lin Fan said in a deep voice. The security guards immediately stepped forward to try and subdue the group. However, the group was clearly prepared, carrying sticks and injuring several security guards before charging towards the stage.
Lin Fan,
you ruined Mr. Zhang's plans. Today we're going to avenge Mr. Zhang, the leader roared, swinging his wooden stick at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He shielded Su Qingxue behind him, dodged the wooden stick, grabbed the man's wrist, and twisted it forcefully. With a crisp crack, the man's wrist broke, and he screamed in pain as the wooden stick fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others rushed forward. Lin Fan was fearless, his figure flashing as he moved freely through the crowd. His movements were as fast as lightning, every punch and kick carrying immense power.
His 215 points of physique made him incredibly strong, and after a few rounds, those people were beaten black and blue, lying on the ground unable to move. Ding!
Detected that the host repelled troublemakers and maintained order at the scene, triggering a protection reward. Affection points plus 30 currently 2,511 plus 30 is equal to 2,541. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20 currently 4,844 plus 20 is equal to 4,864. The guests in the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, praising Lin Fan's exceptional skills. Su Qingxue walked to his side, her eyes filled with concern. Honey, are you all right?
Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Lin Fan said with a smile, brushing the dust off her shoulders. It was just a small problem, but it's been resolved.
Police arrived quickly and took all the troublemakers away.
The groundbreaking ceremony continued, and amidst cheers, Lin Fan and several guests wielded shovels to lay the first spadeful of soil for the second phase of the Chengdong New Area project. After the ceremony, the guests left one after another.
Wang Hao rushed over and excitedly said to Lin Fan, Brother Lin, you were so cool just now. Those people were simply overestimating themselves.
It's nothing, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Come on, I'll take you to the company to complete your onboarding procedures. Su Qingxue watched the two figures disappear into the distance, smiled helplessly, and followed them.
Back at the Su Group, Lin Fan completed Wang Hao's onboarding procedures, took him to the logistics department, and instructed the department manager to mentor him. Looking at the spacious and bright office, Wang Hao felt both excited and grateful. Brother Lin, thank you. I will definitely work hard and live up to your trust.
Do a good job, I believe in you.
Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder. After finishing their work at the company, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove back to their apartment. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against him and whispered, "Honey, today was so thrilling and exciting, but you were so cool just now."
As long as I can protect you, any danger is worth it.
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her lips, his tone gentle yet firm.
Ding. Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 2541 plus 20 is equal to 2561. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4864 plus 10 is equal to 4874.
The car drove into the Shuxiang Mingyuan residential complex.
The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the windows of the apartment building, casting warm shadows. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue walked into the elevator hand in hand, their eyes filled with love as they looked at the matching watches on each other's wrists. They knew the road ahead was long and fraught with challenges, but as long as they stood shoulder to shoulder, no difficulty was insurmountable. Their business empire would grow ever more magnificent through these trials, and their love, like fine wine, would only grow richer with age.
Chapter 35 Brother Fan, teach me.
In the logistics department office of the Su Group, Wang Hao had just received the work manual from the department manager when his thoughts drifted far away. He secretly glanced out the window, recalling Lin Fan's dashing appearance at the groundbreaking ceremony, where he punched down a troublemaker, and then the handsome couple Lin Fan and Su Qingxue standing together. The fire of gossip in his heart burned brighter and brighter.
Finally, lunch break arrived.
Wang Hao grabbed Lin Fan, who was heading to the cafeteria, his eyes sparkling as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Brother Fan,
you're finally done. Come on, tell me, how did you manage to win over School Beauty Sue? During the ceremony, the way she looked at you was so adoring, I was almost crying with envy."
Lin Fan stumbled as he pulled her, and smiled helplessly. "I already said, I'm just genuinely good to her."
Truly good to her?
Wang Hao rolled his eyes and pulled him toward the stairwell.
Brother Fan, don't try to fool me. Who wasn't sincere when they were pursuing School Beauty Sue?
Leisha from the dorm next to mine got up at 5 every morning for 3 months straight to queue up to bring breakfast to School Beauty Sue, and he still didn't even get to touch her hand.
You must have some secret trick up your sleeve, so tell me honestly.
There wasn't much people in the stairwell, so Wang Hao simply blocked Lin Fan's way, put his hands on his hips, and adopted a "you won't talk, huh?
Then you're not leaving stance."
Lin Fan leaned against the wall and sighed helplessly. "There's really no secret. It's just about showing up when she needs you, being there for her when she's unhappy, and protecting her when she's in trouble."
That's it? Wang Hao looked incredulous, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. "Brother Fan, did you use some romantic tricks? Like giving her a big surprise on her birthday, or acting cool and handsome in front of her?" "No."
Lin Fan shook his head, recalling the moments he had spent with Su Qingxue, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Qingxue is not the kind of person who values superficial things. She cares more about sincerity.
Wang Hao stared at his expression, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother Fan, I know. Did you play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Just like now, when School Beauty Sue was in danger, you stepped forward and instantly won her heart?"
Lin Fan paused for a moment, recalling how he had rescued Su Qingxue at the construction site and helped her escape from Shen Weiwei and Zhao Ming's entanglement at school.
It could indeed be considered a few instances of hero saving the damsel in distress. He nodded vaguely. "I guess so. I encountered some trouble a few times and helped her out as I went along." "Wow. I knew it."
Wang Hao jumped up excitedly, grabbing Lin Fan's arm with both hands, his eyes full of admiration.
"Brother Fan, you're amazing. This is something you only see in novels, and you actually did it. I knew it. With your skills and looks, winning over School Beauty Sue would be a piece of cake." He became more and more excited as he spoke, and suddenly, with a thump, he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, I'm convinced. From today onwards, you are my master. Please teach me your girl-chasing secrets. I also want to find a girlfriend as beautiful and gentle as School Beauty Sue." Lin Fan was startled by his sudden action and quickly helped him up. "What are you doing? Get up. What girl-chasing secrets do I have? Brother Fan, stop being modest."
Wang Hao refused to get up, insisting, "You were able to win over School Beauty Sue, which means you must have something special about you. I don't care, you have to teach me today.
Otherwise, I'm not getting up." Lin Fan had no choice but to compromise. Fine, I'll teach you, okay? Get up first."
Wang Hao immediately stood up with a beaming smile, rubbing his hands together and looking at Lin Fan expectantly. "Master, please accept my bow."
"Quick, master, teach me the first trick. How can I get a girl's attention?"
Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at his anxious look. If you want girls to notice you, first of all, you have to be clean and tidy, and dressed properly.
You can't be like you now, with messy hair and wrinkled clothes.
Wang Hao looked down at his t-shirt, then touched his hair, and laughed sheepishly. I just graduated and haven't had time to get ready yet.
I'll go buy some new clothes and dress up nicely.
Also, Lin Fan continued, you have to be sincere and not glib.
Girls hate insincere guys. In addition, you have to have your own career and pursuits. You can't be idle all day long.
Only in this way can you give girls a sense of security.
Career and ambition? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. I'm working at the Su Group now, isn't that my career?
I'll definitely work hard, strive for a promotion and a raise as soon as possible, and become as capable as you, Brother Fan.
Yes, that's right. Lin Fan nodded. Most importantly, when you meet a girl you like, you should be brave and pursue her. Don't be afraid of being rejected.
As long as you are genuinely good to her, she will feel it one day. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly, took out his phone, and wrote down everything Lin Fan said, like a student listening attentively. Master, I've got it. Be clean and tidy, treat people sincerely, have career aspirations, and be brave enough to pursue them.
Anything else? Are there any even more powerful tricks? Like how to create chance encounters, how to find topics to talk about with girls.
It's okay to create chance encounters, but don't make it too deliberate, Lin Fan said. When looking for topics, talk about things that girls are interested in, such as food, travel, and movies.
Don't start by asking all sorts of questions, or that will make girls feel annoyed. All right. Master, you're amazing. Wang Hao clapped his hands excitedly.
With your secret manual, I'm sure I'll be able to find a girlfriend soon.
By the way, Master, how about I treat you and your wife to dinner tonight? Consider it a ceremony to mark the beginning of our apprenticeship.
Just as Lin Fan was about to refuse, his phone rang.
It was Su Qingxue calling. He answered the phone, and Su Qingxue's gentle voice came through the receiver. Honey, have you had lunch?
I brought you lunch, and it's downstairs at the company now.
I haven't eaten yet, I'm coming down now.
Lin Fan hung up the phone and said to Wang Hao, No, Qingxue and I have things to do tonight, let's talk about dinner later.
All right.
Wang Hao said with a smile, then Master, you should go and keep Master's wife company. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go get myself ready now and try to put Master's secret techniques into practice as soon as possible. Lin Fan patted his shoulder with a smile and turned to walk downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the company lobby, he saw Su Qingxue standing at the entrance, carrying a thermos in her hand. She was wearing a light-colored dress, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had a gentle smile on her face, attracting the attention of many passers-by.
Honey, you're down here. Su Qingxue greeted him with a smile, handing him a thermos.
I made your favorite braised pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
Eat it while it's hot.
Lin Fan took the thermos, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart.
He reached out and took her hand, saying, Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 2561 plus 20 is equal to 2581. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4874 plus 10 is equal to 4884.
The two found a quiet rest area and sat down.
Lin Fan opened the thermos, and the braised pork inside smelled delicious and looked incredibly appetizing.
He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in his mouth.
It was fatty but not greasy, and melted in his mouth exactly his favorite flavor.
Is it delicious? Su Qingxue looked up at her with her eyes full of anticipation.
It's delicious, even better than Grandpa's, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes for her.
You should have some too.
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she opened her mouth to eat, her eyes filled with sweetness. The two ate their meal, taking turns eating and chatting, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere.
Honey, what did Wang Hao want from you just now? Su Qingxue asked curiously.
I saw him downstairs just now, and he looked really excited.
Him?
Lin Fan said with a smile, telling her about Wang Hao's attempt to become an apprentice to learn how to pick up girls. He wants me to teach him how to woo girls. Su Qingxue chuckled, her cheeks flushing slightly. Wang Hao is quite interesting.
Actually, you're right, being genuinely kind to people is more important than any tricks.
Lin Fan nodded and took her hand. Just like how I treat you, it's all sincerity, no tricks.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 2581 plus 10 is equal to 2591. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 4884 plus 5 is equal to 4889. After lunch, Lin Fan drove Su Qingxue to the company entrance and watched her drive away before turning back to his office. He had just sat down when Wang Chang knocked and entered, holding a document.
Mr. Lin, this is the construction schedule for the second phase of the Chengdong New Area project.
Please take a look, Wang Chang said. Lin Fan took the document and looked at it carefully. The construction schedule was very detailed, with the timeline and responsible person for each stage clearly marked. He nodded, well done, follow this schedule, and make sure to guarantee the quality of the project.
Yes, Mr. Lin, Wang Chang said.
By the way, Mr. Lin, the police have investigated those people who caused trouble earlier. They are indeed Zhang Hong's men. Zhang Hong is holding a grudge because of what happened in the Maldives, so he sent them to sabotage the groundbreaking ceremony.
I understand.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Have the police investigate thoroughly and not let anyone get away with it. Also, strengthen security measures at the construction site to prevent similar incidents from happening again.
Okay, Mr. Lin, I've made the arrangements.
Wang Chang nodded and turned to leave. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. It seemed Zhang Hong was a problem that needed to be dealt with thoroughly, otherwise he'd definitely come back to cause trouble. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Lei's number. Zhou Lei, help me find out Zhang Hong's whereabouts. I need to know where he is and what he's doing. Okay, Brother Lin, I'll go check right away, Zhou Lei said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan opened the system panel and looked at the affection points and Su Qingshua's favorability rating, feeling a sense of relief. His current physique was 215, his charm was 100, and he also had a considerable amount of cash and various skills, which should be more than enough to handle these troubles. In the afternoon, Lin Fan finished dealing with company matters and was about to leave work when Wang Hao suddenly ran over, wearing a newly bought suit and with his hair neatly combed, looking much more energetic.
Master! How do I look in this outfit? Wang Hao twirled around and said proudly, I did as you said, bought new clothes, and tidied myself up. Don't I look much more handsome than before? Lin Fan looked him up and down, then smiled and said, not bad, you look much more energetic than before. That's right. Wang Hao said proudly. Master, I'm going to put your secret technique into practice right now. I heard that Li Mengyao, the new intern in our department, is exceptionally beautiful, gentle, and lovely. I'm planning to pursue her. I wish you success, Lin Fan said with a smile. Thank you, Master. Wang Hao said excitedly. If I win her over, I'll definitely treat you and your wife to a big meal. After saying that, he turned and ran away, his steps light and full of confidence. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, packed his things, and left the company after get off work. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw Su Qingshua's car parked on the side of the road she was sitting inside, waving at him. Honey, are you off work? Su Qingxue asked with a smile. Mum. Lin Fan got into the car and kissed her on the cheek. Have you been waiting long? No, I just arrived too, Su Qingxue said. Honey, where should we go for dinner tonight? I want to eat your cooking. Okay, let us go to the supermarket to buy some groceries, and I'll cook for you when we get home, Lin Fan said with a smile. The two drove to the supermarket, which was bustling with people. Su Qingxue pushed the shopping cart, selecting her favorite ingredients, while Lin Fan followed beside her, helping her carry things from time to time. Honey, look at this fish, is it fresh? Su Qingxue picked up a fish and asked. Fresh, looks good, Lin Fan said. I'll make you steamed fish tonight. Okay. Su Qingxue said happily. The two bought fish, meat, vegetables, and fruit, filling a whole cart. Just as they reached the checkout counter, they saw a familiar figure. It was Wang Hao. He was holding a bottle of milk tea and talking to a young, pretty girl. The girl was Li Mengyao, the intern Wang Hao had mentioned. Li Mengyao was indeed very beautiful. She wore a white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and she had large eyes, looking gentle and lovely. Wang Hao's words made her cheeks flush slightly, and a faint smile played on her lips. Master. Mistress. Wang Hao greeted Lin Fan and Su Qingxue immediately upon seeing them. Li Mengyao also looked over at them and smiled politely. Mr. Lin, Miss Su, hello. Hello, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue replied with smiles. Mengyao, this is the man I told you about, my master Lin Fan, and his wife Su Qingxue, Wang Hao said proudly.
My master is the head of our company, young and promising, and his wife is super beautiful.
They are the perfect couple in our company.
Li Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with envy. President Lin, Miss Su, you two are such a perfect match.
Thank you, Su Qingxue said with a smile.
Wang Hao is a good person, hardworking and reliable.
If you have any questions about your work in the future, you can ask him for advice. Li Mengyao nodded. Okay, thank you, Ms. Su.
After paying, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said goodbye and left the supermarket.
On the way, Su Qingxue said with a smile, Wang Hao has good taste. Li Mengyao is indeed a nice girl.
I hope he succeeds, Lin Fan said with a smile. Back at the apartment, Lin Fan went into the kitchen and began preparing dinner. Su Qingxue leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching his busy figure, her heart filled with happiness. She walked to Lin Fan's side, reached out and hugged him from behind, pressing her cheek against his back, her voice soft and sweet. Honey, you're so good to me. Lin Fan took her hand, turned around and pulled her into his arms, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Silly girl, I'd do anything for you.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 2,591 plus 20 is equal to 2,611. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4,889 plus 10 is equal to 4,899. Lin Fan released her and continued preparing dinner. His cooking skill level was 4, so making these dishes was a piece of cake for him. Soon, steamed fish, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried vegetables were ready, filling the table with a delicious aroma. The two sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. Su Qingxue talked about her day at the company, saying that she had closed a big project and that her boss had praised her.
Honey, am I good?
Su Qingxue looked up at him, her eyes full of anticipation.
Amazing, my wife is the best.
Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of braised pork for her.
Eat some, it's a reward for you.
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she happily began to eat. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Zhou Lei calling.
Brother Lin, I found Zhang Hong's whereabouts.
Zhou Lei's voice was very serious. He's currently in a hidden warehouse in Jiangcheng, where he's gathered a group of desperados, and it seems like he's plotting something.
I understand.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
Send me the address, I'll be there now.
Brother Lin, be careful. They outnumber you and might have weapons, Zhou Lei said. Don't worry, I'm fine, Lin Fan said.
Come on over, let's go together.
Okay, Brother Lin, Zhou Lei said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan told Su Qingxue what had happened.
Su Qingxue's expression changed, and she grabbed his hand tightly. Husband, you can't go. It's too dangerous. Don't worry, I'm fine.
Lin Fan patted her hand. Zhang Hong is a problem that must be completely resolved, otherwise he will come back to cause trouble and affect our lives and work.
Then I'll go with you. Su Qingxue said, her eyes full of determination. No, it's too dangerous.
You wait for me at home, Lin Fan said.
I'll be back soon.
He picked up his coat, ready to leave. Su Qingxue stopped him, took a fruit knife from the drawer, and put it in his hand. Honey, take this, for self-defense.
Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back.
Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he saw the worry in her eyes. Okay, I'll be careful. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, then turned and left the apartment.
Ding.
Detected a heartfelt farewell between the host and their destined partner, triggering a guardian reward. Affection points plus 20 currently 2,611 plus 20 is equal to 2,631. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4,899 plus 10 is equal to 4,909. Lin Fan drove to the vicinity of the warehouse Zhou Lei had mentioned, where Zhou Lei was already waiting.
He got out of the car and met up with Zhou Lei.
Brother Lin, Zhang Hong is inside. There are about 20 people inside, and they all have weapons, Zhou Lei said, pointing to the warehouse not far away.
I understand.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
Let's go in and wipe them all out. Okay, Brother Lin.
Zhou Lei nodded, took 2 steel pipes out of the car, and handed one to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the steel pipe, feeling its weight in his hand. He took a deep breath and walked towards the warehouse. Zhou Lei followed behind him, his eyes resolute. The warehouse door was ajar, and a commotion could be heard inside. Lin Fan kicked the door open and rushed in. The people inside were stunned, not expecting anyone to suddenly barge in.
Lin Fan. What are you doing here?
Zhang Hong's expression changed when he saw Lin Fan, and he roared, Brothers, get him.
Cripple him.
More than 20 thugs immediately rushed up, armed with steel pipes, machetes and other weapons, and pounced on Lin Fan and Zhou Lei. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He brandished his steel pipe and charged forward.
His movements were as fast as lightning, each strike carrying immense force.
His 215 points in physique made him incredibly strong. The steel pipe whistled through the air as he swung it. The first desperate criminal who rushed forward was struck on the shoulder by Lin Fan's steel pipe as soon as he got close. With a crisp crack, the man screamed and flew backward, his shoulder twisted at a bizarre angle, unable to get up again.
Ding!
Defeat the fugitive A Biao, gain +8 affection points and 800 renminbi. Zhou Lei didn't hesitate either, wielding his steel pipe with impressive skill, blocking 2 enemies charging from the left. Having gone through many fierce battles with Lin Fan, his skills were far superior to what they used to be. With a single blow, he accurately struck one of the men's wrists, causing the machete in the man's hand to fall to the ground with a clang. Before the man could even react, Zhou Lei's knee struck him in the abdomen, and the man curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Lin Fan moved through the crowd with ease, as if he were in an empty place. A desperate thug with dyed yellow hair attacked him from the side with a machete. The blade gleamed coldly as it slashed towards Lin Fan's back. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Lin Fan suddenly turned to the side and simultaneously swung a steel pipe at the yellow-haired man's ribs. With a dull thud, the yellow-haired man spat out a mouthful of acid and collapsed to the ground.
Ding! Defeat the outlaw Yellow Hair, gain +8 affection points and 800 renminbi. Attack! He's all alone, wear him down.
Zhang Hong roared from behind the crowd, his eyes filled with madness and fear. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so skilled. 4 or 5 of his 20-odd armed men had fallen in the blink of an eye. Driven to madness by his actions, the remaining thugs brandished their weapons and launched a fierce attack. Lin Fan remained calm and composed, dodging all the attacks with agile footwork. The steel pipes in his hands seemed to come alive, sometimes sweeping horizontally, sometimes thrusting straight at the target, each strike precisely hitting the enemy's vital points. Screams of agony rose and fell, and the warehouse was soon filled with groans of pain. A burly man with a face full of scars gripped a machete and, taking advantage of Lin Fan's distraction while dealing with the others, swung it with all his might at Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he dodged the blade by sidestepping it. At the same time, he grabbed the burly man's wrist with his left hand and slammed the steel pipe in his right hand hard against the man's elbow joint. With a crack, the burly man's arm was broken off, the machete fell to the ground, and he clutched his severed arm, screaming in agony.
Ding! Defeat the outlaw Iron Bull, gain +10 affection points and 1,000 renminbi. Zhou Lei was starting to struggle. He could handle 2 enemies, but 3 more rushed up and he was quickly forced to retreat. His arm was also slashed, and blood immediately seeped out. Zhou Lei, over here! Lin Fan shouted, sweeping his steel pipe to force back the 2 men in front of him. He rushed to Zhou Lei's side, smashing the weapon out of one of the men's hands with a steel pipe, and then kicked him in the chest. The man crashed into the iron frame of the warehouse and passed out. With Lin Fan's support, Zhou Lei's pressure was greatly reduced. The 2 formed a defensive formation back-to-back, their cooperation becoming increasingly seamless. Lin Fan took the lead in the attack, his steel pipes flying so fast that no one could get close to him. Zhou Lei provided support, precisely filling in the gaps, and soon all the remaining desperate criminals were knocked to the ground, either with broken bones or unconscious, no longer capable of fighting. Zhang Hong was the only one left in the warehouse. He looked at his men groaning all over the floor and his legs went weak. He turned around and tried to escape through the back door. Trying to run? Lin Fan sneered and suddenly threw the steel pipe in his hand. The steel pipe flew like an arrow and hit Zhang Hong's knee accurately. With a thud, Zhang Hong knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Lin Fan stepped forward, grabbed his hair, and pressed his face against the cold ground. Zhang Hong, you've repeatedly caused me trouble. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Lin Fan. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please forgive me. Zhang Hong was so frightened that he kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, and blood quickly appeared on his forehead. Let you go? Lin Fan's eyes were icy. You sent people to ruin my wedding, disrupt my groundbreaking ceremony, and even injured my men. Now you know to beg for mercy? Too late. He took out his phone, dialed the police, and clearly reported the address and situation. After hanging up, he released Zhang Hong and, together with Zhou Lei, guarded the warehouse entrance to prevent anyone from escaping. Ding!
detected that the host has completely eliminated Zheng Hong's gang, triggering a justice reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 2,631 plus 50 is equal to 2,681. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30, currently 4,909 plus 30 is equal to 4,939.
Not long after, the sound of sirens grew louder as several police cars pulled up in front of the warehouse.
Police rushed in and subdued Zheng Hong and all the thugs. Even the officer in charge was astonished by the scene in sight. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to have managed to subdue more than 20 armed thugs with just the two of them.
Mr. Lin, thank you so much this time.
The police captain shook Lin Fan's hand.
Zheng Hong's gang is suspected of multiple illegal and criminal activities.
We've been investigating them for a long time, but we never expected that you would bring them all down in one fell swoop.
We should be thanking you, Lin Fan said with a smile.
We'll need your help to keep a close eye on them in the future, so they don't go out and harm anyone again.
After the police took everyone away, Lin Fan looked at Zhou Lei's injured arm and asked, "How are you? Are you all right? Go to the hospital to get it treated. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious."
Zhou Lei waved his hand, but his face was still a little pale. Lin Fan ignored him, pulled him into the car, and drove towards a nearby hospital. After treating the wound and bandaging his arm, the two left the hospital.
"Brother Lin, I really owe you a lot this time, otherwise I would have definitely been in big trouble today," Zhou Lei said gratefully. "We're brothers, why are you saying all this?"
Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder.
"In the future, don't try to tough it out, just call me immediately."
"Okay, Brother Lin."
Zhou Lei nodded. After dropping Zhou Lei off at home, Lin Fan drove back to his apartment.
As soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Qingxue sitting on the sofa, clutching her phone tightly in her hand, her face full of worry. When she saw him return, she immediately stood up, rushed over, and hugged him tightly.
"Husband! You're back. Are you hurt?"
Su Qingxue's voice was choked with tears as she patted his body repeatedly, afraid that he might be injured somewhere.
"I'm fine, don't worry."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling her trembling body, and felt a pang of heartache. Zheng Hong has been arrested and will never cause trouble again. Su Qingxue looked up and saw that he had no wounds, and breathed a sigh of relief, but tears still fell down her face. "You scared me to death, I thought something had happened to you."
"I'm sorry for making you worry."
Lin Fan reached out to wipe away her tears, then lowered his head to kiss her lips.
"I'll be more careful from now on and I'll never make you worry again." Ding!
Detected that the host has comforted their destined partner, triggering a guardian reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 2,681 plus 20 is equal to 2,701. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 4,939 plus 10 is equal to 4,949. Su Qingxue leaned against him and cried for a while before her emotions gradually calmed down. Lin Fan held her as they sat on the sofa, and he told her what had happened.
"Honey, you're amazing,"
Su Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration.
"But next time we encounter something like this, we must bring more people with us. We can't take such risks again."
"Okay, whatever you say," Lin Fan said with a smile.
"Are you hungry? I'll go make you some food." "Mum."
Su Qingxue nodded, watching his back as he walked into the kitchen, her heart filled with happiness and peace. Lin Fan went into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and found the ingredients he had bought that afternoon. He skillfully started cooking, preparing steamed fish, braised pork, and stir-fried vegetables, quickly assembling a table full of delicious dishes. The two sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. Su Qingxue talked about her day at the company, saying that she had closed a big project and her boss had given her a raise.
"Honey, I can earn money to support the family now,"
Su Qingxue said proudly.
"Wow, my wife is really capable," Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of braised pork for her.
"From now on, you'll be in charge of the household finances."
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded. "Okay, I will definitely manage our little home in an orderly manner." Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10, currently 2,701 plus 10 is equal to 2,711. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 4,949 plus 5 is equal to 4,954. After dinner, Lin Fan cleaned up the dishes, and the two snuggled on the sofa, watching a movie on TV. Su Qingxue leaned against him and gradually fell asleep. Lin Fan gently carried her back to the bedroom, carefully placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. He sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at her sleeping face, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Zhang Hong, that huge problem, was finally resolved. The project in the Chengdong New District was progressing smoothly and Wang Hao was beginning to pursue his own happiness.
Everything was moving in a positive direction. He picked up his phone, opened the system panel, and looked at the affection value of 2711, Su Qingshua's favorability of 4,954, physique of 215, charm value of 100, cash balance of over 100 million, and skills such as beginner basketball master and cooking level 4. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. But he knew this was just the beginning. In the future, he would continue to work hard to make the Su group even better and to ensure Su Qingshua's eternal happiness. He gently kissed Su Qingshua's forehead and whispered, "Good night, my wife."
Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the happy figures of the two, filling the air with a sweet atmosphere. Meanwhile, in some corner of the city, new opportunities and challenges were quietly brewing, waiting for Lin Fan to explore and conquer.
Chapter 36 First Family Dinner Notice.
The moonlight, like melting silver gauze, bathed the bedroom of the Shuxiang Mingyuan apartment. Su Qingxue nestled in Lin Fan's arms, her breathing even, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath her eyelids. Lin Fan gently stroked her delicate back, feeling her subtle trembling as his fingertips brushed against her skin. The faint scent of lavender from her hair filled his nostrils, filling his heart with a reassuring warmth.
Ding!
Detected that the host is sleeping peacefully with their destined partner. Triggering daily reward, affection points plus 10 currently 2,711 plus 10 is equal to 2,721, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 4,954 plus 5 is equal to 4,959. The system notification sounded quietly. Lin Fan didn't disturb the person in his arms, but simply tightened his arms, holding her even closer. After last night's tough battle with Zhang Hong, his muscles were still a little sore from the tension, but as long as he held Su Qingshuo, all his fatigue instantly disappeared. With the boost of 215 points in physique, even his sleep quality improved significantly. After a good night's sleep, the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling on Su Qingshuo's cheeks. Her eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. Still half asleep, her eyes were hazy, like a lazy kitten, a faint smile playing on her lips. When she saw Lin Fan staring at her, her cheeks instantly flushed.
"Honey, you're awake?"
Su Qingshua's voice was soft and nasal, still slightly sleepy. She instinctively hooked her little hand around Lin Fan's neck and snuggled closer to him.
I've been awake for a while, but I didn't want to wake you."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his fingertips tracing her flushed cheeks, the touch delicate and warm.
"Did you sleep well last night?" "Okay, I sleep so soundly with you holding me."
Su Qingshuo looked up at her with her eyes full of love. Suddenly remembering something, she sat up, her eyes sparkling.
"Oh, right, honey, there's something I need to tell you."
Lin Fan sat up and casually picked up a nightgown from the side and draped it over her shoulders. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her smooth shoulders, and he felt her body flinch slightly.
A smile appeared on his lips. "What's wrong? Why are you so happy?" "Grandpa just called me and said he wants both sets of parents to have a formal meeting and dinner together this weekend."
Su Qingshuo's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were full of anticipation.
"This will be the first formal meal between our two families. Grandpa said he wants to make good preparations.
The venue is the most famous private restaurant in Jiangcheng, Jingxiuj, and the food there is super delicious."
"The two families are meeting formally?"
Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Although he and Su Qingshuo were already married, their parents had never formally sat down for a meal together. This gathering was of great significance, signifying that the two families had truly merged into one.
"Yes."
Su Qingshuo nodded, grabbing Lin Fan's arm with her little hand, her tone filled with excitement. "My parents have been wanting to meet your parents for a long time, and Grandpa also said that we should take this opportunity to have a good chat and discuss some things that will happen next."
Ding!
Detected that the host is about to have a formal meeting with both sets of parents, triggering a family reward, affection points plus 30 currently 2,721 plus 30 is equal to 2,751, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 4,959 plus 20 is equal to 4,979.
"Sure, no problem," Lin Fan said with a smile, though he was a little nervous inside.
His parents were ordinary working-class people who had worked hard all their lives. Although he had met Su Qingshuo and knew about the Su family's financial situation, he was bound to feel a little reserved when he was having a formal dinner with a business tycoon like Old Master Su and elites like Su Qingshuo's parents.
Su Qingshuo saw through his thoughts, reached out and took his hand, her eyes gentle. "Honey, don't be nervous. My parents and grandfather like you very much and won't make things difficult for you. My parents are just ordinary people, they're just busy with work, but they're very easy to get along with.
I know, but I'm a little worried that my parents will feel uncomfortable.
Lin Fan sighed.
My parents have never been in such a big situation before, and I'm afraid they'll be nervous and say the wrong thing.
No, not at all, Su Qingxue said with a smile.
I'll be with them then and take good care of their feelings. Besides, Grandpa said that this gathering is just for the family to have a good time, and we won't talk about work or business, just eat and chat.
That's good.
Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, his tension easing considerably. After the two got up and washed, Lin Fan went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast.
He opened the refrigerator, took out eggs, milk, bread, and ham, and skillfully started making breakfast.
The fried eggs had to be fried until golden brown on both sides with slightly charred edges, the ham had to be fried until it sizzled with oil, and the bread had to be toasted until it was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. He did every step meticulously, and his cooking skills were truly at a level 4.
Breakfast was quickly prepared and placed on the table.
Golden fried eggs, crispy ham, perfectly toasted bread, and 2 cups of warm milk. The aroma was irresistible and whetted the appetite.
Honey, the breakfast you made smells so good.
Su Qingxue sat at the table, her eyes sparkling. She picked up a slice of toast, took a bite, and found it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a faint milky aroma. She squinted her eyes in delight.
Eat more if you like it, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a fried egg for her. Eat quickly, we still have to go to the company after you finish. The two chatted about their weekend family dinner while eating breakfast.
Su Qingxue suggested preparing some gifts for Lin Fan's parents in advance to express her good wishes, and Lin Fan nodded, thinking it was a good idea. After breakfast, the two packed their things and drove to the company. On the way, Lin Fan called his parents to tell them about the weekend's family dinner.
A dinner for both sets of parents? Great! Lin's mother's voice was filled with excitement.
I've been wanting to meet Qingxue's parents for a long time, but I've always been too shy to ask.
Where should we go? Should we prepare some gifts in advance? Mom, the location is Jinxiu's private restaurant.
You don't need to worry about the gifts, Qingxue and I will prepare them.
Lin Fan said, don't be nervous, just treat it as a family meal and relax. Okay, we're not nervous, Lin's mother said with a smile. Don't worry, we'll definitely do our best and not embarrass you.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan smiled helplessly. It seemed that not only was he nervous, but his parents were even more nervous than him. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Fan had just stepped into his office when Wang Hao rushed over, dressed in a sharp suit, his hair neatly combed, and a smug smile on his face.
Master! I have great news for you. Wang Hao said excitedly, I confessed my feelings to Li Mengyao yesterday, and she said yes. We're officially together now. Really? Congratulations!
Lin Fan said with a smile, genuinely happy for him.
Thank you, Master. This is all thanks to you.
Wang Hao said excitedly. If it weren't for the secret techniques you taught me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to win Mengyao heart.
Tonight, I'll treat you and your wife to a big meal as a way of thanking you for your guidance. Sure, no problem, Lin Fan agreed with a smile.
Wang Hao left happily, and Lin Fan sat down at his desk to handle company matters.
The second phase of the Chengdong New District project was progressing smoothly.
Although there was a minor hiccup at the groundbreaking ceremony, it did not affect the subsequent construction schedule. Wang Chang had already arranged all tasks according to the construction schedule to ensure the project could be completed on time. In the morning, Lin Fan convened a departmental meeting, listened to work reports from each department, and made arrangements and deployments for subsequent work. After the meeting, Su Qingxue entered his office, holding a document in her hand.
Honey, these are letters of intent for cooperation with several Fortune 500 companies.
Please take a look, Su Qingxue said, handing the documents to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the document and read it carefully. The letter of intent was very detailed, covering all aspects such as the content of the cooperation, the method of cooperation, and the distribution of profits.
Su Qingyi's abilities were indeed well deserved. She handled these matters in an orderly manner. Good job, let us do it this way. Lin Fan nodded. After the family dinner this weekend, we'll formally discuss the cooperation with them. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, walked to Lin Fan's side, and leaned on his shoulder. Honey, do you think my parents and your parents will have a good time meeting?
Definitely, Lin Fan said with a smile, putting his arm around her waist. My parents are both very easygoing people, and your parents are also very easy to get along with. They'll definitely be able to chat together.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 2751 plus 10 is equal to 2761. Suqingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 4979 plus 5 is equal to 4984. At noon, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to the company cafeteria for lunch. The cafeteria was crowded, so the two found a quiet corner to sit down and ordered a few of their favorite dishes.
Honey, look at those sweet and sour pork ribs, they look so delicious. Su Qingxue pointed to the dishes not far away, her eyes full of anticipation.
Order whatever you want, Lin Fan said with a smile, beckoning to the waiter and ordering a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs. Soon, the sweet and sour pork ribs were served, their color a glossy red, and their aroma irresistible.
Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in her mouth.
The sweet and sour flavor was delightful, and the meat was tender and juicy. Her eyes lit up with delight.
Delicious. Even better than what you make.
Su Qingxue said with a smile.
Oh? It tastes better than mine? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece and tasted it.
The taste was indeed good, but compared to his own, it was still a bit lacking.
It's just so-so. Mine is still better.
You're just bragging. Su Qingxue said with a smile, then picked up another piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in her mouth.
The two ate and chatted in a warm and romantic atmosphere.
After finishing their meal, they returned to the office, rested for a while, and then began their afternoon work. In the afternoon, Lin Fan finished dealing with company matters and was about to leave work when Zhou Lei suddenly ran over, his expression somewhat serious.
Brother Lin, something's happened, Zhou Lei said. What's wrong? Lin Fan frowned.
Zhang Hong seems to have powerful connections. He was arrested less than a day ago, and someone is already trying to get him out, Zhou Lei said. I just received information that someone is secretly working to get Zhang Hong acquitted.
Oh?
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
Who has the audacity to protect Zhang Hong?
I don't know, the other party is very mysterious and well hidden, Zhou Lei said.
Brother Lin, should we do something?
We can't let Zhang Hong come out like this, otherwise he will definitely cause us more trouble.
Don't panic.
Lin Fan shook his head. Zhang Hong is suspected of multiple illegal and criminal activities, and the evidence is conclusive.
Even if someone wants to protect him, it won't be that easy. Keep an eye on things and let me know as soon as you have any news. Okay, Brother Lin.
Zhou Lei nodded and turned to leave. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples.
Zhang Hong's backing?
It seems this matter isn't over yet, but he wasn't afraid. He now had enough strength to handle any challenge. It was time to leave work, and Lin Fan and Su Qingxue left the company together. The two drove to the mall to pick out gifts for their parents.
The mall was bustling with people. The two first went to the men's clothing section and picked out 2 suits for Lin Fan's father and Su Qingxue's father.
Both were from well-known brands, with comfortable fabrics and trendy designs.
Honey, look at this suit, it suits my dad perfectly.
Su Qingxue held up a dark gray suit, her eyes full of satisfaction.
Not bad, fits perfectly. Lin Fan nodded.
Next, the two went to the women's clothing section and picked out 2 dresses for Lin Fan's mother and Su Qingxue's mother. The dresses were elegant in color and stylish in design, and were very suitable for their age. This pink dress suits my mom perfectly. Pink is her favorite color, Su Qingxue said with a smile.
Yes, it really suits you. Lin Fan nodded. Finally, the two went to the health products section and selected some high-end health products to nourish their parents.
After choosing the gifts, the two left the mall carrying bags and bags of things. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and said with a smile, Honey, Mom and Dad will definitely like the gifts we picked out.
Yes, I'll definitely like it, Lin Fan said with a smile. Back at the apartment, the two placed the gifts in the living room and then went into the kitchen to prepare dinner.
Lin Fan was in charge of cooking, while Su Qingxue assisted. The two worked together seamlessly. Lin Fan made a steamed sea bass. The fish was bought at the supermarket that afternoon and was very fresh. He first cleaned the fish, made a few cuts on its body, placed ginger slices and scallion segments on it, drizzled cooking wine over it, and marinated it for 10 minutes. Then he put the fish in a steamer and steamed it for 15 minutes. After steaming, he took out the fish, poured out the broth, removed the ginger slices and scallion segments, added shredded scallions and red pepper strips, drizzled hot oil over it, and then poured steamed fish soy sauce over it. A delicious and visually appealing steamed sea base was ready. Next, he made braised pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and tomato and egg soup, all of which were dishes that both sets of parents liked.
Honey, the food you made smells so good.
Su Qingxue leaned against the kitchen doorway, looking at the dishes on the table with anticipation in her eyes. Wang Hao is treating us to dinner tonight, so eat less and don't overeat, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Okay. Su Qingxue stuck out her tongue.
After packing their things, the two drove to the restaurant Wang Hao had booked.
The restaurant was a high-end seafood restaurant, luxuriously decorated and elegantly furnished.
Wang Hao and Li Mengyao were already waiting there, and upon seeing Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, they immediately stood up to greet them.
Master. Mistress. You've arrived.
Wang Hao said with a smile, warmly inviting them to sit down.
Wang Hao, Li Mengyao, congratulations.
Su Qingxue said with a smile.
Thank you, master's wife.
Li Mengyao said politely, her cheeks slightly flushed. The four sat down, and Wang Hao picked up the menu and handed it to Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. Master, mistress, please order whatever you like.
It's on me today.
Okay, then we won't stand on ceremony, Lin Fan said with a smile, taking the menu and ordering a few of his favorite seafood dishes. Soon, the dishes were served, including Boston lobster, king crab, salmon sashimi, and more all fresh seafood with delicious flavors.
Master, mistress, try this Boston lobster. The meat is tender and delicious.
Wang Hao enthusiastically served food to Lin Fan and Su Qingxue.
Thank you, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said with smiles. The four of them ate and chatted.
Wang Hao and Li Mengyao shared their love stories, while Lin Fan and Su Qingxue occasionally chimed in, creating a lively atmosphere. Master, from now on, Mengyao and I will rely entirely on you for our happiness. Wang Hao said with a smile. Don't worry, as long as you're all safe and sound, I'll definitely protect you, Lin Fan said with a smile. After finishing their meal, Wang Hao paid the bill, and the four of them left the restaurant together.
Wang Hao and Li Mengyao took a taxi home, while Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove back to their apartment.
On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, Honey, today is such a happy day. Wang Hao won over the girl he likes, and we've prepared gifts for Mom and Dad. We're just waiting for the family dinner this weekend.
Yes, I'm happy too.
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. After the weekend dinner, our lives will only get better and better.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 20 currently 2,761 plus 20 is equal to 2,781. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4,984 plus 10 is equal to 4,994.
Back at the apartment, the two washed up and snuggled on the sofa, watching a movie on TV. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and gradually fell asleep.
Lin Fan gently carried her back to the bedroom, carefully placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. He sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at her sleeping face, his heart filled with anticipation. The weekend family gathering was not only a formal meeting between their parents, but also a new beginning for his and Su Qingxue's happy life. He believed that with the blessings of both sets of parents, their future would be even brighter. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He frowned and answered the call. Lin Fan, long time no see. A familiar voice came from the phone, tinged with a hint of malice.
Lin Fan's expression changed.
That voice belonged to Zhang Hong.
Why would he call? Zhang Hong? How did you get my number?
Lin Fan asked coldly. How I got your number is none of your concern, Zhang Hong said smugly.
Lin Fan, you think you can get away with everything just by arresting me?
Let me tell you, I'll be out soon, and then I'll make you and Su Qingxue pay the price.
Humph, do you think you can still get out? Lin Fan sneered.
Zhang Hong, you are suspected of multiple illegal and criminal activities, and the evidence is conclusive.
Even if someone wants to protect you, it won't be that easy. Conclusive evidence?
Zhang Hong laughed loudly. Lin Fan, you're too naive.
In Jiangcheng, with money and power, what can't you do? Just you wait, I'll be coming for you soon.
After saying that, Zhang Hong hung up the phone. Lin Fan gripped his phone, his eyes icy. It seemed Zhang Hong's backing was indeed formidable. He could actually call him from inside the detention center and act so arrogantly.
However, he wasn't afraid.
No matter who Zhang Hong's backer was, he wouldn't let Zhang Hong harm Su Qingxue or his family. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Lei's number. "Zhou Lei, Zhang Hong just called me. He said he'll be out soon and threatened me and Qingxue. Find out immediately who's protecting him and tell me as soon as you find out." "Okay, Brother Lin, I'll go check right away." Zhou Lei's voice was serious. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan walked to the window, gazing at the night view outside with a resolute look in his eyes. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he would protect his family and loved ones. No one could harm them.
Chapter 37 Father-in-law's Examination.
After hanging up with Zhou Lei, Lin Fan turned and went back to the bedroom. Su Qingxue was sleeping soundly, but her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she were having an uneasy dream. He gently sat on the edge of the bed, his fingertips brushing across her brow, trying to smooth out the wrinkles. The delicate touch in his palm softened his heart, and he secretly vowed, no matter who was behind Zhang Hong, he must not let them disturb this peace.
Ding!
Host's unwavering commitment to protection detected, triggering protection rewards, affection points plus 20 currently 2,781 plus 20 is equal to 2,801, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 4,994 plus 10 is equal to 5,004. The system notification sounded quietly, and Su Qingxue seemed to sense something. Her brows gradually relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She snuggled closer to Lin Fan, muttering, "Husband." Lin Fan leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering in response, "I'm here." Nothing happened overnight, and the weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, carrying carefully prepared gifts, drove to Jingxiyu's private restaurant. As soon as the car stopped, they saw Grandpa Su Qingxue's parents Su Jinhai and Luan already waiting at the door, with Su Qingyi also by their side, her face beaming with smiles. "Grandpa, Mom and Dad, Sister Qingyi." Su Qingxue walked quickly forward, took Luan's arm, and smiled sweetly. Lin Fan followed behind carrying the gifts, and greeted them respectfully, "Grandpa, Uncle Su, Aunt Su, Sister Qingyi." Grandpa Su smiled and patted his shoulder. "Lin Fan is here. Come on in, your parents are already waiting inside." Su Jinhai stood to the side, dressed in a dark gray suit, his hair neatly combed, his face resolute, his eyes sharp as an eagle, scrutinizing Lin Fan from head to toe. He was a senior executive at a well-known company in Jiangchang, holding a high position for many years, and possessed an aura of quiet authority. His gaze seemed to pierce through Lin Fan's soul, making Lin Fan's heart tighten slightly. Luan noticed Lin Fan's awkwardness and smiled as she tried to smooth things over. "Lin Fan, don't just stand there, come inside, it's windy outside."
"Thank you, Aunt Su." Lin Fan nodded and followed the others into the brocade pavilion.
The private room at Jinqiu Pavilion was decorated in an antique style, with mahogany tables and chairs, carved screens, and calligraphy and paintings by famous artists hanging on the walls, exuding an elegant atmosphere.
Lin Fan's parents, Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan, were already sitting inside.
When they saw them enter, they immediately stood up, their faces showing a hint of nervousness and unease.
"Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Su Qingxue greeted them first with a gentle smile, instantly easing the awkward atmosphere. "Hello Qingxue, hello Grandpa, hello Mr. and Mrs. Su."
Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan responded hurriedly, unsure of what to do with their hands.
Lin Fan stepped forward and introduced, "Mom and Dad, this is Qingxue's father, Uncle Su Jinhai, and her mother, Aunt Luan."
"Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I'm so sorry to have troubled you to come all this way." Lin Jiangwo rubbed his hands together, his tone somewhat reserved.
"Mr. Lin, you're too kind. We're all family, it's only right."
Su Jinhai said, his voice deep and powerful, his gaze still fixed on Lin Fan, with a scrutinizing tone.
"Lin Fan, I heard from the old man in Qingxue that you are now the project manager of Su Group?" "Yes, Uncle Su."
Lin Fan met his gaze, his tone steady and unwavering.
"Currently in charge of the project in the East New District. I've heard about the Chengdong New Area project. It's quite challenging. You've certainly got the ability to handle it."
Su Jinhai nodded, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. However, young people can't rely solely on enthusiasm when doing things. Steadiness and meticulousness are more important, especially for such a large project.
Even a small mistake could cause huge losses. Uncle Su is right.
I have always kept that in mind and will carefully consider every decision to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Lin Fan replied respectfully, knowing in his heart that this was a test from his father-in-law.
Ding!
Detected that the host calmly handled the father-in-law's test, triggering a growth reward, affection value plus 10 currently 2801 plus 10 is equal to 2811, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5004 plus 5 is equal to 5009. Su Qingxua noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly took Lu Wan's hand, smiling as she said, "Mom, look, my parents and Lin Fan's parents haven't sat down yet. Let's sit down first, the food is getting cold." Lu Wan smiled and nodded, yes, sit down first and eat first. Everyone took their seats, and the waiters began to serve the dishes. The dishes at Jinqiu Pavilion truly lived up to their reputation. The first course, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, was incredibly fragrant. Abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and other ingredients were stewed until tender and flavorful, with a rich and mellow broth. Next, dishes such as squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, dongpa pork, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables were served one after another, each a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Zhang, please try this Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. It's Jinqiu Pavilion's signature dish, and it tastes very good." Lu Wan warmly served food to Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan to ease their awkwardness. "Thank you, Mrs. Su. You should have some too." Zhang Guifan quickly thanked her, then carefully took a bite, her eyes filled with amazement. "Delicious, so delicious." Lin Jiangwo also took a bite and nodded repeatedly, "It's really delicious. I've never eaten such good food in my life." Grandpa Su smiled and said, "Eat as much as you like. Everyone, eat as much as you like today, don't be shy." During the meal, Lu Wan and Zhang Guifan chatted amiably, from everyday family matters to their children's education. The more they talked, the happier they became, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Su Qingyi occasionally chimed in to lighten the mood. Only Su Zhenhai remained quiet, occasionally serving food to Lin Fan and then posing a few questions, mostly about work and future plans. "Lin Fan, what are your plans for the future of the Chengdong New Area project?" Su Zhenhai asked, looking at him sharply. "Uncle Su, the second phase of the Chengdong New District project mainly consists of commercial and residential buildings. We plan to create a comprehensive community integrating shopping, entertainment, and residence. It has already attracted the attention of several Fortune 500 companies, and we will further discuss cooperation to enhance the commercial value and influence of the new district." Lin Fan answered methodically, with clear thinking and meticulous logic. "Yes, I have some ideas." Su Zhenhai nodded and then asked, "Have you considered the potential risks the project might encounter? Such as a broken capital chain or market changes?" "I've considered it." Lin Fan nodded. "In terms of funding, we have already reached cooperation agreements with several banks to ensure sufficient funds in terms of the market. We have conducted detailed market research and formulated corresponding response plans based on the development trend of Jiangcheng and the population flow. Even if the market changes, we can adjust our strategies in a timely manner." Looking at Lin Fan's composed demeanor, Su Zhenhai's scrutiny gradually faded, replaced by a hint of approval. He himself had started from scratch in his youth and knew firsthand how difficult it was to build a business. Lin Fan's achievements at such a young age, coupled with his calm and experienced approach to things, were truly remarkable. Ding! Detected that the host has gained initial approval from the father-in-law, triggering a family reward, affection points plus 30 currently 2811 plus 30 is equal to 2841, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 5009 plus 20 is equal to 5029. Looking at Lin Fan's composed demeanor, Su Qingshua's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. She secretly took his hand under the table, gently stroking it with her fingertips, and gave him an encouraging look. Lin Fan felt her encouragement and his heart warmed. He took her hand in return, and the delicate touch on his fingertips made him feel even more at ease. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Zhou Lei calling. He frowned, got up, walked outside the private room, and answered the phone. "Brother Lin, we've found it." Zhou Lei's voice was somewhat urgent. "The person protecting Zhang Hong is Zhao Kuan, the deputy director of the Jiangcheng Tax Bureau. He and Zhang Hong are relatives, and he has been secretly helping Zhang Hong with his work." "Zhao Kuan?" Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. "I understand. Keep an eye on them and see what else they do." "Okay, Brother Lin," Zhou Lei said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan returned to the private room, his expression back to normal. Su Qingxua noticed something was off and asked softly, "Honey, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "It's nothing, just a small matter at the company, it's been resolved," Lin Fan said with a smile, not wanting his family to worry. Su Zhenhai noticed something amiss, his eyes darkening slightly. He didn't press the matter, but simply placed a piece of dongpa pork on Lin Fan's plate, let's eat, the food's getting cold.
Thank you, Uncle Sue.
Lin Fan nodded and picked up his chopsticks to eat. After dinner, everyone sat in the private room drinking tea and chatting. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the two families, Grandpa Su smiled and said, "I'm very happy that everyone can gather here today. Lin Fan and Xing Shui are married now, and they are family from now on. I hope you can support and tolerate each other, and live a prosperous and happy life together."
Dad, don't worry, we will.
Su Jinhai nodded, looked at Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, and said in a serious tone, "Lin Fan, Qingxue is in your hands now. I hope you can take good care of her and not let her suffer any grievances."
Uncle Sue, don't worry,
I definitely will, Lin Fan said firmly, holding Su Qingxue's hand.
I will dedicate my life to protecting Qingxue and ensuring her eternal happiness.
Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with emotion as she leaned against Lin Fan's chest and whispered, "Husband, I believe in you." Looking at the loving couple, Lu Wan's eyes were full of relief. "I'm relieved that Qingxue has found such a good husband like you." Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan also smiled and said, "Yes, Lin Fan, you and Qingxue should live a good life together and take care of each other from now on." "Mom and Dad, we will," Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said in unison.
Just then, Su Jinhai's phone rang.
He answered it, his expression gradually becoming serious. After hanging up, he looked at Lin Fan and said in a serious tone, "Lin Fan, the tax bureau just called me. They said someone reported that Su Group is evading taxes and they need to investigate the project in the Chengdong New District."
Tax evasion? Lin Fan's eyes turned cold as he immediately understood.
This must have been Zhao Kuan's doing. He was using such methods to avenge Zhang Hong.
Su Qingxue's expression changed, and she gripped Lin Fan's hand tightly. "Husband, what should we do?"
"Don't worry, we didn't do it, we're not afraid of an investigation." Lin Fan patted her hand, his tone firm.
"Uncle Sue, leave this to me. I will find out who's behind this."
Looking into Lin Fan's determined eyes, Su Jinhai nodded, "Okay, I believe you.
If you need any help, just let me know."
"Thank you, Uncle Sue," Lin Fan said.
Ding!
A new challenge has been detected for the host, triggering a fighting spirit reward, affection points plus 20 currently 2,841 plus 20 is equal to 2,861, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 5,029 plus 10 is equal to 5,039.
Everyone's mood turned somber, and the previously relaxed atmosphere became tense. Grandpa Su sighed, "It seems some people don't want us to have an easy time. Lin Fan, go ahead and investigate. Grandpa supports you." "Thank you, Grandpa." Lin Fan nodded. The family dinner ended early.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan home. On the way, Zhang Guifan asked worriedly, "Lin Fan, are you alright?
Do you need any help?"
"Mom, I'm fine, don't worry.
I can handle this,"
Lin Fan said with a smile. "You all rest well at home, and I'll let you know if there's any news."
After dropping off his parents, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove back to their apartment.
On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, her voice filled with worry. "Honey, Zhao Kuan is the deputy director of the tax bureau.
Can we win against him?"
"Don't worry, good will prevail over evil." Lin Fan's eyes were firm.
"His accusation that we evaded taxes is definitely fabricated evidence.
As long as we find evidence that he framed us, we can turn the tables and sue him for false accusation."
"But he is the deputy director, he has power and influence, how are we going to find evidence?"
Su Qingxue was still a little worried.
"Zhou Lei is already investigating.
He knows a lot of people in the underworld, so we should be able to find some clues," Lin Fan said.
"Moreover, we can also hire a lawyer to protect our rights through legal channels."
Back at his apartment, Lin Fan immediately called Zhou Lei, instructing him to intensify the investigation and find evidence that Zhao Kuan had framed the Su Group. At the same time, he contacted the most prestigious law firm in Jiangcheng and hired their best lawyers.
Su Qingxue didn't disturb him.
Instead, she went into the kitchen, made a cup of warm honey water, and brought it to him. "Honey, drink some water.
Don't work too hard."
Lin Fan took the water glass, the warmth spreading from his fingertips to his heart. He held her hand, pulled it to his lips and kissed it. "Thank you, my wife. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything."
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 2,861 plus 10 is equal to 2,871. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,039 plus 5 is equal to 5,044. That evening, Lin Fan sat in front of his computer, analyzing the relationship between Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong, and their potential illegal activities. Su Qingxue leaned against him, quietly keeping him company, occasionally massaging his shoulders to relieve his fatigue.
Honey, do you think Zhao Kuan might have other weaknesses? Su Qingxue asked softly. Definitely. Lin Fan nodded.
Someone like him, who holds a high position and dares to abuse his power to protect people, is definitely not clean. As long as we investigate carefully, we will definitely find something to hold against him. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Wang Hao calling.
Master. Something terrible has happened.
Wang Hao's voice was filled with anxiety.
Meng Yao has been bullied. What? Lin Fan's expression changed. What happened? Where are we? It's in a small alley near Jiangcheng University.
Meng Yao was passing by there after get off work when she was stopped by a few thugs. They not only harassed her but also smashed her phone.
I'm on my way there now. Wang Hao said urgently. Don't be impulsive, I'm coming right now.
Lin Fan hung up the phone, picked up his coat, and said to Su Qingxue, Honey, Wang Hao's girlfriend was bullied by some thugs, I have to go over there.
I'll go with you.
Su Qingxue immediately stood up, her eyes full of worry.
No, it's too dangerous.
You stay home and wait for me, Lin Fan said.
I'll be back soon.
He lowered his head and kissed Su Qingxue's forehead, then turned and rushed out of the apartment.
Ding.
Host detected emergency rescue of relatives and friends, triggering a justice reward, affection points plus 20 currently 2,871 plus 20 is equal to 2,891, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 5,044 plus 10 is equal to 5,054. Lin Fan drove at high speed towards the alleys near Jiangcheng University. On the way, he called Zhou Lei and asked him to come and help. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the alley entrance and saw several thugs with dyed yellow hair surrounding a girl, Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was pale with fright, her hands clasped to her chest, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Hao stood to the side, wanting to rush forward, but was stopped by two thugs and even took a punch to the face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
Stop!
Lin Fan roared, and before the car had even come to a complete stop, he pushed open the car door and rushed over. The thugs turned around, saw Lin Fan, and their eyes were full of disdain. Where did this kid come from, daring to meddle in other people's business? What kind of skill is it for you to bully a girl? Lin Fan's eyes were icy as he walked towards them step by step.
Oh, you're pretty cocky.
The leader of the blonde thugs sneered, pulled a switchblade from his pocket, and brandished it.
Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost, or don't blame me for being impolite.
Lin Fan didn't take him seriously at all.
In a flash, he rushed in front of Huang Mao, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it hard.
With a crack, Huang Mao's wrist was broken, and the switchblade fell to the ground. He screamed in pain. Seeing this, the other thugs rushed forward, swinging their fists at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was agile, dodging to the side and delivering a backhand punch to one of the thugs' faces. The thug screamed, flew backward, and crashed to the ground, unconscious.
Ding!
Defeat the thug yellow-haired guy, gain plus 8 affection points and 800 yuan in cash.
Ding! Defeat the thug skinny monkey, gain plus 8 affection points and 800 renminbi.
When Wang Hao saw Lin Fan arrive, he immediately perked up, punched the thug blocking his way in the face, broke free, and joined Lin Fan in dealing with the remaining thugs. Lin Fan moved with unparalleled ease, each punch striking his enemy's vitals with pinpoint accuracy. A thug attacked from behind, but Lin Fan whirled around and kicked him in the chest. The thug crashed into the wall, slid to the ground, and couldn't get up again.
Ding! Defeat the thug tiger, gain plus 8 affection points and 800 renminbi.
Soon, the remaining thugs were all knocked to the ground by Lin Fan and Wang Hao, curled up in pain, and no longer had the strength to fight.
Lin Fan walked to Li Mengyao's side and asked softly, "Are you all right?"
Li Mengyao shook her head, her eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, President Lin." Wang Hao rushed to Li Mengyao's side, looking at her with concern. "Mengyao, are you all right?
Are you hurt anywhere?"
"I'm fine, just a little scared," Li Mengyao said, tears welling up in her eyes. Just then, Zhou Lei arrived and frowned when he saw the thugs on the ground. "Brother Lin, what happened?" "These thugs bullied Mengyao, but that's been dealt with," Lin Fan said.
"Hand them over to the police." Zhou Lei nodded, took out his phone, and dialed the police. Not long after, the police arrived and took all the thugs away.
Lin Fan frowned as he looked at the injury on Wang Hao's face. "How are you?
Do you need to go to the hospital?" It's just a minor injury, nothing serious.
Wang Hao waved his hand, looking at Li Mengyao with eyes full of heartache. Mengyao, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well.
It's not your fault, they went too far.
Li Mengyao shook her head and reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and called Su Qingxue to tell her that the matter had been resolved and that she didn't need to worry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at Wang Hao and Li Mengyao and said, "From now on, I'll have Zhou Lei send someone to take you home after get off work.
Be careful." "Thank you, master,"
Wang Hao said excitedly, his eyes even a little red. He knew that if Lin Fan had arrived even a moment later today, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and he would remember this kindness for the rest of his life.
"Don't be so polite with me."
Lin Fan patted his shoulder.
"Hurry up and take Mengyao back to rest. She's been frightened and needs to be comforted." "Okay, thank you, master, thank you, brother Lin." Wang Hao thanked him repeatedly, carefully helping Li Mengyao as the two slowly left the alley.
Watching their retreating figures, Zhou Lei turned to Lin Fan and said, "Brother Lin, these thugs don't look like ordinary hooligans, they're pretty ruthless.
Could someone have deliberately instigated this?"
Lin Fan's eyes darkened. He had noticed during the fight that although these thugs weren't particularly skilled, they were ruthless in their attacks, not just engaging in simple street harassment.
Considering the recent events involving Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong, he had a vague idea. It's possible. Have someone investigate these thugs' backgrounds and see if anyone is behind them.
"Okay, brother Lin, I'll go arrange it right away."
Zhou Lei nodded. The two drove away.
On the way, Lin Fan leaned back in his seat and rubbed his temples.
First, Zhang Hong's backer, Zhao Kuan, retaliated, and now someone was ordering thugs to bully Wang Hao's girlfriend.
This series of events clearly indicated that someone was deliberately targeting him.
"Brother Lin, do you think it could be Zhao Kuan who did it?" Zhou Lei asked. "Possibly." Lin Fan nodded.
Zhao Kuan wanted to get Zhang Hong out, but couldn't find any evidence against us, so he resorted to such underhanded methods to retaliate.
"However, we can't rule out other possibilities. Let's investigate first." Back at the apartment, Su Qingxue was already waiting at the door.
Seeing Lin Fan return, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Honey, you're back.
Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, don't worry."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling her trembling body, and felt a pang of heartache.
"The matter has been resolved. Wang Hao and Li Mengyao are both all right."
Su Qingxue looked up and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he had no wounds. She reached out and stroked his cheek, saying, "You scared me to death.
I thought something had happened to you. I'm sorry for making you worry."
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her lips, his tone gentle.
"I will be more careful in the future and will never let you worry again." Ding!
Detected that the host has comforted their destined partner, triggering a guardian reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 2,891 plus 20 is equal to 2,911. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 5,054 plus 10 is equal to 5,064. The two entered the apartment, and Su Qingxue poured Lin Fan a glass of warm water and handed it to him. "Honey, drink some water and rest for a while." Lin Fan took the water glass, sat on the sofa, and told Su Qingxue what had happened and his guesses.
"Zhao Kuan has gone too far. He actually used such methods to retaliate against us." Su Qingxue's face turned pale with anger. "Husband, we can't let this go. We must make him pay the price." "Don't worry, I won't let him succeed."
Lin Fan's eyes were firm.
"Zhou Lei is already investigating those thugs' backgrounds.
As long as we find evidence, we can bring down Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong together." Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, still a little worried. "Honey, Zhao Kuan is the deputy director of the tax bureau.
He has power and influence. Would it be dangerous for us to fight against him?" "There are definitely dangers, but we are not pushovers."
Lin Fan patted her back and comforted her. "Now we have the Su group as our backing, as well as the support of Grandpa and Uncle Su. As long as we find solid evidence, even if he is the deputy director, he will still be punished by law."
Su Qingxue nodded, her worries easing considerably.
She knew Lin Fan wasn't impulsive and was always steady in his actions. If he said so, he must be confident. That evening, after washing up, Lin Fan lay in bed. Su Qingxue curled up in his arms and quickly fell asleep. Lin Fan, however, was wide awake, his mind preoccupied with how to deal with Zhao Kuan's revenge. He opened the system panel and looked at the data: affection points 2911, Su Qingshua's favorability 5064, physique 215, charm points 100, and a considerable amount of cash and skills. With the system's support, coupled with his current strength and connections, dealing with Zhao Kuan should be more than enough. What he needs now is solid evidence. Once he has the evidence, he can deliver a fatal blow. The next morning, as soon as Lin Fan arrived at the company, Zhou Lei rushed over with a serious expression.
Brother Lin, we've found out. Zhou Lei said. Those thugs are members of a gang called the Black Tiger Gang in Jiangcheng, and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang is none other than Zhao Kuan's brother-in-law, Zheng Chang. It really is Zhao Kuan.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. This Zhao Kuan actually allowed his brother-in-law to form a gang and commit crimes. It seems that he has serious problems.
Brother Lin, what do we do now?
Zhou Lei asked. Now that we know it was him, we can't just sit here and wait to die, Lin Fan said. You continue to investigate the Black Tiger Gang's background and collect evidence of their illegal and criminal activities, especially evidence of collusion between Zheng Chang and Zhao Kuan. In addition, we must actively cooperate with the Tax Bureau's investigation, and at the same time, have our lawyers prepared to retaliate immediately once they find any incriminating evidence against us.
Okay, Brother Lin, I'll go arrange it right away. Zhou Lei nodded and turned to leave.
Lin Fan sat at his desk, took out his phone, and dialed Su Jinhai's number. Uncle Su, the investigation by the Tax Bureau might be Zhao Kuan deliberately targeting us, Lin Fan said.
Zhao Kuan is Zhang Hong's relative.
He wants to get Zhang Hong out of jail, so he is using this kind of retaliatory method against us.
I understand.
Su Jinhai's voice carried a hint of anger.
This Zhao Kuan is too audacious.
Lin Fan, don't worry, I know people at the Tax Bureau. I'll put in a good word and make sure they conduct a fair investigation.
I won't let Zhao Kuan interfere.
Thank you, Uncle Su, Lin Fan said gratefully.
Don't mention it, we're family now. Your business is my business, Su Jinhai said. If you need any help, just let me know.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief.
With Su Jinhai's help, the pressure on the Tax Bureau would be much less, allowing him to concentrate on dealing with Zhao Kuan and the Black Tiger Gang.
In the morning, after Lin Fan finished dealing with company matters, Wang Hao suddenly ran over, holding a gift box in his hand and with a grateful smile on his face.
Master, this is a gift that Meng Yao and I specially bought for you and your wife. Thank you for saving Meng Yao yesterday. Wang Hao handed the gift box to Lin Fan. Inside is a pair of couple watches. We hope you like them.
Lin Fan accepted the gift box and said with a smile, "You're too kind. We're all family, no need to be so formal."
No, this is just a small token of our appreciation, Wang Hao insisted. Without you, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
We must repay this kindness. Lin Fan had no choice but to accept the gift. Alright, then I won't be polite.
By the way, how's Li Mengyao? Is she feeling any better?
She's much better, but still a little scared. I took the day off to be with her, Wang Hao said.
Master, have you found out who ordered those thugs? We found out.
It was Zhao Kuan's brother-in-law who instigated this.
Zhao Kuan wanted to retaliate against us, Lin Fan said. Zhao Kuan?
Wang Hao's expression changed. How could a deputy bureau chief be so despicable? People die for money, birds die for food. He and Zhang Hong are relatives. Now that Zhang Hong has been arrested, he definitely won't let it go, Lin Fan said.
But don't worry, I'll handle it. I won't let him hurt you.
Thank you, Master, Wang Hao said gratefully. If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask.
Okay, take good care of Li Mengyao first.
I'll contact you if I need anything, Lin Fan said.
Wang Hao nodded, turned and left.
At noon, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to the company cafeteria for lunch. Inside, many employees were discussing the Tax Bureau's investigation of the Su Group, their voices filled with worry.
I heard the Tax Bureau is going to investigate our company, is that true? It should be true. I saw people from the Tax Bureau come this morning and were checking the accounts in the finance department. Won't something bad happen? What will we do if something happens to the company? Su Qingxue's face darkened upon hearing these comments.
Lin Fan took her hand and said softly, "Don't worry, we have nothing to hide.
We haven't done anything illegal, they won't find anything." Su Qingxue nodded, her worries easing considerably. The two found a quiet corner to sit down and ordered a few of their favorite dishes.
They had only taken a few bites when Su Qingyi approached, her expression grave. Lin Fan, Qingxue, the tax bureau is investigating very thoroughly, especially the project funds in the Chengdong new area. It seems they came prepared, Su Qingyi said. I know Zhao Kuan is behind this, Lin Fan said.
But we VE made preparations. The finance department's accounts are very clear, and they won't find anything.
My concern isn't about the accounts, but that Zhao Kuan will deliberately cause trouble and delay the project, Su Qingyi said.
The project in the Chengdong new area has a very tight schedule. If the tax bureau gets in the way, it will definitely affect the construction progress. I've already thought of that. Lin Fan nodded. Uncle Su has already spoken to them, instructing them to conduct a fair investigation and not to deliberately delay. In addition, I've hired the best lawyers, so if they try to cause trouble, we'll retaliate immediately. Su Qingyi nodded, that's good.
With you here, I feel at ease. The three of them ate their meal while discussing solutions.
Although the atmosphere was a bit tense, everyone was very confident.
In the afternoon, the tax bureau officials indeed found no problems, but they did not leave.
Instead, they stated that they would continue the investigation, and their attitude was very firm.
Upon hearing the news, Zhou Lei immediately ran over to report, Brother Lin, the people from the tax bureau are clearly doing this on purpose.
They're not actually checking the accounts, they're just deliberately stalling for time. I know.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Zhao Kuan is trying to influence the progress of our project and force us to compromise through this method.
Then what do we do? Zhou Lei asked.
Ignore them and let them investigate, Lin Fan said.
We should do what we need to do and not let their obstruction affect the project's progress.
Also, speed up the investigation and find evidence of Zhao Kuan's collusion with the Black Tiger Gang as soon as possible.
Once we have the evidence, we can turn the tables and sue him. Okay, Brother Lin. Zhou Lei nodded and turned to leave.
In the evening, Lin Fan returned home from get-off work. As soon as he reached the apartment building, he saw a familiar figure standing there. It was Zhang Hong's deputy, the man he had previously taught a lesson to. Lin Fan, our boss wants to talk to you, the man said, his tone icy.
Zhang Hong? Isn't he in the detention center? Lin Fan frowned.
The boss is out and waiting for you at the tea house nearby, the man said. If you have the guts, come with me. If you don't, you'll stay hidden behind women forever. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold.
Zhang Hong had actually been released.
It seemed that Zhao Kuan's influence was even greater than he had imagined. Lead the way, Lin Fan said coldly. He wanted to see what tricks Zhang Hong would play after he came out.
The man nodded and turned to walk towards a nearby tea house.
Lin Fan followed behind him, already prepared for what was to come.
The tea house was quiet.
Zhang Hong sat by the window, dressed in a black suit, a smug smile on his face. Seeing Lin Fan enter, he smiled and said, Lin Fan, long time no see.
Didn't expect me to be out so soon, did you?
Lin Fan sat down opposite him, his eyes icy. Zhang Hong, so what if you get out?
You're involved in multiple crimes.
Even if you get out, you'll be back in sooner or later.
Go back in?
Zhang Hong laughed loudly. Lin Fan, you're too naive. With Director Zhao protecting me, let's see who can do anything to me.
Zhao Kuan? Lin Fan sneered. You think he can protect you forever?
He abuses his power and condones criminal gangs.
He will be ruined sooner or later. Humph, even if he's ruined, it's none of your business to judge him. Zhang Hong's face darkened. Lin Fan, I'm here today to make a deal. Give me the project in the East New District, and give me another 10 million, and I'll let you and Su Qingxue go. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. You want me to give you the project? And I'll give you 10 million?
Lin Fan thought he'd heard the biggest joke in the world.
Zhang Hong, are you out of your mind? Do you think I'd agree to that? You have no choice but to agree. Zhang Hong's eyes turned fierce. Let me tell you, I've already sent people to keep an eye on Su Qingxue. As long as I give the order, she'll be in danger. And your parents, your friends, their safety is all in my hands. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Zhang Hong actually dared to threaten his family and friends, which crossed his bottom line. Zhang Hong, if you dare to lay a finger on them, I'll make you regret ever being born.
Lin Fan's voice was filled with killing intent, and his aura exploded instantly, causing Zhang Hong to involuntarily take a step back.
Ding! Host's anger level detected.
Constitution temporarily increased by 10 points, currently 225, triggering a deterrent effect. Looking into Lin Fan's icy gaze, Zhang Hong felt a sudden surge of fear, but he quickly recovered and said, his voice trembling with fear, You're trying to scare me. I have Director Zhao protecting me, you wouldn't dare do anything to me.
Zhao Kun can't save you.
Lin Fan suddenly stood up, grabbed Zhang Hong by the collar, and slammed him onto the table. I'm giving you this final warning, stop all your underhanded tactics immediately, or I'll make you and Zhao Kun pay a terrible price. Zhang Hong trembled with fear at Lin Fan's imposing manner, but he still stubbornly insisted, You let me go. If you dare to touch me, Director Zhao will not let you off. I'd like to see how he won't let me go. Lin Fan snorted coldly, shoved Zhang Hong aside, and turned to leave the tea house. Stepping out of the tea house, Lin Fan's eyes remained icy. Zhang Hong's threat only strengthened his resolve to deal with Zhao Kun and Zhang Hong as quickly as possible. He took out his phone and dialed Zhou Lei's number. Zhou Lei, speed up the investigation. I need all the evidence of Zhao Kun and Zhang Hong's collusion within 3 days.
Okay, Brother Lin, I will do my best to complete the mission.
Zhou Lei's voice was firm. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan drove back to his apartment. On the way, he kept thinking about solutions. He knew the next few days would be a tough battle, but he was fearless. To protect his family and loved ones, he was willing to give everything.
Back at the apartment, Su Qingxue had already prepared dinner.
Seeing Lin Fan return, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Honey, you're back.
Go wash your hands and eat.
I made your favorite braised pork.
Seeing Su Qingxue's gentle smile, Lin Fan's anger gradually dissipated.
He walked over, hugged her tightly, and whispered, Wife, it's so good to have you here.
Su Qingxue sensed the hostility emanating from him and asked worriedly, Husband, what's wrong? What happened?
It's nothing, just a little trouble, it'll be resolved soon, Lin Fan said with a smile, not wanting her to worry. The two sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. Su Qingxue noticed that Lin Fan was in a bad mood, so she deliberately said some cheerful things to make him laugh. Looking at her gentle face, Lin Fan secretly vowed to deal with Zhao Kun and Zhang Hong as soon as possible so that Su Qingxue and her family could live a peaceful and happy life. After dinner, Lin Fan sat down at his computer and began organizing the information he had collected about Zhao Kun and Zhang Hong. Su Qingxue leaned against him, quietly keeping him company, occasionally handing him a glass of water or massaging his shoulders. It was late at night, but Lin Fan was still busy. His eyes were firm and determined because he knew that he was not fighting alone. Behind him were his loved ones, his family, and friends.
For them, he had to win. Chapter 38, responding calmly and with neither arrogance nor humility.
In the apartment late at night, the light from the computer screen illuminated Lin Fan's face as he rapidly typed, organizing and archiving the evidence of the Black Tiger Gang's illegal activities sent by Zhou Lei. Su Qingxue leaned on his shoulder, her eyelids already drooping. Her warm breath brushed against his neck, carrying a faint fragrance, gradually easing his tense nerves.
Honey, it's late, let's rest first, we can do it tomorrow, okay?
Su Qingxue's voice was heavy with sleepiness, and she gently tugged at his arm with her small hand, the touch of her fingertips delicate and soft. Lin Fan turned his head to look at her, his eyes full of doting affection, and reached out to ruffle her hair. Okay, I'll listen to you, let's go to sleep. He shut down the computer, picked up Su Qingxue, and carried her to the bedroom. His 225-point physique made carrying her effortless, like holding a light cloud. He gently placed her on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and lay down beside her, pulling her into his arms. Su Qingxue, like a docile kitten, immediately curled up in his embrace, her cheek pressed against his chest, and soon began to breathe evenly.
Ding!
Detected that the host is sleeping peacefully with their destined partner, triggering daily reward, affection points plus 10 currently 2,911 plus 10 is equal to 2,921, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,064 plus 5 is equal to 5,069. Lin Fan felt the warmth in his arms, but his guard remained high. Zhang Hong's threat was like a warning bell, and Zhao Kun's relentless pressure was even more urgent. He had to come up with a plan as soon as possible to protect those around him. With the foresight of a reborn person, he knew where Zhao Kun's weakness lay. He just needed time to gather solid evidence. And what he had no shortage of was patience and the ability to strategize. After a restless night, Lin Fan woke up just as dawn was breaking.
Su Qingxue was still fast asleep.
He carefully got out of bed and tiptoed into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Opening the refrigerator, he found fresh ingredients and decided to make a nice breakfast to put Su Qingxue in a good mood. First, take a few eggs, crack them into a bowl, add a little salt and chopped green onions, and mix well. Next, take a frying pan, pour in some cooking oil, and once the oil is hot, pour in the egg mixture.
Cook over low heat until the egg mixture is set, then flip it over and cook for a few more seconds.
A golden and soft green onion omelette is ready. Then he toasted some bread, fried 2 hams, heated 2 cups of milk, and finally cut some fruit to make a platter. A rich and nutritious breakfast was laid out on the table. When Su Qingxue woke up, the aroma in the air immediately cheered her up.
She walked to the kitchen doorway, watching Lin Fan's busy figure, her eyes filled with happiness. "Honey, you're up so early?" "You woke up early, so I made you some breakfast."
Lin Fan turned around and said with a smile, "Come and eat, or it won't taste good when it gets cold." The two sat at the dining table. Su Qingxue picked up a slice of toast, took a bite, and found it crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, with a subtle milky aroma. Paired with a soft fried egg, she squinted her eyes in delight. "Honey, your breakfasts are getting better and better.
They're even more delicious than the ones from breakfast shops outside. I'm glad you like it.
I'll make it for you every day from now on." Lin Fan smiled and picked up a piece of fruit for her. His fingertips accidentally brushed against the back of her hand, feeling the smoothness of her skin, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 2,921 plus 10 is equal to 2,931. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,069 plus 5 is equal to 5,074.
After breakfast, the two drove to the company.
As soon as they arrived downstairs, they saw Su Jinhai's car parked there, and Su Jinhai was standing next to the car, looking at his phone with a serious expression.
"Dad."
Su Qingxue greeted him as she got out of the car. Su Jinhai looked up, saw them, nodded, and his eyes fell on Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, come to my office, I have something to talk to you about." Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Su Jinhai must have come to him because of the tax bureau's investigation and Zhang Hong's matter.
He nodded calmly and said, "Okay, Uncle Su."
Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan with concern, but Lin Fan gave her a reassuring look and followed Su Jinhai upstairs. Su Jinhai's office was decorated in a simple yet elegant style, with a landscape painting hanging behind his solid wood desk, exuding a calm and composed aura. He gestured for Lin Fan to sit down, then sat opposite him, taking out a document and handing it to Lin Fan. "This is the latest investigation notice from the tax bureau.
They are demanding that we provide all the financial statements and contract documents for the Chengdong New Area project. Their attitude is very tough."
Lin Fan took the document and read it carefully. The requirements in the document were indeed very harsh, almost to the point of exposing the project's shortcomings. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to find fault. "Uncle Su, this is clearly Zhao Kuan's doing behind the scenes, trying to put pressure on us in this way." Lin Fan put down the documents, his tone calm and without the slightest panic.
"I know it's him."
Su Jinhai nodded, his eyes sharp. "But he is, after all, the deputy director of the tax bureau, and he holds power. If we confront him directly, it will be detrimental to the project.
I called you here to hear your thoughts. How do you plan to deal with this?"
This was precisely Su Jinhai's test for Lin Fan. He knew Lin Fan was capable, but the key was whether he could remain calm and come up with an effective solution when facing such a powerful and influential opponent. Lin Fan picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of warm water, and said calmly, "Uncle Su, my idea is to proceed in 2 steps.
First, we will actively cooperate with the tax bureau's investigation.
We will provide whatever information they require, and we will do so proactively and promptly, leaving them with no room for complaint.
Our accounts are clear, and our contracts are standardized. We are not afraid of being investigated at all.
The more we cooperate, the more it will demonstrate our integrity, and the less excuse Zhao Kuan will have for deliberately making things difficult."
Su Jinhai nodded, signaling him to continue.
The second step is to gather evidence and retaliate against Zhao Kuan. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Zhao Kuan abused his power to protect Zhang Hong and allowed his brother-in-law to form the Black Tiger Gang and commit crimes. These are all his weaknesses. I have already sent my men to investigate, and I believe we will soon have conclusive evidence. Once we have the evidence, we can report him directly to the Discipline Inspection Commission. At that time, Zhao Kuan will be ruined without us even lifting a finger.
Gathering evidence is easier said than done. Su Jinhai frowned. Zhao Kuan has been in officialdom for many years and is certainly very cautious. It will be very difficult to find any dirt on him. "Uncle Su, don't worry, I have a plan."
Lin Fan smiled slightly, his tone confident. I've already found out that the Black Tiger Gang is not only involved in provoking trouble, but also suspected of smuggling and tax evasion. And Zhao Cohen is backing all these businesses. As long as we can get the evidence of the Black Tiger Gang's crimes, we can follow the clues and find evidence of Zhao Cohen's collusion with them. In his second life, he clearly remembered that Zhao Cohen was eventually brought down because he protected the Black Tiger Gang's smuggling activities and was reported. He just never expected that in this life, he would become the one who pushed this matter forward. Su Jinhai looked at Lin Fan's calm and confident demeanor, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had originally thought that Lin Fan would be anxious because of Zhao Cohen's identity, and might even ask him to step in and resolve the issue. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan not only showed no panic, but also already had a complete solution. This composure and strategy were not what one would expect from a young man in his 20s.
Ding! Detected that the host has gained the approval of his father-in-law, triggering a growth reward, affection value plus 30 currently 2,931 plus 30 is equal to 2,961, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 5,074 plus 20 is equal to 5,094. Are you confident?
Su Jinhai asked in a deep voice, his eyes scrutinizing him. Yes, Lin Fan answered without hesitation, his tone firm.
Although Zhao Cohen is powerful and influential, his actions have violated the law.
As long as we have solid evidence, no matter how strong his background is, he will not escape punishment.
Moreover, I have already contacted a reliable lawyer.
If the tax bureau deliberately makes things difficult, we will immediately protect our rights through legal channels.
Su Jinhai was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed and slapped the table. Good.
Lin Fan, I didn't misjudge you.
With your composure and strategy, I'm relieved. I fully support you in this matter. If you need the company's cooperation, just ask any time.
Thank you, Uncle Su, Lin Fan said respectfully as he stood up.
You're welcome.
Su Jinhai waved his hand.
Qingshui is fortunate to marry you.
However, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, and I hope you can answer them truthfully.
Uncle Su, please speak. I will answer all your questions to the best of my ability.
Lin Fan sat back down, his expression still calm. What are your plans for the future of the Su Group? Su Jinhai asked, looking at him sharply.
Although the group is doing well now, it also faces many challenges.
After you take over, how do you plan to lead the group to further progress? This is a crucial question, not only testing Lin Fan's business acumen but also probing his attitude towards the Su Group. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan answered clearly and logically, Uncle Su, I believe that the core strength of the Su Group currently lies in real estate and commercial operations, but a single business structure is not very resilient to risks. My plan is to expand into emerging fields, such as new energy and high-end manufacturing, while consolidating existing businesses. For the Chengdong New Area project, we will not only build commercial and residential communities, but also introduce new energy companies and high-end manufacturing companies to form an industrial cluster and enhance the project's core competitiveness. At the same time, we will also strengthen the group's brand building, enhance brand influence, and gradually expand beyond Jiangqing to the whole country. His answer included both short-term plans and long-term goals, demonstrating clear thinking and meticulous logic, perfectly aligning with the mindset of a leader of a large enterprise.
Su Jinhai nodded and then asked, You and Qingshui are already married.
In the future, you will inevitably face the issue of balancing family and career.
How do you plan to manage both?
Family is the foundation of career.
Without a happy family, even the most successful career is meaningless.
Lin Fan said sincerely. I will arrange my time reasonably and try to spend more time with Qingshui and my family.
I will not neglect them because of work. Moreover, Qingshui is also very outstanding. She can be a helper in my career. With the joint efforts of my husband and me, we will definitely be able to balance family and career. Looking into Lin Fan's sincere eyes, Su Jinhai's last shred of worry vanished.
He had initially worried that Lin Fan, young and impetuous, would neglect Qingshui because of his career, but now it seemed he had been overthinking it.
Ding!
Detected that the host calmly handled the father-in-law's question, triggering a family reward, affection points plus 20 currently 2,961 plus 20 is equal to 2,981, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10 currently 5,094 plus 10 is equal to 5,104.
Very good.
Su Jinhai smiled with satisfaction. Lin Fan, I originally thought you were just an energetic young man, but now it seems that you are much more mature and steady than I imagined. Qingshui is in your care, and her mother and I are very relieved.
Thank you for your approval, Uncle Su.
Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Gaining his father-in-law's complete approval was of great significance to him.
All right, go ahead and get busy.
Do things with the tax bureau as you see fit, Su Junhai said.
If you need anything, come to me anytime.
Okay, Uncle Su. Lin Fan nodded and turned to leave the office. As Lin Fan stepped out of the office, he saw Su Qingxue standing in the corridor, her eyes filled with worry.
Seeing him, she immediately ran over. Honey, how are you? Did my dad give you a hard time?
No, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to hold her hand. Your dad not only didn't he make things difficult for me, but he also approved of my plan and fully supported me.
Really? That's wonderful. Su Qingxue jumped up happily and hugged Lin Fan's arm tightly. I knew you could do it. Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 2981 plus 10 is equal to 2991. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5104 plus 5 is equal to 5109. The two returned to Lin Fan's office and had barely sat down when Zhou Lei rushed over, his face beaming with excitement. Brother Lin, great news. We've located the Black Tiger Gang's smuggling hideout. It's at an abandoned dock in the suburbs of Jiangchang, and they have a shipment of goods coming ashore tonight.
Great. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Have you found any specific information about the goods and the personnel involved?
Found it. Zhou Lei nodded, took out a document and handed it to Lin Fan. This shipment consists of smuggled high-end cigarettes, alcohol and electronic products, worth about 5 million. The person in charge of the transport is the second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, who brought more than 20 men, all of whom are armed.
All right, we'll take action tonight.
Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Contact the police immediately and tell them to get ready. We'll cooperate with the police to take down this smuggling den in one fell swoop, and at the same time, collect evidence of Zhao Kuan's collusion with the Black Tiger Gang.
Okay, Brother Lin. Zhou Lei said excitedly, then turned and left. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with worry. Husband, will tonight's operation be very dangerous?
Don't worry, with the police cooperating, there won't be any danger, Lin Fan patted her hand reassuringly. Besides, I'll be careful and won't let anything happen to me. Despite saying that, Lin Fan knew in his heart that the Black Tiger Gang members were all desperate criminals, and there would definitely be conflicts during tonight's operation. He had to be fully prepared. He opened the system panel, looked at his 225 points of physique and 100 points of charm, and felt more confident. In the afternoon, after finishing his work at the company, Lin Fan went to the gym and worked out for 2 hours to get his body in top condition. At 7 p.m., he met up with Zhou Lei, and together they headed to an abandoned dock in the suburbs.
The abandoned dock was located on the riverbank on the outskirts of Jiangcheng City.
The area was deserted, with only a few dilapidated streetlights casting a dim glow. Lin Fan and Zhou Lei hid in the distant bushes, observing the dock's condition. Brother Lin, the police have already set up a perimeter around here. They'll move in as soon as the Black Tiger Gang arrives, Zhou Lei said in a low voice.
Okay.
Lin Fan nodded, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the dock. At 8 p.m., several trucks slowly drove into the dock and parked by the river. The doors opened, and more than 20 men dressed in black got out, carrying steel pipes and machetes, cautiously observing their surroundings. The leader was a tall man with a scar on his face. He was Scarface Chang, the second in command of the Black Tiger Gang.
Scarface Chang looked around and waved to his men. Quickly, unload the goods, and hurry up.
The men immediately began unloading the goods, with boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and electronic products being moved to a small boat on the riverbank.
Now,
Lin Fan said in a low voice. Zhou Lei immediately signaled to the police, and instantly, sirens blared as dozens of police officers rushed out from all directions and surrounded the dock.
Don't move. Police.
The Black Tiger Gang members panicked immediately. Scarface Chang roared, "Brothers, let's fight them." As he spoke, he brandished his machete and charged at the police.
His men also grabbed weapons and engaged in a fierce battle with the police.
Lin Fan and Zhou Lei also rushed forward.
Lin Fan's target was Scarface Chang. He knew that Scarface Chang must know the evidence of Zhao Kuan's collusion with the Black Tiger Gang.
Scarface Chang's eyes were filled with ferocity when he saw Lin Fan. "Kid, it's you again. You ruined our plans last time, I won't let you off this time." As he spoke, he swung his machete at Lin Fan. The machete whistled through the air, carrying tremendous force. An ordinary person hit by it would certainly be either dead or seriously injured. But Lin Fan didn't take him seriously at all. His 225 physique points made his reaction speed and strength far exceed those of ordinary people. He dodged the cleaver to the side and at the same time punched Scarface Chang in the chest. With a muffled thud, Scarface Chang screamed and flew backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood.
Ding!
Defeat the Black Tiger Gang's second in command Scarface Chang, gaining plus 20 affection points, 2,000 renminbi in cash, and a temporary increase of 5 points in physique, currently 230. The Black Tiger Gang members around were stunned to see their second in command fall. Lin Fan seized the opportunity to rush forward, his fist striking the enemy's vitals with precision, eliciting screams of agony. Zhou Lei didn't hesitate either, wielding the steel pipe with great skill and cooperating with the police to quickly bring the situation under control. Scarface struggled to get up, but Lin Fan stepped on his chest, his eyes icy. Speak.
What is the relationship between Zhao Kuan and your Black Tiger Gang? Is your smuggling business backed by Zhao Kuan?
Scarface Chang's face was deathly pale, but he still stubbornly insisted, I don't know what you're talking about.
Who is Director Zhao? I don't know him. Don't you recognize him?
Lin Fan sneered, stomping his foot down, causing Scarface Chang to scream in pain.
I'll ask you one more time, are you going to tell me or not? Scarface Chang looked into Lin Fan's cold eyes and felt a chill of fear. He knew that if he didn't talk, he wouldn't get away with it today. He hesitated for a moment, but finally gave in. I'll talk. I'll talk. Director Zhao is our boss's brother-in-law. Our smuggling business was all facilitated by Director Zhao. He also helped us cover up our crimes, and we give him a share every month. Where's the evidence? Lin Fan pressed. The evidence is with our boss. There are ledgers and transfer records. Scarface Chang said. Lin Fan nodded, signaling the police to take Scarface Chang away. After more than an hour of fighting, all members of the Black Tiger Gang were captured, and all the smuggled goods were seized. The police chief shook Lin Fan's hand gratefully and said, Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Without your intelligence, we could never have taken down this smuggling den so easily. We should be thanking you, Lin Fan said with a smile. Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility. After the police took away all the suspects and the goods, Lin Fan and Zhou Lei also left the dock. On the way, Zhou Lei excitedly said, Brother Lin, that's great. With Scarface Chang's confession, we can follow the clues and find evidence of Zhao Kuan's collusion with the Black Tiger Gang. Yes. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Zhao Kuan's good days are over. It was late at night when they returned to the apartment. Su Qingxue was still awake, sitting on the sofa, clutching her phone tightly. Seeing Lin Fan return, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Honey. You're back. Are you hurt? I'm fine, don't worry. Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling her trembling body, and felt a pang of heartache. The Black Tiger Gang smuggling den has been raided, and Scarface Chang has been arrested. We'll soon have evidence against Zhao Kuan. Su Qingxue looked up and saw that he had no wounds, and breathed a sigh of relief, but tears still fell down her face. You scared me to death. I've been waiting for you to come back, afraid that something might have happened to you. Lin Fan reached out to wipe away her tears, lowered his head to kiss her forehead, and said in a gentle yet firm tone, I'm sorry for making you worry. From now on, I will tell you the action plan in advance, and I will never make you wait for me in such agony again. Ding! Detected that the host has comforted their destined partner, triggering a guardian reward, affection points plus 20, currently 2,991 plus 20 is equal to 3,011, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 10, currently 5,109 plus 10 is equal to 5,119. Su Qingxue leaned against him and cried for a while before her emotions gradually calmed down. Lin Fan held her as they sat on the sofa, and he told her in detail about the operation at the dock, including Scarface Chang's confession and the subsequent plans. Honey, you're amazing! Su Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. With Scarface Chang's confession, we'll be able to bring Zhao Kuan down very soon. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, we should have all the evidence in the next few days. Lin Fan nodded, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. A little. Su Qingxue nodded. She had been waiting for Lin Fan since evening and had no appetite at all. Lin Fan got up and went into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator, where he found noodles and vegetables he had bought that afternoon. He planned to make a simple bowl of plain noodles, something filling without being too greasy. First, boil a pot of water. Once boiling, add the noodles and stir gently with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking together.
When the noodles are about 80% cooked, remove them and rinse them with cold water. This will make them more chewy. Then, boil another pot of water, add the noodles and greens, cook for 1 minute, then remove them and place them in a bowl. Next, prepare the sauce. In a bowl, combine light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, chopped green onions, minced garlic, and sesame oil. Then pour in boiling hot oil, and with a sizzle, the aroma will instantly fill the air. Finally, add an appropriate amount of noodle soup, and a bowl of delicious and visually appealing Yangchun noodles is ready.
Wife, come and eat.
Lin Fan brought the noodles to the table. Su Qingxue walked over, picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of noodles, and put it in her mouth. The chewy noodles paired with the savory sauce made her squint her eyes with delight. Honey, the plain noodles you made are so delicious.
They're even better than the ones from noodle shops outside.
Eat more if you like it, Lin Fan said with a smile, sitting opposite her and watching her wolf down her food, his eyes full of doting affection. Su Qingxue ate a large bowl of noodles, her stomach finally full, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Husband, it's so good to have you here.
No matter what difficulties we encounter, as long as you are here, I'm not afraid of anything. Silly girl, I will always be with you.
Lin Fan held her hand, his fingertips stroking the back of her hand, feeling the delicate warmth of her skin. After we deal with Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong, we will go to Switzerland to see the snow and fulfill our promise.
Great. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up, instantly filled with anticipation. I'm already looking forward to it. Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 3011 plus 10 is equal to 3021. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5119 plus 5 is equal to 5124. After finishing their noodles and washing up, the two returned to their bedroom to rest. Su Qingxue curled up in Lin Fan's arms and quickly fell asleep, a sweet smile on her face. Lin Fan, however, did not fall asleep immediately. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Lei, instructing him to follow up on the interrogation of Scarface Chang first thing the next morning and to obtain written evidence and transfer records of Zhao Kuan's collusion with the Black Tiger Gang as soon as possible.
Zhou Lei quickly replied, received, Brother Lin. I'll go to the police station first thing tomorrow morning to make contact. I guarantee I'll complete the mission.
Putting down his phone, Lin Fan looked at Su Qingxue sleeping soundly in his arms, his heart filled with determination. The troublesome Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong would soon be completely resolved, and then he could live a peaceful life with Su Qingxue and focus on developing his career. The next morning, as soon as Lin Fan arrived at the company, Zhou Lei rushed over excitedly, holding a document in his hand and his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. Brother Lin.
It's done. Scarface Chang has confessed everything. This is his written statement, and there are also bank records from the police showing the Black Tiger Gang transferring money to Zhao Kuan. The evidence is conclusive.
Lin Fan took the document and read it carefully. The confession detailed how Zhao Kuan used his position to help the Black Tiger Gang smuggle and cover up their crimes, as well as the amount and method of receiving his share each month.
The bank transfer records also corresponded perfectly with the confession. The evidence was irrefutable. Excellent.
A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Immediately organize this evidence and hand it over to my lawyer, so he can report Zhao Kuan to the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Procuratorate right away.
Okay, Brother Lin. I'll get right on it.
Zhou Lei said excitedly, then turned and ran out. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief.
The weight on his heart was finally lifted. Zhao Kuan was doomed this time.
In the morning, after Lin Fan finished dealing with company matters, Su Zhenhai suddenly called, his tone tinged with surprise. Lin Fan, did you report Zhao Kuan?
Yes, Uncle Su, the evidence has been submitted to the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Procuratorate, Lin Fan said. Well done.
Su Zhenhai's voice was filled with excitement. A friend from the Discipline Inspection Commission just called me and said that they have officially opened an investigation into Zhao Kuan, and the investigation by the Tax Bureau has also been suspended.
It seems that Zhao Kuan has really fallen this time. Great.
Lin Fan was overjoyed. This way, the project in the East New District can proceed smoothly.
Yes, thanks to you.
Su Zhenhai said, Lin Fan, you not only solved the problem of Zhao Kuan this time, but also helped Jiangcheng get rid of a major scourge.
I really admire you more and more.
Let's have lunch together, just the two of us, father and son, and have a good chat.
Okay, Uncle Su, Lin Fan replied with a smile.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan felt exceptionally relaxed. He walked to the window, looked at the sunlight outside, and felt that everything was full of hope. At noon, Lin Fan and Su Jinhai went to a quiet private restaurant. The two sat in a private room, ordered a few dishes, drank wine, and chatted very congenially. Lin Fan, to be honest, I had some concerns about you at first.
I thought you were too young and might not be able to handle big things. Su Jinhai looked at Lin Fan and said sincerely, but after these few things, I am completely relieved.
You are not only capable and courageous, but also strategic and responsible. Qingshua's marriage to you is her blessing and also the blessing of our Su family.
Uncle Su, you flatter me.
I just did what I was supposed to do, Lin Fan said modestly. No need to be modest, your abilities are obvious to everyone. Su Jinhai waved his hand. From now on, I plan to gradually hand over the Su group to you and Qingxue to manage.
I'm getting old, and it's time for me to retire and enjoy my retirement.
Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, not expecting Su Jinhai to relinquish power to him so quickly.
Uncle Su,
You don't need to rush to refuse, Su Jinhai said with a smile. I'm not asking you to take over immediately, but rather to transition gradually. You should first familiarize yourself with the group's various businesses and accumulate experience.
When the time is right, you can officially take over.
I believe that under your leadership, the Su group will definitely develop even better.
Ding.
Detected that the host has gained the trust of his father-in-law, triggering a family reward, affection points plus 50 currently 3021 plus 50 is equal to 3071, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30 currently 5124 plus 30 is equal to 5154. Lin Fan was deeply moved.
He stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you for your trust, Uncle Su.
I will certainly live up to your expectations and manage the Su group well, making it develop better and better."
Good, good, good.
Su Jinhai nodded with a smile, his eyes full of satisfaction. The two chatted about the group's future plans while eating, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Su Jinhai shared a lot of business experience and management insights with Lin Fan, who listened attentively and benefited greatly.
After finishing their meal, the two returned to the company.
As soon as they reached the bottom of the stairs, they saw a group of reporters gathered at the company entrance. Upon seeing Su Jinhai and Lin Fan, they immediately swarmed around them.
Mr. Su, is the investigation into Zhao Kuan related to your company?
Mr. Lin, I heard that you have evidence of Zhao Kuan's illegal and criminal activities.
Is that true?
Mr. Su, does the Tax Bureau's suspension of the investigation into your company mean that your company has been cleared of suspicion? The reporters bombarded them with questions, practically shoving microphones in their faces. Su Jinhai glanced at Lin Fan, signaling him to respond. Lin Fan calmly walked to the reporters, picked up the microphone, and said in a calm but firm tone, "Dear media friends, hello everyone.
Regarding the investigation of Zhao Kuan, we have indeed provided evidence to the relevant departments.
Zhao Kuan abused his power, deliberately made things difficult for our company, and even condoned the wrongdoings of criminal gangs, which seriously affected our company's normal operations and project progress.
We believe that the law is fair and will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer.
As for the Tax Bureau's investigation, it has been suspended due to Zhao Kuan's malicious accusations. Our company's accounts are clear, and our business is compliant.
We welcome relevant departments to supervise and inspect us at any time."
His answers were clear and logical, and his attitude was calm and composed. He not only responded to the reporters' questions but also demonstrated the openness and confidence of the Su group, winning the reporters' approval. Su Jinhai stood to the side, watching Lin Fan calmly handle the reporters, his eyes full of admiration. This young man not only has ability, but also courage. His future is promising.
After the reporters left, Su Jinhai patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. "You did a great job.
You were calm and composed, neither arrogant nor humble.
You have the demeanor of a great general."
"Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Su," Lin Fan said with a smile. Back in his office, Lin Fan had barely sat down when Su Qingxue rushed over, phone in hand, her face beaming with excitement. "Honey,
look! Your interview video is trending. Everyone's praising you."
Lin Fan took the phone and saw that the hashtags #Lin Fan reports corrupt officials and #Su Style Group the innocent away from the plane had already climbed to the top of the trending list, and the comments below were full of praise.
President Lin is so cool.
He's not only capable, but also has a strong sense of justice.
Well done, Su Group.
They never compromised in the face of difficulties caused by corrupt officials. I support General Manager Lin and the Su Group.
Such a responsible company is trustworthy.
Seeing these comments, Lin Fan felt a surge of relief. This incident not only resolved the problem but also enhanced the Su Group's reputation and brand image, a pleasant surprise indeed.
Ding.
Detected that the host has gained social recognition, triggering a reputation reward, affection points plus 30, currently 3071 plus 30 is equal to 3101. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20, currently 5154 plus 20 is equal to 5174.
Honey, you're a celebrity in Jiangcheng now.
Su Qingxue said with a smile, her eyes full of admiration.
What celebrity?
I just did what I was supposed to do, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to hug her. By the way, Uncle Su just said that he will gradually hand over the management of the group to us.
Really? Su Qingshue's eyes lit up. Then we'll have to work hard together from now on.
Yes, let's work hard together to make Su Style Group a top enterprise in the country. Lin Fan hugged her tightly, his eyes full of anticipation. In the afternoon, Zhou Lei brought more good news. Zheng Hong had been imprisoned again for suspected multiple crimes, and with Zhao Kuan's downfall, no one dared to protect him anymore.
He would face severe legal punishment.
Upon hearing this news, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The two major troublemakers, Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong, were finally completely resolved. That evening, Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo treated Wang Hao and Li Mengyao to dinner to celebrate the crisis being averted.
The four sat together in the restaurant, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. Master, you're amazing. You actually managed to bring down the deputy director of the tax bureau.
Wang Hao said excitedly. Now the whole company is talking about your deeds, and everyone admires you to the skies.
Yes, President Lin, you are really amazing.
Li Mengyao said with a smile, her eyes full of admiration. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Come on, let's toast and celebrate.
The four raised their glasses, clinked them together, and laughter echoed throughout the restaurant.
After dinner, Lin Fan and Su Qingshuo drove back to their apartment.
On the way, Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan, looking at the night view outside the window, and whispered, "Honey, now that all the troubles are resolved, our lives can finally settle down." Lin Fan nodded and hugged her tightly.
No one will bother us anymore.
We can focus on developing our careers and live the life we want.
Back in the apartment, the two snuggled on the sofa, watching a movie on TV.
Su Qingshuo leaned against Lin Fan, holding a strawberry in her hand, and fed it to him. Her fingertips accidentally touched his lips, and she felt his warm breath, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Lin Fan took her hand and kissed it, his eyes filled with tenderness. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating their happy figures, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air. Although many challenges lie ahead, Lin Fan knows that as long as Su Qingshuo is by his side, and as long as the two stand shoulder to shoulder, there are no difficulties they cannot overcome. His path to rebirth is not only about making up for past regrets, but also about creating a brilliant future for him and Su Qingshuo, allowing their love and career to shine with the most dazzling light. Chapter 39: The Mother-in-Law's Satisfied Smile. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Shushan Mingyuan apartment, weaving a delicate, silvery pattern on the floor. Lin Fan held Su Qingshuo close to the sofa. The movie on TV had long since ended, the screen was dark, and only the sound of their even breathing mingled in the quiet living room.
Su Qingshuo's hair brushed against his neck, carrying a faint scent of shampoo.
Her fingertips unconsciously hooked onto the hem of his clothes, the warm touch seeping through the fabric, softening his heart. "Honey," Su Qingshuo suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the moonlight reflected in the window. "Now that Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong are both dealt with, shouldn't we start planning our trip to Switzerland?" Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his palm caressing her delicate cheek, his voice so gentle it could melt your heart. "Of course, once we've finished up the finishing touches on the East City New District project, we'll set off and take you to see the snow in the Alps and eat the most authentic cheese fondue."
"That's great."
Su Qingshuo excitedly hugged his neck and kissed him on the cheek. The soft touch of her lips made Lin Fan's heart itch, and he couldn't help but reach back and hold the back of her head, deepening the kiss. As their lips met, Su Qingshuo's body grew slightly warm, her small hands tightly gripping his shirt, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Lin Fan felt the soft warmth in his arms, his fingertips gently tracing her back, each touch causing her body to tremble slightly. The sweet atmosphere in the air grew even stronger, tinged with a hint of ambiguous heat.
Ding!
Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner, triggering a sweet reward, affection points plus 20, currently 3101 plus 20 is equal to 3121. Su Qingshuo's favorability plus 10, currently 5174 plus 10 is equal to 5184. Lin Fan only reluctantly let go of Su Qingxue when she was out of breath. Looking at her flushed cheeks and watery eyes, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. So excited? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed even more as she buried herself in his arms, her voice muffled. You're so annoying, you always bully me. Lin Fan smiled and tightened his arms around her, rubbing his nose against the top of her head. It's only natural to bully your own wife. The two stayed nestled together until late at night before getting up to return to their bedroom. Lying in bed, Su Qingxue quickly fell asleep, her eyelashes fluttering gently like a sleeping butterfly. Lin Fan looked at her sleeping face, feeling a deep sense of peace. He opened his system panel and glanced at his stats: affection points 3121, Su Qingxue's favorability 5184, physique 225, charm 100, cash balance already exceeding 200 million, plus skills like beginner basketball master and cooking level 4. He was no longer the poor boy who could be bullied at will. The next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by noises coming from the kitchen. He got dressed and went out, where he saw Su Qingxue wearing a pink apron, busy at the stove. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting soft shadows on her, like a warm painting.
You're awake?
Su Qingxue turned around and smiled, holding a spatula in her hand. I made your favorite scallion oil noodles, they'll be ready soon. Lin Fan walked over and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, feeling the softness of her waist, and smelling her delicate fragrance. Why didn't you sleep a little longer?
I couldn't sleep, so I was thinking of making breakfast early.
We still have to go to the company to handle project matters after we eat. Su Qingxue turned her head to look at him, her eyes full of smiles.
Besides, I wanted to make breakfast for you.
Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and leaned down to kiss her cheek. Thank you for your hard work, my wife.
Ding.
A heartwarming interaction between the host and their destined partner has been detected, triggering a daily reward. Affection points plus 10, currently 3,121 plus 10 is equal to 3,131. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5, currently 5,184 plus 5 is equal to 5,189. Soon, the scallion oil noodles were ready. Although Su Qingxue's skills were not as good as Lin Fan's, they were still quite good. The noodles were chewy, the scallion oil was fragrant, and a soft boiled egg was placed on top, making it look very appetizing.
Want to try it? Su Qingxue looked at him expectantly.
Lin Fan picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of noodles, and put it in his mouth. The warm noodles were fragrant with scallion oil, and had a smooth texture. The yolk of the soft boiled egg flowed out, coating the noodles, making them delicious.
He gave a thumbs up. Delicious. My wife's cooking is getting better and better.
Su Qingxue smiled so hard her eyes crinkled, like a child receiving praise. Then eat more. The two chatted about their work plans for the day while eating breakfast, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere. After breakfast, they drove to the Su group. As soon as I arrived downstairs at the company, I saw Luan standing at the door, wearing a beige dress, carrying a thermos, and with a gentle smile on her face.
Mom! What brings you here? Su Qingxue walked over in surprise.
Luan patted her hand with a smile, her gaze falling on Lin Fan with a gentle smile. I came to see you and brought you some pork rib soup to help you recover. You must be exhausted from dealing with Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong these past few days.
Thank you, Mom.
Lin Fan quickly stepped forward to take the thermos. It was warm to the touch, which warmed his heart.
You're too kind, going out of your way to do this.
We're family, no need to be so polite, Luan said with a smile, her eyes carefully scrutinizing Lin Fan, growing more and more satisfied with him. The young man before her was tall and handsome, with bright yet composed eyes. He wore a simple suit, exuding a capable yet gentle demeanor. His speech was proper, and he treated people with courtesy, perfectly meeting her standards for a son-in-law. Especially after what happened during this period, Lin Fan's abilities, courage, and sense of responsibility have impressed her greatly. At first, she was worried that Lin Fan was too young and not good enough for Qingxue, but now it seems that she was overthinking it. Come on, let's go upstairs and sit for a while, Luan said with a smile, her tone as warm as if she were talking to her own son.
As the three entered the company, the employees greeted Luan respectfully, saying, "Hello, Mrs. Lu."
Luan smiled and nodded in response, then followed Lin Fan and Su Qingxue to Lin Fan's office. The office was simply and elegantly decorated, with a solid wood desk by the window, neatly arranged with files and a computer. Lush green plants grew in the corner, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Your office is very clean, Luan said with a smile after sitting down. Qingxue usually helps me tidy up. She is very clean, Lin Fan said with a smile, looking at Su Qingxue with affection.
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave him a light glare. You always talk about me. Watching the two flirting, Luan's smile deepened, and her last shred of worry vanished completely.
As a mother, she was genuinely happy for her daughter who had found such a loving, caring, and capable husband.
Ding! Detected that the host has gained favor with his mother-in-law, triggering a family reward. Affection points plus 30, currently 3,131 plus 30 is equal to 3,161. Suqingshua's favorability plus 20, currently 5,189 plus 20 is equal to 5,209.
Lin Fan opened the thermos, and the aroma of the pork rib soup instantly filled the air. The soup was rich and flavorful, containing pork ribs, corn, and carrots, all stewed until tender and juicy, clearly showing that a lot of care had been taken in its preparation.
Mom, your pork rib soup smells so good.
Su Qingxue leaned over to smell it, her eyes full of anticipation.
Try it and see if it suits your taste, Luan said with a smile.
Lin Fan ladled out 2 bowls of pork rib soup and handed them to Su Qingxue and Luan, while also ladling one for himself. He took a sip. The broth was delicious and rich, the pork ribs were stewed until they melted in his mouth, and the sweetness of the corn and carrots balanced the greasiness of the soup. It tasted absolutely wonderful.
It's delicious. Mom, your cooking is amazing.
Lin Fan exclaimed sincerely. Drink more if you like, there's plenty left in the pot. Luan smiled, her eyes crinkling, and her gaze towards Lin Fan became even gentler.
Lin Fan, you've worked hard these past few days,
not only managing the company's affairs but also dealing with Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong, and protecting Qingxue.
Mom, this is what I should do.
Lin Fan put down his bowl and said sincerely, protecting Qingxue and managing the company are my responsibilities. Moreover, with your support, Uncle Su's support, and Grandpa's support, I was able to resolve those troubles so smoothly.
You're such a sensible child, Luan said with a smile. I used to worry that you were too young to handle things, but now it seems I was worrying for nothing. You're much more mature and responsible than I imagined. Qingxue is so lucky to have married you. Mom, you flatter me.
Lin Fan smiled shyly.
I still have a lot to learn, and I will need your and Uncle Su's guidance in the future. We're family, no need to be so polite. Luan waved her hand. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just tell us. We'll always be your strong support. Su Qingxue leaned against Luan, took her arm, and said with a smile, Mom, I told you Lin Fan was amazing, but you didn't believe me before. Yes, my daughter has the best taste.
Luan smiled and gently pinched her nose, her eyes full of doting affection. The three were chatting happily when Zhou Lei suddenly knocked on the door and came in, holding a document in his hand, his face somewhat solemn. Brother Lin, something's happened.
Lin Fan frowned, what's wrong?
At the construction site of the Chengdong New District project, a few workers are causing trouble, saying that their wages have been withheld.
They are now blocking the entrance to the construction site and preventing construction from proceeding, Zhou Lei said. I have already sent people to deal with it, but they are very agitated and will not listen to any advice. Wage arrears? Lin Fan's face darkened. Don't we pay wages on time every month? How could there be a delay? I don't know. I asked the finance department, and they said that all the salaries have been paid. It's possible that someone is stirring up trouble behind the scenes, Zhou Lei said. Luan frowned as well. Could it be Zhao Kuan's remaining associates? Or is it the work of other competitors? Very likely.
Lin Fan nodded, his eyes sharpening.
The project is at a critical stage right now, and someone is trying to delay the construction period in this way. Zhou Lei, let us go to the construction site now. Okay, Brother Lin. Zhou Lei nodded. Luan looked at Lin Fan with a worried tone. Lin Fan, how about I call your dad and ask him to send some people over to help?
No need, Mom, I can handle this little thing, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Don't worry, I won't let them affect the project's progress. He turned to Su Qingxue and said, Wife, you stay at the company and help me with the documents from this morning. I'll be right back. Husband, be careful.
Su Qingxue's eyes were full of worry as she reached out and took his hand.
Don't worry. Lin Fan patted her hand, then turned and left the office with Zhou Lei. Ding. Host's handling of an emergency has been detected, triggering a responsibility reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 3,161 plus 20 is equal to 3,181. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 5,209 plus 10 is equal to 5,219. The two drove to the construction site of the Chengdong New District project. Lin Fan's brow was furrowed the entire way. He knew perfectly well that the workers' disturbance at this time was deliberately orchestrated to delay the project and cause losses to the Su Group. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the construction site entrance.
Sure enough, dozens of workers were blocking the entrance, holding signs that read "Wages owed, give me back my hard-earned money," and shouting emotionally. The site's security guards and staff tried to persuade them, but to no avail. The situation remained deadlocked. A tall worker stood at the front, holding a shovel, and shouted, "If you don't pay us our wages today, we won't let anyone work. Anyone who dares to stop us, we'll fight them to the death." Lin Fan could tell at a glance that this worker was the ringleader of the disturbance, and there was a hint of deliberate incitement in his eyes, making him seem less like a simple worker demanding unpaid wages. He got out of the car and walked to the crowd, saying calmly, "Fellow workers, hello everyone, I am Lin Fan, the project manager of Sushir Group. I am aware of the wage arrears issue, and I can guarantee that the company pays wages on time every month. There is absolutely no delay."
Is there any misunderstanding? Misunderstanding?
The lead worker sneered.
Stop lying to us. We haven't received our wages for 3 months. What else could it be but arrears? If you don't settle your wages today, we're not letting this go. 3 months without a salary? Lin Fan frowned. Impossible.
Our company pays salaries on the 10th of every month, and we have bank transfer records to prove it. You can check your bank accounts to see if the money has arrived.
What are you checking for?
We've checked, there's nothing there, the lead worker said defiantly, a hint of panic in his eyes. Lin Fan could tell he was lying at a glance. He turned to Joe Lei and said, "Joe Lei, bring over the payroll records from the finance department and show them to everyone."
Okay, Brother Lin.
Joe Lei immediately took out his phone, pulled up the payroll records sent by the finance department, and projected them onto the wall next to him.
The records clearly show each worker's name, wage amount, and payment date.
Wages for the past 3 months have been paid on time, and bank transfer receipts are complete and easy to understand. The workers were stunned when they saw the record, and they all took out their phones to check their bank accounts. Soon, someone shouted, "My wages have arrived.
Both last month's and this month's are there. Mine arrived too.
I didn't check carefully before and thought it hadn't been sent."
Me too. I just got scammed.
The workers gradually calmed down, and their gazes toward the leader became hostile. The worker in charge turned pale, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, and turned to run away.
Trying to run?
Lin Fan sneered, his figure flashing as he instantly rushed in front of him, grabbed his arm, and twisted it forcefully.
Tell me. Who told you to sow discord and incite the workers to riot?
The lead worker grimaced in pain, but stubbornly insisted, "I don't know what you're talking about.
I just want my wages." Still being stubborn?
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he tightened his grip.
"If you don't talk, I'll hand you over to the police and charge you with disturbing the peace and inciting trouble."
The lead worker trembled with fear and dared not hide anything any longer.
He hurriedly said, "I'll talk. I'll talk. It was a man named Chen Hu who made me do it. He gave me 5,000 yuan and asked me to incite the workers to cause trouble and delay the construction progress." Chen Hu? Lin Fan frowned. The name sounded familiar.
He thought for a moment and quickly remembered that Chen Hu was the project manager of Hangyuan Real Estate, another real estate company in Jiangcheng. He had previously competed with the Su Group for the Chengdong New Area project but ultimately lost to them.
It seems Hangyuan Real Estate is unwilling to give up and is trying to pull some tricks.
Lin Fan understood, his eyes sharpening.
Where is Chen Hu now? I don't know.
He just called me and told me to leave Jiangcheng after I finished this, said the lead worker. Lin Fan released his arm and said coldly, "You apologize to all your co-workers right now, and then come with me to the police station to explain what happened." The leading worker dared not resist and could only obediently apologize to the other workers before getting into the car with Lin Fan and Joe Lei and heading to the nearby police station. At the police station, Lin Fan recounted the events to the officers and provided relevant evidence. The police stated they would immediately investigate Chen Hu and Hangyuan Real Estate and would not let them escape justice. After finishing their business, Lin Fan and Joe Lei returned to the construction site. The workers, seeing Lin Fan, all surrounded him, their faces apologetic. "President Lin, we're sorry, we were deceived and misunderstood you and the company." "It's all right, everyone was just being used," Lin Fan said with a smile. "If you have any problems in the future, you can contact the person in charge of the company directly. Don't easily believe other people's attempts to sow discord."
"Yes, Mr. Lin."
The workers nodded in unison. Lin Fan reassured everyone a few more times, allowing construction to resume normally, before leaving the construction site with Joe Lei.
Brother Lin, what do we do now? Should we retaliate against Han Yuan Real Estate? Zhou Lei asked.
No need to rush. Lin Fan shook his head. Since Han Yuan Real Estate dares to do such a thing, they must be fearless. Let us collect evidence first, and then deliver a fatal blow once the evidence is conclusive.
Okay, Brother Lin. Zhou Lei nodded.
It was already noon when he returned to the company. Su Qingxue and Lu Wan were both waiting for him in the office, and they immediately came to greet him when they saw him return.
Honey, how is it? Has the matter been resolved? Su Qingxue's eyes were full of worry.
It's resolved. It was people from Han Yuan Real Estate who were behind this.
We've already found out who it was, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Don't worry, it won't affect the project's progress.
Lu Wan looked at Lin Fan with admiration in her eyes. Lin Fan, you handle things so quickly and decisively, without any hesitation.
You have such great courage.
Mom, you flatter me.
Lin Fan smiled shyly.
Let's go eat.
I've already made a reservation at a restaurant, Lu Wan said with a smile. It's my treat today to celebrate the successful resolution of this matter. The three of them went to a Cantonese restaurant near the company. Lu Wan ordered many signature dishes, including roast goose, steamed grouper, shrimp dumplings, and stir-fried beef noodles, all of which were Lin Fan and Su Qingxue's favorites. The dishes were served quickly.
The roast goose from Xinjiang had a crispy skin and tender meat, and tasted absolutely delicious when dipped in plum sauce.
The steamed grouper had delicate meat and a fresh and delicious flavor. The shrimp dumplings had thin skin and a generous filling, with plump and bouncy shrimp inside.
One bite brought a sense of happiness. Try this roast goose, it's the restaurant's signature dish, it tastes really good.
Lu Wan placed a piece of roast goose on Lin Fan's plate, her tone friendly.
Thank you, Mom. Lin Fan took a bite, and it was indeed as good as its reputation.
The outer skin was so crispy that it made a crunch sound when you bit into it, and the meat was tender and juicy. The sweet and sour plum sauce neutralized the greasiness of the oil. It was so delicious that he squinted his eyes.
Isn't it delicious?
Lu Wan said with a smile.
I come to this restaurant often, the taste is very authentic. It's so delicious. Lin Fan nodded and picked up another piece for Su Qingxue. Wife, you should try some too. Su Qingxue took a bite, and her eyes were full of amazement. Delicious. It's even more fragrant than the one we ate at last time.
The three of them ate and chatted, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Lu Wan kept putting food on Lin Fan's plate, her eyes brimming with undisguised satisfaction, clearly treating him like her own son.
Ding!
Detected that the host has gained the approval of his mother-in-law, triggering a family reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 3,181 plus 50 is equal to 3,231. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 5,219 plus 30 is equal to 5,249.
Lin Fan, you're so busy with work, you need to take care of yourself and not overwork yourself.
Lu Wan looked at Lin Fan wolfing down his food with concern in her eyes.
If you don't have time to cook in the future, come to my house for dinner, and I'll cook your favorite dishes.
Thank you, Mom, you're so kind.
Lin Fan felt warm inside, his mouth full of food, and his words were mumbled, which made Su Qingxue laugh. Look at the way you're eating. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you.
Su Qingxue smiled and handed her a tissue, her eyes full of affection.
It's all because Mom's cooking is so delicious, Lin Fan mumbled, picking up another piece of grouper and putting it in his mouth. The fish was delicate and tender, with a subtle freshness that melted in his mouth, so delicious that he couldn't stop eating it. The meal was enjoyed by everyone, and Lu Wan's smile never faded as she watched Lin Fan and Su Qingxue's affectionate relationship. She could tell that Lin Fan was sincere towards Qingxue. He not only doted on her and loved her, but also always thought of her needs. She was more than satisfied with such a son-in-law. After finishing their meal, the three returned to the company. Lu Wan had other matters to attend to, so she left first. Before leaving, she took Lin Fan's hand and said earnestly, Lin Fan, we are very relieved to have Qingxue in your care. From now on, you two should live a good life together, support each other, and be tolerant of each other. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell us.
Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of Qingxue and make sure she doesn't suffer any injustice, Lin Fan said solemnly.
Lu Wan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left the company.
Watching Lu Wan's retreating figure, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest and said with a smile, Honey, my mom is getting more and more satisfied with you now. Just now, she held your hand even more affectionately than she held mine. That's right, your husband is so charming. Conquering your mother is a piece of cake, Lin Fan said smugly, deliberately puffing out his chest.
You're so vain.
Su Qingxue laughed and punched him lightly, her eyes full of amusement.
But to be honest, I'm really happy that my mom approves of you like this. I'm happy too.
Lin Fan hugged her tightly.
Only with our parents' approval can we live a more secure life. Ding.
Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner, triggering a love reward. Love value plus 10 currently 3,231 plus 10 is equal to 3,241. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,249 plus 5 is equal to 5,254. In the afternoon, Lin Fan finished dealing with company matters and was about to take a break when Wang Hao suddenly ran over, holding a document in his hand and with an excited smile on his face.
Master. Great news. We've made a major breakthrough in attracting investment for the Chengdong New Area project.
Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly. Global Technology, a Fortune 500 company, has reached a cooperation agreement with us and plans to establish a research and development center in the new area, with an investment of up to 500 million yuan.
Really? That's great. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Global Technology is a globally renowned technology company. Cooperating with them will not only enhance the reputation and influence of the East New District, but also drive the economic development of the entire region.
For the Su Group, this is even better news.
Yes. Wang Hao nodded and handed the document to Lin Fan. This is a letter of intent for cooperation.
The other party has already signed it, and we are just waiting to sign it to confirm. Lin Fan took the document and read it carefully. The letter of intent was detailed, the terms were reasonable, and it was beneficial to both parties. After reading it, he signed his name without hesitation.
That's great.
Master, with the addition of Global Technology, our project will definitely reach new heights. Wang Hao said excitedly. Okay, next we need to do a good job of follow-up coordination to ensure the cooperation proceeds smoothly, Lin Fan said. You are in charge of following up on this matter, and report to me promptly if there are any developments.
Yes, Master. I guarantee I'll complete the mission.
Wang Hao saluted, then turned and left excitedly. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. The troubles with Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hong were resolved, the workers' disturbance had been dealt with, and now a cooperation agreement had been reached with Global Technology, truly a series of good things happening at once. He took out his phone and called Su Jinhai to tell him the good news.
That's fantastic. Lin Fan.
Su Jinhai's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. It's an honor for our Su Group to cooperate with Global Technology, and it's also a milestone for the Chengdong New Area project.
You've done a great job. Thank you, Uncle Su.
This is the result of everyone's hard work, Lin Fan said modestly.
No need to be modest, this is all thanks to you, Su Jinhai said. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight to celebrate.
Invite your parents too, and Qingshua's grandparents as well, so the whole family can have a good time together. Okay, Uncle Su, Lin Fan replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan felt exceptionally relaxed. He walked to the window, looked at the sunlight outside, and felt that everything was full of hope. That evening, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue picked up Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan and went together to the restaurant that Su Jinhai had booked. The restaurant was Jiangcheng's most exclusive private club, luxuriously decorated and elegantly furnished. Grandpa Su, Su Jinhai, Lu Wan, and Su Qingyi were already waiting in the private room.
Upon seeing them enter, they immediately greeted them warmly.
Mom and Dad, Grandpa, you're here, Su Qingxue said with a smile. Lin Fan, Jiangwo, Guifan, please sit down.
Su Jinhai greeted them warmly.
Everyone took their seats, and the waiters began serving the dishes. The menu was extensive and diverse, featuring high-end ingredients such as abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and bird's nest, each dish exquisitely prepared and delicious.
Jiangwo, Guifan, try this abalone. It was specially air-freighted from Dalian and is very fresh.
Lu Wan warmly served food to Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan, her tone as friendly as that of a family.
Thank you, Mrs. Su. You should have some too.
Zhang Guifan quickly thanked her, then carefully took a bite, her eyes filled with amazement.
Delicious, so delicious. Lin Jiangwo also took a bite and nodded repeatedly, it's really delicious. I've never eaten anything so good in my life. Grandpa Su smiled and said, eat as much as you like. Everyone, eat as much as you like today, don't be shy.
During the event, Su Jinhai announced the good news of his cooperation with global technology, and everyone offered their congratulations.
Lin Fan, you are truly a lucky star for the Su family.
Old Master Su said with a smile.
Since you came, the Su group has been getting better and better, solving one problem after another.
Now you have reached a cooperation agreement with global technology.
You are really amazing. Grandpa, you flatter me.
I just did what I was supposed to do, Lin Fan said modestly. No need to be modest, your abilities are obvious to everyone, Su Jinhai said.
The future of the Su group depends on you.
Your mother and I are getting old and it's time for us to retire and enjoy our retirement.
Dad, you're still young, Su Qingxue said with a smile.
I'm getting old, my energy can't keep up anymore, Su Jinhai said with a smile. From now on, I'll leave the company's affairs to you and Lin Fan.
We believe you can manage the company very well.
Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of pride and joy. They had never imagined that their son would be so successful, not only marrying such a wonderful wife but also becoming the head of a large company.
He was truly bringing honor to their family.
Lin Fan, you've made something of yourself now.
Your parents are so proud of you.
Zhang Guifan said, her eyes filled with tears and her voice trembling with emotion.
Mom and Dad, it's all thanks to your good upbringing.
Lin Fan held Zhang Guifan's hand, his tone sincere.
I will take good care of you in the future and make sure you live a good life. Ding! Harmony detected in the host's family, triggering a family affection reward. Affection value plus 50, currently 3,241 plus 50 is equal to 3,291. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 30, currently 5,254 plus 30 is equal to 5,284. The group ate and chatted, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Luan frequently served food to Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and affection, clearly treating him like her own son. Seeing how kind Luan was to Lin Fan, Zhang Guifan was also very happy. She held Luan's hand and they chatted very congenially.
Mrs. Su, from now on we're family. Let's keep in touch, Zhang Guifan said with a smile. Yes, from now on we're sisters, just call me Sister Wan, Luan said with a smile.
Okay, Sister Wan.
Zhang Guifan nodded, her initial nervousness completely gone. After dinner, everyone sat in the private room drinking tea and chatting. Looking at everyone getting along so harmoniously, Old Master Su's eyes were full of satisfaction. Seeing you all like this puts my mind at ease. A family should be like this, harmonious and supporting each other, only then can life be prosperous and thriving.
Grandpa is right. Lin Fan nodded.
We will definitely get along well in the future and make our lives better and better. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, looking at the harmonious family before her, her eyes filled with happiness. She knew that all of this was inseparable from Lin Fan's hard work and dedication. He had won everyone's recognition and love with his ability and sense of responsibility. As night deepened, everyone got up and left. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue escorted Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan home. On the way, Zhang Guifan said with a smile, Lin Fan, Qingxue, your parents are relieved to see you doing so well. Keep living a good life together and take care of each other. Okay, Mom and Dad, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said in unison.
After dropping off his parents, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove back to their apartment.
On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, Honey, now our family all accepts you, and our lives are getting better and better.
I'm so happy. Me too.
Lin Fan hugged her tightly. With you, with family, with a career, this is the life I want. Back in their apartment, the two snuggled together on the sofa, gazing at the night view outside the window, their hearts filled with peace and happiness. Although many challenges lay ahead, Lin Fan knew that as long as Su Qingxue was by his side, and as long as the family worked together, no difficulty was insurmountable. His path to rebirth not only made up for past regrets but also brought him abundant love and family affection, creating his own glorious achievements. And all of this is just the beginning. The future is sure to be even brighter.
Chapter 40 System Emergency Mission, pick up food for her.
Outside the apartment's floor-to-ceiling windows, the neon lights of Jiangqing twinkled, and cars streamed by. A cool early summer breeze blew in through the half-open window, ruffling the stray hairs by Su Qingxue's ears. Lin Fan gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, feeling the soft, warm skin beneath his palms, the faint fragrance of her hair lingering in his nostrils, filling his heart with a sense of secure happiness.
Honey, when we go to Switzerland, do you think we should bring Mom and Dad along?
Su Qingxue turned around, hooked her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and gently traced her fingertips across his Adam's apple, sending a tingling sensation through her. Lin Fan lowered his head and nuzzled her nose, his tone indulgent. Of course, it's a good opportunity to take them out for a walk. Mom and Dad have worked hard all their lives, they deserve to enjoy themselves.
Ding.
Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner, triggering daily reward, affection points plus 10 currently 3,291 plus 10 is equal to 3,301, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,284 plus 5 is equal to 5,289. Su Qingxue smiled so hard her eyes crinkled, and quickly kissed him on the lips. I knew you understood me best. Then let's tell Mom and Dad the good news tomorrow.
Okay.
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling the softness of her body, and the warmth in his heart was about to overflow. After a good night's sleep, Lin Fan was awakened early the next morning by noises coming from the kitchen. He got dressed and went out, where he saw Su Qingxue wearing a pink apron, frying eggs. Sunlight shone on her, outlining her soft features, like a warm painting.
Awake? Su Qingxue turned around and smiled, skillfully flipping the eggs with a spatula.
Hurry up and wash up, breakfast will be ready soon.
I made your favorite fried eggs and sandwiches today.
Lin Fan walked over and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, feeling the slenderness of her waist, and said in a lazy tone, Wife, how can you be so good to me?
Of course, look who your wife is.
Su Qingxue proudly raised her chin, turned her head and kissed him on the cheek. Go wash up quickly, or the eggs will burn. Lin Fan smiled and let go of her, then turned and went into the bathroom. When he came out after washing up, breakfast was already laid out on the table.
The golden fried egg had slightly crispy edges and a runny yolk in the middle.
The sandwich contained lettuce, ham, and salad dressing, and there was a glass of warm milk on the side. It looked very appetizing.
Try my cooking. Su Qingxue looked at him expectantly.
Lin Fan picked up a sandwich and took a bite. The bread was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and the salty and savory ham combined perfectly with the sweet and sour salad dressing.
He gave a thumbs up, delicious. Even better than the breakfast shops outside.
Su Qingxue smiled and picked up her chopsticks to put a fried egg into his bowl. Eat more if you like it. You have to go to the company to meet with people from global technology today, so you need to eat more to have energy.
Okay, my dear wife, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a fried egg and putting it in her bowl. You should eat more too, don't just focus on me.
The two chatted about their work plans for the day while eating breakfast, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere. After breakfast, they drove to the Su Group.
As soon as I arrived at the company, Zhou Lei rushed over, holding a document in his hand and with an excited smile on his face. Brother Lin, the global technology team has arrived and is waiting for us in the conference room.
Okay, let us go now.
Lin Fan nodded and walked towards the conference room with Su Qingxue.
In the conference room, Mark, the head of global technology, and his team were already seated.
Mark was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner who spoke fluent Chinese.
Upon seeing Lin Fan and Su Qingxue enter, he immediately stood up and warmly extended his hand, saying, President Lin, President Su, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Mr. Mark, welcome to the Su Group.
Lin Fan smiled and shook hands with him, his grip firm and steady. I hope our cooperation this time will be a complete success.
I believe it will definitely happen, Mark said with a smile, his eyes full of confidence. After both parties were seated, the cooperation meeting officially began.
Lin Fan gave a detailed introduction to the progress and future plans of the Chengdong New Area project, while Mark introduced the construction needs and timeline of the Global Technology R&D Center. The two sides engaged in in-depth discussions on the details of the cooperation in a harmonious atmosphere, and progressed smoothly. After a morning of communication, both parties finally reached an agreement and signed a formal cooperation agreement. Mark shook Lin Fan's hand and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, it's been a pleasure working with you.
I believe we will become the best partners. I also look forward to the results of our cooperation, Lin Fan said with a smile. After seeing Mark and his group off, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. With the addition of global technology, the subsequent investment promotion work for the Chengdong New Area project would be much smoother, and the project's influence would be greatly enhanced. Honey, we did it.
Su Qingxue excitedly hugged Lin Fan's arm, her eyes filled with joy.
Yes, we succeeded.
Lin Fan smiled and ruffled her hair.
We'll treat the team to dinner tonight to celebrate.
Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. In the afternoon, after finishing his work at the company, Lin Fan began to arrange the dinner party that evening.
He chose Xianhage, a famous seafood restaurant in Jiangcheng, and booked a large private room that could accommodate more than 20 people. At 6 p.m., Lin Fan and Su Qingxue arrived at Xianhai Pavilion with the core members of their team.
The private room was luxuriously decorated, and the window seats offered a view of the river, its waters shimmering beautifully under the night sky. The team members were very excited and congratulated Lin Fan and Su Qingxue.
President Lin, President Su, congratulations on your cooperation with global technology.
Wang Hao said excitedly.
With global technology's involvement, our project will definitely become a benchmark in Jiangcheng.
Yes, President Lin, President Su, you guys are amazing, the team members echoed.
You're too kind, everyone.
This is the result of everyone's hard work, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Eat and drink to your heart's content today, let's drink until we're completely drunk. Great, the crowd cheered in unison.
The waiters began serving the dishes. One fresh seafood dish after another was brought to the table, including steamed Boston lobster with garlic and vermicelli, steamed king crab, spicy mantis shrimp, boiled prawns, steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli, and so on. Each dish was made to look, smell, and taste delicious, with an enticing aroma.
Boston lobsters are large with bright red shells and plump, bouncy meat. Coated in a rich garlic sauce, one bite brings pure bliss. King crabs have thick legs and tender meat. Dipped in a special sauce, they are incredibly delicious.
Mantis shrimp have crispy shells and tender, flavorful meat inside.
They are spicy and delicious, leaving you wanting more. The crowd was dazzled by the sights and picked up their chopsticks to feast. Su Qingxue's favorite dish was steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli. She picked one up and put it in her mouth.
The tenderness of the scallop and the aroma of the garlic blended together, making her eyes squint with delight. Lin Fan sat beside her, watching her eat happily, his eyes full of affection.
Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding!
Emergency instant mission triggered. Serve your destined partner her favorite dish, steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli. Task rewards: insight +1, current insight 12 + 1 is equal to 13, affection points +15.
Time limit, 30 seconds.
Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the system to suddenly issue such an urgent task, but it was a piece of cake for him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Qingxue staring at the scallops on the plate, her eyes full of anticipation, clearly wanting more. He immediately picked up the serving chopsticks, took the largest scallop, carefully removed the small grit inside to ensure it was clean and hygienic, and then put it into Su Qingxue's bowl, saying gently, "Wife, eat more, this scallop is very fresh." Su Qingxue looked up at him, her eyes filled with surprise and sweetness, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank you, husband." She picked up her chopsticks, took a scallop, and put it in her mouth. She felt the soft and chewy vermicelli, the tender scallop, and the rich aroma of garlic. Her heart was warmed, and she was happier than if she had eaten any other delicious food.
Ding!
Emergency mission completed. Rewards: insight +1, currently 13, affection points +15, currently 3,301 +15 is equal to 3,316.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingxue's favorability +10, currently 5,289 +10 is equal to 5,299. Lin Fan felt a clarity returning to his mind.
With his enhanced perception, the details around him became clearer.
He could clearly see the smile on Su Qingxue's lips, feel the sweetness in her eyes, and even sense the ambiguous atmosphere between Wang Hao and Li Mengyao beside him.
President Lin, you're so good to President Su.
Chen Mengmeng, a young woman in the team, said with a smile, her eyes full of envy.
It's like a fairy tale romance, I'm so envious I could cry. That's right, Mr. Lin, you spoil Ms. Su way too much.
The others chimed in, laughing and teasing.
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed even more.
She glared at Lin Fan gently, but her eyes were full of laughter. Don't talk nonsense.
He just happened to see that I wanted to eat it. Ha, President Su is shy. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the private room became even more lively.
Lin Fan smiled, picked up his glass, and stood up. Come on, everyone, let's raise a glass to celebrate our cooperation with global technology and to thank everyone for their hard work during this time. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and clinked them together, their laughter echoing in the private room. After finishing their drinks, everyone continued eating, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Lin Fan frequently served Su Qingxue dishes, all of which were her favorites: steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli, boiled prawns, and steamed fish. He placed each dish precisely into her bowl, his eyes overflowing with affection. While eating, Su Qingxue peeled shrimp for Lin Fan, dipped the peeled shrimp meat in sauce, and held it to his mouth. Husband, open your mouth. Lin Fan obediently opened his mouth and bit into the shrimp. The tender shrimp meat, infused with the aroma of the sauce, melted in his mouth, making him squint his eyes with delight. He reached out and took Su Qingshua's hand, his fingertips caressing the back of her hand, feeling the delicate warmth of her skin, and a surge of emotion welled up inside him.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 3,316 plus 10 is equal to 3,326. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,299 plus 5 is equal to 5,304. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a drunken man barged in. He was wearing a floral shirt, had dyed yellow hair, was holding a bottle of liquor, and was cursing, "Damn it, who the hell took my private room?
Don't they know I reserved it?"
The laughter stopped instantly, and everyone looked at the man at the door, their faces turning ugly. Zhou Lei frowned and stood up. "Sir, this private room was reserved in advance. Please leave."
"Reserved? I don't care who reserved it," the blonde-haired man said arrogantly, his eyes sweeping over the people in the private room before finally landing on Su Qingxue, a greedy glint in his eyes. "Hey, this chick's pretty good looking. Have a couple of drinks with me, and this private room is yours, how about it?" As he spoke, he was about to walk towards Su Qingxue. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned icy cold, and his aura exploded, startling the blonde-haired man into stopping in his tracks. He stood up, blocking Su Qingshue's path, his eyes fixed on the blonde-haired man like knives. "Get out!" Those two words, though brief, carried a palpable killing intent, sending a shiver down the spine of the blonde-haired man and sobering him up considerably. But emboldened by his superior numbers, two henchmen followed behind him. He braced himself and said, "Kid, you dare talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm from the Black Tiger Gang." "The Black Tiger Gang?"
Lin Fan sneered, his eyes full of disdain.
"Are all the remnants of the Black Tiger Gang this arrogant now?"
The blonde man's expression changed. He hadn't expected the man in front of him to know about the Black Tiger Gang, and judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to be afraid of the Black Tiger Gang at all. Who are you?" the blonde-haired man asked warily.
"Who I am is none of your business."
Lin Fan's eyes were icy. "I'll say it one last time, get out, or don't blame me for being impolite."
"You're not being polite?"
"I'd like to see how you're not being polite," the blonde-haired man said, his voice trembling with fear. He then winked at his two henchmen behind him. "Get him. Cripple this kid." Two henchmen immediately rushed forward, swinging their fists at Lin Fan. They were both low-level members of the Black Tiger Gang, who usually bullied the common people by relying on the gang's name, but had no real skills whatsoever. Lin Fan didn't take them seriously at all.
His 225 physique points gave him reaction speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people.
He dodged the fist of the henchman on the left, and at the same time punched him in the chest. With a dull thud, the henchman screamed and flew backward, crashing to the ground, spitting blood, unable to get up again.
Ding! Defeat the remnant of the Black Tiger Gang Skinny Dog, gain +8 affection points and 800 renminbi.
Seeing his companion fall, the henchman on the right was a little scared, but he still gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Lin Fan kicked him in the stomach, and the henchman flew out like a ball, crashing into the wall and sliding to the ground, curling up in pain and howling incessantly.
Ding! Defeat the remnant of the Black Tiger Gang Fat Cat, gain +8 affection points and 800 renminbi.
The blonde-haired man turned pale with fright, his legs went weak, and he lost all his previous arrogance.
He turned around and tried to run away. Trying to run?
Lin Fan sneered, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the back of his collar and lifting him up like a chick.
"Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you chickening out now?"
The blonde-haired man trembled with fear, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong.
I didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." "Spare you?"
Lin Fan's eyes were icy.
"When you tried to lay a hand on my wife just now, didn't you think this day would come?"
As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped the blonde man across the face. With a crisp smack, the blonde man's cheek instantly swelled up and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth.
"Brother, I was wrong. I'll never do it again."
The blonde-haired man cried, tears streaming down his face.
"Please forgive me."
The team members in the private room were all dumbfounded. They never expected that President Lin was not only good at business, but also so skilled in martial arts. He took down 3 thugs in no time. He was so cool. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan's back with admiration and pride in her eyes. This man always gave her a strong sense of security.
Ding!
Host's domineering protection of his wife detected, triggering a protection reward, affection points plus 20 currently 3,326 plus 20 is equal to 3,346, Suqingshua's favorability plus 15 currently 5,304 plus 15 is equal to 5,319. I can spare you, but you must apologize, Lin Fan said coldly, throwing the blonde-haired man to the ground. The blonde-haired man immediately scrambled to his feet, knelt before Su Qingxue, and kowtowed repeatedly, "Beautiful lady, I'm sorry.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have been rude to you, please forgive me."
Seeing his disheveled appearance, Su Qingshue's anger subsided considerably. She shook her head at Lin Fan and said, "Husband, let it go." Lin Fan nodded, his eyes coldly fixed on the blonde man. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again, or I'll break your legs."
"Thank you, big brother. Thank you, beautiful lady."
The blonde-haired man felt like he had been granted a pardon and scrambled out of the private room, his two henchmen struggling to follow him out as well. Seeing their disheveled figures, everyone burst into laughter.
"President Lin, you're amazing. You took care of them in no time,"
Wang Hao said excitedly.
"Yes, Mr. Lin, your skills are amazing. You're truly a man of both literary and martial talents." Everyone chimed in.
Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. "It's a small matter. Anyone who dares to touch my people should be prepared to bear the consequences." He sat back down next to Su Qingxue, took her hand, and asked softly, "Were you scared?" "No, with you here, I'm not afraid of anything." Su Qingxue shook her head, her eyes full of trust and reliance, and reached out to smooth his furrowed brows.
"Don't be angry, it'll ruin your mood." "Okay, I'll listen to you."
Lin Fan nodded, the coldness on his face instantly disappearing, replaced by a gentle smile.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 3,346 plus 10 is equal to 3,356, Su Qingshue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,319 plus 5 is equal to 5,324. After the commotion subsided, the atmosphere in the private room became even more lively than before. Everyone ate seafood, chatted, and occasionally toasted Lin Fan and Su Qingxue with a drink, their laughter filling the air. With his enhanced insight, Lin Fan could clearly sense the emotional changes among his team members, knowing that they now not only had greater faith in him, but the team's cohesion was also stronger. This was undoubtedly very beneficial for the subsequent progress of the project. He picked up his glass, stood up, and said, "Everyone, the little incident just now may have dampened your spirits. I'd like to propose a toast to everyone, and I hope you all continue to enjoy your food and drinks. Cheers!" Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and clinked them together.
After finishing their drinks, everyone continued chatting.
Although Mark had left, the collaboration with global technology undoubtedly gave everyone tremendous confidence, and everyone was full of expectations for the future. President Lin, with the addition of global technology, the subsequent investment promotion work will definitely be much smoother, and we might even be able to attract more large enterprises to settle in, said Zheng Lei, head of the project's investment promotion department. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. Going forward, we need to increase our investment attraction efforts, focusing on attracting companies in new energy, high-end manufacturing, and scientific research and development to create a high-end industrial cluster. At the same time, we also need to improve supporting facilities, build schools, hospitals, shopping malls, and so on, so that the East New area can become a comprehensive community that is suitable for living and working.
Okay, Mr. Lin, we will definitely do our best,
Zhang Lei said firmly. Looking at Lin Fan's composed and confident demeanor, Su Qingshue's eyes were filled with admiration. She knew that Lin Fan not only had ability, but also a long-term vision and clear planning. Under his leadership, the Su Group would definitely develop better and better, and the Chengdong New District project would definitely become a benchmark in Jianchang.
Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 10 p.m.
After the dinner, Lin Fan arranged for cars to take the team members home, while he and Su Qingxue drove back to their apartment. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, playing with his fingers in her hand, and whispered, "Honey, I'm so happy today. Not only did we reach a cooperation agreement with global technology, but I also saw you teach those thugs a lesson in such a cool way.
I feel so safe."
That's right, your husband is both scholarly and martial. I can help you build your career and protect you. Lin Fan proudly raised his chin, his tone tinged with arrogance. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his fingertips tracing the fine strands, a wave of tenderness washing over him. Su Qingxue laughed so hard she almost fell over, and pinched his waist. "You're so vain."
"But I just love how vain you are."
The two smiled at each other, and a sweet atmosphere filled the carriage. The evening breeze blew in through the window, carrying a faint floral fragrance, and ruffled Su Qingshua's hair. She turned her head slightly, looking at the night view outside the window, her eyes filled with happiness. Back at the Shuxiang Mingyuan apartment, as soon as Lin Fan opened the door, Su Qingxue pounced into his arms like a kitten, wrapping her arms around his neck and standing on tiptoe to kiss his lips. Her soft lips, carrying a faint scent of wine, instantly ignited a flame in Lin Fan's heart. He cupped the back of her head and deepened the kiss. As their lips met, Su Qingshue's body gradually grew hot, her small hands tightly gripping his shirt, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Lin Fan felt the soft warmth in his arms, his fingertips gently tracing her back, each touch causing her body to tremble slightly, the ambiguous atmosphere in the air growing stronger, tinged with a hint of heat.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner, triggering a sweet reward, affection points plus 20 currently 3,356 plus 20 is equal to 3,376, Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10 currently 5,324 plus 10 is equal to 5,334. Lin Fan only reluctantly let go of Su Qingxue when she was out of breath. Looking at her flushed cheeks and watery eyes, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. So proactive? Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed even more, and she buried herself in his arms, her voice muffled. It's because you're so handsome today, I couldn't resist. Lin Fan smiled and tightened his arms around her, holding her even closer. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, then I'll make you give in one more time. With that, he scooped Su Qingxue up in his arms and strode towards the bedroom. The bedroom was dimly lit. Lin Fan gently placed her on the bed, then bent down to kiss her forehead, the tip of her nose, and her lips, his movements both tender and possessive. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, feeling his kisses, her body trembling slightly, her heart filled with excitement. After a passionate night, the sky outside the window gradually brightened. When Lin Fan woke up, Su Qingxue was still fast asleep, her eyelashes fluttering gently like a sleeping butterfly, a sweet smile on her lips. He carefully got out of bed and tiptoed into the kitchen to prepare a loving breakfast for her. He opened the refrigerator. Inside were fresh ingredients. He planned to make Su Qingshue's favorite strawberry pancakes and milk oatmeal porridge. First, he took out eggs, flour, milk, and strawberries. He cracked the eggs into a bowl, added an appropriate amount of sugar, and whisked until the sugar was completely dissolved. Then he added flour and milk, continuing to whisk until a smooth batter formed. Finally, he added chopped strawberries and stirred until well combined. Next, take out a frying pan, pour in a little cooking oil, and once the oil is hot, pour in a spoonful of batter. Cook over low heat until small bubbles appear on the surface of the batter, then flip it over and cook for another few dozen seconds. A golden and soft strawberry pancake is ready. He made 6 in total, arranged them neatly on a plate, drizzled with honey, and sprinkled with diced strawberries. They looked exquisite and delicious. Next, make milk oatmeal porridge. Take out the oatmeal, add an appropriate amount of milk, put it in a pot, and simmer over low heat, stirring constantly to prevent sticking. Cook until the oatmeal becomes soft and sticky, then add a few red dates and goji berries, and cook for another 2 minutes. A nutritious milk oatmeal porridge is ready. When Su Qingxue woke up, the aroma in the air immediately cheered her up. She got dressed and went outside, seeing Lin Fan busy in the kitchen, her eyes filled with happiness. Honey, you're up so early? You woke up early, so I made you some breakfast. Lin Fan turned around and said with a smile, come and eat, or it won't taste good when it gets cold. The two sat at the dining table. Su Qingxue picked up a strawberry pancake, took a bite, and found it crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, with a rich strawberry aroma and the sweetness of honey. She squinted her eyes in delight. Honey, the pancakes you made are so delicious. They're even better than those from dessert shops. I'm glad you like it. I'll make it for you every day from now on. Lin Fan smiled and served her a bowl of milk oatmeal porridge. Drink some porridge, it's good for your stomach. Su Qingxue took the porridge, took a sip, and savored the warm taste of milk, soft oats, and the sweetness of red dates and goji berries. It warmed both her stomach and her heart. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with love. Husband, with you here, I am truly so happy. Me too. Lin Fan held her hand, his fingertips tracing the back of her hand. Being with you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 3,376 plus 10 is equal to 3,386. Su Qingshue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,334 plus 5 is equal to 5,339. After breakfast, the two drove to the company.
As soon as they arrived downstairs, they saw Su Jinhai and Luan standing by the car, smiling.
Dad, Mom.
What brings you here?
Su Qingxue walked over in surprise.
We came to see you and have some good news to share, Luan said with a smile, her eyes full of joy. What good news?
Lin Fan asked curiously.
We've received news from the Discipline Inspection Commission that Zhao Kuan's case has been solved. He has been found guilty of multiple crimes, including abuse of power, harboring criminal gangs, and accepting bribes.
He has been formally arrested and will face severe legal punishment,
Su Jinhai said excitedly. Furthermore, his brother-in-law, Zheng Chang, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, has also been found guilty of multiple crimes and has been arrested as well.
That's great,
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said in unison, their eyes filled with excitement. Zhao Kuan, who had troubled them for so long, has finally fallen from power, and they no longer need to worry about his revenge. There's more good news, Luan said with a smile. Chen Hu of Hangyuan Real Estate has been detained by the police for inciting workers to riot and maliciously sabotaging the Su Shi Group's project. Hangyuan Real Estate is also under investigation by relevant departments for suspected illegal and irregular operations, and is now on the verge of bankruptcy.
This is truly gratifying.
A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes.
Good and evil will be rewarded in the end.
They did bad things and should be punished. Yes, Su Jinhai nodded. Now that all the troubles are resolved, the Su Group can focus on development.
Lin Fan, the next project in the East New District is up to you.
Don't worry, Uncle Su, I will definitely live up to your expectations, Lin Fan said firmly.
Okay.
Su Jinhai nodded with a smile, his eyes full of satisfaction. Come on, let's go upstairs and sit for a while. Let's have a good talk about the project's future plans. The four of them entered the company and went to Lin Fan's office. Luan took out the fruit and snacks she had brought and placed them on the table. You've been busy all morning, have something to eat first.
Thank you, Mom, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue said with smiles.
Everyone sat on the sofa, and Su Jinhai took out a document and handed it to Lin Fan. This is the latest planning scheme for the Chengdong New Area project. I have made some adjustments based on the cooperation needs of Huanqiu technology.
Please take a look and see if there are any problems.
Lin Fan took the document and read it carefully. The plan detailed the construction locations and timelines for the RD Center, industrial park, and supporting facilities. The layout was reasonable and well considered, perfectly matching his ideas.
Uncle Su, this plan is excellent, I have no objections.
Lin Fan put down the documents and said with a smile, we can proceed with the project according to this plan.
Okay. Su Jinhai nodded.
Next, we need to speed up the project's progress and strive to complete it as soon as possible, so that the Chengdong New Area can become a new landmark of Jiangcheng.
Okay. Lin Fan nodded. I've already made the arrangements.
The subsequent construction and investment promotion work will proceed simultaneously to ensure the project goes smoothly. Luan watched Lin Fan and Su Jinhai discuss work, her eyes filled with a satisfied smile. She could see that Lin Fan not only had ability, but also clear planning and unwavering execution. With him around, the future of the Su Group was sure to be full of hope.
Ding!
Detected that the host has gained family recognition, triggering a family affection reward. Affection value plus 30, currently 3,386 plus 30 is equal to 3,416. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 5,339 plus 20 is equal to 5,359.
After discussing work, Luan took Su Qingxue's hand and said with a smile, Qingxue, when are you and Lin Fan free? Let's go look at wedding dresses together.
I've already looked at several wedding dress shops, and the styles are all very beautiful. Su Qingxue blushed and looked at Lin Fan with anticipation in her eyes. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Mom, we're free this weekend, let's go together then.
That's great,
Luan said excitedly. I'll contact the wedding dress shop right away and reserve the best style for you.
Watching Luan busy herself, Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with happiness.
She knew that her mother had fully accepted Lin Fan and treated him as one of her own.
This kind of family atmosphere was what she had always longed for.
At noon, Su Jinhai treated everyone to lunch at a restaurant near the company. The four of them sat together, eating and chatting in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Luan kept putting food on Lin Fan's plate, her eyes overflowing with affection. Lin Fan, eat more of this fish, it's very fresh and good for your health.
Thank you, Mom, Lin Fan said with a smile, and also put a piece of food on Luan's plate. You should eat more too.
Su Jinhai watched this scene with a smile of satisfaction in his eyes. The family was enjoying each other's company, which was exactly the picture he wanted to see. After finishing their meal, Sujinhai and Luan left because they had other things to do. Before leaving, Luan specifically reminded Lin Fan and Su Qingxue to be sure to go to the wedding dress shop on time this weekend. Back in his office, Lin Fan finished his work, took out his phone, and called Lin Zhangwo and Zhang Guifan to tell them the good news that Zhao Kuan and Chen Hu had been arrested, and also mentioned that he wanted to go to see wedding dresses over the weekend. "That's great, Lin Fan." Zhang Guifan's voice was filled with excitement. "That scoundrel Zhao Kuan has finally been caught. We don't have to worry about him anymore. We'll go look at wedding dresses this weekend and give you some suggestions." "Okay, Mom," Lin Fan said with a smile. "We'll go together then." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at Su Qingxue with a smile in his eyes. "Wife, let's go look at wedding dresses together this weekend. Are you happy?" "I'm so happy." Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. "I've already started to imagine what I'll look like in my wedding dress. I'm looking forward to it too." Lin Fan walked over, hugged her from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, "My wife, you will definitely be the most beautiful woman in the world when you wear a wedding dress." Su Qingxue leaned against him, a happy smile on her face. She knew that her happy life with Lin Fan had only just begun. In the afternoon, Zhou Lei brought good news. The investment promotion work for the Chengdong New Area project has made new breakthroughs, with 2 more well-known companies reaching cooperation intentions and preparing to settle in the new area. "Great!" Lin Fan's eyes were full of excitement. "Zhou Lei, you did a great job. Next, continue to increase investment promotion efforts and strive to attract more companies to settle in." "Okay, Brother Lin. I will definitely do my best," Zhou Lei said firmly. Seeing the company thrive and the projects progress smoothly, Lin Fan felt a great sense of accomplishment. Reborn, he not only made up for past regrets but also found abundant love and family, creating his own glorious future. In the evening, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went home from get-off work. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, where do you think would be a good place for our wedding? In Jiangcheng or in Switzerland?" "Whatever you say," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Wherever you want to hold it, we'll hold it there. I want to hold our wedding in Switzerland, and then have a thank you banquet in Jiangcheng. It will be romantic, and we can share our happiness with our family and friends." Su Qingxue's eyes shone with anticipation. "Okay, we'll do it your way." Lin Fan nodded. "Once things calm down a bit more with the project, we'll go to Switzerland to look at wedding venues." "That's great." Su Qingxue excitedly kissed him on the cheek. Back at the apartment, Lin Fan went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Su Qingxue leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching his busy figure with happiness in her eyes. She knew that no matter what difficulties she encountered in the future, as long as Lin Fan was by her side, she would be fearless. With his improved insight, Lin Fan became more adept at cooking, able to precisely control the heat and flavor of the ingredients. He made Su Qingxue's favorite dishes, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, and garlic-flavored lettuce, each dish a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. At dinner, the couple sat at the table, eating and chatting about looking at wedding dresses over the weekend, their eyes filled with anticipation. The air was filled with the aroma of food and a sweet atmosphere, warm and happy. Although many challenges lie ahead, Lin Fan knows that as long as Su Qingxue is by his side, and as long as the family works together, there are no difficulties that cannot be overcome. His path to rebirth is destined to be filled with light, and he will use his efforts to protect those around him and create a bright future for them. Chapter 41: Her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. As night deepened, the dining room of Shuxiang Mingyuan apartment was bathed in warm yellow light, and the aroma of food filled every corner. Lin Fan brought the last plate of garlic-flavored lettuce to the table. Looking at the tempting sweet and sour pork ribs, the tender steamed sea bass, and the vibrant green lettuce, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Wife, dinner's ready." Su Qingxue walked into the living room and immediately spotted the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, her eyes lighting up instantly. The amber sauce coated each piece of rib, a perfect balance of lean and fatty meat, glistening with oil, its edges slightly charred. The white sesame seeds sprinkled on top were just right, making it look incredibly appetizing. She quickened her pace unconsciously, sat down at the table, and couldn't help but linger on the sweet and sour pork ribs for a few more seconds, her throat bobbing slightly. This subtle movement was precisely caught by Lin Fan, whose perception had been enhanced to 13 points. A smile flashed in his eyes. Without saying a word, he naturally picked up the serving chopsticks and took the largest piece of pork rib. The meat on the ribs was the most tender and had the least tendons, which was exactly the part that Su Qingxue loved to eat. He gently shook the chopsticks, letting the excess sauce on the ribs drip back onto the plate to avoid soiling the rim of Su Qingshue's bowl, then steadily placed them into the white porcelain bowl in front of her, his tone calm yet filled with undisguised doting. Try today's sweet and sour ribs. I added extra rock sugar on purpose, so they're sweet but not cloying. Su Qingxue looked up at him, her eyes filled with surprise, her cheeks slightly flushed, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. How did you know I wanted to eat this? I guessed. Lin Fan sat down with a smile, picked up a piece of bok choy for himself, but kept an eye on her reaction out of the corner of his eye. I didn't get to eat your favorite food at yesterday's dinner party, so I made it up to you today. Ding. Host's accurate capture of partner's preferences detected. Sweet interaction triggers reward, affection points plus 15 currently 3,416 plus 15 is equal to 3,431, Su Qingshue's favorability plus 10 currently 5,359 plus 10 is equal to 5,369. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a small bite of the rib, and gently bit the skin. The sweet aroma of the sauce exploded in her mouth instantly, with a hint of vinegar that neutralized the greasiness. The skin was crispy and fragrant, while the meat inside was tender and juicy, falling off the bone with a gentle touch. Even the bone marrow was soaked in the sauce. It was so delicious that her eyes narrowed, like a cat eating a dried fish. Delicious. So delicious, she mumbled, her mouth stuffed full of ribs, her cheeks bulging, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. It's even better than the last time we ate at Fresh Sea Pavilion. Honey, your cooking skills are getting more and more amazing. Lin Fan watched her wolf down her food, his smile widening. He picked up another piece of pork rib for her, along with a piece of sea bass belly, removing the small bones. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you, there's more if you're not full. Try the sea bass too, I specially picked wild sea bass today, the meat is even more tender. Su Qingxue nodded, took the sea bass and put it in her mouth. The fish was delicate and tender, with a light fresh taste and no fishy smell at all. It was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating it. The two chatted about going to look at wedding dresses this weekend while eating. Su Qingxue excitedly talked about the styles of wedding dresses she liked, saying she wanted a train dress for its grandeur, and a floor-length dress for convenience and to match with a beautiful veil. Lin Fan listened patiently, occasionally agreeing with her, his eyes full of affection. Ding. Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 3,431 plus 10 is equal to 3,441, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,369 plus 5 is equal to 5,374. After dinner, Lin Fan cleaned up the dishes, while Su Qingxue leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching his busy figure, feeling a warmth in her heart. She walked over and gently hugged his waist from behind, pressing her cheek against his back, feeling the warmth of his body. Honey, thank you for your hard work. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then took her hand in his, stroking the back of her hand with his fingertips, and said gently, It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to cook for my wife. After washing the dishes, the two sat on the sofa watching TV. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, hugging a cushion, and occasionally popping a strawberry into his mouth. Lin Fan ate strawberries while holding her close, feeling the soft warmth in his arms, and his heart was filled with a sense of security. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Zhou Lei calling. Brother Lin, something bad has happened. There's been an accident at the Chengdong New District project site. Zhou Lei's voice was anxious, with some background noise. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened, and he sat up straight. What happened? Tell me slowly. There was a sudden collapse at the construction site just now, and 3 workers are buried underneath. Rescue workers have arrived, but the situation is very urgent. The workers' families have also arrived, and they are very emotional, so the scene is a bit out of control. Zhou Lei said urgently. I understand, I'll be right there. Lin Fan hung up the phone, immediately stood up, his eyes filled with seriousness. Su Qingxue stood up nervously as well. Honey, I'll go with you. Okay, let us go together. Lin Fan nodded, picked up his coat, and pulled Su Qingxue out of the apartment quickly. The two drove to the construction site of the Chengdong New District project. Lin Fan's brow was furrowed the entire way. A construction site collapse was no small matter. It not only concerned the safety of the workers but could also affect the project's progress and even generate negative public opinion, giving competitors ammunition against them. 40 minutes later, the two arrived at the construction site. The scene was chaotic. A cordon had been set up, and rescue workers were digging frantically. The roar of excavators, the cries and shouts of the workers' families were all mixed together, making one feel uneasy. When Zhou Lei saw Lin Fan, he immediately ran over, his face pale. "Brother Lin, you finally come?" The collapsed area was the construction site of dormitory building number 3. 3 workers were pouring concrete when it suddenly collapsed.
We still don't know what's inside. How are things with the family?
Lin Fan asked, his sharp eyes sweeping across the scene. The family members were very agitated, demanding an explanation from us, and even physically shoved our staff. "I've had people try to calm them down, but it hasn't been very effective," Zhou Lei said.
Lin Fan nodded and walked towards the direction where the family members were.
A dozen or so family members were gathered together, weeping uncontrollably.
One middle-aged woman was the most emotional, sitting on the ground, slapping her thigh and crying, "My husband. What will happen to me and my children if something happens to you? Su Group, you have to give us an explanation."
Lin Fan walked up to her, his tone heavy and sincere. "Ma'am, I am Lin Fan, the project manager of Su Shi Group. Please trust us, we will do our utmost to rescue the trapped workers at all costs. The rescue is currently underway, so please remain calm and do not delay the rescue, as this will not benefit the trapped workers."
Calm down?
How can you expect us to calm down?
People are buried underneath.
If something happens, can you take responsibility? A middle-aged man roared, his eyes filled with anger.
I understand how everyone feels. If I were in your shoes, I would be very anxious too.
Lin Fan's tone was calm, yet carried a convincing strength.
But right now, the most important thing is to save lives.
We have contacted the best rescue teams and hospitals, and we will do our best. If anything happens to the workers, the Su Group will take full responsibility and compensate them according to the highest standards.
We will definitely not let anyone down.
His words were firm and resolute, his eyes sincere, which gradually calmed the agitated family members.
The middle-aged woman looked up at Lin Fan. "Are you serious? If something happens to my husband, will you really take responsibility?"
"I guarantee with my integrity that I will never break my promise," Lin Fan said firmly. The family members looked at each other, their emotions finally calming down. They stopped crying and just anxiously watched the rescue scene.
Su Qingxue walked to Lin Fan's side, gently took his hand, and gave him an encouraging look.
Lin Fan turned and glanced at her, feeling much less pressure.
Ding!
Host's calm handling of the emergency has been detected, triggering a responsibility reward. Affection points plus 20, currently 3,441 plus 20 is equal to 3,461. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 5,374 plus 10 is equal to 5,384. The rescue operation continued intensely, with each second ticking by, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Lin Fan stood outside the cordon, his eyes fixed on the rescue site, his brow furrowed, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists.
His keen senses were heightened. He could clearly hear the rescuers' conversations and sense their tension and anxiety. "We've found him. We've found someone. He's still breathing," a rescuer suddenly shouted. Everyone's hearts were in their throats.
The family members rushed over excitedly, but were stopped by the staff. The rescuers carefully carried the worker out. He was covered in mud and his consciousness was somewhat blurred, but he was still breathing. Paramedics immediately rushed forward to provide first aid, and then lifted him into an ambulance and sent him to the hospital.
"Thank goodness. He's still breathing."
The family members cried with excitement, their eyes filled with hope. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not let his guard down, as 2 workers were still trapped below. More than an hour later, the second worker was also rescued. He was still breathing, but his injuries were more serious. When the third worker was rescued, it was already past 1 a.m. His condition was the most serious. He had fallen into a coma. Paramedics immediately began resuscitation efforts and then rushed him to the hospital. Watching the 3 ambulances drive away, Lin Fan breathed a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing.
The family members surrounded Lin Fan, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you for saving my man."
"You're welcome, it's what we should do," Lin Fan said with a smile.
"Everyone, go to the hospital to check on the worker's condition.
If you need anything, please contact me anytime." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin," the family members said, turning and running towards the hospital. Zhou Lei walked over to Lin Fan and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Lin, luckily all 3 workers were rescued, otherwise it would have been a huge problem." "Yes," Lin Fan nodded, his eyes full of exhaustion. "Investigate the cause of the collapse.
We must find out whether it was a problem with the construction quality or something else."
"Okay, Brother Lin, I'll arrange for someone to investigate first thing tomorrow morning, Jolie said.
Thank you for your hard work. You should go home and get some rest early tonight.
I'll take care of things here, Lin Fan said. No need, Brother Lin, I'll stay and keep you company, Jolie said.
No need, you can go back.
There are staff members watching over things here. Lin Fan waved his hand. We still have follow-up matters to handle tomorrow, you need to rest. Jolie had no choice but to nod. Okay, Brother Lin, feel free to call me anytime if you need anything.
After Jolie left, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue also drove to the hospital.
Inside, the three workers were all in the intensive care unit, their families waiting outside, their eyes filled with worry.
Lin Fan walked over to the family member and asked softly, "What did the doctor say?"
The doctor said the situation is not optimistic and they are still being treated, the middle-aged woman said, her eyes red. Don't worry, the hospital will do everything it can to save him, Lin Fan reassured him. The medical expenses and subsequent treatment costs will all be covered by the Su Group, so you don't need to worry. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin, thank you so much, the family members said gratefully. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue stayed at the hospital for a long time until the doctor came out and said that the three workers were out of danger. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and leave the hospital. It was past 3 a.m. when they got back to the apartment. Both of them were exhausted. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, her eyelids almost closing. Lin Fan gently placed her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, washed up, and then lay down, holding her tightly. They quickly fell asleep.
The next morning, Lin Fan was woken up by his phone ringing. It was Jolie calling.
Brother Lin, the cause of the collapse has been found. It wasn't a construction quality issue. Someone deliberately sabotaged the construction materials and replaced the steel bars with inferior ones, resulting in insufficient load-bearing capacity and causing the collapse. Jolie's voice was filled with anger.
Deliberate sabotage? Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned icy. Have you found out who did it? We found out.
It was a temporary worker on the construction site named Li Ergu. He admitted that he was paid by someone to deliberately replace the steel bars with inferior ones. He said that a man named Chang Mao contacted him and gave him 50,000 yuan, Jolie said.
Long hair? Lin Fan frowned. The name sounded familiar.
He thought for a moment and quickly remembered that Long Hair was Chen Hu's subordinate at Hanyuan Real Estate. He had done a lot of bad things with Chen Hu before. It seems the remnants of Hanyuan Real Estate are unwilling to accept defeat and want to retaliate against us. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Jolie, call the police immediately and hand Li Ergu over to them.
Let the police investigate the relationship between Chang Mao and Hanyuan Real Estate.
Also, strengthen security measures at the construction site to prevent similar incidents from happening again.
Okay, Brother Lin. I'll get right on it. Jolie said angrily. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan's face was terribly grim.
Hanyuan Real Estate was already on the verge of bankruptcy, yet they still dared to send people to sabotage the construction site. They were practically courting death.
Su Qingxue was awakened by his noise.
She rubbed her eyes, looked at his gloomy face, and asked worriedly, "Husband, what's wrong?"
What happened?
The construction site collapse was deliberately sabotaged by people from Hanyuan Real Estate. They sent people to destroy the construction materials, Lin Fan said, his voice filled with anger.
What? That's outrageous. Su Qingxue's face turned pale with anger. How could they be so despicable? Don't worry, I won't let them get away with this.
Lin Fan held her hand, his tone firm. The police have already started investigating, and they will be brought to justice soon. Su Qingxue nodded and leaned against him, still a little worried. Husband, you must be careful. They are so despicable, who knows what they might do next?
I know, I'll be careful.
Lin Fan patted her back and comforted her.
You can sleep a little longer.
I'll go wash up and then go to the company to take care of some things.
Okay.
Su Qingxue nodded, closed her eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. After washing up, Lin Fan prepared breakfast for Su Qingxue and then drove to the company. As soon as he arrived, the police were already waiting for him. It was Officer Zhang, who was in charge of investigating the construction site collapse.
Mr. Lin, hello.
We have interrogated Li Ergu, and he confessed to everything. It was indeed Chang Mao who instructed him to do it, and Chang Mao is Chen Hu's subordinate at Hanyuan Real Estate, Officer Zhang said. Officer Zhang, thank you for your hard work, Lin Fan said.
The people from Hanyuan Real Estate are too arrogant.
They dared to deliberately sabotage the construction site and endanger the lives of the workers.
They must be severely punished. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we've already issued a warrant for Chang Mao's arrest, and we'll catch him soon.
In addition, we'll also investigate the relevant personnel at Hanyuan Real Estate. We won't let them get away with it, Officer Zhang said.
Thank you, Officer Zhang,
Lin Fan said. After communicating with Officer Zhang, Lin Fan convened a meeting with the company's core members to discuss the follow-up handling plan for the construction site collapse incident. Everyone, the construction site collapse has been investigated and confirmed to be a deliberate act by people from Hanyuan Real Estate. Lin Fan looked at everyone and said in a serious tone, "Now, we have 3 things to do. First, do everything we can to treat the injured workers and cover all medical expenses and compensation. Second, strengthen security measures at the construction site, replace all construction materials, and ensure construction safety. Third,
cooperate with the police investigation and hold the relevant personnel of Hanyuan Real Estate legally accountable." Yes, Mr. Lin. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Zhang Lei, you're in charge of contacting the hospital, following up on the workers' treatment, and ensuring they receive the best possible care, Lin Fan said.
Okay, Mr. Lin. Zhang Lei nodded.
Zhou Lei, you are responsible for strengthening security measures at the construction site, replacing construction materials, and assigning a dedicated person to supervise the construction quality.
There absolutely cannot be any more problems, Lin Fan said. Okay, Brother Lin. Zhou Lei nodded.
Su Qingyi, you're in charge of liaising with the media, issuing an official statement explaining the cause of the construction site collapse, and avoiding negative public opinion, Lin Fan said.
Okay, Lin Fan. Su Qingyi nodded.
After the meeting, everyone immediately sprang into action, each taking on their assigned tasks. Lin Fan sat in his office, rubbing his temples, feeling immense pressure. The remnants of Hanyuan Real Estate remained a persistent threat. He had to resolve this problem as soon as possible. At noon, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to the hospital to visit the injured worker. The worker's condition had stabilized. Although he was still in the intensive care unit, he was out of danger. The family members expressed their gratitude to Lin Fan, their eyes filled with thanks. After leaving the hospital, the two went to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Lin Fan ordered Su Qingxue's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, along with several other light dishes. Soon, the sweet and sour pork ribs were served, looking just as tempting as Lin Fan's.
Su Qingxue's gaze lingered on the ribs for a few more seconds.
Lin Fan noticed this, picked up the serving chopsticks, and naturally placed a piece of rib in her bowl. Eat more, nourish your body.
You've been working too hard lately.
Su Qingxue looked up at him, her eyes filled with emotion. She softly hummed in agreement, picked up her chopsticks, and ate the ribs in small bites, feeling a warm glow in her heart.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 3,461 plus 10 is equal to 3,471. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,384 plus 5 is equal to 5,389. Honey, the people from Hanyuan Real Estate have gone too far. They did something so despicable, endangering the lives of the workers, Su Qingxue said angrily while eating. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, his eyes cold. Since they dared to do it, they have to bear the consequences.
Once the police catch Chang Mao, they can follow the trail and wipe out the remaining members of Hanyuan Real Estate. Yes, they must pay the price. Su Qingxue said. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the company. As soon as they arrived, Zhou Lei rushed over, his face beaming with excitement. Brother Lin, great news. The police have caught Chang Mao. He's confessed to being instructed by Wang Chang, the vice president of Hanyuan Real Estate, and Wang Chang is also in police custody. Great. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. We've finally caught them. Yes, Zhou Lei nodded. Wang Chang confessed that they wanted to cause losses to the Su Group by sabotaging the construction site and delaying the project, and then take the opportunity to seize the project in the East New District. What wishful thinking! Lin Fan sneered. They think they can defeat us like this? That's just wishful thinking. Brother Lin, now that Wang Chang has been arrested, Hanyuan Real Estate is completely finished. Zhou Lei said excitedly. Without Wang Chang and Shen Hu, Hanyuan Real Estate is leaderless. Coupled with the illegal and irregular issues that were investigated before, they have now applied for bankruptcy liquidation. That's gratifying. Lin Fan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This is the consequence of their evil deeds. Ding!
host detected a potential threat, triggering a justice reward, affection points plus 30 currently 3,471 plus 30 is equal to 3,501. Suqingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 5,389 plus 20 is equal to 5,409. With the last weight lifted from his heart, Lin Fan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Zhao Cohen had fallen, Zhang Hong was imprisoned, and Hainyuan Real Estate had gone bankrupt. All his enemies had been dealt with, and now he could finally focus on developing his business and preparing for his wedding with Su Qingshui.
Brother Lin, now that all the troubles are resolved, shouldn't we have a proper celebration?
Zhou Lei said with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation.
Of course. Lin Fan nodded.
Once things settle down at the construction site, we'll have a proper celebration to reward everyone for their hard work during this time.
Yay!
Zhou Lei jumped up excitedly, turned around, and ran out to spread the good news.
When Lin Fan returned to his office, Su Qingshui was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. As soon as she saw him come in, she stood up and went to greet him. Honey, is there good news?
Yes, Lin Fan smiled and walked over, pulling her into his arms.
Chang Mao has been arrested, and Wang Chang, the vice president of Hanyuan Real Estate, has also been detained. Hanyuan Real Estate has filed for bankruptcy liquidation.
That's great. Su Qingshui excitedly hugged his neck, kissed him on the cheek, and her eyes were full of joy.
This problem is finally solved. Yes, we don't have to worry about anyone sabotaging us anymore.
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, feeling the softness of her body, and felt a sense of security. Now we can focus on advancing the project and preparing for our wedding.
Mentioning the wedding, Su Qingshui's cheeks instantly flushed, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yes. We'll go look at wedding dresses this weekend.
I can't wait to wear a wedding dress and marry you.
I can't wait to marry you too.
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his tone gentle yet firm.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 15 currently 3,501 plus 15 is equal to 3,516. Su Qingshui's favorability plus 10 currently 5,409 plus 10 is equal to 5,419. In the afternoon, after finishing his work at the company, Lin Fan went to the construction site with Su Qingshui. After a day of preparation, the construction site had returned to order. New construction materials had been delivered, and the number of security personnel had increased significantly. Each entrance and exit was guarded by a dedicated person, and the construction quality was also supervised by a dedicated person.
Everything was progressing in an orderly manner.
When the workers saw Lin Fan, they greeted him warmly, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. What had happened before had made them completely accept this young boss. He was not only capable but also responsible, prioritizing the safety of his workers. They felt he was a boss they should follow. Lin Fan walked over to the person in charge of the construction site and inquired in detail about the construction progress and the implementation of safety measures. Only after ensuring that there were no problems did he leave with peace of mind. In the evening, the two returned to the apartment, and Lin Fan personally cooked a sumptuous dinner, which naturally included Su Qingshui's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Looking at the glistening, tempting ribs on the plate, Su Qingshui's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but glance at them a few more times as soon as she sat down. Lin Fan smiled, picked up the serving chopsticks, took a piece of the tenderest rib, carefully removed the small bones, and put it in her bowl. Try it, today's ribs are stewed even more tender and easier to digest.
Su Qingshui picked up her chopsticks, took a rib, and put it in her mouth. With a gentle bite, the meat melted instantly, and the sweet aroma of the sauce and the fragrance of the meat intertwined in her mouth. It was so delicious that she couldn't help but squint her eyes and look up at Lin Fan, her eyes full of admiration. Honey, you're so amazing. How can you make everything so delicious?
Because it's made for you, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up another piece of pork rib for her.
Eat more if you like, there's plenty left in the pot.
Su Qingshui nodded, then lowered her head and ate heartily, her cheeks puffed out like a greedy little squirrel, utterly adorable. Lin Fan watched her, his eyes overflowing with doting affection. He picked up his chopsticks and slowly ate his own food, his heart filled with happiness.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 3,516 plus 10 is equal to 3,526. Su Qingshui's favorability plus 5 currently 5,419 plus 5 is equal to 5,424. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa, looking at bridal shop brochures together, choosing styles to visit over the weekend. Su Qingshui pointed to a train wedding dress, her eyes full of anticipation. Honey, look at this one. The train is embroidered with pearls and rhinestones, it's so beautiful. Lin Fan leaned closer for a look. The wedding dress was indeed exquisitely designed, with a long train adorned with pearls and rhinestones that sparkled under the lights, exuding elegance and grandeur. He nodded, it's really beautiful. Let's try it on this weekend. Great. Su Qingxue said excitedly, then turned to another page and pointed to a floor-length tulle dress. This one is also very beautiful, simple and elegant, and can be paired with a veil and gloves, very ethereal. Yes, you look good in everything. Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. His fingertips brushed against her delicate strands, and his heart fluttered. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned against him, continuing to flip through the brochure, muttering about the styles she liked, her eyes filled with longing. Lin Fan listened patiently, occasionally offering a few words of agreement, his heart also brimming with anticipation, eager to see her in her wedding dress. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. Lin Fan carried Su Qingxue back to the bedroom, gently placed her on the bed, and leaned down to kiss her lips. Go to sleep early. You have to go to the company to handle things tomorrow. You won't have the energy to look at wedding dresses until the weekend. Su Qingxue nodded, took his hand, and looked at him with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. You should go to sleep early too. Lin Fan smiled, released her hand, and turned to wash up. When he returned, Su Qingxue was already asleep, her eyelashes fluttering gently, a sweet smile on her lips. He carefully lay down beside her, gently took her hand, and soon drifted off to sleep himself. The next morning, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to the company together. As soon as they arrived, they saw Su Zhenhai and Luan standing at the entrance, smiling. Dad, Mom. What brings you here? Su Qingxue walked over in surprise. We came to visit you and brought you some breakfast, Luan said with a smile, holding up the thermos in her hand. I made your favorite xiaolong bao and soy milk. Thank you, Mom. Su Qingxue excitedly took the thermos, opened it, and saw that the steamed buns inside were white and plump, steaming hot and smelling delicious. Lin Fan smiled and said, Thank you, Mom, you're so thoughtful. We're family, no need to be so polite, Luan said with a smile, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan with satisfaction. I heard that Hongyuan Real Estate has gone bankrupt, and all the troubles have been resolved. That's wonderful. Yes, Mom, it's all thanks to Lin Fan, otherwise things wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly, Su Qingxue said with a smile, her eyes full of admiration. Lin Fan, you did a great job. Su Zhenhai patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, his eyes full of satisfaction. With you here, we are all at ease. Ding. Detected that the host has gained family recognition, triggering a family affection reward, affection value plus 20 currently 3,526 plus 20 is equal to 3,546, Su Qingxue's favorability plus 15 currently 5,424 plus 15 is equal to 5,439. The four of them entered the company and went to Lin Fan's office. Luan took out the steamed buns and soy milk and distributed them to everyone. The steamed buns had thin skins and generous fillings. One bite and the soup burst out, the meat was tender and juicy, and they were incredibly delicious. The soy milk was rich, sweet, and warming, both the stomach and the heart. Mom, your xiaolong bao are so delicious. They're even better than the ones from breakfast shops outside. Lin Fan exclaimed sincerely. Eat more if you like, there's plenty left in the pot, Luan said with a smile, her eyes full of affection. After breakfast, Su Zhenhai took out a document and handed it to Lin Fan. This is the latest progress report of the Chengdong New Area project. Now all the troubles have been resolved, and we can speed up the project's progress. Lin Fan took the document and read it carefully. The report showed that the project's construction progress was 40% complete, and as long as everything went smoothly, it could be completed next year. He nodded, Uncle Su, I will make the arrangements to ensure the project is completed on time. Okay. Su Zhenhai nodded. By the way, when you go to look at wedding dresses this weekend, we'll go with you and give you some suggestions. Great. Su Qingxue said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. And another thing, Luan said with a smile, I've already contacted several wedding dress shops, all of which are the best in Jiangcheng, with a full range of styles. I guarantee you'll find one you're satisfied with. Thank you, Mom. Su Qingxue said, moved. After discussing work in the wedding dress, Su Zhenhai and Luan left. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue began dealing with company matters. Although the troubles had been resolved, there was still much follow-up work to be done, such as resuming construction at the site, coordinating with global technology, and attracting investment for the project. At noon, the two had lunch in the company cafeteria. Although the food in the cafeteria wasn't as fancy as what you get outside, it was still quite delicious. When Lin Fan saw that the cafeteria had sweet and sour pork ribs, he immediately picked up a piece for Su Qingxue. Try the cafeteria's sweet and sour pork ribs and see how they compare to mine. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. After chewing a few times, she shook her head and said, "Husband, your cooking is still the best.
This is too sour and the meat isn't tender enough."
Lin Fan laughed, "Then I'll make it for you every day from now on."
"Great,"
Su Qingxue said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 3,546 plus 10 is equal to 3,556. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,439 plus 5 is equal to 5,444.
In the afternoon, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went to the temporary office of Global Technology to discuss future cooperation matters with Mark.
Mark was very satisfied with the efficiency of the Su Group, and the communication between the two parties went smoothly, confirming the start date and construction plan for the RD Center.
After leaving Global Technology, the two drove back to the company.
On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, everything is going in the right direction now, and our wedding is being planned."
"I'm so happy." "Me too."
Lin Fan hugged her tightly.
"We will be happier and happier in the future."
Back at the company, Lin Fan finished his work and then went home with Su Qingxue. That evening, Lin Fan made sweet and sour pork ribs again, and seeing Su Qingxue enjoying them so much filled him with satisfaction.
Time flies, and the weekend arrived in the blink of an eye.
Lin Fan and Su Qingxue got up early, dressed up beautifully, and prepared to go shopping for wedding dresses. Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan, Su Jinhai and Lu Wan also arrived on time, and the whole family set off for the wedding dress shop in a grand procession. The wedding dress shop is located in the city center of Jiangchang and is called One Life, One Love Wedding Dress Shop. It is decorated in a luxurious and romantic style and is filled with all kinds of wedding dresses, which are dazzling and overwhelming.
The shop assistant greeted them warmly as soon as they entered. "Welcome. Are you here to choose a wedding dress?"
"Yes, we're here to pick out a wedding dress for my daughter," Lu Wan said with a smile, pointing to Su Qingxue.
"Okay, this way please,"
the sales assistant said with a smile, leading them to the wedding dress display area. "We have all kinds of wedding dresses here, train dresses, floor dresses, mermaid dresses, you can take your time to choose." Su Qingxue's eyes lit up instantly as she looked at the beautiful wedding dresses, her eyes filled with excitement. She picked up the train wedding dress she had seen in the brochure earlier, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I want to try this one."
"Okay, this way please go to the fitting room,"
the shop assistant said with a smile, took the wedding dress, and led Su Qingxue into the fitting room.
Everyone sat in the rest area to wait.
Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan looked at the beautiful wedding dresses around them, their eyes filled with emotion. They never expected that their son would get married and marry such a wonderful wife.
Su Jinhai and Lu Wan looked on with anticipation, waiting to see their daughter in her wedding dress.
Lin Fan sat on the sofa, his heart filled with anticipation, his palms even slightly sweaty.
He imagined Su Qingxue looking beautiful in her wedding dress. About half an hour later, the fitting room door opened.
Su Qingxue walked out wearing the long train wedding dress, which was embroidered with pearls and rhinestones that sparkled under the lights, making her skin look snow white and her figure slender, like a princess from a fairy tale.
Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with amazement. "Qingxue, you are so beautiful,"
Lu Wan said excitedly, tears welling up in her eyes. "Yes, Qingxue is so beautiful," Zhang Guifan said with a smile, her eyes full of affection.
Su Jinhai and Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with satisfaction.
Lin Fan looked at Su Qingxue, his eyes filled with amazement and love, his heart pounding as if it would burst out of his chest. He stood up, walked step by step to her, and whispered, "Wife, you are so beautiful."
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. "Really?"
"Yes," Lin Fan nodded, reached out and gently took her hand, his fingertips tracing the back of her hand. "You are the most beautiful bride I have ever seen."
Ding.
Romantic interaction detected between the host and their destined partner, triggering wedding rewards. Affection points plus 50 currently 3,556 plus 50 is equal to 3,606. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30 currently 5,444 plus 30 is equal to 5,474. Looking into Lin Fan's eyes, Su Qingxue felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, and a happy smile graced her lips. She knew that she had married for love, married this man who was willing to pamper her, love her, and protect her. Although there are still many unknowns in the future, she believes that as long as she is with Lin Fan, there are no difficulties that cannot be overcome. Their love and marriage will surely be as pure and beautiful as this wedding dress, and happy and long-lasting.
Chapter 42: The Subtle Smiles of Family Members.
The warm light in the eternal love wedding dress shop gently bathed Su Qingxue, the pearls and rhinestones on her trailing wedding dress reflecting a delicate shimmer, like a sky full of starlight. Standing before the mirror, she looked at herself in the dress, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. Her fingertips lightly brushed against the embroidery on the skirt, the touch delicate and soft, and her heart began to beat faster. Lin Fan stood beside her, his gaze fixed on her, his eyes filled with an intense love. He reached out and gently grasped her waist, his fingertips feeling the warmth of her skin beneath the fabric. His voice was deep and tender. "Wife, you look absolutely stunning in this wedding dress, it's almost unfair."
Su Qingxue turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling, a sweet smile playing on her lips. "Really? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?"
"It's not an exaggeration at all." Lin Fan shook his head and whispered in her ear, "On your wedding day, you will definitely be the most beautiful bride in the world." A warm breath brushed past her ear, carrying a faint scent of mint. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed even more, her body felt slightly hot, and she subconsciously leaned closer to him, her voice soft and sweet. "You're so good at talking." The sight of the two of them snuggling together was clearly seen by their parents, who were sitting in the rest area. Looking at the loving couple in the mirror, Zhang Guifan couldn't help but smile. She quietly nudged Lin Jiangwo beside her, her eyes full of satisfaction. "Old Lin, look at our son and Qingxue, how well matched they are."
Qingxue looked so beautiful in her wedding dress.
Lin Jiangwo nodded, his face showing little expression, but the smile in his eyes was hard to hide, and his tone carried a hint of pride. "Yes, Lin Fan's good qualities have been well deserved, he married such a good wife, we can rest assured now." On the other side, Luan looked at Su Qingxue's happy face, tears welling up in her eyes. She took Su Jinhai's hand and whispered, "Old Su, our daughter has grown up and is about to get married.
Time flies."
Su Jinhai patted the back of her hand, his eyes full of tenderness. His gaze fell on Lin Fan, and he said with satisfaction, "Yes, Qingxue is lucky to have found such a good man as Lin Fan.
We can rest assured now." The four elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unspoken, subtle smiles of satisfaction, expectation, and abundant blessings for the two children.
They could all see that Lin Fan and Su Qingxue truly loved and cherished each other. Such a marriage was sure to be happy and lasting.
Ding!
Detected that the host has gained the approval of both sets of parents, triggering a family affection reward. Affection value plus 50, currently 3,606 plus 50 is equal to 3,656. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 5,474 plus 30 is equal to 5,504.
Qingxue, try on this mermaid wedding dress and see how it looks. Luan stood up with a smile, pointing to a white mermaid wedding dress.
The dress fit her figure perfectly, with a skirt that flared out like a fishtail, embroidered with delicate lace patterns, making it look noble and elegant.
"Okay."
Su Qingxue nodded and, with the help of the shop assistant, changed out of her trailing wedding dress and into a mermaid wedding dress. The mermaid wedding dress perfectly accentuated her shapely figure, with a slender waist and full hips.
As the skirt billowed out, she resembled a blooming white lotus flower, elegant yet sexy.
Su Qingxue stood in front of the mirror, slightly embarrassed, and tugged at her skirt, her eyes filled with amazement.
"Wow, Qingxue, this dress suits you so well."
Zhang Guifan exclaimed excitedly. "It really accentuates your figure, making you look elegant and beautiful."
"Yes, this one is also very beautiful."
Luan nodded, her eyes full of satisfaction. Both of them have their own unique features, it's hard to choose. Lin Fan walked to Su Qingxue's side, his gaze falling on her, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes.
He reached out and gently took her hand, his fingertips caressing the back of her hand, his tone gentle. "This one is also beautiful, but I still think the one with the train was more suitable for the wedding ceremony, it was grand and solemn. This one can be kept for the wedding photos." "That's what I think too."
Su Qingxue's eyes lit up and she immediately chimed in, "A train is suitable for a wedding, and a mermaid style is suitable for wedding photos, so we don't have to worry about it." "You young people really know how to think things through," Luan said with a smile, her eyes full of affection.
Next, Su Qingxue tried on several floor-length wedding dresses and toasting dresses. Each one was beautiful.
In the end, she chose a trailing wedding dress, a mermaid wedding dress, a floor-length wedding dress, and 2 toasting dresses, all of which were styles that she and Lin Fan liked at first sight. After choosing their wedding dress, it was already noon. Lin Fan suggested going to the nearby Jiangcheng Old Flavor restaurant for lunch, as the restaurant served authentic and delicious home-style dishes.
Everyone agreed and headed towards the restaurant.
The restaurant was bustling with activity and filled with the lively atmosphere. They found a private room and sat down, and the waiter quickly brought them the menu.
Jingxue, what would you like to eat?
Order whatever you like. Lin Fan handed the menu to Su Qingxue, his eyes full of doting affection. Su Qingxue took the menu, flipped through it, and ordered a few dishes she liked, including sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, and stir-fried lettuce with garlic. She also asked for the opinions of both sets of parents and ordered their favorite dishes, such as braised pork belly, braised pork hock, and stir-fried shrimp. Another mushroom soup, please, it's good for the stomach, Lin Fan added, handing the menu to the waiter.
Okay, everyone, please wait a moment, the dishes will be served shortly. The waiter said with a smile, then turned and left the private room. While waiting for the food to be served, Zhang Guifan took out a red jewelry box from her bag, handed it to Su Qingxue, and said with a smile, Qingxue, this is a gift from your mother to you when we first meet, and it's also part of your dowry. Please accept it. Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hand. Mom, no need, you have already given me so much. Silly child, this is a gift from your mother, you must accept it. Zhang Guifan stuffed the jewelry box into her hands. Open it and see, do you like it? Su Qingxue had no choice but to take the jewelry box. When she opened it, she found a gold necklace with a small phoenix pendant. The necklace was exquisitely crafted and sparkled. Wow, so beautiful. Su Qingxue's eyes were full of surprise. I'm glad you like it, Zhang Guifan said with a smile. The phoenix symbolizes good fortune and I hope your future will be prosperous and happy. Thank you, Mom. Su Qingxue said, her eyes slightly red. Luan smiled and took out a jewelry box from her bag, handing it to Su Qingxue. Qingxue, this is your dowry from your parents, a diamond necklace. Please accept it. Su Qingxue opened it and saw a dazzling diamond necklace inside. The diamonds were incredibly bright and clearly very valuable. She was so moved that she couldn't speak, her eyes filled with tears. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Silly child, why are you crying? Luan smiled and wiped away her tears. You are our daughter, and we want you to be happy. This is only right. Seeing Su Qingxue's touched expression, Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He took her hand and said softly, please accept this. It's a token of our parents' affection. Su Qingxue nodded, carefully putting away the two necklaces, her eyes filled with gratitude. Ding! Harmony detected in the host's family, triggering a family affection reward. Affection value plus 30, currently 3,656 plus 30 is equal to 3,686. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 20, currently 5,504 plus 20 is equal to 5,524. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. The sweet and sour pork ribs were tempting in color, the steamed sea bass was tender and juicy, the braised pork was fatty but not greasy, and the braised pork knuckle was tender and flavorful. Every dish was made to perfection in color, aroma, and taste, with an irresistible fragrance. Everyone, please try it. The food at this restaurant is quite delicious, Lin Fan said with a smile. He picked up the serving chopsticks, put a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs on Su Qingxue's plate, and then put some food on both sets of parents' plates. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. The familiar taste spread in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes because it was so delicious. She looked up at Lin Fan with satisfaction in her eyes. Honey, this sweet and sour pork rib is just as delicious as the one you make. Eat more if you like it, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up another piece for her. Watching the sweet interaction between the two, both sets of parents once again revealed knowing, subtle smiles. Zhang Guifan placed a piece of braised pork on Luan's plate and said with a smile, Sister Wan, try this braised pork, it tastes very good. Okay, thank you Guifan. Luan smiled and took the food, then took a bite, her eyes filled with amazement. It's really delicious, rich but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. Lin Jiangwo and Su Jinhai drank and chatted, talking about everything from family matters to work, and had a great time. Old Lin Fan is so successful now, you two will be able to enjoy your retirement in the future, Su Jinhai said with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Not at all, it's all thanks to Lin Fan's own hard work. We didn't help much, Lin Jiangwo said with a smile, his tone full of pride. Lin Fan is not only capable, but also responsible. Qingxue is lucky to marry him, Su Jinhai said. Qingxue is also a good girl, gentle, kind, sensible and filial. It is a blessing for our Lin family that Lin Fan was able to marry her. Lin Jiangwo nodded. The four elders chatted more and more congenially, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere.
After lunch, Lin Fan suggested taking everyone to the Jiangcheng Wetland Park to help them digest their food. Everyone agreed, and they drove to the wetland park together. The wetland park is shaded by lush trees, blooming with flowers, and filled with fresh air. A gentle breeze carries the delicate fragrance of flowers, making everyone feel relaxed and happy. People stroll along the lakeside path, chatting and enjoying the surrounding scenery. Su Qingxue took Lin Fan's arm and leaned against him, looking at the lotus flowers in the lake with a look of contentment in her eyes. Honey, the scenery here is so beautiful.
We can come here for walks often in the future.
Okay, Lin Fan nodded, reaching out to ruffle her hair.
We can come anytime you like. Ding. Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 3686 plus 10 is equal to 3696. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5524 plus 5 is equal to 5529. Zhang Guifan and Lu Wan walked behind, looking at the loving couple in front, and said with a smile, Sister Wan, look at them, how sweet they are, it's really enviable. Yes, Lu Wan nodded, her eyes full of relief. I hope they can continue to be this happy in the future. Just then, a discordant voice rang out, Hey, stop right there. Everyone turned around and saw three men wearing black t-shirts walking quickly toward them. The man in the lead had a buzz cut, a scar on his face, and a fierce look in his eyes. He looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. Lin Fan's brows furrowed instantly. He instinctively shielded Su Qingxue behind him, his eyes sharp as he looked at them. What do you want? The man with the buzz cut walked up to them, looked Lin Fan up and down, and sneered, You're Lin Fan?
Yes, it is.
What's wrong?
Lin Fan said coldly. Nothing much, someone just asked me to pass on a message. If you know what's good for you, hand over the project in the East New District, or don't blame us for being impolite, the crew cut man said arrogantly, his eyes full of threat.
Lin Fan understood immediately.
It seemed the remnants of Han Yuan real estate hadn't given up, daring to come knocking on his door in broad daylight. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his tone was icy. Go back and tell your master, wanting the project?
Dream on. You'll regret this.
The crew cut man's face darkened, and he winked at his two henchmen behind him. Go get him.
Cripple him. Two henchmen immediately rushed forward, swinging their fists at Lin Fan.
Their movements were rough and ruthless, clearly those of seasoned thugs. Lin Fan didn't take them seriously at all.
His 225 physique points gave him reaction speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people.
He dodged the punch from the henchman on the left, and at the same time kicked him in the stomach. With a dull thud, the henchman screamed and flew backward, crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach and curling up in a ball, unable to get up again.
Ding. Defeat the thug Taidan, gain plus 8 affection points and 1000 renminbi.
Seeing his companion fall, the henchman on the right was a little scared, but he still rushed forward despite his fear. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed his wrist, twisting it hard. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The henchman let out a shrill scream, tears streaming down his face from the pain, and his fist instantly loosened. Lin Fan kicked him in the knee, and the henchman fell to his knees with a thud, howling in pain.
Ding. Defeat the thug Go Shang, gain plus 8 affection points and 1000 renminbi.
The man with the buzz cut was taken aback by Lin Fan's fighting prowess. His face turned deathly pale, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes.
But he still forced a smile and said, Kid, you dare to hit us? Do you know who we are? We're Brother Leopard's men. Brother Leopard?
Lin Fan sneered, his eyes full of disdain.
I don't care whose subordinate you are. If you dare to touch my people, you should be prepared to bear the consequences.
As he spoke, he walked step by step toward the man with the buzz cut, staring at him with eyes like knives. His aura exploded instantly, scaring the man with the buzz cut into retreating, his legs going weak. You stay away, the crew cut man said in a trembling voice, his hand instinctively reaching into his pocket, pulling out a switchblade, opening the blade, and pointing it at Lin Fan.
If you come any closer, I won't be polite.
Su Qingxue and both sets of parents looked at Lin Fan nervously, their eyes filled with worry.
Husband, be careful. Su Qingxue shouted. Lin Fan waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to worry, his eyes still coldly fixed on the crew cut man. With your skills, you think you can hurt me? The man with the buzz cut gritted his teeth and charged at Lin Fan, aiming his switchblade at his chest. Lin Fan dodged to the side, simultaneously grabbing the man's wrist and twisting it forcefully, causing the switchblade to clatter to the ground. He then kicked the crew cut man in the chest, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground, spitting blood and unable to get up. Ding.
Defeat the gang leader Scarface, gain plus 15 affection points, 2,000 renminbi in cash, and 1 random skill fragment.
Ding.
Host's domineering protection of his wife and family detected, triggering a guardian reward, affection points plus 30 currently 3,696 plus 30 plus 8 plus 8 plus 15 is equal to 3,757, Su Qingshua's favorability plus 20 currently 5,529 plus 20 is equal to 5,549. After dealing with the 3 thugs, Lin Fan walked up to the man with the buzz cut, squatted down, and said coldly, "Speak."
Who sent you?
The man with the buzz cut was trembling with pain, his previous arrogance completely gone. He hurriedly said, It's Zhao Sihai, a shareholder of Hongyuan Real Estate. He said that as long as you're crippled, he can take back the project in the East City New District.
Zhao Sihai? Lin Fan frowned. He vaguely remembered the name.
He was a veteran shareholder of Hongyuan Real Estate who had been hiding behind the scenes. He didn't expect him to dare to jump out and cause trouble now.
Where is he now? Lin Fan asked. I don't know.
He just gave us money to teach you a lesson, he didn't say where he was. The man with the buzz cut said. Lin Fan stood up, took out his phone, and dialed Officer Zhang's number. Officer Zhang, I encountered 3 thugs at Jiangcheng Wetland Park. They were sent by Zhao Sihai from Hongyuan Real Estate and wanted to harm me and my family.
I have already subdued them. Please come and handle this. Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll be there soon.
Officer Zhang said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan turned to look at his family.
The coldness in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by tenderness. Mom and Dad, Qingxue, are you alright? We're fine, Lin Fan, you're amazing.
Zhang Guifan said with a smile, her eyes full of admiration. Yes, Lin Fan, thanks to you, otherwise we would have been in danger today, Luan said, her eyes full of gratitude. Su Qingxue ran over and hugged Lin Fan's arm tightly, her eyes full of worry. Honey, are you alright?
Are you hurt?
I'm fine, don't worry, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair.
These few thugs can't hurt me. Ding.
Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 3,757 plus 10 is equal to 3,767. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,549 plus 5 is equal to 5,554.
The police arrived quickly and took the 3 thugs away.
Officer Zhang stated that he would immediately investigate Zhao Sihai and bring him to justice as soon as possible. After the incident, everyone felt somewhat heavy-hearted, but even more so, they felt admiration for Lin Fan. Lin Jiangwo patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, Lin Fan, you must be careful when you go out in the future. These people are too despicable, they are capable of anything.
I know, Dad, I'll be careful. Lin Fan nodded.
No, you must bring several bodyguards with you when you go out from now on. Safety comes first, Su Jinhai said, his eyes full of worry. Okay, I'll make the arrangements, Lin Fan agreed. He knew that Zhao Sihai would remain a hidden danger if he wasn't eliminated, and that he had to deal with him as soon as possible. Although there was a minor hiccup, everyone's mood wasn't greatly affected. After resting for a while, they continued their walk in the wetland park. As the sun set, golden sunlight spilled across the lake, creating a shimmering, beautiful scene. Lin Fan held Su Qingshua's hand as they walked along the lakeside path, their parents following behind, their faces bearing knowing smiles. Looking at the 2 people under the setting sun, Zhang Guifan said softly to Luan, Sister Wan, look at this sunset, how beautiful it is, just like their love, warm and wonderful. Yes, Luan nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. I hope their future will be as bright and prosperous as this sunset, filled with happiness and fulfillment. Lin Fan felt Su Qingshua's warmth beside him and looked at the beautiful scenery before him, feeling a sense of peace. Although Zhao Sihai was still a potential threat, he believed that with the support of his family and Su Qingxue by his side, he could overcome all the troubles and protect his family and loved ones. That evening, Lin Fan treated everyone to seafood at Zionhage to celebrate finding their perfect wedding dress.
At the restaurant, everyone enjoyed the delicious seafood while chatting and laughing.
During the meal, Lin Fan frequently served food to Su Qingxue, his eyes overflowing with affection. Watching the sweet interaction between the 2, their parents once again revealed knowing smiles, smiles brimming with blessings and anticipation for their children, as if they could already see their happy wedding day.
Ding.
Harmony detected in the host's family, triggering a family affection reward. Affection value plus 20 currently 3,767 plus 20 is equal to 3,787. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 15 currently 5,554 plus 15 is equal to 5,569. Lin Fan, come, have a drink with me. Su Jinhai raised his glass, his eyes full of smiles. Thank you for taking such good care of Xingxue, and thank you for everything you've done for the Su group.
Uncle Su, you're too kind.
Lin Fan raised his glass, clinked it with his, and drank it all in one gulp. Taking care of Xingxue is what I should do, and working for the Su group is also my responsibility.
Lin Jiangwo also raised his glass and looked at Su Jinhai. Old Su, I'm very happy today.
Our two families can become in-laws.
From now on, we are one family.
We will support and take care of each other.
Great. We're family.
Su Jinhai said with a smile, clinking glasses with Lin Jiangwo. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes full of understanding. Zhang Guifan and Lu Wan also picked up their drinks and clinked them together. Sister Wan, from now on we're sisters.
Let's keep in touch, and go shopping and cook together when we have time. Great. Guifan, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Lu Wan said with a smile, her eyes full of joy.
The atmosphere at the dinner table grew increasingly lively.
Everyone ate seafood and chatted, discussing everything from wedding preparations to their future life together, their eyes filled with anticipation. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, holding a steamed hairy crab in her hand. Lin Fan patiently peeled the shell for her, picking out the tender crab meat and putting it into her bowl. The crab meat was plump and bouncy, and when dipped in the special sauce, it tasted extremely delicious. Su Qingxue ate with great relish, her eyes full of satisfaction.
Honey, the crab meat you peeled is so delicious.
Su Qingxue said indistinctly, her mouth full of crab meat, her cheeks bulging like a greedy little hamster. Eat more if you like, there's plenty more, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up another hairy crab and continuing to peel it for her.
Both sets of parents watched the sweet interaction between the two, their smiles never fading.
Zhang Guifan whispered to Lu Wan, Wan Jia, look how much Lin Fan dotes on Qingxue. He even peeled the crab meat for her.
Qingxue will definitely be very happy in the future.
Yes, Lu Wan nodded, her eyes full of relief. Lin Fan is a thoughtful child, and he is sincere towards Qingxue.
I'm at ease.
After dinner, Lin Fan arranged for a car to take both sets of parents home, while he and Su Qingxue drove back to their apartment. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, playing with his fingers in her hand, and whispered, Honey, I'm so happy today. Not only did I find a wedding dress I'm happy with, but I also got along so well with my parents.
I'm very happy too.
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, his voice gentle. Seeing how much our parents approve of us makes me feel very at ease.
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Affection value plus 10 currently 3,787 plus 10 is equal to 3,797. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,569 plus 5 is equal to 5,574.
Back at the apartment, Su Qingxue was exhausted and leaned against the sofa, not wanting to move.
Lin Fan walked over, gently hugged her from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and said in a doting tone, You must be exhausted.
Let me give you a massage.
Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, closed her eyes, and enjoyed his massage. Lin Fan's technique was very professional. The pressure from his fingertips was just right, pressing on her shoulders and waist, relieving the fatigue of the day, and making her so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. After the massage, Lin Fan picked her up, carried her into the bedroom, and gently placed her on the bed. Go to sleep early, you have to go to the company to handle some matters tomorrow.
Okay.
Su Qingxue nodded, took his hand, and said with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, You should go to sleep early too. Lin Fan smiled, released her hand, and turned to wash up.
When he returned, Su Qingxue was already asleep, her eyelashes fluttering gently, a sweet smile on her lips.
He carefully lay down beside her, gently took her hand, and soon drifted off to sleep himself.
The next morning, Lin Fan was woken up by his phone ringing. It was Zhou Lei calling. Brother Lin, great news.
The police have caught Zhao Sihai. Zhou Lei's voice was filled with excitement. He confessed that he instructed Scarface and his gang to cause trouble for you at the wetland park, and he also admitted to embezzling Hanyuan real estate funds, bribery, and other crimes.
He has now been formally arrested.
Great. Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly, and the last trace of worry in his heart completely disappeared.
We finally caught him.
Yes, Brother Lin, now all the remnants of Hanyuan real estate have been wiped out, and no one dares to cause us any more trouble. Zhou Lei said excitedly.
Great. Zhou Lei, you did a great job.
Lin Fan said. I'll go to the company later, and we'll discuss the follow-up work arrangements.
Okay, Brother Lin.
I'll be waiting for you at the company, Zhou Lei said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan felt exceptionally relieved. With Zhao Sihai captured and all the enemies eliminated, he could finally devote himself fully to his work and wedding preparations. Su Qingxue was awakened by his noise. She rubbed her eyes and looked at his excited expression, asking curiously, "Honey, what's wrong? What happened?" "Qingxue, good news. Zhao Sihai has been arrested," Lin Fan said with a smile, pulling her into his arms. "Now all the trouble is completely resolved." "That's great." Su Qingxue excitedly hugged his neck, kissed him on the cheek, and her eyes were full of joy. "I can finally rest easy." Ding! Detected that the host has resolved all threats, triggering a perfect reward. Affection points plus 50, currently 3,797 plus 50 is equal to 3,847. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 30, currently 5,574 plus 30 is equal to 5,604. After quickly washing up, Lin Fan made a simple breakfast, and after eating, they drove to the company. As soon as they arrived, the employees surrounded him, their faces beaming with excitement, to congratulate him. "Mr. Lin, congratulations! Zhao Sihai has been arrested. President Lin, no one will dare to cause us any more trouble." "Mr. Lin, you're amazing." Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. "You're too kind, everyone. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Now that all the troubles have been resolved, we need to speed up the project and strive to complete the construction of the East City New Area as soon as possible." "Good," and the employees shouted in unison, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lin Fan walked into the office, where Zhou Lei was already waiting for him, holding a document in his hand. "Brother Lin, this is a detailed report on Zhao Sihai's case, as well as the latest progress report on the Chengdong New District project." Zhou Lei handed the documents to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the documents and read them carefully. The report showed that Zhao Sihai's criminal evidence was conclusive, and he would face severe legal punishment. The project schedule showed that the project was currently 45% complete, and at the current pace, it would be finished in the first half of next year. "Zhou Lei, next we need to speed up our investment promotion efforts to attract more companies to settle in, and at the same time, we also need to do a good job in the construction of supporting facilities to ensure that the project can be put into use as soon as possible after completion," Lin Fan said. "Okay, Brother Lin. I've already developed a detailed investment promotion plan. Now that Hanyuan Real Estate is bankrupt, we have no competitors, so the investment promotion work will go much more smoothly," Zhou Lei said. "Very good." Lin Fan nodded. "In addition, the wedding preparations also need to be put on the agenda. I plan to go to Switzerland next month to check out wedding venues. Can you help me arrange the itinerary?" "Okay, Brother Lin. I'll go arrange it right away," Zhou Lei said. After discussing work with Zhou Lei, Lin Fan convened a meeting with the company's core members to announce the good news of Zhao Sihai's arrest and to assign follow-up tasks. Everyone was excited and expressed their commitment to doing their utmost to ensure the project's smooth progress. After the meeting, Su Qingxue walked into the office with a cup of coffee in her hand and handed it to Lin Fan. "Honey, you've worked hard. Have a cup of coffee to perk yourself up." Lin Fan took the coffee, took a sip, and the rich aroma of coffee spread in his mouth, refreshing him. He took Su Qingxue's hand, let her sit on his lap, held her in his arms, and said gently, "Wife, next month we'll go to Switzerland to check out wedding venues and take a vacation to relax." "Great!" Su Qingxue said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. "I've wanted to go to Switzerland for a long time, to see the snow in the Alps and eat authentic cheese fondue." "No problem, I'll do whatever you say," Lin Fan said with a smile, then lowered his head and kissed her lips. Her soft lips carried a faint coffee scent, which made his heart flutter. Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 20, currently 3,847 plus 20 is equal to 3,867. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10, currently 5,604 plus 10 is equal to 5,614. At noon, the two had lunch in the company cafeteria. The food in the cafeteria was plentiful, and Lin Fan specially served Su Qingxue her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, as well as several light dishes. "Honey, where in Switzerland do you think would be a good place for our wedding?" Su Qingxue asked while eating ribs, her eyes full of anticipation. "I think the towns at the foot of the Alps are wonderful, with beautiful scenery, romantic and cozy atmosphere," Lin Fan said. "We can hold our wedding at the foot of the snow-capped mountains and invite our relatives and friends to witness our happiness." "Great! That is what I thought too.
Su Qingxue said excitedly. We can also take wedding photos in the town. Snow-capped mountains, grasslands, and lakes. It will definitely be beautiful. Yes, I definitely will.
Lin Fan nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. After lunch, the two returned to the office and searched online for information on wedding venues in Switzerland, choosing suitable towns and hotels. Su Qingxue leaned on her desk, her fingers swiping across the screen, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise, her eyes filled with excitement. Lin Fan sat beside her, gently hugging her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder. They looked at the scenery on the screen together, his heart filled with happiness. He knew that as long as he was with Su Qingxue, any wedding, no matter where it was held, would be the most romantic and happiest. In the afternoon, after finishing his work at the company, Lin Fan went to the bridal shop with Su Qingxue to confirm the size and alteration details of the wedding dresses. The shop assistants had already arranged the wedding dresses that Su Qingxue had chosen, hanging them one by one on the hangers, each one pure white and exquisitely beautiful. Su Qingxue put on the trailing wedding dress again, twirled in front of the mirror, and the skirt spread out like a blooming white lotus. Lin Fan stood beside her, his eyes filled with amazement, and gently took her hand, his voice tender. Wife, you are so beautiful. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with shyness. You're so good at talking. The shop assistant smiled and said, Mr. Lin, Miss Su, you two are a match made in heaven. This wedding dress is simply tailor-made for Miss Su. Thank you, Lin Fan said with a smile, his eyes full of affection. After confirming the details of the wedding dress, the two left the bridal shop and drove back to their apartment. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, Honey, I'm getting more and more excited for the wedding. I really want to marry you soon. Me too, Lin Fan hugged her tightly, his tone firm. When we get back from Switzerland, we'll have our wedding as soon as possible. I want to make you the happiest bride in the world. Back at the apartment, Lin Fan went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Su Qingxue leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching his busy figure with happiness in her eyes. She knew she had found a man she could entrust her life to, a man who would pamper her, love her, protect her, and give her abundant happiness. Lin Fan prepared a sumptuous dinner, which naturally included Su Qingxue's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Looking at the glistening, tempting ribs on the plate, Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. Lin Fan smiled, picked up the serving chopsticks, took a piece of the tenderest rib, and put it in her bowl. Try it, the ribs are even more flavorful today. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, and the sweet aroma of the sauce and the meat intertwined in her mouth. It was so delicious that she couldn't help but squint her eyes and look up at Lin Fan with admiration in her eyes. Honey, the sweet and sour pork ribs you make are the best in the world. I'm glad you like it. I'll make it for you every day from now on, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up another piece of pork rib for her. The couple chatted about wedding preparations while having dinner, their eyes filled with anticipation. Although there was still much to be done, they believed that as long as they worked together, they would be able to make the wedding perfect and romantic. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa watching TV, snuggling together and enjoying this warm and happy time. Outside the window, the night deepened, neon lights flashing, illuminating the entire city and their path to happiness. The unspoken, subtle smiles between both sets of parents were like a seed that took root and sprouted in their hearts, foreshadowing a future life that would be as dazzling and beautiful, happy and long-lasting as the neon lights in the night. Chapter 43, Affection Plus 5 Hint. The night was as dark as ink. In the living room of the Shuxiang Mingyuan apartment, warm yellow light shone on the carpet, making the whole room cozy and comfortable. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue snuggled on the sofa, watching a romantic comedy on TV. From time to time, Su Qingxue's clear laughter could be heard, as melodious as a wind chime. Lin Fan's arms were tightly wrapped around Su Qingxue's waist, his palms pressed against her delicate, warm skin, feeling the softness of her body. The faint fragrance of her hair lingered in his nostrils, filling his heart with a sense of secure happiness. He looked down at the girl in his arms, a sweet smile played on her lips, her eyes sparkled with laughter, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. She was so adorable that it melted his heart. Honey, this male lead is so silly. He actually hid the engagement ring in the cake, and the female lead swallowed it. It's hilarious. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Her shoulders trembled slightly, causing the muscles in Lin Fan's arms to sway gently as well. Lin Fan watched her laughing so hard she was shaking, his eyes almost overflowing with doting affection. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his fingertips tracing through her fine strands, and said gently, Silly girl, slow down your laughter, or you'll choke. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, her smile fading slightly, but the corners of her mouth still turned up. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes full of laughter.
But this plot is really too funny. We can't do this at our wedding.
Don't worry, I'm definitely not that stupid, Lin Fan said with a smile, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. His warm lips touched her skin, bringing a slight flutter to her heart. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding! Detected a heartwarming interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingshue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,614 plus 5 is equal to 5,619.
Lin Fan was overjoyed and subconsciously opened the system interface.
Looking at Su Qingshue's favorability rating on the screen, he couldn't help but smile. 5619 favorability points, getting closer and closer to the maximum. This meant that Su Qingshue's love for him was growing deeper. Thinking of this, his heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. He quietly closed the system interface, his smile softening even more. He tightened his arms, holding Su Qingxue even closer, resting his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, "Wife, it's so good to have you by my side."
Su Qingxue felt warm inside as she felt his embrace.
She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissed him on the cheek, and said in a soft voice, "Me too. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything."
Ding!
Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner. Affection value plus 10 currently 3,867 plus 10 is equal to 3,877. The two snuggled together, continuing to watch TV, occasionally exchanging a few words, the air filled with a sweet atmosphere.
Before they knew it, it was late at night.
The TV program ended, and Su Qingxue yawned, her eyes filled with exhaustion.
"Honey, I'm sleepy."
Su Qingxue rubbed her eyes, her voice thick with nasal tone. "Okay, let's go to sleep." Lin Fan nodded, picked up Su Qingxue in his arms, and strode towards the bedroom. His arms were strong and steady, supporting Su Qingxue's body, making her feel very safe. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, closed her eyes, and felt the warmth of his body and the faint scent of mint. She quickly became drowsy. Lin Fan gently placed her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, then washed up and lay down as well. He held her hand tightly and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by the chirping of birds outside his window. He opened his eyes and saw Su Qingxue still fast asleep, her eyelashes fluttering gently, a sweet smile on her lips. He carefully got out of bed and tiptoed into the kitchen to prepare a loving breakfast for her. Opening the refrigerator, Lin Fan found fresh ingredients and planned to make Su Qingxue's favorite strawberry pancakes and milk oatmeal porridge. He first took out eggs, flour, milk, and strawberries. He cracked the eggs into a bowl, added an appropriate amount of sugar, and quickly stirred with an egg beater until the sugar was completely dissolved and the egg mixture became smooth and delicate. Next, add flour and milk, and continue stirring, gradually adding chopped strawberries as you stir, until a smooth batter without lumps is formed. Then, take out a frying pan, pour in a little cooking oil, and once the oil is hot, pour in a spoonful of batter.
Cook over low heat until small bubbles appear on the surface of the batter, then flip it over and cook for another few dozen seconds.
A golden and soft strawberry pancake is ready. He made 6 servings in total, neatly arranged on plates, drizzled with honey, and sprinkled with fresh strawberry pieces and white sesame seeds, making them look exquisite and delicious. Then he made milk oatmeal porridge, taking out oatmeal, adding an appropriate amount of milk and water, putting it in a pot, simmering it over low heat, and stirring constantly to prevent it from sticking to the pot.
Cook the oatmeal until it becomes soft and sticky, then add a few red dates and goji berries. Cook for another 2 minutes, and a nutritious and fragrant milk oatmeal porridge is ready.
Just as the porridge was ladled out, Su Qingxue walked in wearing her pajamas, her eyes still blurry from just waking up.
"Honey, you smell so good."
Su Qingxue walked to Lin Fan's side, reached out and hugged his waist, pressed her cheek against his back, and felt the warmth of his body.
"You're awake?"
Lin Fan turned around and said with a smile, "Hurry up and wash up, breakfast will be ready soon."
"Okay."
Su Qingxue nodded and turned to walk into the bathroom. After washing up, the two sat at the dining table. Su Qingxue picked up a strawberry pancake, took a bite, and found it crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. The sweetness of strawberries and honey spread in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes in delight. "Honey, the pancakes you made are so delicious.
They're even better than the ones from dessert shops." "I'm glad you like it."
"I'll make it for you every day from now on," Lin Fan said with a smile, serving her a bowl of milk and oatmeal porridge.
"Drink some porridge, it's good for your stomach."
Su Qingxue took the porridge, took a sip, and found the warm porridge to be fragrant with milk, soft and chewy with oats, and sweet with red dates and goji berries warming both her stomach and her heart. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes full of love. "Honey, you're so wonderful. Not only are you handsome and capable, but you also cook so well. I've really struck gold." Looking at the starlight in her eyes, Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out and took her hand, his fingertips tracing the back of her hand. "Being able to marry you is the greatest luck of my life."
Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingshua's favorability +5 currently 5,619 +5 is equal to 5,624, affection value +10 currently 3,877 +10 is equal to 3,887. Another system notification sounded, and Lin Fan was secretly delighted.
He hadn't expected that a simple breakfast interaction could increase his favorability. It seemed that Su Qingxue really enjoyed the time she spent with him. After breakfast, the two drove to the company.
As soon as they arrived downstairs, they saw Zhou Lei standing by the car, holding a document in his hand, with an excited smile on his face.
"Brother Lin, Sister Su. Good news."
Zhou Lei ran over as soon as he saw them. "Our Qingdong New Area project has signed agreements with 2 more large companies. One is Green Energy Technology, which focuses on new energy, and the other is Hengtong Heavy Industry, which focuses on high-end manufacturing.
The total investment is 800 million yuan. Really? That's great." Lin Fan's eyes lit up.
Green Energy Technology and Hengtong Heavy Industry are both well-known domestic companies. Signing them up will not only upgrade the industrial level of Qingdong New Area, but also attract more related companies to settle in.
This is undoubtedly great news for the development of the project. Yes.
Zhou Lei nodded and handed the document to Lin Fan.
"This is a letter of intent for cooperation. The other party has already signed it and is just waiting for us to sign and confirm it."
Lin Fan took the document and read it carefully. The letter of intent was detailed, the terms were reasonable, and it was beneficial to both parties. After reading it, he signed his name without hesitation, and Su Qingxue also signed her name next to him.
"That's great. Brother Lin, Sister Su, with the addition of these 2 companies, our project will definitely become a benchmark project in Jiangcheng and even the whole country," Zhou Lei said excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. "Okay, next we need to do a good job of follow-up coordination to ensure the cooperation proceeds smoothly," Lin Fan said. "You are responsible for following up on the matters of these 2 companies, and report to me in a timely manner if there are any developments." "Okay, Brother Lin. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Zhou Lei saluted, then turned and left excitedly. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue entered the company. The employees greeted them warmly, their eyes filled with admiration and respect.
Since Lin Fan joined the Su Group, he had resolved one problem after another and secured one large deal after another. The company was thriving, and the employees' benefits were increasing.
Everyone had complete faith in Lin Fan.
Entering the office, Su Qingxue made Lin Fan a cup of coffee and handed it to him. "Honey, have some coffee to perk you up.
There's still a lot to do today." "Thank you, honey."
Lin Fan took the coffee, took a sip, and the rich aroma of coffee spread in his mouth, refreshing him. He took Su Qingxue's hand, let her sit on his lap, held her in his arms, and said gently, "This afternoon we'll go to Global Technology to coordinate with Mark on the construction progress of the RD Center and ensure the project starts on time."
"Okay."
Su Qingxue nodded, leaning against Lin Fan's chest, playing with his fingers in her hand.
"By the way, how's the Switzerland trip arranged by Zhou Lei? When are we leaving?" "It's all arranged.
We'll leave next Monday and spend a week in Switzerland to check out wedding venues and take a vacation," Lin Fan said, his eyes full of anticipation.
"That's great,"
Su Qingxue said excitedly, her eyes shining with anticipation.
"I've already started packing my luggage. I've brought lots of pretty clothes so we can take lots of beautiful photos." "Yes, definitely,"
Lin Fan said with a smile, lowered his head and kissed her lips. Her soft lips carried a faint coffee scent, which made his heart flutter.
Ding. Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingshua's favorability +5 currently 5,624 +5 is equal to 5,629, affection value +20 currently 3,887 +20 is equal to 3,907. The continuous increase in favorability made Lin Fan feel exceptionally happy. Looking at Su Qingxue in his arms, his eyes were full of love, and he secretly vowed to make her the happiest woman in the world. In the morning, after finishing his work at the company, Lin Fan went to the construction site with Su Qingxue. After a period of rectification, the construction site had resumed normal operations. The workers were busy with their respective duties in an orderly manner, and large equipment such as excavators and cranes were roaring, creating a bustling scene. When Wang Yon, the site manager, saw Lin Fan, he immediately ran over with a smile on his face. "President Lin, President Su, you've arrived. The construction is progressing very smoothly. At this rate, it will definitely be completed in the first half of next year." "Very good." Lin Fan nodded, his eyes full of satisfaction. "We must ensure the quality and safety of the construction, and there can be no carelessness." "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We have already assigned someone to supervise the construction quality and safety, and there will absolutely be no problems," Wang Yang said firmly. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue took a walk around the construction site, carefully checking the construction quality and the implementation of safety measures. Seeing that everything was in good order, they felt very relieved. At noon, the two had lunch at a restaurant near the construction site. Although the restaurant was small, the food was delicious. Lin Fan ordered Su Qingxue's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, and several light vegetarian dishes. Soon, the dishes were served. The sweet and sour pork ribs looked enticing, and the meat was tender. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up instantly. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in her mouth, her eyes squinting with delight at the delicious taste. Looking at her, Lin Fan's smile deepened. He picked up the serving chopsticks and placed the largest piece of pork rib on her plate, saying gently, "Eat more to nourish your body. You've worked hard these past few days." "Thank you, husband." Su Qingxue looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with emotion. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of sea bass belly on Lin Fan's plate. "You should eat more too. This sea bass is very fresh." Lin Fan took the sea bass, put it in his mouth, and found the tender fish meat with a subtle freshness to be incredibly delicious. The two ate their meal while chatting about the construction site, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere. Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner. Su Qingxue's favorability +5 currently 5,629 +5 is equal to 5,634, affection value +10 currently 3,907 +10 is equal to 3,917. After lunch, the two drove to Global Technology's temporary office. Mark was already waiting for them, and upon seeing them enter, he immediately stood up warmly. "President Lin, President Su, welcome." "Mr. Mark, I'm sorry to bother you," Lin Fan said with a smile, shaking his hand. After both parties were seated, Mark gave a detailed introduction to the construction requirements and timeline of the RD Center, while Lin Fan introduced the construction progress of the site and the subsequent cooperation plan. The communication between the two parties went smoothly, and it was agreed that the construction of the RD Center would start at the beginning of next month. "President Lin, President Su, I believe our cooperation will be a great success," Mark said with a smile, his eyes full of confidence. "I believe it too." Lin Fan nodded. "We will definitely cooperate fully to ensure that the RD Center is completed on time." After leaving Global Technology, the two drove back to the company. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, "Honey, the project is progressing so smoothly now, and our wedding is being planned." "I'm so happy." "Me too." Lin Fan hugged her tightly. "We will be happier and happier in the future." Back at the company, Lin Fan finished his work and then went home with Su Qingxue. That evening, Lin Fan personally cooked a sumptuous dinner, which naturally included Su Qingxue's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Looking at the glistening, tempting ribs on the plate, Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. Lin Fan smiled, picked up the serving chopsticks, took a piece of the tenderest rib, and put it in her bowl. "Try it, the ribs are even more flavorful today." Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, and the sweet aroma of the sauce and the meat intertwined in her mouth. It was so delicious that she couldn't help but squint her eyes and look up at Lin Fan with admiration in her eyes. "Honey, the sweet and sour pork ribs you make are the best in the world." "I'm glad you like it. I'll make it for you every day from now on," Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up another piece of pork rib for her. The two chatted about their Swiss itinerary while eating dinner, their eyes filled with anticipation. Su Qingxue excitedly talked about the places she wanted to go, skiing in the Alps, boating on Lake Lucerne, and seeing the scenery in Interlaken. Lin Fan listened patiently, occasionally chiming in with a few words of agreement, his eyes full of affection. Ding! Detected a heartwarming interaction between the host and their destined partner. Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,634 plus 5 is equal to 5,639, affection value plus 10 currently 3,917 plus 10 is equal to 3,927. Lin Fan was secretly delighted when he heard the system notification again. His favorability rating had increased by 5 points in just one dinner. It seems Su Qingxue was truly satisfied with his cooking and was full of anticipation for their upcoming trip to Switzerland. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa, looking at travel guides for Switzerland together, choosing which attractions to visit and which restaurants to try. Su Qingxue leaned on the desk, her fingers swiping across the screen, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise, her eyes full of excitement. Lin Fan sat beside her, gently hugging her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder. Together they looked at the scenery on the screen, his heart filled with happiness. As he gazed at the snow-capped Alps on the screen, he secretly vowed to give Su Qingxue a romantic proposal beneath the snow-covered mountains, one that would be unforgettable for her. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Lin Jiangwo calling.
Lin Fan, are you and Qingxue free tomorrow? Your mother has made a lot of delicious food and wants you to come home for dinner.
Lin Jiangwo's voice came from the phone. You're free, Dad, Lin Fan said with a smile.
We'll go back first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay, then we'll wait for you to come back tomorrow, Lin Jiangwo said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at Su Qingxue with a smile in his eyes. Wife, Mom and Dad want us to come home for dinner tomorrow.
Mom made a lot of delicious food.
That's great. Su Qingxue said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation.
Mom's braised pork and dumplings are the best. I've been wanting to eat them for so long.
Don't worry, I'll let you eat your fill tomorrow, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair.
Ding!
Harmony detected in the host's family, triggering a family affection reward. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,639 plus 5 is equal to 5,644, and affection value plus 20 currently 3,927 plus 20 is equal to 3,947. Lin Fan was overjoyed as he watched the favorability rating on the system interface rise again.
5,644 favorability points getting closer and closer.
He could feel Su Qingxue's love for him growing deeper, and her increasing acceptance of their family. The two continued looking at the travel guide until late at night before washing up and going to bed. Lying in bed, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, playing with his fingers in her hand, and whispered, Honey, I want to bring some gifts for Mom and Dad when we go home tomorrow.
Okay, let us go to the mall to pick out a gift tomorrow morning. Lin Fan nodded. You know what Mom and Dad like, so you can choose. Mom.
Su Qingxue nodded, closed her eyes, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Lin Fan gazed at her sleeping face, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gently held her hand, his heart overflowing with happiness. With a lover like Su Qingxue, understanding parents, and a thriving career, this was the life he had always wanted. He knew that the future held many more challenges and surprises, but with Su Qingxue by his side and the support of his family, he feared nothing. He would work hard to protect those around him and create a bright future for them. The ever-increasing favorability rating on the system interface was the best affirmation for him and the driving force for his progress. Each increase in favorability meant that Su Qingxue's love for him deepened. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's heart was filled with motivation, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up.
Chapter 44 Zhao Ming's revenge plan begins.
In the dead of night in Jiangcheng, the neon lights gradually dimmed, with only a few streets still illuminated by scattered lights. In the bedroom of the Shushan Mingyuan apartment, moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting silhouettes of two people sleeping in each other's arms. Lin Fan held Su Qingxue tightly, feeling her soft body in his arms, the faint fragrance of her hair lingering in his nostrils, a satisfied smile on his lips. Su Qingxue nestled in his arms like a docile kitten, her arms gently resting on his waist, her breathing even and long, her cheeks still flushed. Lin Fan looked down at her sleeping face, his fingertips lightly tracing her delicate cheeks, his heart filled with tenderness. The system interface quietly appeared, Su Qingxue's 5644 points of favorability standing out prominently. Thinking of the sweetness and tacit understanding they had shared along the way, his heart swelled with sweetness, and he tightened his arms around her, holding her even closer. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Su Qingxue woke up. Without waking Lin Fan, she carefully slipped out of his arms, quietly washed up, and began thinking about what gifts to bring for her in-laws. When Lin Fan woke up, he saw her struggling with a shopping app on her phone. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he went over and gently hugged her from behind. Wife, what are you choosing?
Honey, you're awake?
Su Qingxue turned to look at him, her eyes full of smiles. I was thinking about what gifts to bring for Mom and Dad.
Mom likes skincare products, and Dad likes tea. I don't know which brand to choose. I'll listen to you. Your parents will definitely like what you choose.
Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his tone gentle. No rush, we can go to the mall and pick something out slowly after breakfast.
Ding. Detected a heartwarming interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,644 plus 5 is equal to 5,649, affection value plus 10 currently 3,947 plus 10 is equal to 3,957. The system notification sounded quietly, and Lin Fan was secretly delighted. It seemed that no matter what he did, as long as he was with Su Qingxue, his favorability rating would steadily increase. After quickly washing up, Lin Fan made a simple breakfast.
After eating, they drove to Hanglong Plaza, the largest shopping mall in Zhangcheng. The mall was already open for business, and there weren't many people yet.
The two went straight to the skincare section, where Su Qingxue chose a set of anti-aging skincare products for Zhang Guifan.
They then went to the tea section and picked out a box of authentic West Lake Longjing tea for Lin Jiangwo.
Both were carefully selected and quite valuable.
Honey, do you think these are okay?
Su Qingxue asked, holding up skincare products and tea leaves, her eyes full of anticipation. Of course, the ones you picked are definitely fine, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair.
Come on, let's go buy some more clothes for Mom and Dad.
Great! Su Qingxue said excitedly. The two then went to the clothing section and bought several outfits for Lin Jiangwo and Zhang Guifan, all in styles suitable for their ages, with comfortable fabrics and exquisite workmanship. After choosing the gifts, it was almost noon, so the two drove to Lin Fan's parents' house. Lin Fan's parents lived in the old town of Jiangcheng, in a community called Happiness Lane. Although the community was a bit old, it was quiet and the neighbors got along very well. As soon as the car stopped at the entrance of the community, they saw Zhang Guifan standing at the gate, looking around with an expectant smile on her face.
Mom and Dad.
Su Qingxue got out of the car with a smile, carrying gifts in her hands, and walked quickly over.
Qingxue, Lin Fan, you're here.
Zhang Guifan greeted them excitedly, taking the gift from Su Qingxue's hand with her eyes full of joy.
You're here, why did you bring so much stuff? It's a waste of money. Mom, this is just a small token of our appreciation.
Please accept it, Dad, Su Qingxue said with a smile.
Lin Jiangwo also came downstairs.
When he saw them, he smiled and said, "Come in quickly, the food is almost ready." The four of them entered the house. The living room was clean and tidy, filled with the aroma of food.
Zhang Guifan put the gifts down and went into the kitchen to get busy. Su Qingxue followed her in to help. The two chatted and laughed in the kitchen, like a mother and daughter.
Lin Fan and Lin Jiangwo sat in the living room, drinking tea and chatting.
Dad, how have you been feeling lately? Lin Fan asked.
It's great. I go to the park to practice Tai Chi every morning, and I'm in very good health, Lin Jiangwo said with a smile, his eyes full of satisfaction.
Lin Fan, you're doing so well in your career now, and you've married such a wonderful wife as Qingxue. We can rest assured.
Dad, this is what I should do, Lin Fan said with a smile. Soon, the meal was ready. Zhang Guifan brought out a table full of delicious dishes, including braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed fish, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and Lin Jiangwo's favorite liquor. Qingxue, Lin Fan, come and try the braised pork Mom made. I made it especially for you too, Zhang Guifan said with a smile, placing a piece of braised pork on each of their plates.
Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth.
The meat was tender and juicy, not greasy at all, and had a rich, savory sauce flavor. She squinted her eyes in delight. Mom, your braised pork is so delicious.
It's even better than what you get at restaurants.
Eat more if you like, there's plenty left in the pot, Zhang Guifan said with a smile, her eyes full of affection. Lin Fan also took a bite, and the taste was indeed very good. It was different from his own cooking style, and had a more homely feel to it.
He served some food to Zhang Guifan and Lin Jiangwo, and then served Su Qingxue a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, his eyes full of doting. Wife, eat more. Mom's sweet and sour pork ribs are also very delicious.
Su Qingxue nodded, picked up her chopsticks, and ate heartily, her cheeks puffed out like a greedy little squirrel.
Ding. Detected harmonious family dynamics in the host's family.
Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,649 plus 5 is equal to 5,654, affection value plus 20 currently 3,957 plus 20 is equal to 3,977. The family sat around the dining table, eating and chatting, their laughter filling the air, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After lunch, Su Qingxue and Zhang Guifan sat in the living room watching TV and chatting, while Lin Fan and Lin Jianghua went for a walk downstairs in the community, talking about work and life.
Around 4 p.m., Lin Fan and Su Qingxue prepared to go home.
Zhang Guifan packed them a lot of homemade pickled vegetables and snacks, and said, "Qingxue, Lin Fan, come home to visit often in the future. If you want to eat anything, just tell Mom, and Mom will make it for you."
Okay, Mom, we'll come back often.
Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes filled with emotion. Lin Jianghua patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Lin Fan, you must be careful when you go out in the future. Although Zhao Sihai has been arrested, there may still be some who have escaped. Safety first."
I know, Dad, I'll be careful. Lin Fan nodded.
The two drove away from Xingfuli residential area and headed back to Shuxiang Mingyuan apartment. In Jiangcheng at this time, the afternoon sun was a bit glaring. Lin Fan opened the sun visor and focused on driving, while Su Qingxue leaned back in the passenger seat, playing with her phone and occasionally chatting with Lin Fan, her eyes full of smiles.
Unbeknownst to them, a conspiracy targeting Lin Fan was quietly brewing.
In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, dark and damp, filled with a pungent musty smell, Zhao Ming sat on a dilapidated wooden crate, his face terribly gloomy, a cigarette between his fingers, the smoke obscuring the ruthlessness in his eyes.
Zhao Ming is Zhao Kuan's son. After Zhao Kuan was arrested, the Zhao family was completely ruined, and their assets were seized.
He went from an arrogant and domineering rich second generation to a penniless pauper.
He blamed it all on Lin Fan.
If it weren't for Lin Fan, his father wouldn't have been arrested, and the Zhao family wouldn't have ended up like this.
"Brother, we've brought the men."
A man in a black t-shirt walked up to Zhao Ming and said respectfully. This man was named Hu Zi, a notorious gang leader in Jiangcheng with more than a dozen henchmen.
He made a living by collecting protection money and debts.
Tiger was followed by 5 thugs, all of them tall and fierce-looking, carrying steel pipes, machetes and other weapons, looking very intimidating. Zhao Ming raised his head, a fierce glint in his eyes, threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground and stomped it out. "Tiger, I called you here because I want you to do something for me."
"Big brother, just give the order, and we'll do anything for money,"
Tiger said with a smile, his eyes full of greed. "Money is no problem," Zhao Ming said, taking out a wad of cash from his pocket, about 50,000 yuan, and tossing it to Hu Zi.
"This is a deposit.
After it's done, I'll give you another 50,000 yuan.
Tiger took the cash, weighed it in his hand, and his eyes were full of excitement. "Big brother, what do you need me to do?"
"I need you to teach someone a lesson," Zhao Ming said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "His name is Lin Fan, and he is the project manager of the Su Group. He will be heading back to Shuxiang Mingyuan apartment from the Xingfuli community in a little while. You need to ambush him on the ring road in the middle of the way, cripple him, and make sure he can never stand up again."
"Lin Fan?" Tiger frowned. The name sounded familiar. He thought for a moment and quickly remembered. Isn't he the Lin Fan who defeated Scarface and his gang at the wetland park a while ago? It's him.
Zhao Ming nodded, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. "But don't worry, no matter how good he is, he can't withstand your numbers. Besides, you have weapons, so you can definitely take him down."
Tiger hesitated.
He had heard of Lin Fan's prowess. He could defeat 3 thugs single-handedly, and all of them were armed. But looking at the cash in his hand, and the promised 50,000 yuan from Zhao Ming, he was tempted.
"All right. Big brother, we'll take care of this for you."
Tiger gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with greed.
"Don't worry, we'll make Lin Fan pay the price today."
"Very good." Zhao Ming nodded, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes.
"I've already checked. Lin Fan is currently driving a black Mercedes-Benz E-Class with the license plate number Jiangye 88888. It's easy to recognize.
Remember, you must cripple him and not give him a chance to fight back."
"Understood." Tiger nodded and distributed the cash to his underlings behind him.
"Brothers, do your best today.
After it's done, the boss will give you a big reward."
"Good," the 5 thugs shouted in unison, their eyes filled with excitement, gripping their weapons even tighter. As Zhao Ming watched Hu Zi and the others leave, a ruthless smile flashed in his eyes. "Lin Fan, you ruined everything for me, and I will make you utterly disgraced and wish you were dead." After saying that, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Zhao Ming. I have already told Hu Zi about Lin Fan's whereabouts. You guys get ready. Once Hu Zi succeeds, immediately spread the word that Lin Fan was targeted in retaliation and is seriously injured, causing chaos in the Su group. Okay, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, we're all ready. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ming revealed a sinister smile. He seemed to already see Lin Fan being beaten to the point of near death, and the scene of the Su group falling into chaos. At this moment, Lin Fan was driving on the Ring Road. The Ring Road is a main road in Jiangcheng, and it usually has a lot of traffic, but it was a little after 4 in the afternoon, which is off-peak time, so there were relatively few vehicles. Su Qingxue leaned back in the passenger seat, looking at the scenery outside the window, and said softly, "Honey, look how beautiful the sunset is outside. It's so red, like a big fireball." Lin Fan looked up at the window. The sun was setting, and the golden sunlight spilled onto the road, creating a soft halo. It was indeed beautiful. He smiled and said, "Yes, it's beautiful. When we get back from Switzerland, we can go to the beach to watch the sunrise and sunset." Great! Su Qingxue said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. Just then, Lin Fan caught a glimpse in his rearview mirror of 3 unlicensed vans rapidly approaching their car. His brow furrowed instantly, a bad premonition creeping into his heart. "Honey, hold on tight," Lin Fan said seriously, pressing hard on the accelerator and speeding up the car. Su Qingxue also sensed something was wrong, her face instantly turning pale as she gripped the armrest tightly. "Husband, what's wrong?" "There's a car following us. They probably don't want anything bad," Lin Fan said in a deep voice, his eyes sharply fixed on the rearview mirror. He already had a guess in his mind. Someone was definitely trying to take revenge on him, most likely a remnant of the Zhao family. Seeing Lin Fan speed up, the 3 vans also accelerated, following closely behind. Soon, the vans caught up, flanking Lin Fan's car from both sides and forcing it to the side of the road. Lin Fan was forced to stop the car, his face grim. He unbuckled his seatbelt, turned to Su Qingxue and said, "Wife, stay in the car, lock the doors, and don't get out. I'll handle this." "Husband, be careful." Su Qingxue's eyes were full of worry as she tightly gripped Lin Fan's hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lin Fan patted her hand, gave her a reassuring look, and got out of the car. 3 vans stopped, the doors opened, and Hu Zi and 5 thugs got out, carrying steel pipes and machetes, and walked menacingly toward Lin Fan. "You're Lin Fan?" Tiger looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes full of provocation. "It's me. What do you want?" Lin Fan said coldly, staring sharply at them. His aura exploded instantly, startling the thugs into instinctively taking a step back. "What are you doing?" Tiger sneered, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. "Someone paid us to teach you a lesson, to show you what happens when you offend people. Brothers, get him. Cripple him." No sooner had he finished speaking than 5 thugs brandishing steel pipes and machetes charged towards Lin Fan. Their movements were brutal and ruthless, clearly indicating their intention to kill him. Lin Fan didn't take them seriously at all. His 225 physique points gave him reaction speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. He sidestepped the steel pipe of the thug on the left, and at the same time kicked him in the stomach. With a dull thud, the thug screamed and flew backward, crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach and curling up in a ball. The steel pipe in his hand also fell to the ground. Ding! Defeat the thug bald man, gain +8 affection points and 1,000 renminbi. The thug on the right brandished a machete and slashed at Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan bent down to dodge, grabbed the thug's wrist, and twisted it hard. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The thug let out a shrill scream, tears streaming down his face from the pain, and the machete instantly fell to the ground. Lin Fan kicked him in the knee, and the thug fell to his knees with a thud, howling in pain and unable to get up. Ding! Defeat the thug yellow-haired guy, gain +8 affection points and 1,000 renminbi. The remaining 3 thugs were frightened when they saw their companion being easily defeated, but urged on by Hu Zi, they still gritted their teeth and rushed forward. One of the thugs swung a steel pipe at Lin Fan's head, but Lin Fan dodged it to the side, grabbed the pipe at the same time, and with a forceful pull, the pipe was in his hand in an instant. He swung a steel pipe at the thug's shoulder with his other hand, and with a crack, the thug's shoulder dislocated instantly, and he fell to the ground screaming in pain. Ding! Defeat the thug's skinny monkey, gain +8 affection points and 1,000 renminbi. Another thug swung a machete at Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan whirled around and blocked the machete with a steel pipe. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. He pushed the thug away, sending him staggering backward. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Fan rushed forward and kicked him in the chest. The thug flew backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood.
Ding! Defeat the thug fat guy, gain +8 affection points and 1000 renminbi.
The last thug was so frightened his legs went weak, and he stood rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Fan, steel pipe in hand, walked towards him step by step, his eyes fixed on him like knives. What?
Too scared to go for it?
The thug was so frightened that he backed away and tried to run away, but Lin Fan kicked him in the leg, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan stepped forward and pointed the steel pipe at his head. Tell me.
Who sent you?
It's Tiger.
No, it's Zhao Ming.
Zhao Ming sent us.
The thug was terrified and quickly confessed, Zhao Ming is Zhao Kuan's son.
He said you ruined everything for him and told us to cripple you.
Zhao Ming?
A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. As expected, he was a remnant of the Zhao family. It seemed that he had been too lenient last time and had not wiped him out completely.
Seeing his 5 henchmen all knocked down, Tiger panicked completely and turned to run.
Lin Fan, however, wasn't about to let him escape. He casually tossed the steel pipe in his hand, and it struck Tiger's leg precisely like a black lightning bolt.
Ah!
Tiger screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling around in pain.
Lin Fan walked step by step to Hu Zi, squatted down, and asked coldly, where is Zhao Ming now? I don't know. I really don't know. Tiger was sweating profusely from the pain and shook his head repeatedly.
Zhao Ming only gave us money and told us to ambush you here, but he didn't say where he was. Lin Fan looked at him and knew he wasn't lying. He stood up, took out his phone, and dialed Officer Zhang's number. Officer Zhang, I encountered 6 thugs on Huanqing Road. They were sent by Zhao Ming to try and harm me.
I've subdued them now. Can you come and handle this? Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll be there soon.
Officer Zhang said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan turned to look at Su Qingshuet in the car. The coldness in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by tenderness. He walked to the car and knocked on the window. Su Qingshuet immediately rolled down the car window, her eyes filled with worry. Honey, are you all right?
Are you hurt?
I'm fine, don't worry, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair.
They're just a few thugs, they can't hurt me.
Seeing that he had no wounds, Su Qingshuet finally felt relieved and held his hand tightly. Honey, you scared me to death.
From now on, we must bring bodyguards when we go out.
Okay, I'll do as you say.
From now on, I'll bring bodyguards with me whenever I go out.
Lin Fan nodded, his eyes full of doting affection.
Ding! Host's domineering protection of his wife detected.
Su Qingshue's favorability +10 currently 5,654 +10 is equal to 5,664, affection value +30 currently 3,977 +30 +8 +8 +8 +8 +8 is equal to 4,037. Looking into Lin Fan's eyes, Su Qingshuet felt a warmth in her heart, and the fear she had felt earlier vanished instantly. She took Lin Fan's hand, her fingertips gently stroking his palm, her voice slightly choked. Husband, with you here, I feel so safe. Silly girl, Lin Fan said with a smile, then leaned down and kissed the back of her hand.
I will always protect you and will never let you get hurt.
Just then, the sound of police sirens came from afar, growing closer and closer.
Soon, several police cars arrived at the scene.
Officer Zhang and several other officers got out of the cars and were astonished to see the 6 thugs lying on the ground.
Mr. Lin, are you all right?
Officer Zhang quickly walked up to Lin Fan and asked with concern.
I'm fine, Officer Zhang.
Lin Fan shook his head. These people were sent by Zhao Ming to harm me, but I've already subdued them.
Okay, we'll handle it right away.
Officer Zhang nodded and ordered his officers to handcuff the 6 thugs and put them in the police car. Tiger, being held by the police, kept shouting, Lin Fan, you just wait.
Young Master Zhao won't let you get away with this. Lin Fan glanced at him coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Zhao Ming? He can't even protect himself, yet he dares to threaten me?
Officer Zhang walked up to Lin Fan and said in a serious tone, Mr. Lin, Zhao Ming is suspected of hiring someone to commit assault.
We will immediately issue an arrest warrant for him and bring him to justice as soon as possible.
Thank you, Officer Zhang, Lin Fan said. Zhao Ming is Zhao Kuan's son, and there must be many other members of the Zhao family hiding there. We must investigate thoroughly and prevent them from causing any more trouble.
Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we will do our best. Officer Zhang nodded. After the police took the thugs away, the scene returned to calm. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the road, casting a faint golden light. The traces of the fight were still clearly visible, with steel pipes, machetes, and other weapons scattered on the ground, along with a few drops of blood. Lin Fan opened the car door and let Su Qingxue get in. He then went around to the driver's seat, started the car, and continued driving towards the Shushan Mingyuan apartment. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat somber. Su Qingxue leaned against the passenger seat, her face still pale, clearly shaken by what had just happened. Lin Fan saw this and felt a pang of sympathy. He reached out and took her hand, his voice gentle. Qingxue, don't be afraid. It's all over now. This won't happen again. I know, honey. Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes full of worry. But Zhao Ming hasn't been caught yet, he definitely won't let this go. We must be even more careful in the future. Yes, I will. Lin Fan nodded, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Since Zhao Ming dared to lay a hand on me, I won't let him get away with it. Once the police catch him, he will definitely pay the price for his actions. Ding. Detected a heartwarming interaction between the host and their destined partner. Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,664 plus 5 is equal to 5,669, affection value plus 10 currently 4,037 plus 10 is equal to 4,047. A system notification sounded quietly, and Lin Fan was secretly delighted. Although they had encountered danger, his feelings for Su Qingxue were growing stronger. He knew that as long as they worked together, there was no difficulty they couldn't overcome. Back at the Shushan Mingyuan apartment complex, Lin Fan parked the car and took Su Qingxue's hand as they entered the elevator. The two of them were alone in the elevator, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Looking at Su Qingxue's pale face, Lin Fan felt a pang of heartache. He gently stroked her cheek, his voice tender. Wife, I scared you just now. I'm sorry. It's none of your business, husband. Su Qingxue shook her head, looked up at him, her eyes full of love. Those people are too despicable, daring to commit violence in broad daylight. The elevator reached their floor, and the two stepped out and returned to their apartment. Su Qingxue changed into slippers and sat wearily on the sofa. Lin Fan walked over, gently hugged her from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and said in a doting tone, Wife, you must be exhausted. I'll make you a cup of milk to relax. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, closed her eyes, and enjoyed his embrace. Lin Fan got up and went into the kitchen. He made Su Qingxue a cup of hot milk with a little honey and handed it to her, saying, Drinking some milk will help you relax. Su Qingxue took the milk, took a sip, and the warm milk slid down her throat, warming her body and relieving her tension and fatigue. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of love. Husband, thank you. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Lin Fan said with a smile, sitting down next to her and reaching out to ruffle her hair. The two sat on the sofa in silence for a while. Su Qingxue said softly, Honey, let's go to the company tomorrow and ask Zhou Lei to arrange a few reliable bodyguards. We can take them with us when we go out from now on, so I can feel more at ease. Okay, I'll do as you say. Lin Fan nodded. Tomorrow I'll talk to Zhou Lei and arrange for a few skilled bodyguards to protect us 24 hours a day. Mum. Su Qingxue nodded, leaning against Lin Fan's chest, feeling much more at ease. That evening, Lin Fan personally cooked a sumptuous dinner, all of Su Qingxue's favorite dishes, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, stir-fried lettuce with garlic, and her favorite mushroom soup. He knew that Su Qingxue had been frightened earlier and needed to be comforted. Looking at the steaming food on the table, Su Qingxue's mood improved considerably, and a smile appeared in her eyes. Lin Fan picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs on her plate, saying gently, Wife, eat more and replenish your nutrition. You must have been terrified just now. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pork rib, and put it in her mouth. The familiar taste spread in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes because it was so delicious. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes full of admiration. Honey, your sweet and sour pork ribs are so delicious. Every time I eat your cooking, I feel so happy. I'm glad you like it. I'll make it for you every day from now on, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up another piece of sea bass belly for her. Try the sea bass, it's very fresh. Ding. Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,669 plus 5 is equal to 5,674, affection value plus 10 currently 4,047 plus 10 is equal to 4,057.
The two chatted as they ate dinner, and the atmosphere gradually became warm and cozy. Su Qingshua's mood also calmed down, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face.
After dinner, Lin Fan cleaned up the dishes and sat on the sofa with Su Qingxue to watch TV. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, holding a cushion in her arms, and occasionally stuffed a piece of fruit into his mouth. Lin Fan ate patiently, his eyes full of doting affection.
Honey, we're going to Switzerland next Monday. I wonder what the weather will be like there. Should we pack some warm clothes?
Su Qingxue said softly, her eyes full of anticipation. I checked, it's autumn in Switzerland now, and the weather is a bit chilly, so you'll need to bring a few thick coats, Lin Fan said. However, we're mainly going to check out wedding venues, so we'll be spending a lot of time indoors, and we don't need to bring too many thick clothes.
Okay, then I'll pack my luggage again tomorrow and bring everything I need. Su Qingxue nodded.
Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Zhou Lei calling.
Brother Lin, something bad has happened.
There are a lot of negative news about you online, saying that you were retaliated against on Huanqing Road and were seriously injured.
Now the Su group is leaderless and the project has been suspended. Zhou Lei's voice was anxious.
Lin Fan's face instantly darkened, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. I know, it must be Zhao Ming's people who are behind this, trying to deliberately create panic and disrupt the company's order.
Yes, Brother Lin, the online discussion has already taken hold.
Many netizens are discussing this, and some competitors are fanning the flames behind the scenes, which is having a very negative impact on our company, Zhou Lei said. Zhou Lei, contact the PR team immediately and issue an official statement to clarify the facts, explaining that I was not injured and that the company's projects are proceeding normally. Also, contact major media outlets to delete negative news and control public opinion, Lin Fan said seriously.
Okay, Brother Lin. I'll get right on it. Zhou Lei said. Even after hanging up the phone, Lin Fan's face remained grim.
Zhao Ming not only hired someone to injure him, but also spread rumors online he was utterly despicable and shameless.
Seeing his gloomy face, Su Qingxue asked worriedly, Husband, what's wrong? What happened?
Zhao Ming's people spread rumors online, saying that I was seriously injured and the company was leaderless, trying to disrupt our morale, Lin Fan said, his eyes full of ruthlessness.
That's outrageous.
Su Qingxue exclaimed, her face turning pale with anger.
How could they be so despicable? Don't worry, I've already asked Zhou Lei to handle it.
We'll control the public opinion soon, Lin Fan said, reaching out to hold her hand gently.
Don't worry, this little thing won't stump us. Ding. Host's calm handling of the crisis detected.
Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,674 plus 5 is equal to 5,679, affection value plus 20 currently 4,057 plus 20 is equal to 4,077. The system notification sounded again, and Lin Fan was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected that his favorability rating could increase even in a crisis. He knew that as long as he remained calm and handled the matter properly, he could gain Su Qingshua's trust and love for him even more. That evening, Lin Fan kept a close eye on online public opinion. Thanks to Zhou Lei and the public relations team's efforts, negative news was gradually deleted, the official statement gained the approval of many netizens, and public opinion slowly returned to normal. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, looking at his focused expression with eyes full of love. She knew that Lin Fan was not only capable but also responsible, and he could handle any difficulty with ease. Honey, it's late, let's go to sleep, Su Qingxue said softly, her eyes filled with exhaustion.
Okay.
Lin Fan nodded, turned off the computer, picked up Su Qingxue, and walked into the bedroom. He gently placed Su Qingxue on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and after washing up, he lay down as well, holding her hand tightly. Su Qingxue nestled in his arms and quickly drifted off to sleep, a sweet smile on her lips. Lin Fan looked at her sleeping peacefully, his eyes filled with tenderness. He knew that although Zhao Ming's revenge plan had failed, he certainly wouldn't give up easily, and there would be even more challenges and dangers in the days to come. But he wasn't afraid, because he had Su Qingxue by his side, the support of his family, and the powerful system to back him up. He would use his own efforts to protect those around him and make those who wanted to hurt him and his family pay a heavy price.
The night outside the window grew darker, neon lights flashing and illuminating the entire city.
Lin Fan held Su Qingxue tightly, his heart filled with determination. He knew that as long as Su Qingxue was by his side, He could overcome any difficulties they encountered, and their future would surely be as bright and beautiful as the neon lights in the night. Zhao Ming's revenge plan not only failed to harm Lin Fan in the slightest, but also deepened the relationship between Lin Fan and Su Qingxue, something he never expected. What awaits him is the severe punishment of the law and endless regret.
Chapter 45 Attack in the Alley.
The bustling city of Jiangcheng had shed its daytime hustle and bustle in the dead of night. On the streets near the Shuxiang Mingyuan apartments, only a few streetlights cast a dim, yellowish glow, lengthening the shadows of pedestrians. Lin Fan, having finished washing up, lay on the bed, gazing at the sleeping Su Qingxue beside him. His fingertips gently traced her delicate cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness. The system interface quietly appeared, Su Qingxue's 5679 points of favorability standing out prominently. Thinking of the attack he had suffered during the day and her worried expression, he secretly vowed to capture Zhao Ming as soon as possible and eliminate the threat completely. The next morning, when Lin Fan woke up, Su Qingxue had already prepared breakfast. On the table were steaming hot milk, fried eggs, and sandwiches, which smelled delicious.
Honey, you're awake? Come on, have some breakfast.
After that, we'll go to the company to arrange the bodyguards. Su Qingxue said with a smile, but there was still a trace of worry in her eyes.
Okay.
Lin Fan nodded, sat down at the table, picked up a sandwich and took a bite. The soft bread, tender lettuce, and fried egg tasted quite good. He put a fried egg on Su Qingxue's plate and said gently, "Wife, don't worry, Zhao Ming won't be able to cause trouble for long.
The police will catch him soon." Ding. Detected a heartwarming interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,679 plus 5 is equal to 5,684, affection value plus 10 currently 4,077 plus 10 is equal to 4,087. The system notification sounded quietly. Lin Fan was secretly pleased. He reached out and held Su Qingxue's hand, stroking the back of her hand with his fingertips. "After breakfast, we'll go to the company. Let Zhou Lei arrange the best bodyguards to protect our safety 24 hours a day."
Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, feeling much more at ease. After finishing breakfast, the two drove to the company.
As soon as they arrived downstairs, Zhou Lei was already waiting at the entrance, looking anxious.
"Brother Lin, Sister Su." Zhou Lei quickly came up to him.
The negative public opinion online has been brought under control. The public relations team has released an official statement and posted a video of your recent situation. Netizens believe you are fine, and those competitors no longer dare to stir up trouble.
Well done.
Lin Fan nodded, his eyes full of satisfaction.
By the way, there's something else I need to ask you about.
Please contact a reliable security company as soon as possible and arrange for 4 skilled bodyguards. 2 will follow me, and 2 will protect Qingxue.
They will be on standby 24 hours a day. Okay, Brother Lin.
I'll get it done right away, and I guarantee I'll find the most professional team.
Zhou Lei quickly agreed and turned to make the arrangements. Lin Fan and Su Qingxue entered the company.
The employees greeted them warmly, their eyes filled with admiration. After yesterday's events, instead of panicking, they trusted Lin Fan's abilities even more. After all, a boss who could single-handedly defeat 6 armed thugs was a rare find. Entering the office, Su Qingxue made Lin Fan a cup of coffee and handed it to him. "Honey, have some coffee to perk you up.
There's still a lot to do today." "Thank you, my wife."
Lin Fan took the coffee, took a sip, and the rich aroma of coffee spread in his mouth, refreshing him. He took Su Qingxue's hand, let her sit on his lap, held her in his arms, and said gently, "This afternoon we'll go to the construction site to make sure the project's progress isn't affected. Also, we need to speed up the coordination with global technology so as not to delay the start of the RD center."
Okay.
Su Qingxue nodded, leaning against Lin Fan's chest, playing with his fingers in her hand.
"By the way, has Zhou Lei booked the plane tickets and hotels for the Switzerland trip?" "It's all booked.
I'm flying next Monday morning, a direct flight to Zurich. The hotel I booked is a hot spring hotel at the foot of the Alps. The environment is very nice," Lin Fan said, his eyes full of anticipation.
Ding. Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,684 plus 5 is equal to 5,689, and affection value plus 20 currently 4,087 plus 20 is equal to 4,107. In the morning, after finishing his company business, Lin Fan went to the construction site with Su Qingxue. The site was bustling with activity as usual, with workers diligently performing their duties in an orderly manner. Upon seeing them, the site manager, Wang Yon, immediately ran over with a smile. President Lin, President Su, you're here.
We saw the news online, are you alright?
I'm fine, sorry to have worried everyone, Lin Fan said with a smile.
How's the project progressing? Has it been affected?
No, everyone trusts you.
The construction progress hasn't been delayed at all.
At this rate, it will definitely be completed in the first half of next year, Wang Yang said firmly. Lin Fan nodded and took a walk around the construction site with Su Qingxue, carefully checking the construction quality and the implementation of safety measures. Seeing that everything was in good order, he felt very relieved. At noon, the two had lunch at a restaurant near the construction site. Lin Fan ordered Su Qingxue's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and steamed sea bass. Knowing that he was the owner of the Su Group, the restaurant owner specially added extra dishes and was exceptionally hospitable.
Honey, you're a celebrity in Jiangcheng now.
Even the restaurant owner knows you, Su Qingxue said with a smile, her eyes full of admiration. It's all thanks to everyone's kindness, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for her.
Eat it quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold. Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingxue's favorability +5 currently 5,689 +5 is equal to 5,694, affection value +10 currently 4,107 +10 is equal to 4,117. After lunch, the two drove to Global Technology to discuss the construction details of the R&D center with Mark. Mark greeted Lin Fan warmly, his eyes filled with surprise. Mr. Lin, I heard you were attacked.
I didn't expect you to be completely unharmed. You're amazing.
It was a minor accident, but it's been resolved, Lin Fan said with a smile. After both parties sat down, they discussed the construction plan and timeline for the R&D center in detail, and confirmed that construction would officially begin at the beginning of next month. After the meeting, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue drove back to the company. On the way, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, Honey, we're going to Switzerland next Monday.
I'm so excited. I really want to see the snow-capped Alps soon.
You'll see soon, Lin Fan said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Back at the company, Zhou Lei had already arranged for security, and 4 bodyguards were waiting downstairs. These 4 bodyguards were all veterans, agile, sharp-eyed, and seemed very reliable. Brother Lin, Sister Su, these 4 are elites from the security company, all retired Special Forces soldiers. Their skills are definitely not a problem, Zhou Lei introduced. This is Lao Hei, responsible for protecting you. This is Lung Feng, assisting Lao Hei. This is Rose, responsible for protecting Sister Su. This is Fei Yan, assisting Rose.
Thank you all for your hard work. Lin Fan nodded and shook hands with the 4 bodyguards. I'll be relying on you from now on. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. This is our duty, Lao Hei said in a deep voice, his tone firm.
After arranging the bodyguards, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue went home together after get off work. With bodyguards by her side, Su Qingxue felt much more at ease, and her smile became more frequent. That evening, Lin Fan personally cooked a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the quelling of negative public opinion and to warm up for the upcoming trip to Switzerland. Su Qingxue leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching Lin Fan's busy figure, her eyes filled with happiness.
Honey, your cooking is getting better and better.
I'm sure you'll fatten me up like a little chubby girl someday, Su Qingxue said with a smile.
It's good to be a little chubby, you're even cuter when you're chubby.
Lin Fan turned around and looked at her, his eyes full of doting affection. Soon, the food was ready. The sweet and sour pork ribs looked incredibly appetizing, the steamed sea bass was tender and juicy, and there were several light vegetarian dishes and a bowl of rich mushroom soup. The two sat at the table, eating dinner and chatting about their trip to Switzerland, their eyes full of anticipation.
Ding! Detected a warm interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingxue's favorability +5 currently 5,694 +5 is equal to 5,699, affection value +10 currently 4,117 +10 is equal to 4,127.
After dinner, the two sat on the sofa watching TV.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, holding a cushion, and occasionally popped a strawberry into his mouth. Lin Fan ate patiently, his eyes full of doting affection. Honey, I want to go to the convenience store downstairs to buy some snacks to take to work tomorrow, Su Qingxue said softly.
Okay, I'll go with you.
Lin Fan nodded, stood up and picked up his coat. No need, Rose and Swallow are with me, it's very safe. You should rest at home, Su Qingxue said with a smile.
I'll be back soon.
Lin Fan thought for a moment. The convenience store downstairs was very close to the apartment, and there were 2 bodyguards with him, so there shouldn't be any problems. He nodded and said, "Okay, be careful and come back soon." "Okay," Su Qingxue said with a smile, and went out with Rose and Fian. After Su Qingxue left, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, turned on his computer, and checked the company's financial statements and project progress reports. About half an hour passed, and Su Qingxue still hadn't returned. Lin Fan became worried and was about to call her when his phone rang. It was Su Qingxue calling.
"Honey, the convenience store is sold out of yogurt.
I'll go to another convenience store nearby and buy some. I'll be right back, don't worry," Su Qingxue's voice came through the phone. "Okay, be careful. Have Rose and Swallow protect you," Lin Fan instructed.
"Okay." Su Qingxue hung up the phone.
Lin Fan put down his phone and continued checking the reports.
20 minutes later, Su Qingxue still hadn't returned.
Lin Fan felt uneasy and was about to go out to look for her when his phone rang again.
This time it was Rose calling. "Mr. Lin, something terrible has happened. Miss Su has been kidnapped in front of the convenience store.
There are 5 of them, all wearing masks and hats, and they have weapons.
We couldn't stop them."
Rose's voice was filled with anxiety and guilt.
"What?"
Lin Fan's face turned deathly pale, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes.
"Which direction did they run off in? Did you even see the license plate number?"
"They ran into the alley to the west in a van without license plates. We've caught up with them, but they're going too fast for us,"
Rose said. "I'm coming right away."
Lin Fan hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and rushed out. As he ran, he called Lao Hei and Lang Feng. "Lao Hei, Lang Feng, Qingxue has been kidnapped. She's running towards the alley to the west in a van without license plates.
You need to get there immediately to support Rose and Fei Yan." "Received, Mr. Lin," Old Hei said in a deep voice. Lin Fan rushed out of the apartment and ran towards the alley to the west. The alley to the west was an old alley in Jiangcheng, narrow and secluded, with many side streets. It was rarely used and was a good place for people to hide. The alley was pitch black, with only a few streetlights casting a faint glow on the cobblestone path beneath his feet. Lin Fan ran as fast as he could, the only sounds the whistling wind and his own pounding heart, his mind filled with anxiety and anger. He knew it must have been Zhao Ming. That bastard dared to kidnap Qingxue. He was practically asking for death.
After running for about 5 minutes, Lin Fan saw a van without license plates parked at the fork in the road ahead. The door was open, and the van was empty. Rose and Fei Yan were standing beside the van, their faces pale and their eyes filled with guilt.
"Mr. Lin."
Rose saw Lin Fan and rushed over.
"They took Miss Su into the alley ahead.
We dare not go in rashly, for fear that they will harm Miss Su." Lin Fan stared intently at the alley ahead, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. "Where are Lao Hei and Lang Feng?"
"They've already flanked us from the other side. They'll be here soon," Rose said. Lin Fan nodded, took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and walked into the alley.
The alley was even darker, the walls on both sides were covered with moss and gave off a damp, musty smell, and the stone slabs under his feet were uneven, making it difficult to walk. Lin Fan walked forward cautiously, his ears alertly listening to the sounds around him. Suddenly, he heard Su Qingxue's cry for help from ahead. "Husband!
Help me! Qingxue!"
Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace, running towards the direction from which the sound came. Turning a corner, Lin Fan saw Su Qingxue pinned against the wall by 2 thugs, her mouth gagged, her eyes filled with fear and tears. 3 other thugs stood nearby, holding steel pipes and machetes, their faces smirking arrogantly.
"Lin Fan, you finally arrived."
A familiar voice rang out, and Zhao Ming stepped out from behind the thugs, a ferocious smile on his face and hatred in his eyes.
"I knew you would come to save your little lover. Zhao Ming, you bastard. Let go of Qingxue."
A murderous glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, his tone as cold as the snow in winter.
"Release her?"
"Sure," Zhao Ming said with a smile, his eyes full of provocation. "As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and hand over the Su Group and the Chenggong New District projects to me, I'll release her."
"You're dreaming,"
Lin Fan said coldly, his eyes full of disdain.
"With your meager skills, you think you can threaten me?"
"Skills?" Zhao Ming sneered, then winked at the thugs beside him.
"Go get him. Cripple him. Once he's crippled, Su Qingxue will be our hostage, and then the Su Group will be at our mercy."
5 thugs immediately brandished steel pipes and machetes and charged towards Lin Fan. Their movements were brutal and ruthless, clearly intending to kill him. Lin Fan didn't take them seriously at all.
His 225 physique points gave him reaction speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. He sidestepped the steel pipe of the thug on the left, and at the same time kicked him in the stomach. With a dull thud, the thug screamed and flew backward, crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach and curling up in a ball. The steel pipe in his hand also fell to the ground.
Ding! Defeat the thug Ali, gain +8 affection points and 1000 renminbi. The thug on the right brandished a machete and slashed at Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan bent down to dodge, grabbed the thug's wrist, and twisted it hard. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The thug let out a shrill scream, tears streaming down his face from the pain, and the machete instantly fell to the ground. Lin Fan kicked him in the knee, and the thug fell to his knees with a thud, howling in pain and unable to get up.
Ding!
Defeat the thug Ahu, gain +8 affection points and 1000 renminbi. The remaining 3 thugs were frightened when they saw their companion easily defeated, but urged on by Zhao Ming, they still gritted their teeth and rushed forward. One of the thugs swung a steel pipe at Lin Fan's head, but Lin Fan dodged it to the side, grabbed the pipe at the same time, and with a forceful pull, the pipe was in his hand in an instant. He swung a steel pipe at the thug's shoulder with his other hand, and with a crack, the thug's shoulder dislocated instantly, and he fell to the ground screaming in pain.
Ding!
Defeat the thug A Bao, gain +8 affection points and 1000 renminbi. Another thug swung a machete at Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan whirled around and blocked the machete with a steel pipe. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. He pushed the thug away, sending him staggering backward. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Fan rushed forward and kicked him in the chest. The thug flew backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood.
Ding!
Defeat the thug A Lang, gain +8 affection points and 1000 renminbi. The last thug was so frightened his legs went weak, and he stood rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with terror.
Lin Fan, steel pipe in hand, walked towards him step by step, his eyes fixed on him like knives. Let Qingxue go.
The thug was terrified and immediately released Su Qingxue, turning to run away. Lin Fan kicked him in the leg, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan stepped forward, pointing the steel pipe at his head. Stay put. After breaking free of her restraints, Su Qingxue immediately ran towards Lin Fan, her eyes filled with tears. Husband!
Qingxue, are you all right? Are you hurt?
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, his eyes filled with worry, and gently wiped away the tears on her face.
I'm okay, honey, I was so scared.
Su Qingxue hugged Lin Fan tightly around the waist, her body trembling slightly, her voice choked with sobs.
Don't be afraid, Qingxue, I'm here. No one can hurt you.
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, his tone gentle yet firm.
Ding! Host's domineering rescue of his wife detected.
Su Qingxue's favorability +15 currently 5,699 +15 is equal to 5,714, affection value +50 currently 4,127 +50 +8 +8 +8 +8 is equal to 4,207. Seeing that all 5 thugs had been beaten down, Zhao Ming panicked completely and turned to run. Lin Fan, however, wasn't about to let him escape. He casually threw the steel pipe in his hand, and it struck Zhao Ming's leg precisely like a black lightning bolt.
Ah!
Zhao Ming screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling around in pain.
Lin Fan, carrying Su Qingxue, walked step by step to Zhao Ming, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Zhao Ming, how dare you kidnap Qingxue? Today I will make you pay the price. Lin Fan, don't come any closer.
Zhao Ming retreated in fear, his eyes filled with terror.
My dad is Zhao Kuan.
If you dare touch me, my dad's men won't let you get away with it.
Zhao Kuan? He's barely able to protect himself, yet he dares to threaten me?
Lin Fan sneered, stepping on Zhao Ming's hand.
Tell me. Who helped you plan all of this? Are there any accomplices? Ouch. It hurts.
I was wrong, Lin Fan, I'll never do it again. Zhao Ming was sweating profusely from the pain and begged for mercy repeatedly. I did it all by myself, I had no accomplices, please forgive me. Just then, Lao He, Lang Feng, Rose, and Fei Yin arrived. Seeing that Lin Fan had dealt with the thugs and rescued Su Qingxue, they all breathed a sigh of relief.
Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, are you all right?
Old He asked in a deep voice.
I'm fine, and Qingxue is fine too.
Lin Fan shook his head and pointed at Zhao Ming and the thugs on the ground.
Tie them all up and hand them over to the police.
Yes. Old He nodded, and together with Lang Feng, they took out ropes and tied up Zhao Ming and the thugs. Lin Fan carried Su Qingxue out of the alley. Su Qingxue had calmed down considerably by now, but she still clung tightly to Lin Fan's waist, her eyes full of dependence.
Honey, thank you for saving me.
Su Qingxue buried herself in Lin Fan's arms, her voice still choked with sobs, her fingertips tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, as if she would lose her support if she let go. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed the top of her head, gently stroking her back with his palm. His voice was so tender it could melt your heart. Silly girl, protecting you is the most important thing in my life.
There's no need to thank me. A cool evening breeze blew through the alleyway.
Lin Fan took off his coat and wrapped it around Su Qingxue. The coat still retained his body heat, instantly dispelling the chill from her body.
Are you cold?
Let's go home first, Lin Fan said softly, picking Su Qingxue up in his arms and striding towards the apartment. Su Qingxue nestled obediently in his arms, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat. The fear in her heart gradually dissipated, leaving only a strong sense of security. Old He and Lang Feng escorted Zhao Ming and 5 thugs behind them, while Rose and Fei Yan provided flank escort. The group marched in a grand procession toward the nearby police station. Passers-by stopped to watch the spectacle, their eyes filled with astonishment, but no one dared to approach and ask questions. Upon arriving at the police station, Officer Zhang saw Zhao Ming being escorted in and his eyes were filled with anger. Zhao Ming, how dare you repeatedly refuse to learn your lesson and even kidnap people for ransom?
You are simply lawless. Officer Zhang, I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Please forgive me.
Zhao Ming was so frightened that he begged for mercy repeatedly, his previous arrogance completely gone. Lin Fan carried Su Qingxue into the duty room, where Officer Zhang quickly came to greet them, asking with concern, Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Qingxue was a little frightened, but otherwise she's all right. Lin Fan shook his head, gently placed Su Qingxue on a chair, and poured her a cup of hot water. Su Qingxue took the hot water, drank a sip, and felt the warm water slide down her throat, warming her body and stabilizing her emotions. She looked at Lin Fan's busy figure, her eyes filled with love. The way he had rushed to save her in the alley earlier was deeply etched in her heart.
Ding! Detected deep interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingxue's favorability plus 10 currently 5,714 plus 10 is equal to 5,724, affection value plus 30 currently 4,207 plus 30 is equal to 4,237. A system notification sounded quietly, and Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He turned to look at Su Qingxue, his eyes filled with doting affection. He knew that after this incident, his relationship with Su Qingxue had deepened. Next, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue cooperated with the police by giving statements, detailing the events. Officer Zhang stated that Zhao Ming would be rigorously interrogated, his accomplices thoroughly investigated, and he would be absolutely prevented from posing a further threat to society. After finishing everything, it was already past 1 a.m. Lin Fan picked up Su Qingxue again, walked out of the police station, and drove back to the apartment. The car was quiet. Su Qingxue leaned against the passenger seat, her eyelids growing heavier and heavier until she quickly fell asleep, a relieved smile on her lips. Back at the apartment, Lin Fan carefully carried Su Qingxue to the bed, covered her with a blanket, then washed up himself, lay down beside her, and held her hand tightly. Su Qingxue seemed to sense his presence, and subconsciously snuggled closer to him, falling into a deeper sleep. Looking at her sleeping peacefully, Lin Fan's eyes were filled with tenderness. He secretly vowed that he would never let her suffer any harm again. With Zhao Ming, this potential threat, finally eliminated, he could now focus on preparing for the wedding, taking Su Qingxue to Switzerland to give her a romantic proposal. The next morning, when Su Qingxue woke up, she found herself lying in Lin Fan's arms, his arms tightly wrapped around her waist, his breathing even. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating his handsome features, his long eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. Su Qingxue didn't wake him, but quietly watched his sleeping face, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. She reached out and gently traced his cheek with her fingertips, feeling the delicate touch, and her heart filled with sweetness. Lin Fan seemed to feel her touch, slowly opened his eyes, and saw her smiling at him.
His eyes instantly filled with laughter. Awake? Is anything bothering you? No, I slept very well.
Su Qingxue shook her head, leaned against him, and said in a soft voice, Honey, thank you for yesterday.
I really don't know what I would have done without you.
Silly girl, I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her lips. Her soft lips carried a faint fragrance, which made his heart flutter.
Ding! Intimate interaction detected between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingshua's favorability plus 5 currently 5,724 plus 5 is equal to 5,729, affection value plus 20 currently 4,237 plus 20 is equal to 4,257. The two snuggled together on the bed and chatted for a while before slowly getting up. Lin Fan went into the kitchen and made Su Qingxue a loving breakfast, including her favorite strawberry pancakes and oatmeal porridge with milk.
Honey, the breakfast you made is so delicious.
Su Qingxue picked up a pancake, took a bite, and her eyes were full of satisfaction.
Eat as much as you like. We're not going to the company today.
Let's rest at home for a day, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a pancake for her.
Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes full of joy. After what happened yesterday, she really needed to relax. After breakfast, the two sat on the sofa watching TV.
Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan, holding a cushion, and occasionally stuffed a piece of fruit into his mouth. Lin Fan ate patiently, his eyes full of doting affection.
Honey, we're going to Switzerland next Monday.
Zhao Ming has been arrested, so we can finally go and have some fun without worry, Su Qingxue said softly, her eyes full of anticipation. Yes, once we get to Switzerland, let us relax and leave all our worries behind, Lin Fan said, reaching out to ruffle her hair. At noon, Lin Fan prepared a sumptuous lunch, all of Su Qingxue's favorite dishes. The two ate lunch while chatting about their trip to Switzerland, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere.
Ding! Detected a heartwarming interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,729 plus 5 is equal to 5,734, affection value plus 10 currently 4,257 plus 10 is equal to 4,267.
In the afternoon, Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest, watching a movie, and fell asleep without realizing it.
Lin Fan carefully carried her to bed, covered her with a blanket, and then sat down at his desk, turned on his computer, and dealt with some urgent company matters.
Zhou Lei called to say that the interrogation of Zhao Ming had yielded results.
He did indeed have several accomplices, all former subordinates of the Zhao family, who had now all been arrested by the police, completely eradicating the remnants of the Zhao family. Upon hearing this news, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and could finally relax.
Zhou Lei, well done.
You'll be in charge of overseeing the company's affairs from now on.
Qingxue and I are going to Switzerland next Monday to check out wedding venues.
We'll be back in about a week, Lin Fan said.
Okay, brother Lin.
Don't worry, leave the company's affairs to me, I guarantee there won't be any problems. Zhou Lei said firmly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan walked to the bedside and looked at Su Qingxue sleeping soundly, his eyes filled with tenderness. He sat on the edge of the bed, gently held her hand, and stroked her palm with his fingertips, his heart filled with happiness. That evening, Lin Fan cooked Su Qingxue's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, along with several light vegetarian dishes. When Su Qingxue woke up and saw the food on the table, her eyes filled with surprise and delight. Honey, you're so good to me. Eat up, it won't taste good when it gets cold, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for her. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pork rib, and put it in her mouth. The familiar taste spread in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes in delight. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes full of admiration. Honey, your sweet and sour pork ribs are the best in the world.
I'm glad you like it.
I'll make it for you every day from now on, Lin Fan said with a smile, picking up another piece for her.
Ding! Detected sweet interaction between the host and their destined partner.
Su Qingxue's favorability plus 5 currently 5,734 plus 5 is equal to 5,739, affection value plus 10 currently 4,267 plus 10 is equal to 4,277.
The two chatted as they ate dinner, the atmosphere growing warmer and warmer.
Su Qingxue's mood completely recovered, and the smile on her face became increasingly radiant. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa and packed their luggage for their trip to Switzerland together. Su Qingxue took out her clothes, folded them one by one, and put them into the suitcase, humming a little tune as she did so, in a particularly cheerful mood.
Honey, do you think this dress looks good? When we get to Switzerland, we can wear it to go boating on Lake Lucerne. Su Qingxue picked up a white dress and held it up against herself.
She looks good in everything, Lin Fan said with a smile, his eyes full of affection.
Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth turned up as she continued packing her luggage.
Lin Fan sat beside her, helping her fold clothes and chatting with her every now and then, his eyes full of anticipation. After packing their luggage, it was already late at night. After washing up, the two lay in bed, and Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Fan's chest and whispered, "Honey, I'm getting more and more excited about going to Switzerland. I really want to see the snow-covered Alps and take a walk with you under the snow-capped mountains."
It will happen soon.
Lin Fan hugged her tightly, his voice gentle.
When we get to Switzerland, I will give you a big surprise.
What surprise?
Su Qingxue asked curiously.
It's a secret, you'll find out when the time comes, Lin Fan said with a smile, deliberately keeping her in suspense.
Fine, don't tell me then, I don't care.
Su Qingxue pouted, but her eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at her adorable appearance, and leaned down to kiss her forehead. "All right, go to sleep now, we have to get up early to pack our things tomorrow."
Mum.
Su Qingxue nodded, closed her eyes, leaned against Lin Fan's chest, and quickly fell asleep. Lin Fan gazed at her sleeping face, his eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. He knew that this trip to Switzerland was not only about scouting wedding venues, but also about his romantic proposal to Su Qingxue. He had prepared everything to give her an unforgettable proposal at the foot of the Alps.
The night outside the window grew darker, neon lights flashing and illuminating the entire city.
Lin Fan held Su Qingxue tightly, his heart filled with determination. He knew that in the days to come, he and Su Qingxue would experience more beautiful moments and surprises together, and their love would be as pure and steadfast as the snow-capped Alps, never fading. Those who once tried to hurt them have paid a heavy price and can no longer stop them from pursuing happiness. The days to come will only be filled with sunshine and sweetness. A romantic wedding and a blissful future await them.